During the live broadcast, viewers watched a boy who, in their opinion, was behaving very strangely. Small creatures called popoi were eating a large rock. The boy was surprised and thought that he should do the same. The boy was curious to know if he could eat stones like those creatures. At first, he thought he couldn't do it. But the boy set himself the goal of climbing the tower and doing everything he could to survive. He is determined to destroy the tower. This boy's name is Jeju. He met a woman who told him that it was difficult to find work these days. Since he never wasted time like others, he would succeed in everything he did. Jeju said that the CEO simply liked him. The woman replied that if only other guys had the same heart. Jeju asked if something was wrong. She replied that the director was not feeling very well. The shelter is part of an organization that exists at their expense. If the director retires, it is unclear what will happen. After talking to the woman, Jeju returned to his room, upset about the director's poor health. The director gave him the name Kim Jae-do so that he would live a successful life. His name means talent or skill. Jeju worked hard throughout his life, but even after working 1,000 days at the kiosk, he would not have enough money to support the shelter. He only had 3 years left at the shelter, so he was interested in whether there was a way to become rich during that time. Jeju took his phone and said not to look for it, as nowadays you can always find information about the awakened. He watched an interview where the host asked 2 awakened people how they passed the tower after many trials. He was interested in the biggest changes in their lives after returning from the tower. The guy replied that it would sound deliberate, but the main change was the poop. The awakened receive a lot of money, as this guy said, but Jeju was interested in what poopy had to do with it, and what it was in general. 7 years ago, a tower appeared unexpectedly. It chose people at random and pulled them inside. Only a small number of people were able to return. No one knows what happens in the tower. This is because those who returned from there do not give any comments. They have no desire to talk about it. People who have returned from the tower are called the Awakened. Their bodies contain mana that has contributed to the progress of humanity. Magical engineering is a skill that should not exist in the real world, but exists thanks to the powers of the Awakened. Therefore, the Awakened are in high demand at many companies. It is obvious that they earn a lot of money because they are considered living energy generators. Jeju envies them. If only there was a way to enter the tower. After that, he received a notification. It said that Jeju had cleared many floors and would receive a reward. He doesn't understand what these files are. Jeju thought he had been hacked and wanted to delete everything, but accidentally clicked on the notification. Thinking that these were hacking files, he decided to turn off his phone. Then he saw that he was streaming. He needed to go to work, but he heard a familiar voice on his phone saying that this was now his job. He saw himself on the phone screen. Jeju doesn't remember any of this and doesn't understand what the video is. He saw some creatures called popoi. Judging by the video, he was scared when he saw them. Jeju remembered that the guy in the interview video had mentioned them. These creatures eat stones with their strong teeth. He saw many notifications. They give him information about rewards and show him the way. It looks like a video of his future self conquering the tower. The Awakened never talk about the tower, so there is no information or strategy for conquering it. But now it's in his hands. Only he has this opportunity. The portal will open in 2 years, so he needs to be in better shape than in the video. To do this, Jeju has joined a gym to improve his physical abilities. If he studies all the videos carefully, clearing the tower will be easier than easy. He will be able to conquer the tower. Jeju continued to go to work and pray to heaven and earth for the portal to appear sooner. After a while, he quit his job and waited for the portal to open. So every day he asked God for this. He thought that maybe he misunderstood the video, but that couldn't be true. Jeju wants to earn a lot of money to help the shelter, but he is worried that he does not know the exact time when the portal will open. So he decided to continue training, and then he felt a breeze blowing on him. The long-awaited portal opened in front of him. He heard a voice from it asking him to enter. Jeju said that even if he hadn't been called, he wasn't going to run away. Once inside, he has to choose a difficulty level. He finally waited until he got to the tower and hoped that the director would wait for him. Jeju chose a high level and entered the portal. A moment later, he woke up in a cave with a video. Jeju looked at the notification screen, which informed him that the stream had started. His test will begin in an hour, and he must defeat all the enemies that appear. Jeju noticed that his phone was missing. He wanted to check the video, but he assured himself that everything would be fine. He had been watching that video non-stop for the last 2 years. On the first floor, participants are given an hour before the start of the test. During that hour, they have to communicate with viewers and earn coins. The audience consists of other awakened people who remained in the tower. Judging by the stream lists, they choose which broadcast to watch. Then they sponsor those who have a lower rank than them. The reason for this is coins. If a viewer sponsors a streamer who moves up a floor, they receive coins. Or it's also possible that the viewers are just bored. Jeej noticed that the first viewer had joined him. He sent him 1 coin. Jeju thanked him and asked if he could use the coin in the store. Jeju wants to make a good impression and is pleased that he has studied the video properly. The viewer is surprised that he found the store so quickly. He asked what he would spend the coin on. Jeju replied that he would have to wait. He shouldn't spend it right now, because he doesn't know what kind of enemy he will face during the trial. The viewer wrote that finally someone worthy has appeared here and subscribed to him. Jeju thanked him for subscribing. He didn't expect to get a subscriber from a spendthrift so quickly. The viewer wrote that he wanted to watch the other guys for now. So he said goodbye and left the stream. Jeju said they would see each other again. In his opinion, it was a great start. If he continued in the same vein, he would soon be able to receive an award for subscribers. Getting a subscription from a viewer is equivalent to being added to their favorites list. But there are some rules in the tower system. Those who subscribe to one person cannot subscribe to another until they unsubscribe from the first. A reward is given for a certain number of subscribers. To receive an award that will help you advance in the tower, you need to collect 100,000 subscribers. Jeju has collected 7 subscribers so far. That should be enough. He received a lot of attention simply because he chose a high level of difficulty. Viewers wrote that it was about to appear. Jeju understands what they are talking about but decides to pretend he doesn't know. The subscribers cannot say what they are talking about. Jeju understands that the administrator is watching the tower and controlling it. It is because of him that information about the tower is not being spread. The reason the awakened ones are not saying anything is not because they want to keep the information secret. It is because the administrator has forced them to remain silent. But before watching the video, he also believed that the awakened were deliberately hiding everything. His waiting time is almost up, so he will soon have to face something dangerous. He warned his viewers that he would start preparing and apologize for not being able to view the chat for the time being. Time is up and he must destroy any enemies that appear in his path. Jeez became curious about who they would be. Perhaps kobolds, since the portals are very small. Small, cute creatures appeared in front of him, but they only look cute at first glance. Their teeth were strong enough to chew through the hardest metals. When they attacked, their jaws resembled those of a shark. In addition, they are very sensitive to the smell of their fellow creatures' blood. They are masters at finding and attacking those who have destroyed members of their species. Many viewers began to leave the stream. This reaction is understandable because every viewer has encountered a popoi at least once. Most likely, they had suffered from them. Jeez asked the viewers if these creatures were really that dangerous. Many did not understand what they were doing on the first floor. The user who sent him the coin also left the stream. Jeju realized that he would not return, even though he said he would just check the other rooms. He tried to collect his thoughts. 3 mobs shouldn't have appeared on the first floor at once. That was too much. He tried to remember the behavior of these creatures, as well as how they communicated and where they lived. He remembered that these mobs did not attack first. Then he noticed that they were not reacting to him at all. Jeju wondered if they could even see him, so he decided to watch them for a while and realized that they were definitely aware of his presence. They were hesitating because of him. Jeju decided it would be a good idea to imitate their behavior so that they would perceive him as an ally. It might seem strange, but it was the best he could do at the moment. Viewers began to leave comments saying that he didn't stand a chance. He ignored these comments and decided that he would only fight them as a last resort. Another Seoul University student was also streaming. Many viewers voted for him and subscribed to his channel. A viewer who was watching Jeju at first also wanted to subscribe to him but couldn't because he was already subscribed to another streamer. The subscription should be automatically canceled after his death, so he realized that this guy was still alive. He went to his stream to see what he was doing and saw that there were more viewers than before. This newcomer had not yet died from the pop-ups. Jeju repeated all the movements of these creatures, and the viewers were surprised that instead of destroying them, he became one of them. He noticed that the viewer had returned and sponsored him with 10 coins. Jeju knew that he was looking at a glowing stone. It was a mana stone. Papuas usually satisfy their hunger with this stone. Their favorite mineral is the mana stone. It is also used to make magical items. It is considered a source of energy in magical engineering. The popoi perform a strange ritual when they find rare food. They will always perform this ritual when they find a mana stone, but they are on guard in case an outsider approaches. The popoi begin to walk around the food instead of starting their ritual. Therefore, most people remain uneducated. But they recognize Jeju after his tremendous efforts. They even invited him to their meal and he couldn't refuse them. Jeju understands their feelings and that they are now happy. After inviting him, these creatures began to eat the stone. He realized that he had to do the same. The audience commented that it was the first time they had seen popos eat stones. Previously, they had all simply run away from them. Jeju thought about what people would do to survive, so he decided to join them, and it turned out to be not so difficult. The stones were not like chocolate in his mouth, but refreshing and very pleasant to the taste. It felt as if energy was passing through his body as if he were eating healthy food. After finishing his meal, Jeju felt his whole body glowing. The spectators were delighted by what they saw. They surrounded him on all sides and behaved as if they were his best friends. After that, Jeju received a notification that he had completed the test and the way to the second floor was open. Jeju was delighted that he had survived and moved on to the next trial. A moment later, he lost consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the same creatures in front of him. At first, he was frightened because he had lost consciousness. But then he noticed the excited creatures and asked if they were worried about him. He patted them and thanked them for their concern. The viewers didn't know how to react. They were expecting to see a battle. Jeju looked at the chat and greeted the viewers. They were leaving comments so quickly that he couldn't keep up. He became curious about how many people were there. He had 58 subscribers. Currently, 127 viewers were watching him, and he had earned 258 coins. He didn't expect so many and considered himself lucky. Jeju said that if it weren't for them, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do it, as he thought the glowing stones were monostones. Popo usually satisfy their hunger by eating them. It is their favorite food. Jeju understands that they will not believe him if he tells them that he knows the nature of the Popo well. Therefore, he explained that it happened on inspiration. He explained that he wanted to befriend them because he thought he would die if he attacked them. Some people asked why the description of the test said to eliminate enemies. He said that didn't mean they had to be destroyed, so he simply turned them into his allies. If he was to befriend them, he had to understand them first. So he just repeated everything they did and got very lucky. Jeju thinks that if the audience doesn't quite believe him, they've already let things slide. He needs to act like a newbie and pretend he doesn't know anything about the awards. He said he's going to the second floor now. The audience reminded him that he had to pick up his award, so he had to open his system window and see what award was waiting for him. So he did, and a box appeared in front of him. He said he would open it right away. Inside the box was not what he had seen in the video. Instead of a sword, he got stones. He decided to look at each award. He picked up a stone and the creatures immediately pounced on him. It seemed that it was food for them. Jeju tried to stop them. He was surprised that he got a mana stone on the first floor. A normal mana stone is bright and blue. This one was different from the others in that it was white, which the spectators had not yet noticed. Such stones could be bought in stores starting on the 10th floor. One stone costs 5,000 coins, and it would be foolish to give it away to the popes. He apologized to them and said he would give them something better later. The audience suggested checking the information about the item. They mocked him, saying that if they hadn't told him, he would never have guessed. He took a voucher that allows you to change your nickname once for free. G is unsure if this is a good idea, and decides to put the voucher aside for now. Now he needs to move on, and he can use it after the 5th floor. After that, he took coins out of the box. The audience noticed that this was standard procedure because they were given to everyone who completed the first floor challenge. After that, he announced that he was now going to the 2nd floor. He was about to leave but saw that the Popoes were running in the other direction. He said that they were going in the wrong direction, and then asked the audience if they knew why the Popos were behaving this way. But no one knew how to help him, and the audience suggested that he follow them if he was interested. The Popos approached the wall. Then they started gnawing their way through. Jeju thought that maybe they sensed something or that there was another mana stone there. Judging by the creature's reaction, Jeju realized that he had to follow them. They told him to come closer, so he told the spectators that he was going to follow the Popoi. The passage seemed narrower than he had thought. The audience began to worry, but he said that everything was fine, even though he had received a few scratches. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt that much. It felt like the stones that were blocking his way were giving him a light massage. The audience asked when he would get there. His first subscriber suggested that he turn back if it hurt, but Jeju said he would speed up. He felt something happening to him. His feelings were the same as when he ate the mana stone. He didn't understand what had happened. The stones began to glow after they ate the mana stone. It seemed like the same thing was happening now. He continued on his way, realizing that the power of a knight awaited him. The 5th floor is known as the Career Change Room. There, users choose their path. Knights specialize in close combat and possess physical strength. Mages specialize in a wide range of communication magic. You can also become a magical engineer. This profession is useful in any field, but you can only choose one of the 3. There are also combat professions, but they are not very popular. They are of no use for passing the test. The power he activated right now is similar to that of a knight who strengthens his body with an aura. Jeju finally reached the right place and saw the Popos jumping for joy, as if they had found something. He saw a necklace lying on the floor. It looked like a useful item. Such a necklace is a rare talisman. As is well known, it brings good luck just by wearing it around your neck. However, the necklace is destroyed after saving its user once. One glance was enough to understand that this was a valuable item. Earlier in the video, he had used this talisman to survive on the 5th floor. This item is obtained after reaching the minimum floor, i.e. after the 10th floor. But thanks to the pop-ups, he got it on the 1st floor. The problem is that it's too early. His first subscriber with the nickname Love sent him 10 coins and a voice message telling him to wear the talisman. Jeju thinks this is a very sweet gesture. It helped raise the interest of other viewers, so he mentally thanked the user. He put on the item and decided to hide it under his t-shirt so that it wouldn't catch the viewer's eyes. After that, Jeju told the viewers, calling them Hen Nim, that he was going back to the portal to go to the 2nd floor. The Popos gathered to go with him. He asked if they really wanted to go with him, but he still didn't want to leave them there. So he said that he didn't mind if they joined him. Gathering his thoughts, he went on with his new friends. Passing through the portal, he decided to explore the place first. On the wall, he saw an inscription that said it was important to remember those who were called heroes. It sounded like they were trying to scare him. Then he saw another inscription that said there was both nobility and dishonor in effort. Therefore, one should not think that all efforts are the same. He understood these words. The same efforts do not necessarily lead to the same result. In his world, he was born with a dirty spoon. But all efforts are just efforts. So it's better to try than to do nothing. On the notification screen, he saw a message that the test would begin in 10 minutes. He had to survive against monsters. This trial would last 30 minutes. Realizing that he only had 10 minutes, he wanted to prepare without wasting any time. He said that the test would start soon, so he had to check the store. Due to the high difficulty, if he was lucky, he would encounter red bears. If not, then 2 sea snakes. The red bear's entire body emits flames. It can spit fire and is very large. You can hide from it under a shield and try to hold out for 30 minutes. Sea snakes may seem strong, but outside of water, they are not very capable. You just need to avoid their tails, which they will try to squeeze you with. The store has weapons against snakes. He hopes that everything will go as he expects, but remembering his previous unpredictable experience, there is a greater chance that things will not go according to plan. Jeju reassures himself that everything will be fine. After all, it can't be that they would give him an impossible challenge on the second floor. Whatever awaited him, he wanted it to start sooner. Time passed, and a portal opened before him. Jeju was surprised that the portal was so small. He thought a sea serpent would come out of it, but the portal gradually grew larger. That meant a red bear would appear from there. But the portal continued to grow, and he wondered if it had become too big. Then he saw a giant monster coming out of it. He couldn't believe that this was really happening. His opponent was a dragon turtle. Jeju hoped that this wouldn't happen, but what he didn't expect happened. It was the worst thing he could have imagined. Now he had 292 coins. He spent 250 coins to get a rare one-handed red axe. If he destroyed monsters during his streams, he would receive a hidden reward. So he decided to try attacking this monster. The dragon turtle tried to crush him, but he struck it from the other side and realized that this was not enough to win. He was going to try to climb onto its back, but he didn't know how much power he had gained from the mana stone. She tried to destroy him with her flames, but he dodged them. If there had been a red bear in front of him, he could have survived by simply blocking the attacks. But he had also studied the turtle's behavior. Jeju realized that he could destroy her and that the hidden reward would soon be his. He struck her hind legs and then attacked directly. Jeju couldn't let her know his next move. The spectators watched the battle and did not understand how he was doing it. Jeju was sure that the turtle was probably thinking about how to catch him. After that, she hid in her shell. The reason why she is so difficult to defeat lies in her fighting style. She is capable of healing herself. To do this, she hides in a strong shell. Therefore, very often you just have to sit and wait until she comes out again. The number of spectators is constantly growing. Everyone is surprised that such a difficult challenge appeared on the second floor right away. Jeju waited for the right moment to climb onto the turtle's back and strike. He was able to get there just as the turtle hid its legs in its shell. Many people think they will be safe if they climb to the top, but the spikes protruding from the shell can start to glow red and break off. Then the challenge is over. Jeju tried to find its weak spot. The user of love sent a voice message telling him to get down from there because it was dangerous. But he continued to search for a weak spot. He realized that judging by the size of the spike, this was the weak spot of the dragon turtle. So Jeju struck. The first attack didn't work and he decided to try again. After the second attempt, he succeeded. Jeju realized that the turtle wanted to knock him down by crashing into the wall. So he had to act very quickly as this was his last chance. He used the spike to strike, hoping that it would work. After that, there was an explosion, and the audience did not understand where he had gone and noticed that the turtle was no longer moving. Then they saw Jeju and began to leave comments saying that they believed in him. Jeju barely passed the test, and it was a risky adventure. The dragon turtle's spikes break off when a stream of mana is directed at them. He poured the mana he had obtained from absorbing the stone and used it to break them off. This decision almost cost him his life, but luckily, everything turned out fine. The trial was over. Jeju not only moved on to the next floor, but also defeated a powerful enemy and received a hidden reward. He was very happy to have received it after all. Then he noticed the behavior of the Pupoys. They began to jump and rejoice. Jeju realized that they probably wanted to eat the turtle. Monsters in towers usually accumulate and store mana. For the Popos, the dragon turtle was like a huge chunk of mana, so he told them they could eat it. The audience was surprised that the Popos understood him. They were also curious if he was using cheats. Jeju didn't think that saying it was luck would sound believable, but he decided to give it a shot. So he replied that he just thought he could destroy the monster, so he decided to try. He knows that viewers are watching his stream not because of his flattery. They watch the stream because of the terrible difficulties he goes through while coming up with interesting ways to solve problems. And the number of viewers is proof of that. He can't believe that almost 200 people are watching him when he's only on the second floor. First, he has to check his rewards, so he opens the notification on his screen to see the reward for completing the floor. In the gift box, there was the same stone bag with coins and a spacious backpack. The coins are the standard reward he expected. The backpack is for the lucky ones, so that's not bad. His viewers will definitely be pleased. He decided not to show the description of the mana stone on the stream. He would need these stones on the 10th floor. Each of them had a different structure, so it was too risky to eat them all. He decided to change the topic of conversation before anyone started discussing the mana stones, so he said he would take a look at the hidden reward. Jeju received a rune that improved his heroic rank. It raises the rank of an item by 1 level. He decided that it was a good thing to keep for now. Then he felt unwell. The audience advised him to collect the rewards and move on to the next floor. After all wounds heal after moving on. He opened the next reward for getting 100 subscribers. There he could choose a blessing of health, strength, agility, mana, or luck. A blessing is a passive skill that greatly increases the stats associated with it. Of all the stats, mana helps mages and magical engineers. But since mana plays a minor role in the early stages, no one in the chat suggested increasing it. Therefore, he decided to choose mana. Viewers believe that this makes no sense if he does not want to be a mage. Jeej believes that mages and knights are strong from the very beginning, but this cannot be said about magical engineers. Their path is full of obstacles and mysteries. No matter how hard you try, the class's skills are rarely used. Therefore, most people regret choosing this class. Magic engineers are usually perceived as non-combat units. They are support for the team or crafters. But Jeju is just starting out and remembers the guy from the video well. In the video, he was a genius magical engineer on the battlefield, but he is unlikely to be able to create his own magical weapon. He won't be able to do the same thing as that genius from America. Jeju called his friends over and thought that maybe he should try to replicate his creation, or imitate it if he tries really hard. Jeju noticed that the Popoi happily ate the dragon turtle, but now they had to leave because he felt he was on the verge of collapse. The audience agreed with him because he had almost lost consciousness. Jeju entered the portal and immediately felt much better. All his injuries had indeed disappeared. He found himself on the 3rd floor. This was the garden of a forgotten ancient god. The defenders of the garden who were asleep would test him. They must be defeated in battle, and caution is advised. If one leaves the garden, they may remain on the 3rd floor forever. The 1st and 2nd floors were more difficult than he had seen in the video, but the 3rd floor seems to be no different. He wonders if it will be the same. Some viewers sent him a cloud, and he also received a donation of 10 coins. Jeju thanked the viewers for this. But then he saw that someone had entered the portal and joined him. He didn't understand how this was possible. Jeju thought that it would be just as difficult here because the challenge was supposed to be a team effort. The guy greeted him. He noticed how he was trembling and thought that the 2nd floor had not been easy for him. After that, they shook hands. The guy asked if he was also a streamer. He said yes and asked if the test was hard for him. After that, the guy apologized. For Jeju, this reaction was expected because it was probably his first time meeting someone in the tower. The guy started crying and said he had no experience. Then he asked Jeju his name and said his name was Ha Eun-sok. Jeju introduced himself, and Ha Eun-sok said that he had a very interesting name. He replied that people often say that to him. Ha Eun-suk decided to call him Mr. Kim Jedu. Then he asked if the things on his head and shoulders were horns. He replied that they were and asked if his audience had put them there. Ha Eun-suk said that they were going crazy and asking what the bandages were doing there. Jeju said that he happened to be on the 1st floor with them. Ha Eun-suk wanted to say something but didn't have time. They noticed the garden guards. Jeju said they would talk later because they had to deal with them now. If the 3rd floor was as difficult as this, the defenders' weaknesses would be the same as he had seen in the video. The statues of the defenders guard the 3rd floor. People often say that the real trials begin here. The lowest difficulty level has 1 statue. At medium and high difficulty, there are 2, but you have to defeat them at the same time. Otherwise, if you destroy them one by one, they will revive. The statues struck Ha Eun-sok, who flew away and said that they were incredibly strong. He couldn't see where Jeju was. The audience also thought at first that he was dead, but then they saw him approaching the statues. As he got closer, he began to glow even brighter than on the 2nd floor. Jeju struck and severed the statue's leg. Jeju realizes that he must act very quickly. He has very little time because the statue will come back to life if he doesn't do anything about the other one. He cannot allow them to revive again and again. Therefore, he decided to attack the other statue. Jeju struck it several times to damage it. He managed to defeat the statue very quickly. Ha Eun-sok couldn't believe it and asked him who he was, but then Jeju saw that the statue had come to life. He wanted to warn his friend and shouted at him to duck, but Ha Eun-sok didn't react in time. Jeju managed to grab him and save his life. He couldn't even imagine that the statues would throw spears. That wasn't enough to simply break them. They had to be dealt with once and for all, so he decided to attack one of them by jumping on his back. He defeated one statue by delivering a powerful blow directly to its face. Then he decided to climb down to deal with the other one. But as he was climbing down, he realized that he would not be able to dodge it, and that he had no time to think. So while the broken statue was reviving, he had to deal with this one. So Jeju delivered a confident blow. He managed to defeat both statues, and on the notification screen, he saw that the trial had been passed. The audience began to shower him with donations. He could have continued with his old strategy of destroying the red eye. That was the defender's weak spot, but it was enough to destroy the statues. That's how he passed the test. Turning to the audience, he said that they had successfully cleared the floor without making them wait long. But for some reason, the portal did not appear. The audience left comments saying that it was right in front of him, and noted that he was a real novice at such moments. Jeju realizes that he is competing too well, so he has to pretend that he doesn't know this. Ha Eun-suk asked him to wait. He asked if they could talk for a moment. He realizes that he has spent a lot of time on the 3rd floor and wants to go up quickly. So he apologized and said he would talk next time because they would have another chance. Ha Yun-suk can't believe he's leaving him. He walked on and climbed the stairs to something resembling a temple, where he read in a scroll that they were awaiting their destruction. The cries of starving people and the spirits of fallen soldiers roamed the empire. Such was the year 957 of the Astraud Empire. The mad ruler triumphantly announced the destruction of the young general who had returned from battle. The reason was his disobedience and insubordination. And if the traveler reads this text, there is advice for him to never betray the emperor. Jedu pretended not to understand the meaning of the text, but this is a hint for passing the 5th floor. He decided to take the reward first, and as a reward he received only a bag of coins. He was surprised that this was all he got. On the high difficulty level, 3 items were given, but then he saw that there were 5,000 coins in the bag. They are automatically added to the account upon receipt, so he worried for nothing that he only had 1 reward. He already had 5,608 coins in his account. He also noticed that the number of active viewers had increased to 211 people. This was probably due to the cross-stream with Enso. If there were only coins on the 5th floor, he should learn more about magical engineering. The viewers noticed that the popos had become too quiet after the 2nd floor and suggested that he pay attention to them. He noticed that they were acting sluggish and thought they might be sick. Jedu asked the viewers if anyone knew why they were behaving this way. Some replied that if they knew, they wouldn't be watching his stream right now. He was the first person to tame them. One of the viewers said that maybe they were hungry, but that was unlikely because they had eaten a whole shell on the 2nd floor. Still, he decided to check just in case. He took a stone out of his backpack and offered it to them to eat, but they didn't react at all. So he realized that it wasn't hunger. A user named Love sponsored him and sent him a voice message telling him to try to get to the 5th floor first. Jesu remembered that there was someone on that floor who could take a look at them, so he decided to hurry to the 4th floor. Then he would win there and go to the 5th floor because the little ones weren't feeling well. Ha Yun-sok asked him to give him just a minute, but Jeju said he had an emergency and had to go. His friend apologized and said he understood that he was getting on his nerves, but he thought he should thank him. He bowed to him and said that he had only made it through this floor thanks to him. Jeju replied that there was no need to thank him. He then said that they would see each other again because he would always be happy to help. So he entered the portal to continue on his way. Jeju found himself in a temple sealed with a rune and had to destroy the seal and open the door. He had 6 hours to do this. If he fails to break the seal, he will remain on the 4th floor forever. Jeju realizes that they are writing more gently, but the meaning is the same. It only means that he will die on this floor. Even if he spends his coins on food, they won't last long. So he decides to proceed with the test immediately. He knows that there must be 1,000 crystals for high difficulty somewhere here. Jeju decides to check what the store has to offer. Unlike the other floors, the 4th floor offers a wide variety of food and various essential items to attract users instead of weapons and protection. This floor is a battle against time. If he relaxes too much because of the availability of food and the abundance of time, he will definitely get stuck here. So he decided not to spend his coins. In his opinion, he doesn't have that many, and he doesn't really need food right now. So he decided to save his coins, especially since his kids are sick. Now he needs to study the inscriptions on the crystals to understand the pattern and find the right color. The crystals change color when touched. This is the main rule of the test. He couldn't even imagine that it could be so difficult. The crystals have symbols with different color sequences. At first, he felt like his brain was going to explode. When he studied the video, he made countless attempts to memorize all these inscriptions that he had never seen before. As a result, Jeju came to the conclusion that he would replace the letters with numbers. This made it easier for him to remember them. He passed the first part, but from this point on, everything would be more difficult. The really difficult part is that the crystal can change color. But for him, it's just an annoying Rubik's Cube that needs to be solved. So he continued to press the crystals. He completed the first stage according to plan, just as he had memorized it. If he continued in the same way, he would finish within an hour, or maybe within 30 minutes. He continued pressing until almost all the crystals were the same color. The last crystal remained. G pressed it. His test was complete and the way to the 5th floor opened up. The audience began to cheer and ask if he was in Mensa. He thanked them and replied that he was not a member of Mensa. He thought to himself that he was no genius, but had simply memorized the answers while lying in bed. Jeju thanked everyone and decided to quickly check his rewards and continue on his way. This time he received another bag of coins. But now there were 10,000 coins in it. With these coins, he would be able to get a book of heroic skills. Jeju realized that he had to hurry because the popos were feeling unwell. He quickly took the reward. Then he picked up the popoys and carried them to the next floor. He moved quickly, which was good, but he didn't want to rush. He realizes that the audience may suspect something and decides that he just needs to not give himself away on the 5th floor. From this moment on, the audience cannot move. To pass the test, they are given a week according to Astraud time. He will become the owner of one painting of the destroyed world of Astraud. Besides him, there is another owner of another painting. There are 2 ways to pass the test. Either reach the chosen end or destroy the other user. He went down in the history of the Astraud Empire in the year 944. Now the second heir to the Kaoli Dutoprox Empire is 10 years old. He asked his father for a magical animal as a birthday present, but instead he received a slap. The condemning look of his older brother broke his heart. He doesn't understand what he did wrong. This happened on February 20th. 2 days later, he created a secret space under his room without his father's knowledge. He offered Fordrick a gold coin for his help, but he refused. He promised to give him a magical animal in the future, so today he can sleep peacefully. After some time, he got what he wanted, but eventually the Emperor found the magical animal that the prince had raised, and he had to burn it with his own hands. He also got the nickname Executioner for throwing a tantrum in the smoke. Jeju read the prince's diary because he is now the prince. His task is to become emperor. Jeju understands that this is too difficult a task. He doesn't understand why he got this character and has to play the second prince, an executioner who is as far from the throne as the moon is from the earth. He thought it would be better to become a magical engineer as he had planned. But before that, something happened. Reality on the 5th floor is considered alternative. Therefore, in the real world, barely a minute passes before moving on to the 6th floor. For Jeju, almost a week will pass. And the viewers who have been watching him up to this point cannot leave the stream during the entire week of trials. He must reach the chosen end, or destroy another user. If a user reaches the end first, they will feel the destruction of this world with their whole body. The viewers reacted very violently and asked various questions. He asked them not to argue because if they continued, he would ban them from the chat. Now he has to choose the desired power. Depending on the choice, users are given a figure to copy on the 5th floor. If the user chooses high difficulty, they are given a historical figure from the Astroud Empire. The magical abilities are intended for the Empire's chief magician. Magical engineering is for the Empire's platinum engineers. Physical strength is for the Empire's guards. There are also high non-combat classes or assassin paths, but their abilities are much lower than those listed above, so few people choose them. It is obvious that Jeju will choose magical engineering. He wanted to confirm his choice, but the system chose a power associated with a magical animal. Jeju wanted to cancel the request, but instead the system confirmed it and now he will get a character associated with a magical animal. Jeju got angry and demanded to be given a magical engineer. After that, he entered this world as Kaoli de Toprox. He was very upset because he said he wanted magical engineering and didn't understand why he got a magical animal. But it's too late to change anything now. So now he has to calm down and think about what to do next. If the ultimate goal is easy, then you just have to achieve it. For example, if he became a magical engineer, he would have completed the test by creating an invention. If the goal is difficult, it can be achieved by destroying another player. And for such a crazy goal as becoming emperor, this option seems like the right choice. On the first day, he just got used to his new body. It is important for users to read their character's diary to learn about him and the situations he has been in. Jez asked his subordinate if anyone was outside and told him to call Fordrick. After reading the diary, he must understand what Fordrick is planning. After a while, Fordrick Damarin came to him. He asked if the prince had called him about the new magical animal. Jeju replied that he had. He had just been thinking about what to say, but Fordrick spoke first and at just the right moment. Fordrick said that he had expected him to ask about it, so he had prepared himself. The magical creature he had brought him had come from the north. These creatures were known for their vicious nature, but they were acting suspiciously quiet, which made their work easier. Jeju realized that they were popos. He almost forgot about them. After all, they needed help now. Jeez told Fordrick that they didn't seem very energetic. Fordrick replied that he had asked the hunters, but they did not understand the reason for their sickly condition, so he checked them himself. In his opinion, they had consumed too many mana stones. So first, they needed to be observed. Jeju realized he had made a mistake by allowing them to consume too much. Fordrick drew his attention to this. Then he said that this couldn't be, and asked how it was possible that mana was coming out of his body. What had happened during the month he had been in the north? Jeju replied that his body was fine, so there was no need to worry. Fordrick noted that people usually explode from the mana inside them. By pure chance, Jiga's life was not in danger. The mana had entered his head. For now, even when he starts to get angry or nervous, he can quickly reach that feeling. If it gets worse, his emotions will spiral out of control. Fordrick said that he could no longer absorb mana. Jeju replied that he understood and would take it into account. Fordrick replied that it was time for him to go and warned him that the first prince had begun to perform strange feats, so he should be careful. Jeju thanked him for his concern and said that he would take the magical animals to the basement himself. Fordrick was Kaoli's only advisor. He was the personal knight of his mother, Empress Perdessa. But he ended his career as a knight. Immediately after the Empress left this world, he deliberately became an advisor to the young Kaoli. Jeju realized that it was all about the magic stones. In theory, he should have been trembling with fear of the dragon turtle. But what was even more disturbing was the rumor that the first prince was up to something. In a week, he had to defeat the first prince and become emperor. Destroying his enemy would be more difficult. But if he achieved his goal in another way, he could receive a better reward. As the diary said, that was the way to go. He moved the book and the prince's secret space opened up. The audience was surprised and thought that perhaps this was some kind of new skill. Gigi went down the stairs to hide the food in the basement. Instead of fear or caution, the animals in the basement felt happy to see their master. These were the animals that Kaoli had kept. Jeju told the Popo that he would leave them there because he did not know what awaited him outside. He apologized to them and said it was for their own good. He decided to buy a book of skills for the Popoys. The good thing about them was that he didn't need to read them because their contents went straight into his head. This made things much easier, but Jeju couldn't find anything that would be useful for the priests. He hoped there would be at least some cheap skill. After that, he left the basement and carefully closed the door behind him. He had a few more places to go. His rival had most likely chosen the knight or mage class. The head mages had their own room for research, and the knight captains had their own training ground. He had an idea. If he thought in terms of rewards, he needed to hinder the other streamer as much as possible. Another participant was testing his strength on the training ground. He only used the skill book. But thanks to his new knowledge, he felt as if he had been training for decades. This guy's name is Lee Sonye. His skill level is growing just from his movements. Sonya thought he was lucky because he chose a high difficulty level on the first floor. Thanks to this, he was able to get a lot of donations, and on the second floor, he easily defeated the monsters with his kendo skills. But on the third floor, he used another participant as a human shield and quickly passed the level. He thought the audience would turn away from him because he was responsible for the death of another participant, but instead he only received more donations for his persistence. Despite the fact that he barely finished the fourth floor with only 30 minutes left on the clock, Jeju approached him. Seeing Prince Sonya in front of him, he bowed and said that it was a great honor to meet him. But he didn't understand what the prince was doing here. He was sure he had read the diary correctly, so he didn't understand why he was here. Jeju asked him to stand up. He noted that he was pleased to see him training in the name of the empire. Sonjae said that he was only fulfilling his role while wondering if he was also a streamer. Seungjae thinks he chose to be a mage or a knight. His character uses a sword. He is a great master, a black lion, and an honest man who hates liars. It was difficult for him to get used to the language, so he adapted by copying the behavior of knights. Sonjae asked what brought the prince to a place filled with sweat. Jeju said that he remembered what alcoholic drink he liked. He cried on his last birthday when he couldn't find it at the banquet. So he thought about sending him his favorite drink, but he didn't know much about it and had completely forgotten the name, so he asked if he could remind him. Sonya didn't remember the name and hoped that the chat would help him, but there was nothing among the viewers' messages that could help him. Then he saw someone write one name and say that it was called Pure Tail. Jeju was surprised and said that it sounded familiar. Then he promised to send him the drink tomorrow. Sonya thanked him and said he would do his best for the empire. Seungjae was glad that he had managed to get out of it, but Jeju said that come to think of it, he had completely forgotten to ask something else. Then he asked what his Korean name was. Sonya thought this guy was crazy and asked him who he was. Jeju asked if he was blind because he was standing in front of the second prince of Estrada, Kaoli. Sonjae asked if that was really true. Then why didn't he bring his advisor with him for protection? And why was he provoking him without any help? Sonya asked how he knew that he was also acting. After all, he was trying to behave naturally. Jeju wondered if there was any point in answering. The thing was that this introverted prince wrote every little detail in his diary. Sonjae asked the audience what they were saying. Then he said that the second prince was a piece of trash with no talent who could be killed with a single sword stroke. Jeju replied that he immediately sensed this vulgarity and frivolity. He wanted to pretend he didn't notice, but the disgusting smell lingered in his nose. Sonja took out his sword and said that he had had enough, but Fordrick ran up to them and asked what was going on. He was worried about the prince. Fordrick asked the prince if he was all right, and he replied that there was no need to make such a fuss. He asked how he could say such a thing. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how this man had raised his sword against him. JJ replied that he just wanted to see his sword skills. So he asked him to demonstrate his skills and, turning to Sonya, asked if he was right. Sonya confirmed his words. Fordrick approached Sonya and said that he sensed a thirst for revenge in him, but Jeju explained that he had simply asked him to show him what he was capable of. After that, Fordrick remarked that from now on, Sonya should be more careful if he didn't want to be accused of attempting to assassinate the prince. He whispered in his ear that if that happened, they would cut off his limbs, tie his body to a horse, and let him run through the city. Sonya said he had acted rashly. Fordrick replied that this was enough and that if the prince wished to spare him, he would not pursue the matter further. Fordrick said that he had never allowed himself to do such a thing before and that something was wrong today. Jaj asked if it was because he had kept him in check. He was sorry that the heart of the empire, the great master Black Lion, had behaved so frivolously. JJ said that judging by his words, he missed the old days. Fordrick replied that it was a malicious remark. He did not remember anything that happened before he swore allegiance to Empress Pride. Jeju said that he was wandering around because he was bored in his room. He told Fordrick not to worry about him and to mind his own business. Fordrick understood but warned him to be careful. A clash with the first prince would bring a lot of trouble. Jeju lost more time than he had expected and decided to visit the magical engineer's workshop tomorrow. He told his audience that he was going to achieve his chosen ending, but they suggested that he simply deal with the other player. But he didn't want to do that and thought there must be another way. He would definitely come up with another solution. Meanwhile, Sonia received the documents about Mr. Fordrick that he had requested. Sonia was delighted that he was just lucky. Before that, he didn't know what to do and asked the audience if they could give him some advice. If the prince orders his destruction, it's the end. The audience said that everything was fine. Then someone suggested that he go to the administration office to deal with the prince. That's how he got information about the second prince and about Fordrick. From the documents, he learned about the existence of Popoys. The audience said they knew this guy. He had passed the Popoy test. If he was also a knight, Sonia didn't stand a chance. Sonia asked if his identity even mattered. They replied that of course it was important. One of the subscribers suggested finding a chapel. This method only works if the identity of the opponent is known. Therefore, Sonia is confident that Kim Jae-ju's end is near. An hour earlier, they met again, and Jae-ju said he had heard that Sonia had checked his past. Sonia told him to stop playing games. He asked if he was popular enough. Then he said his name. Judging by his reaction, Sunjae realized he was right. After that, he ran to the chapel and rejoiced that it was the end and he would not die. The hidden place on the 5th floor that the audience told him about was the chapel. If he reveals his opponent's name in the chapel, he can pass the test instantly, but passing easily will cost him the opportunity to raise his skill level. If he made a mistake, he would receive a serious penalty. This method was not particularly recommended, but who cares about raising their skill level when their life is at stake? Sonja got the key in the chapel and named the participant who was undergoing the same test. The system checked the information and confirmed the answer. But this answer was incorrect, and he was cursed by an evil spirit who laughed at his wisdom. For this, 5 of his skills were taken away. His character, Royans Carlson, lost the sword skills of the Empire's first knight. Sonya doesn't understand how this happened or what is going on at all. After their meeting, Jeju realized that this guy was very simple. He understood what he was up to. Jeju remembered that he had received one item as a reward. It was the opportunity to change his nickname to a new one. He used the voucher and changed his nickname to Kim Jeju 2. Since his opponent is a grandmaster, he must learn 5 skills. If he remembers correctly, the sword skills of the first knight of the Empire would be revoked if he failed the wisdom test. After losing his skills, the player has to buy skill books again. If there are no rich sponsors among the audience, he will not reach the end. But it is unlikely that there will be any among them. The audience did not like the nickname he chose, so Jeju asked them what was wrong with it. He was in a hurry and couldn't think of a normal nickname. The one he chose is a simple nickname and is not much different from his previous one. The audience pointed out that 2 good options had been suggested, but he didn't even read the comments. He thought that maybe he had made a hasty decision, but there really wasn't much time. Jeju heard a familiar voice in the hallway and went out to see what was going on. The security guards stopped Sunjae. They said he had barged in because he needed to talk. They asked him to come back tomorrow because it was already late. But he refused to listen to them. Sunjae asked if he had a minute. Jeju told the security guards to let him through. An angry Sanjay entered the room and insulted Jeju. Then he asked who he was. Jeju replied that he thought they had already met. Sanjay shouted that he was tired of playing games and threw a chair at him. Then he took out a sword and said that this was how it would all end. He suggested they see which one of them would die first. Jeju noticed that he was moving slowly, probably because he had lost his skills. Jeju grabbed his arm and said that he would still need him, so he let him live. Then he added that he shouldn't take his mercy as fear. Sanjay said he understood and asked him to let go of his hand. Jeju let him go and said that if he understood everything, he should leave. Now he was sure that Sunji would not bother him anymore. He wondered if he should have pressured him so much. The audience asked if he had a new plan. He replied that he would think about it. He could destroy him at any time. If the current emperor did not die, there would be no next emperor. And even if he died unexpectedly, the first prince would be next in line to become emperor. Now he needed to study magical engineering. Until the last day, and then get rid of the other streamer. Only then would he have to give up the rewards for reaching the end. It was his first attempt, and Jeju asked the audience if they were sure it was an axe, because it was too heavy. He got the axe for no reason. It's a heavy object and incredibly difficult to control. The viewers noticed that he chose it himself. Jeju said that he was curious but would try his best. Jeju realized that something had happened because he heard a noise near him. The audience noticed that he was just looking for an excuse not to train. He replied that this was not the case and then saw that something was happening. It was the 6th day and today was the day of the trial. This news surprised Jeju. He asked his viewers to share any information with him. Many refused, saying that he could check for himself. He went to see what was happening and heard everyone discussing how terrible it was. A man approached him and asked if he was their brave swordmaster, Black Wolf Alec. This man's name was Count Sion. Jeju greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then he asked what had happened. The Count was surprised that he was not aware of the latest news. He said that the imperial court would soon convene. The second prince had already been taken into custody and accused of taking the emperor's life. But Count Sion believed that this was for the best. There was nothing to dream about here. After all, no one would benefit from the second prince. Jeju asked if the crowd had gathered for the prince's trial. Seon said that it was a big event, so all the emperor's relatives and the aristocracy had come. Fordrick passed by Jeju and accidentally bumped into him. He apologized for this. Jeju felt sorry for him. His face showed that he was in despair. But it was all very strange. The emperor trusted no one, so he surrounded himself with his knights. Therefore, his unexpected death at the hands of strangers seemed suspicious. Besides, all the knights who guarded him were transformed beastmen. A weak prince would hardly have been able to cope with them. But let's hear what the court has to say. Since the case is quite serious, the courtroom is almost completely full. All the chief magicians, grandmasters, and other prominent people have gathered here. The judge announced that he understood that there was grief in the courtroom today. But the court of Astraud judges everyone fairly. If anyone causes disorder, they will be punished with the full severity of the law, regardless of their status. In the lower gallery, the representative of the common people, Kane, will serve as a juror. The second juror from the middle gallery is Marquis Krautz. He is a representative of the nobility. The audience joked, and Jedu barely restrained his laughter. Since His Majesty of the High Tribune had passed away, Grand Duke Magnus would take his place at the hearing. The judge instructed the jurors to follow the teachings of the goddess of justice, Miet. He asked if they would swear to judge impartially and without emotion. The jurors swore. Everyone must take into account that the trial was organized in a hurry because the defendant was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the witness statements had not been gathered thoroughly and the defendant had not confessed to the crime. The judge asked for understanding in this regard. This trial is necessary for the official record. Jedu wondered if this meant that they did not need to prove the crime. The judge told the defendant to stand up, take his place in the courtroom, and introduce himself. He said his name was Kaoli du Toprox. The judge emphasized that given the confirmed fact of the crime, the question of identity was not before the court. The lawyer would also not be present at the trial. The prince agreed with his words. The judge said that the crime had taken place as follows. Today at 2 o'clock in the morning, Prince Toprox went to the sleeping emperor's room and asked for an audience. He spoke with him in the reception room for 30 minutes. The judge asked the security guard witness if he confirmed this. The guard replied that he did. When no more sounds came from the reception room, the knights and guards opened the door suspiciously. The emperor was lying on the floor and only Kaoli de Toprox, the second prince, was standing in front of him. After an investigation, it became known that the tea the emperor had been drinking with pleasure contained powdered laffel leaves. The same powder was found on the second prince's clothes. The judge asked if anyone had any objections to what had been said. Prince Kaoli de Toprox said no, and the judge declared that the trial was over. Jeez doesn't understand what kind of trial this is. Many of those present were outraged and raised a commotion. The juror Duke Magnus told them to stop. The gods must be looking down on Astraud and laughing. He ordered that the second prince be tied to horses and dragged through the empire. Let all the inhabitants know what happens to those who take the life of a ruler. Then he must confess his crime to the gods and beg for their forgiveness. Duke Magnus asked if everyone agreed. The other jurors agreed with him. Fordrick emphasized that this was nonsense. Magnus asked if the court had lied about anything. He replied that it did not matter how serious the circumstances of the case were. The investigation had not been conducted properly and had been rushed through as if in an attempt to hide something. It was as if someone had insisted on it. He asked them to understand that this was not at all typical for the second prince. Fordrick asked them to review everything carefully once again. Magnus said that they would not review the results of the investigation because of his personal feelings and asked that the prince be taken away. Jeju asked the audience what kind of world this was. He would never agree to such an outrageous test, so he said to wait until he destroyed the tower. As for the Astraud Empire, he will tell the administrators everything. After that, Jedu woke up and realized it was a dream. He was deeply moved by the results of the hearing in that video, so he made a decision and said that there was a loophole. He was intrigued by the Beastmen. The reason why Kaoli was so obsessed with animal magic was hidden in the Emperor. But there was nothing about Kaoli in the video, so he would have to figure it out himself. He looked through the diary again, but there was little information in it. He thought that maybe he should ask Fordrick, so he went into the room and asked if the prince had called for him. Jeju was taken aback by the unexpectedness of the question. Then he said he had one question. He was interested in an event from his childhood when he asked for a magical animal. At that time, his father had slapped him. Jedu asked Fordrick if he remembered that he had cried. He replied that he remembered every detail related to it. He was surprised that the prince also remembered it. Jedu said that he had asked why his father had gotten angry, and Fordrick had promised to find out. But he still hadn't told him the reason. So wasn't it time for him to find out? Fordrick said that if the prince wanted to know, he would tell him. After that, he went to the emperor. The audience did not like this idea. He noticed their negative reaction, but that was to be expected. The emperor began to lose his mind after the death of Empress Perdesa. He thought that someone was responsible for her death, and eventually stopped trusting anyone. He loved his wife so much that such indifference to the child she left behind seemed illogical. Fordrick said that the magical animal he wanted as a birthday present was too dangerous for the young prince. Jeju entered the emperor's territory and said that he would turn off the chat because he needed to concentrate as much as possible. He asked the audience not to be angry with him because they would all see everything when the time came. After turning off the chat, he tried to concentrate. Instead of the shy and gloomy Kaoli, a changed Kaoli, whom even he would be surprised to see, was to enter the Emperor's chambers. Turning to the Beastman guard, he said that it was still early and they were already working. Then he said that he had come to ask for an audience with His Highness. The guard said that it was not possible at the moment. He asked if this applied even to a prince of the empire. The guard replied that there were no exceptions. So Jeju shouted for the emperor to hear him and said that Prince Kaoli was asking for an audience with him because he had something to say. Another guard came out and asked him to wait in the reception room. Jeju was delighted that it had worked. Jeju entered the reception room and introduced himself. The ruler of the empire, Astraud Radiac Dutoprox, said that it was interesting that he was looking for him. He asked what was so strange about a son wanting to meet his father. The ruler asked when he had started treating him like a father. Jeju replied that it had always been that way. Radiac said that he had always emphasized that loving words must be based on a solid foundation. To which Jeju replied that he knew that His Majesty had secretly assigned beastmen to him, probably because he was worried about him. Radium replied that this was a bold assumption. Jeju said that what mattered was how he understood it. If it was an act of parental love, then he would follow him as a son. He learned about the beastmen following him from the conversations of viewers in the chat. Radiac asked if that was all he wanted to say. Jeju asked him to let the guards leave so they couldn't hear their conversation. The Emperor asked why they had to leave. Jeju replied that he simply couldn't talk in their presence. After that, Radiac asked the guards to leave. Then he said he was surprised that he knew everything. He asked if he could now hear the real reason why he had asked everyone to leave. Jeju said that if the ring really had magical powers over the beastmen, they would not have had to be removed. But the ring on his finger was fake. Radiac asked what proof he had of this. After all, whatever he said now would decide his fate. He said that, to be honest, the Emperor had another ring. The first prince, Slon de Toprox, was the first to receive his confession and approval 3 years ago. For his bravery and leadership qualities, which led to victory in the battle on the eastern plains of Lavalik. During the victory celebrations, an unfortunate incident occurred. The drunken first prince spilled alcohol on the ruler. Radium asked if he wanted to convince him only with what was written in the document. Jeju replied that it was recorded in the documents. Now he would like to add something of his own. The first prince wiped the alcohol with his handkerchief and discreetly removed his ring. After that, he discreetly replaced it with a fake and hid the real ring in his handkerchief. Radium said that these were just guesses from start to finish. Where was any proof of what he was saying? Jeju tried to collect his thoughts because the Emperor had no reason to be angry and therefore had nothing to lose. He said that no proof was needed because he already knew everything. He just wanted to say that he knew about it all. After that, Radiac laughed. He noted that he hadn't laughed like that in a long time. Jeju asked if he could expect to live a little longer. Radiac didn't know that he had an ace up his sleeve the whole time. How long had he been pretending that he knew nothing, but if he had come here, it meant he wanted something? Jeju said that was indeed the case. Then he emphasized that he wanted to become emperor. Radiac replied that there was only room for one emperor in the empire. Jeju said he knew that and asked him to die. One of the spectators watched what happened. The player's behavior surprised him, and he decided to donate 1,000 coins to him. He believes that he has no equal. This player had been waiting a long time for someone like him, and finally he had appeared. After that, he sent a message telling him to deal with everyone there. Jeju said that it seemed like they didn't like sitting with the chat turned off. The viewers admitted that they were impressed by his courage and determination. To start with, Jeju decided to go have breakfast and then start learning new skills. He went to the workshop to finally start studying magical engineering. At the entrance, he met the first prince of the empire, Astraud Slon du Toprox. He asked Kaoli what he was doing there. Jeju replied that he would like to ask him the same question. Slon said that he had become a little rude since their last meeting. His father didn't kick him out for the first time, and he was glad. Jeju thought that he must have gotten information from the beastmen with the help of the stolen ring. He was probably curious about what he had discussed with the Emperor, so he came here because he couldn't wait any longer. Jedi said that he had indeed seen the Emperor at dawn today. It seemed that Elephant had found out about this because someone had told him. Slon was surprised by such a confident answer and said that earlier he had been hiding behind Fordrick, trembling with fear, and now he dared to speak to him as an equal. The audience advised him to let off steam and slap him. Some even promised to give all their coins for it. The Elephant wanted to hit him, but Bran, a master at the Imperial Court, approached them and told them to stop. He asked what all the commotion was about in front of his workshop. The Elephant replied that it was none of his business. Bran asked how it was none of his business if they were standing in front of his workshop and arguing. The Elephant said it was rude. To which Bran replied that he was the only one being rude. He was not even the Emperor yet, and already demanding respect. If he wanted his respect, he shouldn't have caused a scene in front of his workshop. The Elephant said he would never forget such humiliation. He didn't understand how this man dared to lecture him in front of Kaoli. Bran told him to do whatever he wanted. Let him spit on his monument, he wouldn't care. But as his last wish, he would carve something on his monument. The elephant decided that as soon as he became emperor, he would destroy it first. He wonders what he will say at that moment. The elephant said he could no longer stay there and that it made him sick, so he left. Bran replied as he wished and remarked that he also found it disgusting to look at his face, so he asked him not to show up here anymore. Jeju thanked him for his help. Bran said he hadn't helped. He just didn't like him making noise since early morning and distracting him from his work. After that, Jeju said he wanted to ask him something. He replied that if it was an order to kill the first prince, he would refuse. Bran left, but Jeju said that wasn't true. Bran replied that if he insisted, he might change his mind, and if he wanted to look around, he was welcome to do so. Jeju wanted to ask something else, but Bran left. Jeju decided that he probably hadn't made a good impression on him. He went inside the workshop to look around and smelled oil, like in any typical magical engineer's workshop. Jeju saw a notification that he had entered the territory of a character associated with magical engineering. Thanks to this, his abilities increased. He wondered if this was related to his character's different specialization. All skills related to the main profession were very expensive. Jeju chose some skill books in the store and bought them, but noticed some dissatisfied comments from viewers. So he decided to remove those who made the most offensive comments from the chat to use them as examples. Next, he decided to use the magic engineering skill book he had just bought in the store. He moved on to studying basic magical engineering, thermodynamics, and materials mechanics, mastering the convenience of the techniques and their correlation in everyday life. He felt nauseous from learning 4 skills at once. He didn't feel like he understood them, but rather just memorized them. But that was okay. Even with incomplete knowledge, he could imitate the skills as long as he didn't try to create them from scratch. Now he needs to improve his skills, so he decided to stay in the workshop for a while. He knocked on Bran's office door and Bran asked what else he wanted from him. Gigi said he wanted to ask him for a favor. Bran opened the door and invited him in. Jeju immediately apologized for the intrusion. Slan knew that Kaoli had met with his father that morning, so he thought he was hiding something. Of course, he had probably mustered up some courage, but overall he hadn't changed a bit, so he would have been better off staying in his room. But now, after such an act, he would watch his coronation from the other world. Bran asked Jorah what he was doing in such a place. He replied that he would like to use the workshop. Bran said that if he was just going to play around, he would have to refuse. Magical engineering was not a playground for him. Jeju said that he had a basic understanding of the subject, so there was no need to worry. He felt a little uncomfortable saying this. But he also had basic knowledge of thermodynamics and materials science. Bran said that was very interesting. Then he asked him to wait a moment. He took some ink and began to write something on a piece of paper. After that, Bran asked if he could interpret it. Jeju replied that he would try. Bran invited him to sit down. Then he explained that this circle is often used to create a material called laiton, and he had to solve this problem. Jeju knows that Latin is used as a substitute for steel. He also knows what the 3 materials used in the circle are. He quickly figured out the task and told the master that he was done. After that, Bran decided to check his work. Bran said that it was a little offensive, but only half correct. Jeju asked if that meant he couldn't use the workshop. The master replied that even if it was only half correct, the interpretation was quite acceptable. Therefore, he could use the workshop as much as he wanted. But he asked him to think carefully again. After all, such a young man should not delve into magical engineering, especially a prince. Jeju said he was counting on his guidance. Bran said he would do everything to ensure that the first prince did not even come near here. This pleased Jeju. After all, now nothing would prevent him from studying magical engineering. Jeju suggested that Bran come to him if he got a little bored. There was 1 day and 16 hours left until the end of the trial. During those days, Jeju studied magical engineering, visited the priests, and talked with Fordrick. Fordrick came to Jeju's workshop and told him that the emperor had died. Jeju realized that the 5th day had finally arrived. He asked who the suspect was. Fordrick replied that they had to find out and that the investigation had not yet begun. After that, people approached them and announced that the second prince, Kaoli de Toprox, would be brought to justice before the law and God. Fordrick asked what it all meant, calling him bailiff. This is a person in the judicial system who carries out arrests. The bailiff said that he was arresting the suspect. Due to the exceptional nature of the situation, they insisted that he confess his sins in court. The hearing had not yet taken place, but they had already branded him a criminal. He was sure that this bailiff was a man of the first prince. The bailiff ordered his men to take the criminal away. Fordrick asked them to wait, as they could not detain him without evidence. The trial began, and everything was just as he had seen in his dream. The clerk announced that the court of Astraud would judge everyone fairly. Jeju noticed that the secretary's words were exactly the same as what he had heard on the video. It was as if everything had been decided in advance. He was asked to introduce himself. Jeju understood how Kaoli felt at that moment. Things were looking very bad for him now. Most of the nobles in the hall were on the side of the first prince. Kaoli had been forcibly brought here where he had no allies and was deliberately considered a criminal. But even in this situation, he continues to stand without fear. Could he really have a way out of this situation? The secretary emphasized that the question of guilt was not before the court and that no lawyer would be present at the trial. It was then stated that the crime took place at night. The prince went to the emperor and asked for an audience. He spoke with him in the reception room. A witness, a guard, confirmed what had just been said and emphasized that when no sounds were heard from the reception room, they opened the door suspiciously. Jeju understands that this is a show trial planned to accuse and eliminate a rival. The secretary said that after investigating the cause of death, it became known that the tea the emperor drank was poison. Jeju was asked if he had any objections or additions to what had been said. He asked if he would be heard if he said there were. The secretary told him to continue speaking, and Jeju replied that he had done nothing to his father, the emperor. The juror asked if he had any evidence. If not, the trial would be over. He replied that he had no evidence but had a witness. He agreed that they could take his life if they doubted the witness's words. The court decided that if this was his last wish before his death, it was worth listening to him, so they called the witness. Those present were shocked when they saw who had entered as a witness. After all, everyone said that he had left them. So who was this man standing before them? The emperor entered the courtroom. He said he was glad to see everyone in good health. Now he could see that over the past year they had come to understand each other well. The jury did not understand what had happened or why he was alive. Turning to Duke Magnus, the emperor said that he looked better since their last meeting. But since when did he have to look up at him? After that, Duke Magnus descended to him. Then he fell to his knees. The jury joined him, saying, "In the name of the empire and for the good of the people who live by the will of God, we humbly bow before you." Jeju had the feeling that Emperor Radiak liked everything and was not pretending. Radiak emphasized that there were places in the empire where taxes had increased significantly, and this was a great disappointment. He approached the duke and ordered him to stand up, because it was not fitting for a grand duke to wipe dust from the floor in front of so many people. Radius asked Magnus who should sit on the throne. He replied that his majesty should sit there. So the emperor asked if it would be okay if he announced the final verdict. Magnus replied that it was entirely up to him. Radiak noted that they all looked somewhat gloomy. His subordinates brought him the throne. Emperor Radiak sat on the throne and said that his performance had gone on long enough. Now it was time to begin the actual hearing. He ordered Krauts to summarize the main points in general terms. Krauts realized that he should not have cooperated with Magnus. Before that, they had agreed to cooperate, and Krauts asked Grand Duke Magnus to take care of him. Magnus replied that he should not worry and that he could trust him. As a token of his gratitude, he offered him a small gift. Krauts received gold coins from him and trusted Grand Duke Magnus, but now he is ashamed of his actions. Then Emperor Radiak turned to Cain, the representative of the common people. He told Krauts that he was of no use to him. He asked Cain to briefly recount what he had missed. Cain replied that, at that moment, the second prince, Kaoli Dutoprox, was under arrest. He is accused of ruining the emperor's life. The accused was now given the right to call a witness. Radiak said he was ready to announce his verdict in the case and find Kaoli Dutoprox not guilty. He asked if anyone had any objections. Everyone replied that there were no objections and that it was a wise decision. Radiak said that judging by the events that had taken place in his absence, Grand Duke Magnus had done a lot of damage. From that moment on, he was stripped of his powers as a judge blessed by the goddess of justice. Radiak approached him and asked if he agreed. Magnus replied that he did. The emperor remarked that this was good and that he could now do as he wished. First, he swore to judge impartially without being swayed by emotions. After that, he slapped Magnus. Then he said that second, he told him to keep an eye on the other nobles and the community's opinion, which he didn't do. And finally, thirdly, he had joined forces with the elephant and become a rat that was devouring the empire. Radiak remarked that he was truly disappointed. Magnus assured him that it was a misunderstanding. He had lost sleep worrying that the people would starve. Radiak asked if that was why he had signed the document to raise the prices of 10 types of grain this year, approved it, and sent it to Slán. Magnus did not know how to respond. Radiak remarked that he did not see an ounce of remorse or responsibility in his words. Then he told the 4th Grandmaster, Alec, and the 5th Grandmaster, Leinhai, that from that moment on, Magnus was declared a first-class criminal. He said to take him away and lock him in a dungeon. Magnus asked the masters how they dared. Then he swore to the emperor that this was a conspiracy against him. Magnus continued to shout for them to release him. Radiaka thought about how he had listened to this conspiracy. 4 days ago in his office, he had spoken with Kaoli, who had suggested that he die. Radiak was intrigued by this plan. Jeju said that he was losing patience watching his brother's pathetic actions, but Radiak did not understand what this had to do with him. He replied that if the emperor died based on his brother's character, he would try to get rid of him, just so he wouldn't get in his way. Such behavior was childish. Before that, he would want to publicly humiliate him by accusing him of the emperor's death and holding a public hearing. Radiak said that he seemed to have a plan to overcome this situation. Jeju replied that he did indeed have a plan. He gave him a necklace that would give him another chance at life in case he died. He got this necklace from the popes while passing through the first floor. Radiak said that it was time to end the trial and ordered Kaoli to be released from custody and the first prince to be arrested for attempting to kill the emperor. Slán Dutoprox told them to release him immediately and asked if they were deaf and why they couldn't hear him. Turning to his father, he said that this was all part of Kaoli's insidious plan. Radiak asked if he was now like his father. Why did he not call him by his name with respect? The elephant apologized and called the emperor his highness. The stream viewers were thrilled by this turn of events. Jeju thought about letting the first prince act out a little. Then he saw that a user named Luca had donated 500 coins to him. He apologized to him and asked him to unban him in the chat. It was a shame that he had yelled at him for choosing magical engineering, but Jeju decided to ignore it for now. Radium said that now was the time to start the real trial. Jeju asked to wait a moment and said that he had just been standing at the defendant's podium. If he was asked if he felt offended, he would answer that he did. Those present were surprised that he interrupted the emperor. Everyone thought that he would not get away with it, but the emperor told him to continue speaking. Jeju thanked him and said that based on what had been said earlier, he would like to personally prove the guilt of Slon Dutoprox and asked for a chance to do so. He wants to prove his innocence and expose the real criminal. Radiac agreed and gave him permission to do so. Jeju thanked him and thought that it was hard to believe. If the emperor, whom everyone knew, had been in front of them, he would have taken him out of there. But it was all part of his plan. Jeju said that they would begin the hearing of the case of Slon Dutoprox. Jeju approached the first prince and asked if his name was Slon Dutoprox. Slon wanted to say how dare he, but Jeju asked him again. He noted that according to the law created by the will of God, refusal to answer leads to a decision without consideration of the case, so he must answer. The elephant replied that he had, and Jeju suggested moving straight to the main question and asked if he had attempted to destroy the emperor. Jeju asked him again. The first prince asked what this nonsense was. Jeju asked if he had any evidence to refute the accusation. Under normal circumstances, demanding proof of innocence would be pointless, to say the least. But he knew how the elephant would react under such pressure. The elephant laughed and asked what other evidence there was. He was amused by Cowley's attempt to imitate the emperor. The elephant asked if he wanted to take his place. Then he said he didn't know who had put him up to it, but if he fell to his knees right now and begged for forgiveness, he might take pity on him. Jeju pushed his hand away and pointed out that the trial was underway. If the innocent Cowley, who was being manipulated, were standing before him, he would believe his brother. Cowley wrote in his diary that his father had been sad lately. He wanted to cheer him up. It was 1944 on Cowley's birthday. The elephant said that his father loved magical animals and would be very happy if he asked for a magical animal for his birthday. The next day, he was slapped by his father for making such a request. Cowley was very upset. The day after his birthday, Fordrick asked him in surprise what had happened. He told him not to worry and promised to find out what had gone wrong. But his attempts to calm him down only made him cry even harder. Then Cowley created a secret space under his room. He offered Fordrick a gold coin for his help, but he refused. The secret space gradually filled with magical animals, but Fordrick asked him to keep it a secret from his father. Cowley didn't understand this, because he thought his son liked these animals. 4 years later, his father found the magical animals and became angry. Cowley trembled when he received his father's order to burn them with his own hands. Cowley didn't understand how his father found out because he hadn't told anyone except his brother. He thought that Fordrick had told him. As a result, he had to destroy his magical animals with his own hands. After that, he went to a commoner's bar where no one could recognize him. There he got drunk and promised himself that he would raise magical animals again, but not tell his brother about it. Sitting next to him in the bar were hunters of magical animals, boasting about the results of today's hunt. Without realizing it, he threw down his cup and screamed. When he woke up after the battle, Fordrick was standing next to him. Since then, he couldn't trust anyone. He cared about magical animals because he thought they were better than humans. Jeju said they would continue the trial. The elephant said he would call the beastman who was guarding the reception room. He would be his witness. Jeju told the witness to take his place. The elephant announced that he wanted to ask the guard a question. The elephant took the ring and asked who he had seen with his own eyes in the emperor's reception room. The elephant had a ring that controlled the beastmen. Controlling them is easier than easy. The elephant is sure that Cowley will be the one to lose today. But the witness replied that he had seen Prince Elephant Dutoprox. The first prince could not believe what he had said. The guard declared that, as blessed by the goddess of victory, Enian, and with all the honor of a knight, he confidently declared that it was Prince Elephant Dutoprox. Rodiak asked the elephant what had happened and noticed that he looked upset. Then he asked what was bothering him. Slon realized that the real ring was now with the emperor and that he had no chance. He let go of his ring and it rolled to Gigi. He picked it up and said that he had just proven his guilt. This made it easier to find the ring. Jeju accused him of trying to kill the emperor. Jeju said that the ring the defendant was holding looked very familiar and asked His Highness if he had anything to say. Radium noticed that it looked familiar. Outwardly, it was identical to the ring with which he controlled the beastmen, and which had been created by Master Bran. But it was a fake, created by a greedy apprentice using stolen blueprints, and it was nowhere near the original created by his teacher. Rodiak asked the elephant to stop tarnishing his name. Jeju asked if His Highness would allow him to pass the final sentence. The emperor agreed, and the elephant shouted that he would not accept this. Not this court, which does not abide by any rules, nor anyone who has no right to judge him. Not those people who behave like innocent lambs after taking money from him. He would not accept any of it. Jeju thought that he had lost control and even inadvertently admitted to giving bribes. He said that if the elephant had gone this far, it was worth asking the court. Who among those present would speak in defense of Slon de Toprox? But everyone remained silent. Therefore, Jeju said that with the judge's permission, he would deliver the final verdict. Jeju thought that the associates he had bought with money had turned against him. This happened at the most crucial moment, and the outcome was obvious. Jeju said that since the charges had been confirmed, he should be arrested immediately. Jeju asked the emperor if he could convey a message to the criminal before he was taken away. Radium did not understand why he would want to do that, and Jeju replied that he had been wrongly accused and wanted to get some revenge. The emperor agreed. Jeju thanked him, but Slon was angry with him and couldn't understand how he dared to behave like that. Jeju said to take it as partial payment for everything he had done to him, and that perhaps his brother would feel a little pain. He slapped him, and the audience noticed that he put a lot of force into the blow because his hand even glowed. Jeju said that first, he had laughed in the face of imperial law and the will of the goddess of justice, and second, he had used his title for his own benefit. This disappointed him greatly. And finally, thirdly, because of his own greed, he tried to destroy their father. This was no longer disappointment, but disgust. Jeju said that the message had been delivered, and now it was time for the verdict. The first prince of the empire, Slon du Toprox, had committed a crime unworthy of a prince. All the inhabitants must learn of his sins, so the criminal must be tied to horses and dragged through the settlement. In addition, they asked the gods for justice and forgiveness, and let the court and the judge pass a fair sentence. That is all he has to say. Now he is one step away from his chosen end. Radiac said that this was a fair decision and asked what the others thought. The jury noted that this was an excellent decision and had no objections. Therefore, the emperor announced the sentence. The elephant du Toprox is to be tied to horses and dragged through all the cities of the empire. In addition, his head is to be cut off. Then, every month, his head would be hung at the highest point of each city for a whole month. Radiac said that everyone was equal before the imperial law, so that was all. Now everyone present could go free. Jeju asked if since the trial was over, he could speak to him as the second prince and not as an investigator. Radiac asked if it had anything to do with the trial. He replied that it was not, but it had to be said now. First of all, he wanted to apologize for speaking about a topic unrelated to the case. The reason he wanted to say this now was because there were people in this room who were moving their empire toward prosperity. He dares to say that he wants to get closer to the gods watching from above and become the son of the Astraud Empire. Therefore, he asks the emperor to give him his permission, before the gods of Astraud, in the name of the empire at the center of this world. Turning to the sole supreme power of the son of the emperor's empire, he asks to become the next emperor, offering Radiac to retire. Radius laughed and said that this was very interesting. His words lacked conviction and justification. He approached Kaoli. Then he said that he liked this request for the first time. Radius apologized to those present and said that he did not think this would happen in such a place. But this is Radiac du Toprox's last order as emperor. He offers the second prince, Kaoli du Toprox, the title of Emperor of Astraud. Jedi was glad that it was finally over, but then he noticed that everything was starting to disappear. He simply couldn't believe it. When everything disappeared, he thought that the administrator had done it. Then he received a notification congratulating him on successfully passing the 5th floor. He was surprised that the administrator had decided to contact him directly. Jeju asked what the administrator wanted from him. Then he saw a large number of notifications offering him to become an administrator. If he refused, he would die. Jeju said he refused. The administrator asked if he didn't care about his future at all. After that, Jeju asked if he hadn't said that if he refused, he would die. The administrator said he would wait for him on the 10th floor. He passed the test, but there was still time left, so the system offered to continue the test, and he confirmed the request. When the time was up, he would automatically be moved to the 6th floor. The audience was surprised why they had all been kicked out and then brought back to the stream. Radiac noted that this was everything he wanted, but he seemed surprised. Therefore, Radiac was interested in whether Emperor Kaoli had anything to say. Jez apologized to him, and Radiac noted that from now on, he was not required to apologize due to his status. Because now in these places, the emperor is not Radiac du Toprox, but Kaoli du Toprox. Jeju said he would take that into account. Radiac noted that today they would celebrate and then asked those present who wanted a drink. After all, they couldn't miss such a wonderful opportunity. The audience was surprised that he had become so friendly. Sonye led Prince Elephant into the dungeon. Elephant did not understand how this could be because it made no sense. Then the elephant asked Sonya if he was laughing at him. He wanted to attack him, but Sonya stopped him. There was no time for that now. His viewers were asking when this boring stream would end. Then they would be automatically transferred to another chat. Sonya asked them not to say that and then thought about how they had said they trusted him. Then he received a message about his defeat. His opponent was the first to reach the goal and received the ending of Emperor Astraud. He didn't make it to the end, so he would feel the end of the world with his whole body. Then he saw that something was wrong with the prince and became very frightened. And then he died, feeling the end of the world with his body. Jeju walked past people and they all greeted him and called him, Your Highness. The celebration had already begun, but he had one thing to finish. He came to the room where the portrait of Cowley's mother, Empress Pradesa, hung and said that he felt he had to come here first. When Jeju watched the video, he felt sorry for Cowley, so he decided that if he got to the 5th floor, he would definitely help her. Jeju looked at the portrait and said that he was expected, so he had to go. As the viewers said, this world was not real. He is not Cowley, but he hopes that now he will be happy. There are 17 hours left until the end of the trial. The morning after the celebration, he felt terrible. Jeju had overdone it with alcohol, or rather, he couldn't refuse when offered. Radium asked how the Emperor could refuse to drink with them. Jeju felt nauseous and the audience laughed at him. He turned on invisible mode and said that a disaster had almost happened. Invisible mode turns off the video but leaves the chat active. There's also no sound. The audience suggested that he use the coins they had donated yesterday. He apologized for not remembering anything. He said that his brain wasn't working at all. Then he saw that he had earned 16,592 coins. He was surprised by how much the viewers had donated. One user with the nickname Love sponsored him 10,000 coins. Jeju was surprised by this. He thanked him and said he would try even harder. Jeju was happy that he was finally recognized. If a subscriber donated that much on the 5th floor, it meant that he had worked hard. Jeju said he would visit a few more places and then finish. He came to Radiac and said that he had finally met his father. Radiac noted that he should have rested a little longer. There was a lot to prepare for. He replied that everything was fine and that he should have met with him first. Radiac asked if he wanted to tell him something. Jeju said that he had recently reread the diary and wanted to ask him something. When he was a child, he had reacted negatively when he caught him with magical animals. He was concerned about why he had reacted that way and acted that way. How had he upset him? Radiac was surprised that he still didn't know. It seemed that Fordrick hadn't said anything, but now there was no reason to hide it. Looking at his unusual collection, he understood something. Among the magical animals, he saw some that were ready to go mad. He thought it was due to a lack of experience in raising magical animals, but then he realized that it was the work of someone else. Radiac thinks that now he understands who he means. He was tormented by mixed emotions, and there was a reason for them. He saw his mother in him. It was pathetic behavior that made him easy to manipulate. He couldn't stand it. Radiac noted that if he had satisfied his curiosity, he could leave. He had a busy schedule, so there was no point in wasting time. Jeju said he would come back later. Then he walked to the door and thanked his father for raising and loving this disgusting Cowley until the very end. Radiac thought that he had changed a lot since becoming emperor and that he would have a lot to teach him. He closed this plot hole and decided to say goodbye to a few more people before returning. The audience suggested that he take the knight's weapon with him, but he refused and said that magical engineering was a very cool subject. He came to the workshop to say goodbye to the master. Bran said, "Has the sun of the empire risen?" Jaj replied that he had come to express his gratitude and asked how he was feeling. Bran asked him to stop worrying about such nonsense. He had already lost a drinking contest and was worried about him. He wasn't ready for that yet. Jeju apologized for crossing the line. Bran said it was time to stop with the poetry. Then he asked if he had come for the glove he had made. Jeju replied that he had and that he needed it. Bran noted that the item was a bit unstable, so he should be careful. He didn't understand why he needed such a dangerous thing, but he let him take it. Jeju thanked him for his concern and wished him good health and many more great inventions. Bran asked what was wrong with him. Why was the Emperor bowing? Then he said that it seemed as if they would never see each other again. Jeju took his things and thought that after the trial was over, all of this would disappear. There were 13 hours left until the end. Kaylee's unjust death would once again become part of history, but he hoped that the time spent on the 5th floor would have at least some meaning. At this time, user 4901, Baek Jin-ha was marveling at the complexities of the 3rd floor. He was looking for a portal to the next floor and found a scroll. There he read the history of the Astroud Empire in the year 957. For the first time in history, a just ruler without a shadow of guilt ascended the throne. This wise emperor was full of courage. All the inhabitants praised him, and the nobles worshipped him with fear and respect. The audience was surprised because there was a completely different story. Happy celebrations echoed throughout the empire. If a traveler reads this text, they must never play with the good heart of their emperor. Fordrick's signature was at the bottom. The audience sees this text for the first time and does not understand why such changes have taken place. Jez said that since they were done, he needed to check on the Popovs. He called Fordrick. Then he asked if he had found out why the Popoi were in such a state. He replied that he had not yet, but that they showed no symptoms of madness. There were no anomalies at the moment, so there was no need to worry. Jeju said that was good and that he could go. Jeju was glad that if there were no problems, he could go get the Popovs. After that, he immediately went to the hidden space. He asked them how they were feeling. It seemed that Fordrick had taken good care of them, and now he could open the door. Jedi opened the door and they immediately rushed at him with joy. Some spectators even began to envy him. He patted them on the butt and said, "Who had a nice butt?" Jedu decided to finish what he was doing and warned that he would turn off the chat for a while. The glove he made was very unstable, just as Bran had said. If he made a mistake, he would put himself in danger. But he had to try, even if it was too difficult to figure out the magic circle. When he fixed one part, another broke. And if he fixed both parts, something else would come out. It was an endless cycle that made him respect Reynold even more. Reynold is a magical engineer he learned about from his videos. After his appearance, the history of magical engineering in the tower was divided into before and after. Jeju is not a genius like him, but he cannot just give up. There are 10 minutes left until the end of the test. He finally finished and can now use it as it is, although there is a slight delay. But this thing turned out to be more useful than he could have imagined. The chat pause time ended, and the chat started working again. Jeju apologized to the viewers and said he needed to focus. In fact, he had completely forgotten about them. He passed the test and the portal to the 6th floor opened. Sonia was denied entry. All of his viewers now had to move to the second stream on the same floor. Jeju didn't want to ruin the atmosphere in the chat. So he disabled the chat for viewers who had joined in the last 12 hours. Then he told everyone to calm down and check the reward. A huge box appeared in front of him. Viewers began sending voice messages, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity, and at the same time, raise the limit on voice messages to 500 coins. That way, viewers who came from the second stream wouldn't have to donate 500 coins right away. That way, they wouldn't bombard him with questions either. A user named Luca, who had been banned by Jeju, sponsored him with 1,000 coins and asked him to unblock him. He asked for permission to write in the chat. Jeju said he wouldn't allow it and now has to open the reward. There were clothes in the box. There is no option to get additional information, so most likely it is just regular clothes. Some viewers wrote that the administrator must be angry if he is behaving so petty. Jeju thought that he was probably provoking him. This was a kind of message from the admin. He was trying to say that he was the same Jeju as in the video. He was hinting that he couldn't do whatever he wanted. Popoy thought that these clothes were a talisman and tried to taste them. Jeju told him not to eat them. Then he went to open the next box. Inside were the leather shoes of the heroic master of 7 snakes, Lotanto. He used the shoes to control snakes. Each shoe has its own properties. These boots are made of snakeskin. Jeju has no idea what the administrator is thinking. There is a reason why no one on the stream was particularly surprised by the heroic item. These shoes are difficult to control. He himself was unable to use them in the video, so he had to watch lessons from others. Viewers were surprised that he could use the boots so easily because everyone said they were uncomfortable and difficult to wear. Jeju replied that everything was fine. Their only drawback is their bad reputation, but he is probably helped by the fact that he ate a monostone. Jeju also found a bag with 5,000 coins in the box. He thought about other skills to learn, but with that amount of coins, he could only buy them on the 10th floor. The viewers thought that wasn't enough coins for such a challenge. Next, a test awaits him on the 6th floor. It's a group test, and other streamers will be angry if they see him fail. So he told them to get into his backpack. It doesn't matter what's on the next floor there, players can try as many times as they want. He entered the portal and found himself on the floor with 4 other participants. It is a forest of evil spirits. The test consists of 5 waves. There were 59 minutes left until the first wave. Jeju saw the participants talking about the trial. One of the users said he was here and asked Jeju if he was cold. Then he suggested that he come over to their campfire. Jeju greeted him and said that he seemed to be the last participant. He immediately noticed the other members of the team. The muscular guy was probably a knight, and the man next to him was most likely a mage. But he was curious about who this girl was. He looked at her and she asked him what he was looking at. Was this his first time seeing a human? Jeju apologized and said that her mask was just interesting. He already knew from the video about her rude character. The knight said that whether they liked her or not, they had to go through the trials together. Therefore, they should not quarrel. Since a newcomer had joined them, they needed to introduce themselves. The audience immediately disliked this guy. He introduced himself and said his name was Jeon Kang-hyuk. He was 26 years old and worked as a health trainer. As he sees it, he is a knight and chose a high level of difficulty, so he got the role of a great swordmaster on the 5th floor. His skills can be relied upon. Park Jin-soo is a magician. He will play his role and there's no need to worry. He said that he would not adapt to anyone and that when it was over, they would go their separate ways. Jeju noticed that there was a disagreement between them. Jeon Kang-hyuk said that now it was the apprentice's turn. She said her name was Lee Se-ha. She didn't want to go into details, but she had studied a little bit about how to strike and take blows. And the last participant was Jeju. The audience noticed the tense atmosphere and decided to join the stream to see the other participants. Jeju introduced himself and said that in the real world he worked as a salesman in a store. His profession was a magical engineer. Jeon Kang-hyuk said that it was a bad profession because magical engineers do not compete on the front lines. He asked Jeju what he was thinking and if his viewers were thieves. Jeju replied that he had made that decision himself. Jeon Kang-hyuk was surprised that he chose such a profession, even though his viewers tried to convince him otherwise. Lee Se-ha remarked that it didn't matter. The 3 of them could handle it, so there was no need to worry about such trifles. He replied that perhaps she didn't understand because of her age, but magical engineering was the most useless profession. The magician agreed with Lee Se-ha that there was no need to waste energy and that it was better to discuss a plan. First, they had to assess the situation. They were surrounded by fog, and it seemed like ordinary fog. But when you touch it, you can feel that it is as solid as a wall. In other words, it is the boundary of the floor. Jeon Kong-hyuk and Lee Se-ha are fighting a close battle. Therefore, they will compete on the front lines. As a mage, he will support the center, while the combat class, a magical engineer, will assist from behind. Jeon Kong-hyuk notes that this is not a bad strategy and that they will stick to it for now. So the problem of the non-combatant team member is solved. Jeju believes that it's not that they reacted incorrectly. It's just that magic engineers are perceived that way right now. But whatever the case, there shouldn't be any problems. A few seconds later, the first wave began. The audience began to say that something was wrong. Soul observers should be flying in the air, so where did the physical form come from? Jeon Kong-hyuk said it was time to start, but the team members said to wait a little longer. Everyone in the chat said that this was not right. Spectators Lee Se-hee and Park Jin-soo said that it was strange. Jeon Kong-hyuk noted that there was a 6th Grand Master on the 5th floor. Therefore, whoever strikes first will definitely win. He decided to strike but did not understand why the ghostly figure was so hard. A giant monster grabbed him. Lee Se-ha told him to retreat immediately. The audience laughed at him because he was only strong in words. This monster was a cleaner who should not have appeared on the 6th floor. These were the lowest-ranking inhabitants of the Devil's region. But they were still monsters of a level no lower than the 25th floor. The battle with them would be one-sided for the newly awakened. Jeju expected it to be difficult for teamwork, but he didn't think the administrator would play with the difficulty again. The monster grabbed Jeon Kong-ha, but Lee Se-ha stopped him in time. She dealt a powerful blow to the monster and finished it off. The first wave was over, and the next one would begin in 30 minutes. Lee Se-ha was annoyed that she had gotten her clothes dirty because of this monster. She called Jeon Kong-ha an old man and asked if he had written his will. She told him to wait because events were developing strangely, so why didn't he listen? Lee Se-ha called him a weakling who only knows how to do nonsense. She doesn't like this behavior. In her opinion, weak and incompetent adults like him who only know how to talk are the most pathetic creatures. Lee Se-ha was already known as an awakened person in the video. She looked at Jeju and thought about magical engineering, so she decided that he was also weak. But there was something familiar about him. It was as if she had seen him before. Jeju thought it was good that he didn't have to make his move yet. The user who had visited Lee Se-ha's stream returned. He reported that the atmosphere there was completely different. The mood of the stream was more like a proud father watching his daughter. Everyone considered her their daughter and did whatever they wanted, then showered her with donations. But they were in no position to criticize. Then another viewer wrote that Jeju is their emperor and this girl is not even close to his majesty. These words pleasantly surprised him. Magician Park Jin-soo addressed Lee Se-ha, calling her a schoolgirl and asking what she was doing on that floor. She replied that it was none of his business. A viewer who entered Park Jin-soo's chat also returned and said that the atmosphere there was sad. No one was having fun and everyone seemed very serious. Jeju approached Jeon Kong-hyuk and asked how his wounds were. He asked if he was feeling better. He replied that he was. But Jeju asked if he could take a look at his hands. At that moment, the user who was watching Jeon Kong-hyuk's stream also returned. It was also boring in his chat, but they didn't feel sorry for him at all. Jeju examined Jeon Kong-hyuk's hand. Then he said that the area would hurt a lot, so he would have to endure it. He decided to use his invention. He said it would hurt, but at least he wouldn't have to suffer from blood loss. Park Jin-soo became interested in his invention. Then he asked if he had created this glove with the help of magical engineering. Jeju said yes and asked if it was difficult. Jeju replied that it was difficult but not impossible. Park Jin-soo thought that he should learn the basics when he reached the 10th floor. Lee Se-ha thought that even if it was magical engineering, there was nothing special about it. Park Jin-soo suggested that she stand in front because she was a good fighter. He would support her from behind. He suggested that Jeju stay behind as previously agreed. Jeon Kong-hyuk was unable to join them at the moment due to a serious injury. He would only get in the way in his condition, so it was better for him to stay there. The second wave began and the same monsters reappeared. Lee Se-ha defeated all the monsters and the second wave ended. She was upset that her clothes were dirty again. Jeju was impressed that she had survived 2 waves on her own. Now it was clear why she was called a gift in close combat. She easily reached the 4th floor on pure luck and donations. It was on the 5th floor that changes took place. Lee Se-ha was playing a simple person and, walking through the streets, came across a hermit master who taught her close combat, helping her to awaken. After that, rumors about a skinny girl capable of delivering incredibly powerful blows gave her the nickname Gift of Close Combat. It quickly spread throughout the tower. Jeju knew that she was from the same generation as him, but he did not think that they would meet under such circumstances. Park Jin-soo said that since there were 2 beetles in the next wave, there would be 4. He told the schoolgirl to hold them back at the front line. If she could, he would support her from behind, and if any of the beetles got through, this guy would have to take care of them. Park Jin-soo said he was counting on them, and that he would finally be able to save face. A moment later, the 3rd wave began, but 2 beetles appeared in front of them again. Lee Se-ha decided to deal with the ones that came out first. Jeju asked if she would be okay because he felt uneasy. Park Jin-soo agreed that it was strange that there were only 2 bugs. Then Jeju saw a monster approaching them from behind. This meant that there weren't just 2 cleaners in this wave. They just came out 2 at a time. Park Jin-soo told him to step back and then attack the beetle with his magic. But it didn't work against it. Jeju decided to take matters into his own hands and asked him to step back. He decided to use his glove and deal with them himself. Lee Si-ha defeated the beetle and wondered if everything was okay behind them. She heard their conversation and realized that there were indeed 2 more cleaners somewhere. Her thoughts made her lose her vigilance. At that moment, a monster approached her. Lee Si-ha realized that it was too late to attack and that she had to defend herself. She waited for the beetle to strike, but it didn't happen. Jeju destroyed it and asked if she was okay. When facing the cleaners for the first time, mages can be easy targets. These beetles are capable of flying in a straight line at high speeds. They also have a hard shell that is difficult to penetrate, even with steel weapons. But if you look at it from a different angle, that's all they have. Jeju was sure that Lee Si-ha would take care of the other 2. But then he saw that she needed help. She was in danger and he might not make it in time. So Jeju decided to activate the acceleration from his boots. He quickly approached the monster and destroyed it. Lee Si-ha wondered what had happened because she hadn't even noticed anything. The 3rd wave was over and they had 30 minutes before the 4th began. Jeju decided to pretend he didn't see Lee Si-ha's angry gaze. If he caught her eye, she would say something harsh to him. He decided to change the subject and asked Mr. Park Jin-soo if he possessed any powerful magic. He replied that it was the best he had been able to learn on the floor. Then he noted that he had said he was a magical engineer, but his speed was even faster than that of a knight. Jeju replied that it just happened that way. The audience was surprised by his answer. Another person asked if he should have told them about it. Jeon Kang-haek said that they should try their best despite the unfavorable outlook, but that they were strong, so there was no need to worry. The team was surprised that he even spoke to them. There were 2 minutes left until the 4th wave. Jeju suggested taking up positions. Jeon Kang-haek said that there should now be 8 cleaners, but that it wouldn't be difficult for them. Park Jin-soo said that, as he said, there would be 8 of them, and they would attack them from both sides. Jeju didn't like it, as if replacing the monsters wasn't enough. Besides, now their number had not doubled, but quadrupled. They don't want them to clear this floor so easily. Jeju and Lee Si-ha defeated all the monsters. The expressions on the faces of Cheon Kang-hyuk and Park Jin-soo are depressing. They are probably imagining what awaits them in the 5th wave. Considering that there were 16 of them in the 4th wave, that number will be 256 cleaners in the square. Park Jin-soo said that it was enough to drive one mad. His viewers complained to the administrator, but their complaints were ignored. Jeon Kang-hyuk asked what he had just said. Park Jin-soo replied, asking why he was yelling at him. He didn't know what to do about it anyway. There were only a few seconds left before the 5th wave. As Jeju expected, there was only one way to survive the 5th wave. Jeju asked everyone to step back and lie down on the ground. They'd better listen to him if they wanted to live. At least he warned them. The 5th wave began, and monsters began to surround them from all sides. Jeju decided to use his invention to defeat them. But the recoil was very strong, and he could barely withstand it. So Jeju decided he had to finish it all with one blow. He destroyed all the cleaners with one blow, and the team couldn't believe it. Lee Si-ha became curious about who he really was. Jeju used too much magical power. He even put a magic stone in his glove just in case. But it wasn't enough. All his magical power went into the blow. Without a blessing, he would have lost consciousness before he could destroy everyone. Park Jin-soo told him that he had overdone it, and Lee Si-ha asked if he was hurt. He replied that everything was fine. Lee Si-ha pointed out that if he was fine, he wouldn't be in such a state. But Jeju assured her that he was fine. It was just a side effect of exhausting his magical power. Magical engineers also use magic, and as a magician, Park Jin-soo should have known that. Park Jin-soo said that if that was the case, he would be fine and told his student not to worry. She replied that she wasn't worried. Then Park Jin-soo asked if he was really okay, and Jeju replied that he was. One viewer asked in a voice message who he was. Jeju said he would check the reward first and that they could move on. He was surprised that the test was over, but for some reason they weren't leaving. This annoyed him. Jeon Kang-haek wanted to say something about what had happened, but Lee Si-ha interrupted him, calling him uncle. Then she took off her mask and said she was talking to him now. She asked what his real name was. He replied that he had said earlier that his name was Kim Jeju. She replied that people on her stream said that a search for that name yielded no results. Jeju remembered that he had changed his nickname. Judging by the comments of his viewers, they were very loyal. The same cannot be said for the viewers of Cheon Kang-hyuk's stream. He doesn't think any of them will switch to his stream. He wondered if he should give him his name just to see the reaction of other viewers. So Jeju said to add the number 2 at the end. After that, a large number of viewers started coming to his stream. He said he would turn off notifications for new viewers. Then Jeon Kang-hyuk noticed that his viewers were leaving. As Jeju expected, all of his remaining viewers went to him. Jeju's viewers were outraged that they didn't want them there, so he said he would block access to his stream. But even after blocking Jeon Kang-hyuk's viewers, few people visited his stream. So it will be difficult to get the award for subscribers on this floor. A user named Dad Siha donated 5,000 coins to him. She thanked him for saving her life. Jeju thanked her for the coins and said there was no need to thank him. They just needed to clean up the floor. John Kang Hyuk was delighted that his viewers had returned and promised to work hard. Park Jin-soo was afraid that he had lost almost all of his subscribers. Then he said that they couldn't stay there. They needed to quickly check their rewards and go their separate ways. Park Jin-soo asked Jeju why he wasn't checking his rewards since he had worked harder than everyone else. The viewers understood why he had doubts. Jeju thought that because of the presence of other streamers, his award would hardly be any different. Lee Se-ha asked if they had met before. Jeju decided to open his reward and everyone was immediately surprised. He probably received this box for reaching the 6th level of contribution. Jeon Kang-hyuk noted that the schoolgirl received a regular box even though she worked hard. Jeju felt that something was wrong, so he didn't want to open it in front of everyone. He asked Jeon Kang-hyuk if something was wrong. Park Jin-soo said that they were just curious why only his box was unique. Jeon Kang-hyuk was upset that he didn't let him look. Jeju opened the box and received a pair of leather gloves with 7 snakes of the heroic rank of Latanto. They control temperature and enhance magical power. He decided that if the administrator insisted, he would not refuse. Jeon Kang-hyuk said that they looked like ordinary gloves. Park Jin-soo's audience informed him that they were useless. Then he wanted to check his awards. Jeon Kang-hyuk decided to try talking to him. He asked if the viewers would be interested in removing the entry restrictions. Jeju replied that he couldn't because they would insult his viewers. Jeon Kang-hyuk thought that earlier he wanted to take away his viewers. Now he doesn't know how to continue streaming with such an audience. Jeju also received a bag with 5,000 coins as a prize. Everyone checked their prizes and gathered to move to the next floor. Park Jin-soo expressed his gratitude. If they had known that magical engineering was so beneficial, they would have studied it on the 5th floor as well. Jeju replied that there was no need to thank him because he just wanted to survive. Park Jin-soo said goodbye and told him they would see each other on other floors. Jeon Kang-hyuk said nothing and just left. The audience was outraged that he didn't even say thank you. Jeju noted that it was their first meeting. On the next floors, they could become enemies, and no one knew that. He decided to wait a little and pick up his glove. When it cooled down, he would go to the next floor. Meanwhile, the popos got out of the backpack. They smelled the magic of the glove and mistook it for food. Jeju couldn't let them just eat it because he had worked so hard on it. Jeju grabbed them and said that the glove was not to be eaten. They looked at him with hurt eyes. He said that they should look at someone else with their puppy dog eyes because it wouldn't work on him. Then he heard Lee Se-ha approach him and ask if this was what she thought. Jeju was confused and didn't know how to answer her. She found these creatures very cute, but in a moment she became very angry and told him that he was in the past and sent him away. Then she went into the portal, saying that they would see each other again. The audience noticed that she almost said that they were cute. Jeju didn't understand what had just happened, but now was not the time to chase after her and explain anything, because he was already late. Now he had to go to another floor. Jeju told Popoyam to get back into the backpack and not even think about eating the glove. Now he was ready to go to the 7th floor. Some viewers said that there would be a psychological battle on this floor. Thanks to the video, he knows a lot about the trials of the 7th floor. He entered here with another player. From this moment on, viewers will not be able to leave the stream. On the 7th floor, 2 streamers must pass the test. Jeju approached and saw another player. He knows him from the video. Jeju can't believe he's met him. In the video, he killed people who were not involved in the trial for no reason. The guy said he wouldn't hurt him and told him to mind his own business. Then he asked if he wanted to join them. Jeju realizes that this man is dangerous. The guy asked his name. Jeju answered and also asked him his name. The man introduced himself and said his name was Han Ji-suk. After that, Jeju asked him what he did before he ended up in the tower. Ji-suk said that he was already studying him. They didn't even check the details of the test, so it's too early to ask such questions. Han Ji-suk is the person he most wanted to hit when he met him. It's good that he knows what to expect from him. He is the worst possible opponent. Jeju knows what kind of test awaits them. It's a so-called lie detector, a psychological game where you have to catch your opponent in a lie or deceive them with your own lies. Jeju asked if he came to the tower of his own free will, or if he was dragged there by force. Ji-suk asked if it mattered. Then he replied that he came of his own free will. In the test, they have to stand in front of a board and answer each other's questions. If the other participant thinks the answer is a lie, they must place the eye of the statue in the slot on the board. The statue will wake up when all 3 eyes are the same color. Jeju thanked Ji-suk for his answer. He thought about what question to ask him to catch him in a lie. Ji-suk said that if he was standing there, he would go to the other board. The test began and the statue pointed to Ji-suk. He thought about the question. He had 1 minute to answer. Ji-suk asked if he knew him before entering the tower. Jeju thought it was obvious from his first reaction, but he replied that he didn't know. Han Ji-suk couldn't know for sure, so they would go back and forth arguing. Han Ji-suk said that it was a lie and that this answer was correct. The audience was surprised that he knew him. It was Jeju's turn to ask a question. He asked if he would destroy people even if it was not required by the test. Han Ji-suk replied that he would, and that he was ready to do it right now. Then he asked Jeju if he knew what the 7th floor test would be. Jeju asked what nonsense he was talking about and replied that he didn't know, but that was also untrue. He did not understand how his opponent had managed to find this out in such a short period of time. Were his emotions from their meeting really that obvious? But Jisok must have noticed that he hadn't studied anything when he entered the floor. It was his mistake, but he knew him. Jeju asked if he would also be able to take his wife's life if he had to. Han Jisuk argued that there was no point in discussing this, as he did not even know if he was married. Jeju insisted that he answer. Jisok replied that he couldn't do that to his beloved, and Jeju said that was a lie. The third eye of the statue lit up red. Jisok asked if he already knew about his wife. Jeju replied that he knew he was married. It was Jeju's turn to ask a question. So he asked what would happen if his wife followed him to the tower and stood in his way. Would that be enough reason to take her life? To brutally mock her and scatter her body parts across the street? Jisok said that his questions were going too far. Jeju asked if he could do such a thing. It is known that the statue determines lies based on facts. It also takes into account the composition of the mind and their thoughts. Han Jisok replied that he could not do such a thing. Jeju said that this was obvious because if it was love, then of course it was impossible. But his answer was a lie. After hearing his question, he wondered if he could. Jeju knows for sure that this man could do it. Jeju caught his opponent lying for the second time, so he needs to do it a third time to make the statue's eyes the same color. The audience is outraged by this behavior, but in this task, if his true face is revealed, he can stop lying. Han Jisok told Jeju that he was interesting, so he decided to ask if he had really been in this tower for the second time. Jeju replied that this was not the case. Han Jisok said that he understood everything and warned him to stop lying. He decided that Jeju had lied, but after checking the results, the statue came to life to punish Han Jisuk. In the video, Jeju was offered to take the place of the administrator to make all his dreams come true. Jeju knows for sure that he is not the Kim Jeju from the video. In this test, the player's mindset and what they think are taken into account. If he felt like he was here for the second time, Han Jisuk would have won. But the person in the video is not the real him. Han Jisuk is awaiting punishment for never catching Jeju in a lie. He asked Jeju what he really is. Jeju asked if it was important, and he replied that it was important to him. Jeju said he didn't know. In the video, Jeju asked Jisuk why he wanted to climb the tower. Was it because he didn't want to die? He replied that life was just incredibly boring. Jisuk felt nothing, no matter what happened. Jeju asked if he understood that he had taken the life of a loved one. Jisuk asked if relationships mattered in this tower. Remembering the video, Jeju told him to think that they knew each other in the past. After that, the statue destroyed Jisuk. Jeju doesn't know what the outcome will be. Will his wife who ends up in the tower be happy or even more unhappy? All he did was get rid of the unhappy future he saw. At this time, the audience was discussing the experiment on monkeys. Jeju doesn't know what to do with them, but then decides to just ignore it. After that, a portal opens to the 8th floor. He decided to review his awards and saw notifications of voice messages from new viewers who wanted to join the chat. Jeju said he would not remove the restrictions. These were viewers from Lee Sun-jae. Something bad might happen if he unblocked them now. He opened the box and received the arm guards of the 7 Serpent Master Latanto. Their ability was to nullify spells. The viewers decided that he was just being teased, but spell nullification is the most desirable ability. Jeju already has 3 items from the collection, but to activate the set, he needs to collect 7 items. He decided to change the color of the armbands to a lighter shade. The audience was surprised at how he adapted. In addition to the armbands, he received coins as usual. The audience is surprised that the number of coins does not increase. Jeju said that he had received his rewards and now it was time to go to the next floor. After the transition, the limit on entering the stream was lifted. He felt mentally exhausted and his thoughts were confused. On this floor, he had to defeat all the enemies in his path. There were 10 minutes left before the start of the trial, and Jeju decided to rest a little. He sat under a tree until the trial began. After that, he was surrounded by Poppy on all sides. At first, their looks seemed very sinister to him, but then he realized that they posed no danger to him. The Popos were happy to see him. Jeju thought that it was because he had learned the basics of magical animals or because they liked him. He could feel their emotions and see that they were really happy to see him. But then the Popoi from his backpack came out. They also jumped on him. Jeju noticed that it was dangerous to jump on him so unexpectedly. Jeju asked them what had happened. Some viewers wrote that they were probably just jealous of their master's other pets. He also thought that was quite possible. After that, the way to the 9th floor opened up and the test was considered passed. Jeju told the Popos to go down because he had to leave. Then he wondered if his Popos were really jealous. Obviously, the situation was the same as on the 1st floor. There was no hostility from the Popoes, and the system counted it as getting rid of enemies. He decided to check his rewards and then saw something fall out of the portal. It was a scroll. He picked it up and decided to read it. It was about the lives that would emerge from the broken world tree. Lives that follow the will of the world tree, foreign and Forden, and lives that will mourn the death of the world tree more than anyone else. And lives that would want to grow the world tree again from a seedling. As long as it is not broken, it will grow again. Foreign and Forden are the names of the world tree. One of the facts that confused the fate of the world of Astraud. The world tree that suppressed the devil's spirit fell. After that, Astraud plunged into utter chaos. The trial of the 25th floor will take place in the confusing world of Astraud. The brave saw the fall of the world tree as an opportunity to grow. Jeju apologized to the audience and said he wanted to take a nap. He fell asleep instantly and the popoi surrounded him on all sides. Jeju wanted to sleep at least a little. While he slept, the popos sat on him. The audience discussed that they wanted to leave for a while but couldn't take their eyes off them. Jeju woke up thinking that he had slept for about an hour and now he had to move on. He looked at the sad faces of the popos. The spectators suggested taking them all with them. Surely they didn't want to leave here. Jeju thought that his journey to the world tree would be difficult. He told the people to take care of themselves and entered the portal. The 9th floor was a temple sealed with a rune. He had to break the seal to open the exit. He had 2 hours to do this. Jeju realized that the administrator would not leave him alone. The audience noticed that something was wrong with this test. This trial must be completed by 2 people. Jeju approached the girl and greeted her. She asked if there were real poppies on his head. She didn't know how he got along with them, but they looked very cute. The girl took his hand and Jeju said that they had to pass the test first. Then he noticed a scent coming from her. She apologized and said she had relaxed too much, then asked his name. Ju introduced himself. He asked her name. She said that he had a very nice name. Her name was Jin Haeon, but he could just call her Haeon. He knew they were in the same group but didn't think they would meet here. This girl is known by the nickname Witch. She didn't even bat an eyelid at the unusual complexity, but instead turned her attention to the popcorn. Many had met a sad end. After being enchanted by her beautiful smile, Jeju asked if she could make 100 crystals of the same color by herself. She said she would try. The audience helped her. Jeju remembered the pattern so he could do it himself on the 4th floor. But it's not a good idea to attract Jin Haeon's attention. The audience noticed that he was deliberately stalling and urged him to hurry up. Jeju thinks it's strange that she hasn't finished yet since almost 40 minutes have passed. Haeon is angry that it's not working. There's no way she's stuck there, and he's sure she's doing it on purpose. He decides to speed up so he doesn't get stuck there with her. Jeju asked her to step aside and let him do it for her. Haeon said she felt very uncomfortable. He said it was okay and told her to just step aside. They had to complete the test. There were 21 minutes left until the end of the test, and Jeju managed to do everything. Haeon couldn't believe it and said he was a genius, then hugged him, asking how he had solved everything so easily. Jeju replied that he was no genius and that she knew that herself. Haeon asked what he meant. He said he was sure she understood him. He pushed her away and said that she would have plenty of time to figure out all 4 walls. In the video, she was asked how long it took her to pass the test. Haeon replied that it took about half an hour and that she was just lucky, but a team member said she was lying because it didn't even take her 10 minutes. Haeon asked who he really was and if he was really in the tower for the 2nd time. Jeju asked what she was talking about and if she really thought that was possible. She agreed with him, but noted that the new guys on her stream were suspicious about it and wanted her to ask. They even donated a bunch of coins to her for asking the question. Jeju replied that it didn't matter and that he was here for the 2nd time. If it were true, he would have already destroyed her with his own hands. She said she was sure it wasn't the 2nd time. But he was suspicious because he was too cautious. Maybe it was reincarnation or regression. Jeju asked if she had a reason to think so. Her friends gave her a coupon for a replay. She reviewed his trial on the 7th floor. For the 2nd time, he didn't seem to know everything about the tower. And most likely, he knew a lot about that person. Jeju knows that she is known for setting her sights on someone and pursuing them to the end of the tower. That prospect is a headache for him, so if he answers correctly, he can prevent it. Jeju said that if she's so curious, he'll tell her, but instead she has to give him her cape. Then he'll tell her everything. Haeon asked if he was joking, and Jeju replied that he was serious. She said that if it was a joke, she would not leave him alone. She took off her cloak and asked if he had had enough of looking at her and was now satisfied. Jeju asked in what sense he had had enough, since he had asked her to give him the cloak. Jeju understands that he cannot be fooled by her appearance because she is a witch. She said that it was an expensive cloak with the ability to enhance mana. He said he knew that, and that was exactly why he wanted it. Jeju took the cloak and put it on. Haeon asked if he would now answer her. Jeju said that it was not about the 2nd chance, not about reincarnation, and not about going back in time. He simply knows more about the tower than anyone else. Its structure defies logic, and all information about the streamers is readily available. Without donations from viewers, it becomes increasingly difficult to get out of the tower. Thus, all viewers are a group with overwhelming power, and the streamers on the 1st floors can only pray for mercy. If the guy is unlucky enough to look at him, those who are interested in such things will gather around him. Jeju said that he is just a person who knows everything about the tower. Haeon asked if that includes user information. He replied that she should figure that out for herself. Haeon pointed out that he had missed the part where he explained how this was possible. Jeju replied that it was a secret, but when she asked about possible reincarnation or regression, he answered. She laughed and said that it was very interesting, but she wouldn't believe it yet. Haeon admitted that she hadn't felt this way in a long time. She likes men who have many secrets. Jeju said that was wonderful. He thought that no one would doubt that she was a witch. Then he said that if the conversation was over, he would leave. Haeyeon asked him to at least tell her his real name, but he ignored her and just entered the portal without even checking the reward. He then found himself in the free zone on the 10th floor. Now he can switch his broadcast and change channels. He can also watch the broadcasts of streamers below the 10th floor. Users below the 20th floor would no longer be able to watch his broadcast. The coins were distributed among the viewers. Jeju apologized to the viewers and said that he needed to look around first. After eating, he also asked to look in his backpack. They had already put up with this for a long time, but they didn't have much longer to suffer. The first thing he had to do was take a look around. Jeju immediately realized that something was wrong. He didn't notice a girl running next to him and crashing into a man. Everyone present began to say that a commoner had touched a nobleman. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to save her. The girl was afraid that he would hurt her, but the man asked if she was hurt and advised her to be careful in crowded places. He told her not to be afraid because nobles are not so scary. He then advised her to work hard so that she could get a good job in the future. This was because their empire was ruled by Emperor Kaoli Dutoprox. After hearing this, Jeju realized that changes had indeed taken place here. He approached a man who was feeding pigeons and asked if he could sit down next to him. The man did not object. In the video, he met the administrator on the 10th floor right in this park. So he asked the man how long he had been living there. He replied that he didn't remember and probably couldn't remember anymore. So Jeju asked him if he was happy. The man replied that he didn't think he had any emotions left. Jeju remembered that in the video he had agreed to take the job as administrator. Jeju asked the man what he was thinking now, calling him administrator. As everything began to unfold, Jeju heard a sound and saw a kind of vision. He had just been talking to the administrator, but it was as if he was in a different place. The man standing in the arena said that no one dared to look down on Taruha from above. Jeju was sure that it was the destroyed Taruha, the location where the 15th floor trial takes place. This place had fallen to demonic monsters. Each of them was at a level that none of the users who had reached the 15th floor could destroy. The 15th floor is full of such monsters. None of the warriors died, but this is not the end. There is no end to the waves, and demonic monsters seem to appear endlessly from the heart. This is a horror that will not end until Taruha falls completely. Even after waking up, the nightmare continues. Jeju saw the warriors relentlessly continuing to fight the monsters. He didn't notice that a monster was also approaching him. In an instant, he found himself back in the park. The administrator asked how he could see his fate. Jeju said that even if he continued to play with him, he would not change his decision. The man replied that he wasn't playing, but simply showing him his future. Jeju said that last time he changed the future he showed him. He should know that since he was watching. The administrator said that Jeju knew he was watching. That's why he should become an administrator. Jeju said that he was different from the Kim Jeju in the video. The administrator asked if he knew why he had received the video. Jato replied that he did not, but he would still reject the offer. He would not give in to threats. He would rather pass all the tests. The administrator asked if he was really not interested in what was hidden behind those videos. If he was interested, he would tell him. Jeju said to tell him everything, as it was better than knowing nothing. The administrator asked what he thought about who the administrator was and what he did. He replied that, as the name suggests, it was someone who supervised and managed the tower. The man said that then, with regard to the place of Astroud in the world. Did he really think that the world was created for the entertainment of users? Jeju took the 5th floor at face value. If he thought it was fake, he wouldn't have forced himself to play the prince, but would have simply dealt with Sonje. The administrator said that there were several users who could have obtained the position of administrator. Jeju asked if there were several administrators, or if a new administrator had to replace the existing one. The man said that there could only be one administrator. Anyone who gave up their position would lose their life. The human heart is a great mystery. He built a tower, appointed new administrators, ran a live streaming system, and did everything in his power. But every time he brought Astroud's world back to normal, it was destroyed again and again. All it takes is one hole. After that, another one appears and then another. It's like trying to fill a vessel with water endlessly, like the glove he created. Jizu asked if he meant that it was very difficult to fix what was broken. The administrator said that he becomes surprisingly emotional in front of him. He is like a vessel filled with water, and Astroud is the water he has to pour in. But he had been playing the role of a vessel for too long. He doesn't even remember why he became an administrator. Too much time had passed. He was broken and felt no love, hatred, or sadness toward people. All he has left is a sense of duty to fill the vessel. Gigi asked if the other administrators had also gone mad. He replied that everyone who became an administrator would have the same sense of duty that he had. They tried to fill the vessel with water. It was as if they were suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder. But they all failed. Either the water spilled over the edges because the jug was too small, or the jug itself cracked from expanding. But Jeju was different and did a better job. He lifted Astroud so that the vessel did not break. Jeju asked what the point of the video he saw was. He replied that it was his future as an administrator. In reality, for him, it would be the past. Be that as it may, he sent the videos himself. Jeju asked him why, and he replied that it was impossible to read other people's minds. It was like trying to dig into someone else's soul. If that were possible, he wouldn't be so irritated. Jeju realized that he didn't know why he sent the video. The man said that the fact that all of Kim Jeju's personalities remained unchanged. His curiosity had to be satisfied at least a little. The administrator asked if there were any more questions. Ju-jae was sure that he and the guy in the video were different people. Jeju asked if the atmosphere on the 10th floor had changed after the 5th floor test, and if there was a reason for this. The man replied that he had already said that Jeju had handled the role of administrator better than anyone else, and that the results of his actions were surprisingly consistent with that role. He had repaired this confusing world step by step. In his eyes, he would remain the same person. Jeju thought that what he had done on the 5th floor on his own now coincided with the changes he had made to the video and Astroud. Therefore, he did not want to accept the administrator's offer and simply sent him away. At that moment, one of Jeju's viewers was watching the video of his trial with the witch. Her name was Kang So-ha. She was Jeju's first subscriber with the nickname Love. She didn't know who the girl who had her eye on Jeju was. Jeju said that the administrator could only dream of his consent. The man replied that he was not in a position to talk right now. Then he turned into a pigeon and just flew away. From this conversation, Jeju realized that the administrator did not send those videos. So now he is interested in why Kim Jeju sent them. He did a good job with his role, so what happened? To find the answer to this question, he must continue to climb the tower. Meanwhile, the popos climbed out of the backpack. Jeju thought that they probably decided to calm him down. He thought that nothing would change if he did nothing. He looked at his followers and saw that there were more left than he thought. The people who only made it to the 10th floor cannot watch the stream of another user who is on the 10th floor. He now had 227 followers, so there were only 8 people on this floor. It was surprising that someone had stayed with him. Right after dancing with pop stars on the first floor. Looking at Jisuk and Haeon's audience, opening the stream to a wide audience could be dangerous. Therefore, he decided not to take the chance of getting into the trends. Turning on the broadcast, he greeted the viewers and asked if they had been waiting. He said he had to take care of something and apologized for turning off the broadcast. Then he was surprised to see a large number of messages. All the messages were friend requests and invitations to join a clan. But he didn't need that right now. He had something to take care of before reaching the 11th floor. Especially since he had the opportunity to be in the free zone for the first time, so he told his friends that they would have to stay there for a while. He decided to change channels. There were hundreds of channels in the country. He had been on the first one the whole time. The only thing that changed were the users next to him in the tower. The location and people of Astraud remained the same as in the game. Jeju wondered if the image of the workshop would change. He walked past people. Someone was selling apples in their shop. Someone else commented that the apple pie was too expensive. The magical engineering industry in the Empire is concentrated in the first workshop on the main street in Kray's workshop. Spectators noticed that Brand's workshop used to be here. Jeju went inside and asked if anyone was there. The man saw him and thought he was a traveler, then said they weren't taking orders. Jeju said that wasn't why he came. He asked where Brand was. The man asked why he was looking for the best craftsman in the Empire here. He needed to go to the palace to find him. Then he asked if he wanted anything else. Jeju replied that he wanted to repair something and asked if he could use the workshop and materials. He said he had studied the basics of magical engineering. The man was surprised because travelers are not usually interested in magical engineering. So he decided to introduce himself and said his name was Kray. Then he asked Jeju his name. Jeju told him his name, and Kray remarked that travelers had very interesting names. Kray asked what he wanted to repair, and Jeju decided to show him the glove. Kray said that it looked like it had been made in a hurry. There was very dangerous magic circulating in this item, but it would be fun. When he finished the repair, he would need to purchase a magic stone. That way, he could check the quality of his work. Jeju thanked him and said he would find a magic stone as soon as possible. So he decided to go look for one. Starting from the 10th floor, a free auction house appears in the Community tab. There, users can sell and buy items. However, you can only see items that match your level. Therefore, it is very difficult to find something like a magic stone. But besides the free auction house, there is a real auction house. There you can find everything you need. The disadvantage of the auction is that information about the item will not be available. You can only rely on your own eyes. He wanted to buy a bloodstone, but it wasn't something you could just get if you wanted it. A young man approached him and asked if he was a user. Judging by his clothes, he was probably a magician. Jeju tried to say no, but the guy didn't hear him and called out to Soyeon. A girl approached him and said she was looking for him. The guy replied that he thought he had met a mage. He seemed inexperienced, so he tried to help him. The guy asked if he was going to the auction house. He probably couldn't find the item he wanted at the free auction house. Jeju replied that was the case. The guy said he shouldn't go there. He didn't want to stand out, but he had 10,000 coins in his account and they wouldn't let him in, and you can't see information about the item there. The audience couldn't help with advice either. The guy wanted to convince him to join them once he gained his trust. They needed a magician, and it would be beneficial for both of them. The guy asked why he shouldn't join their party. They went up to the 12th floor so they can easily help him get through the 11th. Starting from the 10th floor, if you go up one floor, you can return to the free zone on the 10th floor. They are probably looking for party members here. Jeju thanked them for the offer and said that he could manage on his own and had some things to do. They were surprised by his abrupt response. Soyeon took Jeju by the hand and asked if they could talk somewhere quietly. He abruptly took her hand away and pushed her, saying that there was no need for that because he was not a magician. The guy asked why he pushed her. If he was so determined, then so be it. She reminded him that he reminded her of Jin Ha-yeon, which is why he reacted so sharply without even realizing it. He apologized for pushing her, wished them well, and left. The girl said that he was very stubborn. He wouldn't be able to get in there. The boy told Soyeon to speak more quietly because he would hear them. Juju thought that they weren't even trying to speak more quietly. The boy thought that they didn't need him if he wasn't a magician, and he wondered how he would even get into that house. The guards stopped Jeju at the entrance and told him that if he was a traveler, he had to prove his worth. He showed them how many coins he had. He had managed to collect almost 43,000 coins, and they let him into the auction house at the end of Selenan Street. Jeju went inside and a man asked him if it was his first time in Selenan. He replied that it was, and the man asked him to fill out a form. He had to write down information to identify himself. Jeju wrote his name and handed over the document. The man said that they would now check it, but his identity did not pass the verification. Then Jeju asked for permission to correct something. He added a 2 at the end of his name and asked to check again. The man checked and said that the verification was complete. There was still time before the auction started, so he could go to the waiting room. The man asked him to leave his clothes with him. He said he would take it to the cloakroom. This was for security reasons, so he hoped for his understanding. Emperor Kaoli lowered the income tax for commoners. Jeju believes that it would be better not to lower taxes, but to increase the number of stable jobs. Commoners and people in higher positions communicate without any prejudice. Jeju cannot get used to this. Jeju overheard a young man and woman talking about how the travelers were confused and kept saying that the elephant should be emperor. Hearing this, Jeju was surprised. Then he saw a familiar face and approached to say hello, saying he was glad to see her there. Lee Se-ha asked what he was doing there. He replied that he wanted to buy something and asked if he could sit next to her. She replied that of course he could. Jeju sat down at her table and apologized. A girl approached them and announced that the auction was about to begin and that they should wait a little longer. Then she asked if they wanted to enjoy a drink while they waited. Jeju asked for plain water. The girl asked the lady what she would like. Lee Se-ha said to bring her a cup of cocoa. After a while, their drinks were brought to them. At first, there was an awkward pause between Jeju and Lee Se-ha, but then she decided to ask him what he wanted to buy there. Jeju replied that he wanted a magic stone. He needed it for his glove. After all, she remembered that the glove had broken after the last time he used it. She remembered that situation. Then they continued to wait silently. Some viewers left the stream because they felt uncomfortable. Lee Se-ha thanked Jeju for that time. He replied that he had only done what he had to do and that she shouldn't worry about it. Jeju believes that the difficulty level increased because of him. Then he thought that he should probably change the topic of conversation. Lee Se-ha said that if it weren't for him, they probably wouldn't have been able to do it. Jeju decided to ask if there was any reason why she continued to wear her school uniform. She said that the clothes held memories that were very precious to her. Ju-jae understood that this explained everything. Even in the video, she always wore her school uniform, and it was obvious that there was a reason for that. After the 5th floor, Lee Se-ha gained a power that was impossible to handle, so becoming friends with her wasn't such a bad thing. So Jeju asked her if she would like to be friends with him. Such an unexpected proposal surprised her. Jeju decided to add her as a friend. He said that even if they didn't become friends in the conventional sense of the word, he would like to offer her a partnership, to help each other when necessary. Lee Se-ha accepted his friend request, but she was curious about one thing. She asked how he was able to become friends with the pop star. Jeju replied that it was a secret, and Lee Se-ha became angry with him. The auction was about to begin, and all participants were invited to enter the auction hall. Lee Se-ha stood up and said that all of this annoyed her. The audience noticed that she was back to her normal self. Jeju also went to the auction because he didn't want to be late. He entered the hall and took a free seat. Then he overheard 2 people talking. They said that the auction at noon was perfect timing. They wondered if there would be anything worth buying at the auction. The auctioneer, Raiden, warmly welcomed all visitors to Selenon. He emphasized that the auction was held for kings, nobles, and commoners alike. This was so that everyone would understand each other and not pay attention to social status. The entrance was also open to travelers. God is fair to all. The auction procedure is simple. They name the starting price, after which those present raise their bids. If after 3 repetitions the price is not raised, the lot goes to the person who made the highest bid. And now it's time to begin. The first lot is a red earth dragon egg. It is a fresh egg that arrived yesterday. In the south, 3 hunters of magical beasts lost their lives. While retrieving this valuable item from the dangerous region of the Rufni volcano, G studied the basics of interaction, so it won't be difficult. But the dragon breathes fire and is very large when fully grown. It is dangerous to carry it around. The dragon egg was sold for 6,000 coins. Raiden said that it was now the 8th item. It is a mysterious lot. The daughter of the royal family, Claudie, sold it at auction. The maker of this pendant is unknown, as are the materials used to make it. All that is known is that it is incredibly prestigious and beautiful. The starting price is 10,000 coins. Jeju made the first bid. He is sure that the red stone in the pendant is the same bloody stone he is looking for. Raiden said that they had the first bid and that traveler number 71 had excellent taste. An experiment with the stone will not be able to determine its material because the bloodstone is not considered precious. Raiden announced that by the auctioneer's decision, the minimum bid increase was 10,000 coins. He asked who would bid 11,000. The woman with the number 47 raised the bid. She is known for her interest in precious stones. She is the respectable young lady Graytel. She is the youngest daughter of a family that owns a business related to precious stones. Jeju had heard that she was not interested in the family business. But it seems that this was not true. Jeju realized that she wanted to play with him, so he raised the bid to 12,000 coins. They continued to raise the stakes to 20,000. Raiden asked participant 71 if he would raise the stakes. The bloodstone was a very valuable item, but he would lose nothing if he didn't get it now. So he decided to give up and find an ordinary magic stone. But Lee Seha raised the stakes. Then she started competing with Graytel. Raiden said it was a fierce battle. As a result, the winner was Traveler number 70 with a bid of 30,000 coins. Lee Seha won. Raiden thanked everyone for attending the auction and wished them all a pleasant evening. Jeju did not get the bloodstone, but he bought a decent magic stone for 6,000 coins. He was about to leave when he saw Lee Seha. She said that he had been gone for so long that she thought she had lost him. Lee Seha asked why he had taken so long, then gave him the necklace. Jeju asked why she was giving it to him. She asked him what kind of look that was. She said she wouldn't ask him to return it. He should just take it. Lee Seha took Jeju by the hand and gave him the necklace. Then she said that it must be a magic stone if he suddenly started betting. He wasn't interested in other jewelry. Jeju said that was true, but she had spent a lot of coins on it. She replied that he himself had said that they should be friends, and friends give gifts to each other. After that, Lee Seha said goodbye to him and asked him not to pretend they didn't know each other when they met again. Jeju doesn't understand why she suddenly decided to be friends with him. He thought it must be because of their past trials. But Lee Seha is not that kind of person. 30,000 is not a large price to pay for saving a life, but he has no idea what she is thinking. Lee Seha thought that this man probably didn't understand anything, but then she remembered where she knew him from. When she was in school, she needed to buy a school uniform, but she didn't have enough money for it. At the entrance to the shelter, she met him, and he told her to be a good girl and listen to the director. Lee Seha became curious about who he was because she had never seen him there before. At the shelter, she decided to tell them that she needed a uniform. The high school she was assigned to sent a warning. Since it would be a new school, she didn't have enough money. The woman said that it was time for new school uniforms, but not to worry. Someone had left some money for the students. This was so that students could buy school uniforms for the new semester. Perhaps he was shy, but he asked her to keep it a secret. Lee Seha wondered who it was and then thought it was the man she had encountered at the entrance. That's how she decided to thank him, and she doesn't think he needs to know. Jeju came to the workshop and Cray noticed that there was only one day left until the deadline. He replied that the item Cray was working on looked familiar to him, but it had undergone quite a few changes. Cray replied that engineers like to work on the most challenging tasks. Jeju said he was lucky and didn't think he was already finishing. The bloody stone was a little smaller, so he came early. He wanted to ask him to adjust the size. Craig said not to worry about it. Based on the design of the glove, he already knew where the stone should go. The size of the stone he wanted to use might be different, so he simply added a mechanism so that the glove could adjust itself. But it was difficult for him to explain in words, so it would be better if he saw everything with his own eyes. Pressing this button opens a slot for the magic stone. If you place the stone there, it will be securely fixed in place. Now you don't have to worry about the size of the stone and can use any one you like. To change it, you need to press the button twice. Broken or depleted magic stones will be discarded automatically. Gigi said that if that's the case, then he really doesn't have to worry. Now the size and shape of the stone doesn't matter. But Cray did such a complicated job, and Jizu is interested in how much it will cost. Cray told him not to worry about it. He had fun, and that was more than enough. He needed some more time to finish the job, so Craig asked Jiju to wait outside. He thanked him and went out. Jiju decided that tomorrow he would go to the 11th floor. In the meantime, he had time to get a good night's sleep and rest. He woke up because something was trying to bite him. This creature couldn't find a better way to wake him up. Gigi woke up in terror and then realized that the mosquitoes were probably cold. But first, he decided to turn on his stream. There were 200 viewers on his stream, and he asked if they were even asleep. They replied that they had been waiting for him. Some of them hadn't even slept all night. He had a total of 227 subscribers, and most of them seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to join. Jeju took out a mana stone and gave it to his followers so they could eat. The viewers asked if he had come up with a name for his gloves. Before that, he took it off and felt that it had become much more comfortable to wear. Cray was delighted that he liked it. Jeju noted that he couldn't just accept this item after all his efforts, so he wanted to at least pay for the materials. He replied that if he received payment, it would be the best day of his life. Jeju said he didn't even know how to respond. Cray asked him to give the item a name. No matter how good an item is, it has no life without a name. Jeju replied that he would think about it. Craig said that he was sure he wouldn't lie. Now he needed to think carefully about a good name. After all, what was the point of keeping a promise without putting any effort into it? The portal to the 11th floor looks as if there is something behind it, but it is blocked by an invisible wall that cannot be passed through. In addition, none of the residents of Asterwood can see it except for the users. They walk right through it as if it weren't there. Even though Jeju changed channels, it's still full of people here. Starting from the 11th floor, there will be many cooperative challenges. Therefore, users often form parties by studying the recruitment page in the community tab. Viewers asked if he was going to create a party. Jeju replied that he just wants to get to the 11th floor. He would like to work with those who watched his stream from the first floor, but he doesn't know what tricks the admin will pull, and first he needs to make sure it's safe. He doesn't want anyone to get hurt. If he formed a party with those people, he would drag them into the same level manipulation, and that would be very bad. Now, Jeju has to choose the difficulty level. Users who have become stronger and more confident on the 5th floor increase the difficulty level. Frightened by the words of the spectators, they'd lower it in order to survive. But he shouldn't worry about that. Jeju chose a high level and entered the portal. There, 2 participants were already waiting for him, arguing with each other. The girl said that if he was dressed like that, he must be a mage. Jeju greeted them, and the guy said he was just in time. He asked him to come closer because they needed to talk. Jeju noticed that he was facing a 2-handed swordsman and a spearman. It became clear to him why they were so happy to see a person dressed as a magician. The guy asked if he was a magician and what the gauntlet was. Jeju said that they must have misunderstood because of his clothes, and said that he was a magical engineer. Their reaction was not very pleasant. The girl apologized and said that they were in a situation where they didn't know what to do. Then she asked how many items he had for support. She had heard that there could be up to 20. Jeju replied that he had one. The girl said that in that case, there was nothing they could do. The trial began and the boy asked for at least 10 sea snakes, but not that monster. But most likely, there was something they didn't want to see. The boy thought he could safely escape from the clan and hoped he wouldn't die so senselessly. Jeju realized that judging by their reactions, something terrible was about to happen. Could the administrator have done something again? But then he heard a familiar sound. A dragon turtle emerged from the water, and the boy and girl were very frightened when they saw it. He decided not to draw unnecessary attention by using the glove. Since he couldn't control its power, he might accidentally break it. So he took his weapon and asked them to step back, saying he would deal with the turtle himself. The boy said he was talking nonsense, but then he saw how Jeju struck the turtle and immediately changed his mind about him. Jeju said that there was no time to explain and that they should just stand back if they didn't want to die. The girl asked what he was talking about, but it seemed that the turtle was very angry. The boy and the girl started to run away. When they saw that the turtle's gaze was fixed on them, they realized that they were now acting like bait. This was even better for him because while they were distracting it, he would be able to strike. So Jeju decided to act. Jeju jumped on the turtle and struck it with an axe, but it broke. He realized that it wasn't that strong after all. But with the help of the glove he received as a reward, he was able to repair it. The turtle couldn't go into the water because it had to hide quickly. This was good because he wouldn't have to look for it deep underwater. In that case, he wouldn't have been able to chase it. The boy turned to him and asked for permission to help. Jeez replied that it was dangerous and told him to stay where he was. After that, he jumped on the turtle's back to destroy it like last time. He had spent more energy before. On the 2nd floor, he had to use all his strength to get on top of her, but now he only needed 1 jump. The turtle saw him and tried to throw him off. Jeju found her weak spot and struck her. This enraged her greatly, and now she looked furious. Jeju realized that he had to hurry. If she falls, he will survive, but the other 2 may not have time to get to safety. His baseball experience is limited to arcade games, but now he has to hit the target. Jeju manages to do it and destroys the turtle. He is glad that he made it in time. The test is over and the way to the 12th floor is open. He can also go back to the 10th floor. The boy and girl thanked him for saving them. They really thought they were going to die there, so they were very grateful to him. Jeju said it was no big deal because he had to pass the test anyway. He then added that the test was over so they could continue on their way. The boy said he was very grateful and asked if he could find out his name. Jeju replied that he was against it and would not tell him his name. Then he asked him to go about his business. He didn't kick them out because of their names, but because their sarcasm annoyed him. Now that they were gone, he could look at his awards. The 11th floor was normal, but the 9th had been changed by the admin due to its difficulty. Jeju didn't want to attract even more attention with huge awards in boxes. He decided to open the 11th floor award first. He received 1,000 coins, a voucher for extra space in his backpack, and a low-level magic stone. The reward for the 11th floor without admin intervention is pretty standard. After opening this reward, he decided to see what he got on the 9th floor. In the box was a bag with 5,000 coins. There was also a leather cloak made by Lotanto, the master of 7 snakes. It had self-defense abilities. Jeju put it on and saw that it didn't fit him and was a little too big. So he decided to adjust the length. The leather cloak stood out, so he decided to change the structure and add a hood. Jeju decided to check if the administrator had left him alone and told the audience that he would go to the 11th floor again. Even if the bridge is made of stone, it is worth knocking on it before walking across. But the audience is not sure that he will change anything again. He tried again and passed the test, but the difficulty remained the same. The raincoat proved to be very useful. The team members who were with him thanked him for saving them. The boy wanted to give him something as a token of gratitude and asked his name, but Jeju said he was going to a quieter place and did not introduce himself. Jeju was a little nervous because he was where he first met the administrator, but this was the quietest place he knew. So he decided to come here to rest a little and think about what to do next. The Popos climbed out of the backpack. One of the viewers wrote that who would have thought that the stream would suddenly switch to a research team of Popos. They started running around and Jeju asked them not to go too far. He watched them and then had an idea. Jeju said that it was probably time to give them names and ask the viewers for ideas. Some asked if it was because of what Kreia had said. He said he had grown attached to them, and besides there were 3 of them, and he couldn't call them all poopy. A user sponsored him and suggested the names Posun, Podov, and Posuk, but Jeju said they were disgusting. The audience thought he would do better because he had studied magical animals. He looked around the store and saw that many books were on sale. They are related to magical animal skills and are inexpensive. This is because no one wants to spend money on skills related to magical animals. He himself is surprised that he is buying useless books to name his pets. Jeju has learned new skills. It's good that he doesn't have to read these books, but the fatigue from absorbing knowledge is still a problem. Thanks to his new skills, he feels that Popo give him completely different sensations than before. Therefore, he decided to name one of his pets Laha in honor of the goddess of love, Polaha. He likes to eat, but he makes sure that others get some too. Jeju said that the blessing of the goddess Polaka would be with him. In honor of the god of courage, Raskodin, he named the second Popoi Kodin. This name is fitting for brave men who take on the responsibility of protecting other Popois in times of danger. So may the blessings of the god Raskin be with him. And finally, in honor of the goddess of wisdom to Baron, the third will be named Baron. She is the most caring and tactful of all. Therefore, this name suits her best. So may the blessings of the goddess Tabarin be with her. The audience thought it was very nice that he named them after the gods of Astraud. After that, the Popos pounced on him. Some of the audience asked if it was just him who thought the Popos understood him. Jez hugged them and then remembered that he was still on air, so he decided that it would be a little awkward to hug them in front of the audience. Then he said that now that he had given them names, it was time to go to the 12th floor. He asked Locke, Corden, and Baron to get into his backpack. The audience noticed that they were going in there as if it were their home. Some were curious how long he was going to keep them in his backpack. It was much more interesting when they were sitting on his shoulders and head. Jeju replied that he shouldn't draw attention to himself until at least the 15th floor. Gigi thought that maybe it was because of his skill, but he felt uncomfortable keeping them locked in his bag. Entering the portal, Jeju saw that there were 2 people of high difficulty on the floor, 1 person of medium difficulty, and 1 person of low difficulty. He chose the high difficulty level, went in, greeted them, and said that he seemed to be the last to arrive. 3 participants were already waiting for him. The guy greeted him and said his name was Kim Jae-in. They shook hands and Jeju introduced himself as well. Jae-in heard something and thought it was a snake. A girl approached them and asked what snake he was talking about. Then she said her name was Lee So-hyun. Jeju said he was looking forward to working with them and asked if they already knew each other. So-hyun replied that they had met on the 10th floor. Together, they formed a party. So-hyun noticed that he had an interesting coat and said she had never seen one like it in a store. She asked if he had made it himself. Jeju said that it just turned out that way. Then he noticed that there was another person there. Jeju didn't understand why he was looking at him like that, so he asked him directly why he was looking at him like that. He replied that he recognized his name because he had just said that his name was Kim Jeju. Jeju asked what was wrong with his name. The guy asked if he was the emperor. He wanted to say something else, but Jeju covered his mouth and told him not to say another word. Then he saw the guy about to kneel down and he told him not to do that, but the guy said he had to. Jeju asked him to just introduce himself and not do anything else. He didn't expect to run into one of his viewers. The guy said he was pleased to meet him and that his name was Jeon Sang-jun. Only 8 people were left on Jeju's stream. Now everyone in the chat is laughing and he thought he should move to a foreign channel. So-hen asked if they knew each other. Sang-jun didn't know what to say, but Jeju said that they had crossed paths on the 11th floor. She said that it was better than being strangers. Jae-in noticed that Sang-jun was acting strange. He had recently been bragging about his cool equipment, but now he seemed nervous. Sang-jun wanted to say how he could get to the emperor. Jeju stopped him in time and he didn't have time to finish the word emperor. Then he decided to change the subject. So he asked if the 2 of them were part of the clan. So-hen said that life inside the clan wasn't for them. Jae-in noted that they didn't help at all but asked for donations to the treasury, so they got angry about it and left. Jeju asked if it was their first time conquering the 12th floor and they said yes. Then Jeju asked about streaming. Jae-in replied that they had turned them off a long time ago. He didn't even have 20 viewers who didn't donate a penny and only got in the way. Jeju realized that they had partially given up. After all, it is difficult to get information about the 12th floor without being in a clan. The 12th floor is a difficult challenge for knights and other melee classes. Since they were knights for the first time, it would be difficult for them. Jeju asked Sang-jun how he managed before reaching the 12th floor. He said that he had been kicked out of his clan and was just wandering around. In search of a friend or subordinate among the newbies on the first floor, he stumbled upon a stream. More precisely, he stumbled upon an amazing newbie. Thanks to his donations, he became rich. This helped him buy equipment and reach the 12th floor. And now he was here. Jeju didn't even know if he was lucky or not. Jaehyun noticed that it was enough with the introductions. They had 10 minutes left before the test began, so they needed to discuss a plan of action. Sanjun said how dare he give orders in Kim's presence. Jeju said it was fine and asked him if he had passed the 12th floor. He replied that he had. In that case, Jeju suggested that they decide what to do if no one had any objections. Jae-in said that it was obvious that he was a young army officer. Then they moved on to discussing the plan. Everyone was surprised that Jeju specialized in magical engineering, considering that they were currently on a highly complex floor. Jeju thought that people's reactions to his class were always the same. Jane asked if he had any useful gadgets. He replied that there was only one that he had made himself. It was for support, but it also had a magic cannon function that increased strength. Jaehyun said that he should have chosen the night class like him instead of doing something strange. So Hen told him to calm down. She asked why he kept talking like that. Then she said that she was an assassin, and unfortunately this location was not convenient for her because there was nowhere to hide. Jeju believes that their skills are weaker than those of knights. They are useless against magical beasts. Sanjun asked if he could come up with a plan. Everyone agreed, and in that case, he asked everyone to look this way. Jane and he would be on the front line to block the enemies. He wanted to say the Emperor, but clarified that Jeju would support them from the center. So Haeon was to attack the enemies from behind. But more important than their positions was that they should not rely too much on their skills in the trial. Their opponents would most likely be Yetis or Hounds. In other words, these types easily adapt to everything. As soon as one of them dies, the others will not fall for the same trick. This is important if they are relying on their sword skills. If their movements are always the same, it's game over. Jaehyun said that was nonsense. He learned these skills on the 5th floor, but now he says to forget about them and rely on his own strength. Sanjun said there was no point in continuing the conversation, and that he should deal with it himself. Jeju understands that they are not very eager to cooperate. Then Sanjun decided to ask Jeju something and approached him. He said that he could easily clear this level on his own, and it seems like he's deliberately standing aside. Jeju said that it's not good to finish group levels alone. Others might think he's just showing off. Sanjun wanted to call him Emperor again, but Jeju remarked that if he said that word again, they would never see each other again. The waiting time was almost up, and Jeju shouted that everyone should take their places. A moment later, their opponents appeared before them. Sanjun saw that it was Yeti and told everyone to raise their weapons. He was terribly nervous, even more so because they were already on the 12th floor. Jeju approached him and told him to calm down because he would only get hurt. Jeju assured him that no one would die. Sanjun asked if everything would really be okay. He replied that it would as long as he didn't overreact. Jaehyun asked why they were so afraid of creatures that didn't even have weapons. He thought they would encounter a dragon turtle or something similar again. Then he asked Sohan how many there were, and she replied that there were 16. She also warned him not to take his eyes off the boss in front. Jaehyun said that everyone should take 4 and then move to attack. Sohan called him crazy. Sanjun asked what to do since their formation had been ruined because of him. Jeju replied that he was a knight and would not die, and that they would see what happened next. There are those who ignore the warnings of others and have to suffer the consequences of their actions. Perhaps this confidence was the force that brought him here. But if he continues to be stubborn, he may pay for it. If Jeju doesn't help him understand this, he will die later. So it's better for him to learn this lesson now. The boss approached Jaehyun and said something in his language. The audience asked Jeju if he understood the words. Jeju said that he couldn't translate it and only knew one word, but he felt the same emotions as when he gave names to his popoes. They are old, but their fighting spirit burns brightly. Yetis are creatures that live in the northern part of the 15th floor. They grow weaker with age. And then they die when they lose their position as leader. Instead of fear and the desire not to die, they feel the will to fight. This is how they want to prove that they are not old yet. Jaehyun realizes that the creature is provoking him, and he cannot disgrace himself in front of So-Ken and the other users. Therefore, he cannot back down and must go to the end. Jaehyun tried to attack his opponent, but realized that simple attacks would not work. His skills probably won't work either, but he decides to try, because the only way to destroy them is to use his skills. He decided to blind them with his aura and then attack. This is a basic skill and is ideal for blinding an opponent and launching a surprise attack. Jaehyun noticed that his opponent had closed his eyes, probably because his aura was too bright. So he decided to finish him off right now. But then he noticed that his attacks were not working against his opponent. Now Jaehyun doesn't know what to do. The monster wanted to strike him, but Jeju stopped his attack. Jaehyun was surprised that he saved him. Jeju told him to get out of there, and he quickly headed toward the other members of his team. This opponent is quite strong, and Jeju must finish him off as quickly as possible before he learns his moves. He noticed that the monster was distracted, so it was the best time to strike. He only has one chance to defeat him. Jeju managed to defeat him. After destroying the boss, he realized that the Yeti's spirit had been greatly weakened because they had lost their leader. So he must quickly destroy them all to finally end the trial. Jeju quickly dealt with them all. After that, the way to the 10th and 12th floors opened up. Jeju praised the team members and said they did a great job. His viewers noticed that he had done all the work himself. They thanked him for saving them. Sohan said that he must be a professional who had already reached the 19th floor and descended. Now she understood why Jeon Sung-jun had been acting so strangely. She said that there was no need to be shy because thanks to him, they had passed the test. Her partner, on the other hand, was nothing but trouble. After that, they decided to move on, but Jae-in wanted to ask him a question. He asked if Jeju knew what the word Sumheo meant, since he had already reached the 19th floor. So-hyun asked if it was really that important, and he replied that it was for him. He couldn't forget the cold look on the monster's face when he stood in his way. Sumeka was the first word he had heard in the video. It meant child, so Jeju replied that the Yeti had called him a child. Jae-in thanked him for his answer and went into the portal. So-hen said she would go too, but that they would see each other again. She suggested that they eat something delicious together the next time they meet. Jeju was surprised by this suggestion, as were his viewers. Sanjun remarked that even those he meets for the first time cannot help but fall under his spell. Then he asked Jeju if he was streaming. He said that he was stuck on the 10th floor and had to leave quickly. His viewers were probably scolding him. Sanjun said he was leaving, and Jeju asked if he had started watching his stream from the first floor. He replied that he was curious to see how he would destroy the dragon turtle on the 2nd floor, so he came in. Jeju thanked him for watching his stream and donating. It probably wasn't easy for someone on the 10th floor to do that. So he was very grateful to him. Sanjun asked him how many coins he had received thanks to him and how much experience he had gained. It was only after his stream that he learned that the tower was a place where people lived. Then he bowed before him. He said he hoped he would reach the 100th floor and live a happy life. Jeju said he had asked him not to do that. Then Sanjun shouted, "Poopy!" and jumped into the portal. Jeju was surprised by this behavior. Viewers noticed that he was watching the stream from the 1st floor, and he ran away immediately after lying. Jeju decided to check his rewards and then move on. The difficulty level was normal, so the rewards were appropriate. He does not plan to learn sword art because he cannot even master magical engineering properly. As a reward, he received coins, a space backpack, and a book on basic sword skills. After collecting his rewards, he said he would move on. The audience noticed that he seemed upset. Jeju replied that he wasn't upset and decided to return to the 10th floor to change the channel. And then go to the 13th floor. He switched from a Korean channel to an American one and went to try the 13th floor. There he saw 2 players who asked if it was his first time on the 13th floor, and he replied that it was. The guy noticed that judging by his mouth movements, he didn't speak English and must have changed the channel. Even though his speech was automatically translated, his mouth movements remained the same. The guy instantly realized that he was not an Asian living in the United States. He had very good observation skills. Jeju said he was Korean, and the guy asked if he was from South or North Korea. Then he said he was just joking and that he was pleased to meet him. He introduced himself and said his name was Kettner. Jeju also introduced himself. Kettner asked if he was a streamer, and Jeju replied that he wasn't because he didn't have any viewers and it made him uncomfortable. After that, Kettner decided to introduce the others. Jeju had just met them, but he didn't doubt for a second that he should introduce everyone. It was obvious that they all knew each other. Jeju realized that this was the Black Scorpion, one of the vicious clans that carried out thefts. They enter a trial where 8 people are needed in teams of 6. Then they pretend not to know each other. They wait for 2 more to join them. At first, they engage in friendly conversation to lower their guard, and then reveal their true nature during the test. Such groups either deliberately make mistakes to lure enemies, or give the assassin a chance to turn monsters against outsiders. After rescuing the 2 unfortunate souls, they take all their coins as compensation, or they take the belongings of those who have no coins and destroy them. They do not worry about the consequences because they only target those who do not belong to the clan. Jeju wondered if there was a way to part ways with them peacefully. Kettner asks what he is thinking about and what his class is. Jeju replies that he is a magical engineer, and Kettner says he will cover their backs. So far, they treat him kindly, which is understandable because they consider him easy prey. Another player joined them. Kettner asked if he was okay. The last participant was a man named Jake. He had fled to the 13th floor from the sword fight. A battle took place on the 12th floor. Kettner asked why he didn't run to the 10th floor, and Jake replied that they were in cahoots. One of them had blocked the portal to the 10th floor. Kettner said that these madmen had almost destroyed him. Another member of the team laughed. Jake asked what was so funny. Kettner said they were just glad he had managed to escape, so he should hold on and try to get through the 13th floor. There were only a few minutes left before the start, and Kettner said they would begin soon. Then he announced that everyone should take their places. Jake asked if they weren't supposed to take their positions. Kettner replied that they had already decided everything and told him to help the magical engineer. But he pointed out that he was a knight, so Kettner told him to defend him if he was a knight. At that moment, poisonous dogs approached them. Jake said they needed to retreat. He began to taunt Kettner. There were at most 40 dogs, so he decided to take out 12 and then let the others slip behind. Then they could start acting, but JJ beat them to it and started fighting the dogs, asking them what they were doing. He asked why they were flying in the clouds during battle. Kettner said he had just been behind him. So how did he end up here? Jeju asked if that mattered now. Then he continued fighting. Kettner wanted to warn him that dogs were attacking him from behind, but Jeju quickly dealt with them using his cloak. He noted that if you looked at it that way, they didn't really want to fight. Instead of poking the dogs, he should have swung his sword. Kettner asked if he was a magical engineer, then what kind of cloak was that? Jeju replied that it was just an ordinary item. After that, Kettner told everyone to gather around and thought that Jeju was very relaxed and could be said to be more dangerous than the dogs. Since magical animals have better intuition, they noticed that he was the most dangerous one there. Jeju saw that Kettner's team had surrounded him and asked what they were up to. Kettner asked if he was a criminal hunter. He replied that he probably wouldn't believe anything he said. Kettner asked if it was also a lie that he was a magical engineer. He asked if he really thought he wouldn't find out. Gigi replied that he wasn't sure he understood what he was talking about. Then he remarked that he was greatly mistaken. Kettner said that the Lotanto items he was wearing were known for emitting a snake-like hissing sound. He asked if he thought that if he was a criminal, he wouldn't stream. Jeju asked what that had to do with magical engineering. Kettner replied that when a person who is not of the knightly class wears a Lotanto set, their body cannot withstand it. So he doesn't know how he got them, but the jokes are over and he underestimated them. Kettner noted that this isn't the first time they've dealt with show-offs. They had always been around, but in the end, those he saw before him were the ones who had survived. Jake understood what was going on. Jeju asked if he thought he had lied about being a magical engineer. A team member tells Kettner that the glove on his hand just turned into a Lotanto axe. Kettner says they're rare items. They can only drop from the 20th floor and above. They can easily cost several thousand coins and are considered heroic class items. Jeju put his backpack on the ground, and they thought he had decided to give up. Kettner believed it would be better for him to surrender. It would be better for him. Jeju asked if it was because they had seen it with their own eyes. If they don't believe him, he'll just make them believe. That way, he'll prove that he wasn't lying about magical engineering. Kettner said that he was just wasting their time and then the dogs attacked them. But Jeju used his glove to destroy them all. After that, Kettner realized that he wasn't weak. At this rate, it could become dangerous. The dogs gathered together because they sensed a threat, so Jeju struck again. It was even better for him. Now the gauntlet is more stable, although its combat power is weaker compared to the battle with the cleaners. But there is still a lot of mana left in his body. This means that the gauntlet takes less energy. If he controls his strength correctly, he can use this attack 3 times in a row. And the recoil is much less, and there is no need to push against the ground. He can hold it back with just his legs. The user hiding behind him thinks that now that he is relaxed and has dealt with the dogs, it is a good chance to strike. He tried to attack him, but with the help of the power of his cloak, Jeju repelled the attack and destroyed him. This completed the test. After the portal opened, the whole team quickly ran towards it to escape. Jeju decided to stop them. He asked them where they were rushing to, as it seemed they still had things to discuss. Therefore, they would have to stay a little longer. He told Jake that he could go. Jake thanked him and entered the portal. Jeju told the others to stay behind to talk. If they cooperated, it wouldn't take long. If they objected, they had to say so now. If they remained silent, it meant they didn't have any. Gigi thought that simply destroying them would be too easy, so he asked how many coins they had and invited them to sit down. The man called him a friend and explained that there must have been a slight misunderstanding. Jeju replied that they were not friends and that there was no misunderstanding. If they were just a regular group of bandits, he wouldn't have mentioned their name. The Black Scorpion has only captured the 13th floor so far. They were stealing from those who fell into their hands. With increased wealth and power, they would commit even more crimes once they reached the 20th floor. There, they will become notorious. Another guy said that they were just joking, and Jeju decided to establish new rules. They would help him be more compliant. Judging by the video, their group had committed arson and taken people's lives, so this was no joke. Therefore, Jeju said that first of all, they should only speak when answering questions. Secondly, they should not lie when answering. He hopes they understand each other. Another participant asked who he was looking down on. Then he told the others that he had even taken off his gloves so they should finish with him quickly, take his belongings and several thousand coins. Then the guy asked why they were so scared and where they were looking. Then he turned around and saw a cloak approaching him. Jeju said he would show them what happens to those who break the rules. With the help of his cloak, he grabbed the guy by the tongue. He added that violators were not worthy of being treated like humans. If anyone had any objections, they could voice them now. But no one said anything, and Jeju remarked that it seemed they had nothing to say. He asked if anyone had any potion. Then he asked one of them to take care of the guy who had been attacked by his cloak. He asked Ketter to come closer, and Ketter asked what he was up to. Jeju said that the others didn't respect him. He was also a criminal that no one wanted to deal with, but Jeju was sure that he had been a good leader for his comrades. So the people gathered and responded to his words, especially since he had knocked down 2 knights with a single swing of his arm. Kettner asked what he was getting at, and Jeju told him to accept his friend request. Kettner asked how he knew his username. Then Jeju reminded him of the first rule. Kettner said he would accept the request. Jeju knew that his nickname was the same as his surname. He found out about it from the clan's profile in the video. Jeju told everyone else to turn away and asked Kettner if he had said that he was a good leader. Then he noted that he had to answer, and Kettner said yes. Jeju noted that if he was a good leader, he should plan not only for the present but also for the future. He was sure that the leader had prepared for the 20th floor and asked if he knew how many coins his comrades had and how to use them. He was probably giving advice to his subordinates. Jeju said that it seemed like it had finally dawned on him, so he asked again how many coins his comrades had. Then he told him to send him this information via private message and warned him not to lie. If the investigation revealed a shortage, he would be disappointed. The system works in such a way that it is impossible to take coins by force. After a player dies, the coins disappear along with the body unless they were traded. Ketter's group used complex methods to steal coins. Ketter said that this was nonsense and what money he expected from them, surviving from day to day. Jeju said that sooner or later, after successfully reaching the 20th floor, he would definitely say the following somewhere in a bar: that he most regretted leaving the magic stone hidden on the 10th floor of the guild building because he had run away too quickly. Kettner said that was a lie. Jeju replied that he had heard the stone was worth tens of thousands, and it wouldn't take him long to go through 1,000 channels. Kettner's personality is complex and suspicious of everything. If his companions with the coins die, he has a trump card up his sleeve. This is so that the loss of coins would not be felt so significantly. He brought and hid a magic stone that is accepted as gold and changes in value. It was not difficult to convince people that this was for security purposes and was the clan's wealth. Jetsu said that if he gave him all the coins, he would not touch the stone. He would even show generosity by sending him to the stone. Kettner realizes that this is the one who learned his nickname, which he did not reveal. And he would find the magic stone easily, so Kettner agreed. So Jeju decided to move on to a knight named Jerry, whom he dealt with using his cloak. Jeju said that if he couldn't speak right now, he should not if he had more than 2,000 coins. Judging by the information sent by Kettner, he should have at least 3,000 coins in his account. Jerry nodded. Jeju said that it was better not to joke with him, and that if they hid even one coin, they would not leave there alive. After counting, it turned out that they had a total of 12,000 coins. The difference between Kettner's data was about 150 coins. Jeju took this into account and said that it could be written off as food expenses, but he asked again if no one had hidden anything. Then he told them to put all the potions in a bag and give it to him. The man who had collected the potions thought that he was an even bigger thief than they were. Jeju said that it was time to say goodbye and that he would now take something from their bodies with their cloak and told them to consider it karma. The cloak did its job, and Jeju treated their wounds with herbs and said that they were trash of society who had gathered together and communicated well with each other. Kettner called him crazy, and Jeju asked if they knew that the 14th floor was a maze. The most interesting thing was that this was a test for 6 people. It seems they had foreseen this and formed a group of 6 people. Jeju said he would help them. Some people pointed out that he should have sent them to the 10th floor. Jeju replied that there was a condition that they would not hide a single coin from him, but they said that he had accepted the difference. He explained that this refers to the difference between the amount known to Kettner and the total amount, but that doesn't mean they can keep it for themselves. Jeju was sure that they had coins left. Kettner realized that he had no intention of letting them go. After that, Jeju opened their reward but said he didn't want to take it, so he just left it on the floor. No matter how many times he cleans the 13th floor, he will always receive at least 1 coin as a reward. Kettner said that this was too much and wished them luck on their trial. They were a team and had to get through the 14th floor on their own. Trying to get through the maze with one leg is like taking your own life, so Jeju just threw them all into the portal. Then he told the audience that he would check the reward for the trial. He received 1,000 coins, a mace, and a magic sphere of ordinary class. As he expected, the reward was mediocre. The audience noticed that he had to return to the 10th floor and sell the items. He noted that it was too early because his backpack wasn't heavy yet, and returning would be a waste of time. Luck plays an important role on the 14th floor. Therefore, it is difficult to call this a team challenge, but in any case, he goes on. He found himself in a maze of evil. Its size is determined by the level of difficulty. In it, you have to choose a starting point from which to get to the center. Entering the portal, he saw that all the participants had gathered and were discussing how to split up to begin. One man told another that now that the last participant had arrived, they could discuss it all together. They called him over and noticed that he was Asian and asked if he was Chinese. The man remarked that he was brave to come here alone. Jeju replied that he was Korean. The man asked if he was South Korean and then said he was joking. He introduced himself and also decided to introduce his friends. This man's name was Robert. His friends were Fordman, Ricky, and Chris. Jeju said that they seemed like they had known each other for a long time. Then he asked if this was their first time taking the 14th floor challenge. Judging by the atmosphere, they were an experienced team. But it was strange that they had come to the 14th floor without their 6th member. Robert said that he was quick to catch on. There were originally 6 people in the team, but the 6th member was seriously injured on the 13th floor, so he temporarily left the group. He returned to the 10th floor to get treatment. No wonder their equipment is in pretty good condition. Jeju immediately suspected something. When there are only 5 people in a team, mutual understanding reigns. Robert said that they wanted to wait for him, but he insisted because he didn't want to be a burden. They had no one to take as the 6th member, so they went as 5. Robert asks them not to think too much of it and that they are not angry. He understands his feelings. Moreover, Jeju is climbing on his own. Jeju replied that everything was fine. Before starting, they decided to share their classes and describe their strengths. After getting acquainted, Robert suggested discussing a strategy. Jeju was asked if it was his first time on the 14th floor, and he replied that it was. So Robert said he would explain everything to everyone. Jeju knows that the maze changes every time new players enter it. First of all, you need luck to get through. Robert said that the maze is full of confusing paths. If you reach a dead end, a trap and magical animals will appear. Looking at the board, you can choose your starting point where the white dot is. There is only one condition for passing. You must reach the center of the maze by any means necessary. The path that leads them from the starting point to the destination, as well as its length, never repeats itself. Therefore, it is impossible to suggest a strategy. Only they can decide what to do. The 6 of them can either start from one point or go their separate ways. There is one point that contains fewer traps, and the magical animals there are weaker, so all that remains is to pray that they will find that path. Jez asked if there was a chance for one person to take the easy path alone. Robert said that they did not know which path was easy, and that one could die trying. Since the structure of the maze is always random, no one knows what might happen. The other participants could get in the way if he had to use the gauntlet. Jeju suggested that he take one of the paths, and they would take the other together. Robert pointed out that they were not that shameless. Did he really think they would let him put himself in danger just because he wasn't part of their group? Jeju replied that he said that because he was confident he could handle it himself. Robert pointed out that he seemed to have cleared the 13th floor on his own. Therefore, he had no doubts about his combat skills, but they couldn't sacrifice him for their own good. Jeju thought that, unlike the previous team, this one was too tormented by their conscience. So he said he wouldn't move an inch until everyone else left. Robert said that he was giving in because he probably wouldn't be able to stop him. So he offered him a potion. He added that there was nothing special about it, but it would help him a little. And when he felt serious danger, he should just stand and wait. If they were on the right path, the 5 of them would be able to get through. Jeju agreed. The team decided to start from the west, so they set off, and Jeju decided that in that case he would start from the north. The team members wondered if he could manage it alone, but Robert pointed out that he was not a simple guy, so he would not die and would stop if he was in danger. Still, some were convinced that he wasn't very smart. Robert pointed out that he was able to determine how experienced the team was just from their greetings. He also pointed out that their team didn't have enough people for the test. Despite the situation, he was calm and collected, even though the situation was suspicious. So it seems that he has some tricks up his sleeve. Most likely he has something else besides his cloak. He is definitely confident and is going through the maze himself. But this is not a very wise decision because the maze is dangerous. Robert said that no matter how strong his weapon is, there is no wisdom in going through the maze alone. Therefore, they need to get to the center as quickly as possible. Most likely, he will stop halfway and wait. They continued on and won, but because they moved cautiously, they became easy prey. The monster immediately attacked them. This is the strongest opponent that can appear on this floor. When fighting him, the metal of the weapons corrodes. Because the monster's body is made of acid, fighting it completely destroys their weapons. This time they won, but the knight's weapons are damaged, therefore they may suffer losses. They also do not think that their friend will be able to complete the journey alone. Then they heard a noise. A moment later they saw Jeju appear before them. They did not expect this at all. Jeju asked if they were all right. Before that, he had decided to go north and set off on one of the routes. But then one of his pets climbed out of his backpack. He asked it, calling it Baron, why it had climbed out and asked if it was bored. Baron jumped off him and ran away. Jeju was surprised that he wanted to come down, but didn't understand why. Then he thought that he must be hungry and saw Baron approach the wall and start eating it. Jeju realized that the black wall must have magical powers. He had never heard of black mana stones before. Then the other popos climbed out of the bag and joined Baron to eat the wall. In fact, he always let them snack on large rocks when the opportunity arose. One of the popo brought Jeju a mana stone. Jeju replied that he wasn't angry and was just thinking. Then he asked Baron if he had brought him the stone and thanked him. First, he decided to check if it was really a mana stone, so he took out his glove. If it was, the glove would activate. At first it did, but then it rejected the stone. So Jeju realized that it wasn't a mana stone after all. Popoi had a good meal and returned to him. He decided not to put them back in the bag and said that they would go like that for now. They jumped onto his shoulders and head. He reached a crossroads and didn't know where to go. But then he heard a monster and thought that Robert and his friends must be there. So he thought they could get through there. After that, one of the poppies jumped up and broke through the wall. Jeju asked him to wait, calling him Laha. Then he told the audience that he would go and check everything out. He asked Laha to stop again and ran after him. Robert and his team must be behind that wall. Jeju told him to stop because the wall would be difficult to break through, but Laha broke through it and was injured. He picked him up to show him mercy and asked the other popes to behave a little more quietly. Then Jeju approached Robert and his team and asked if they were all right. He hid his men behind his back. Robert asked if he had broken through the walls to get there, and Jeju replied that he had. He was worried about them. He thought monsters had attacked them, but now he could see that no one was seriously hurt. Robert replied that no one was actually hurt, but their weapons were about to break, which was a bit inconvenient. Those monsters are poisonous and their weapons are in poor condition. Jeju told them to just wait there. It would be dangerous for them to continue on with such weapons. Robert asked what he was talking about, and Jeju began to back away and said that they would see each other again, then left. The girl said that before the wall collapsed, she heard a popping sound. It came from Jeju's direction. Jeju was sure that they would wait and not take any risks, and that it was good that he had warned them. So he released his popoas and told them it was time to head toward the Pillar of Light. The popoi successfully destroyed all the walls, and only one remained. That's how they got to the center of the maze. As soon as he touched the pillar, the trial would be over. But first, he had to hide the popos, because as soon as he touched the pillar, the other participants would also be transported to the center. So he told the popos to quickly climb into the bag. After that, he touched the pillar and everyone was transported to the portals. The way to the 15th and 10th floors opened up. Robert approached Jeju, hugged him, and said that he had indeed passed and thanked him for saving him. Jeju felt him hug him with all his knightly strength. If his body had not been reinforced with mana stones, he would have broken him. He said there was no need to thank him. Robert noted that thanks to him, they had passed this level without losses, and he wanted to give him some coins, but they were broke. The knights thought they were doomed when their weapons broke. They were very grateful to him, and now their fears were gone. Robert said that they would go to the 10th floor to visit their friend Fordman in the hospital, and asked where he was going. Jedge replied that they shouldn't worry about him, and that they could go ahead. One of the team members said goodbye to him in accordance with his Eastern customs. The 15th floor is a test in the northern part of Astrowood. This is where they learn skills, complete tasks, and grow. They say that this floor is easier than the 5th floor, unless the administrator intervenes and does something. What he showed him last time may not be an illusion at all. The audience asked Jeju why he was stuck. Jeju replied that he was just thinking and decided to check the awards and move on. The administrator did not interfere starting from the 10th floor. Therefore, nothing unexpected should happen on the 15th floor either. Jeju opened the box of awards. There was a two-handed sword of an ordinary knight, a lower stone of mana, and 1,000 coins. The audience was outraged by the quality of the awards. The administrator again slipped him some junk. Jeju said that he had received the awards, so he would move on. But then he saw that a spectator had donated 1,000 coins to him with a message saying that he would become that very box of awards. After that, many more spectators joined him and began throwing their donations at him. Jeju laughed and thanked them. The viewers decided they couldn't lose him, so they agreed to donate to him altogether. He said he would like to go straight to the 15th floor, but he had to return to the 10th floor to prepare. Jeju had to take something from the 10th floor, so he went to the Astroud Empire's Traveler Control Center. He wants to find out where the Black Scorpion clan's residence is located. The guy asked him to fill out an identification form. He also asked him to take off his hood. Jeju listened to him and filled out the document. The guy thought that he was dressed like a traveler but behaved surprisingly elegantly. So, could he be a nobleman? Jeju gave him the document, and the guy said he would give him the information after confirming his identity and asked if his name was Kim Jeju. Jeju replied that everything was correct. His identity was confirmed, and the young man said that they would record his request at the address. Then he asked if he agreed. Jeju replied that he did, and then he took the document and left. He wants to find the northern entrance to the zone for travelers. He is tired of having to ask the same question every time. Even if he is faced with the same citizen of the Empire, he will not remember who changed the channel. For them, the channel is the whole world. So, in order to find the residence of the Black Scorpion clan, he will have to repeat the same question on 87 channel. Jeju found a gloomy alley that was perfect for their clan leader. He approached the building and knocked on the door, but it seemed that no one was there, so he decided to kick the door down. The mana stones must be hidden in this room. Instead of searching for them himself, there is a simpler method. So he released the popo, gave them a low-level mana stone, and asked if they could find a similar one. They began to search the area and quickly found it. Jeju praised Lahu for his excellent work. Jeju put all the mana stones in a bag and left a few for the popois. He praised them for their excellent work and said that it was their share. He sold the sphere, the mace, the sword skill book, the two-handed sword, and even a supply of mana stones for the gloves. Jeju couldn't believe how much he had earned. He had almost 87,500 coins in his account. With that amount, he could buy the items he needed from Latanto on the 20th floor. To cope with the cold of the northern lands, he needed to use certain items. Specifically, a temperature-controlled cloak. He also had the mana stones for the gloves, so his preparations were complete. He decided to return to the Korean channel to receive rewards for subscriptions. He needs to increase his viewership. Although there is a risk that he will meet his viewer, Jeju decided to learn some knight skills. The 15th floor is perfect for this. If he wants to be able to handle magical engineering equipment and the Latanto set in the future, he needs to develop his physical abilities. He passed through the portal and realized that something was wrong. Users who end up on this floor should appear near the Fountain of Trials in the city center. If the required number is not reached, they cannot leave. They will have to interact with people while staying near the fountain. Judging by the architecture, this is definitely the northern region. Jeju thought that this must be another trick by the administrator. There should be 50 people on the 15th floor. The required number has been reached, so the trial will begin soon. Jeju felt a strong wind. In this trial, warriors must compete against magical animals. He must find the desired power and complete the task. The portal on the Fountain of Trials would open after the task was completed. Jeju realized that he first had to pass the Fountain of Trials. He entered the room and a man asked who he was and remarked that he had not seen his face before. Judging by his light clothing, he was a traveler. Jeju said that was true and noticed that the man was quite large. The man said his name was Palaham. They shook hands and Jeju felt his incredible strength during the handshake. Palaham asked how he had left the Fountain of Trials, and then how he made his way here. Jeju replied that he didn't know, and that it just happened somehow. Jeju felt as if his hand was being squeezed in a vice and he couldn't stand it. Palaham said that this meant that he was here for the first time, and noted that despite this, he possessed such strength. He liked that and saw warrior qualities in him. Palaham continued to hold his hand and struck him. Jeju couldn't pull his hand away. Palaham was surprised that he continued to stand even after being hit. He wondered if it was because of his interesting outfit. Whatever the case, it really impressed him. Jeju noted that this was a rather aggressive greeting on his part. He replied that it was because everyone who came here was weak, so he could consider it an initiation. Jeju said that even if that was the case, he still felt like he was ready to destroy him right now. Palacham replied that his tone also reminded him of the weaklings who came from the Empire, so he'd better not complain, because he was barely holding back from sending him to the other world. Jeju thought that the effect of Lotanto's set had been completely neutralized, and he even said he was holding back. Just as Jeju had thought, one conversation with him would not be enough. Hatred for the Empire had settled deep in Palaham's heart, because his child had died. A minor dispute with the Empire had led to the death of his son, who was in the prime of his life. This hatred has long since spread beyond the Empire and even to travelers passing through it. Palaham is the chief warrior of the Sun. Who would have thought that the best warrior of Taruha would be standing on the corner of a castle tower? Jeju asked if the initiation was over and if he could leave. Palacham replied that it was not, and Jeju asked what he wanted from him. Palaham asked if he would do it if he told him. Jeju replied that if it was within his power, he would certainly do it. After that, Palacham laughed and said that he liked his straightforwardness. He took back his words about him being like those weaklings from the Empire. Then he told him to repeat after him. He had to shout it loudly and confidently and asked if it would be difficult. Jeju asked if that was all. Palacham said yes, and now he had to repeat after him carefully. Jeju knew that he had the most difficult personality to understand on the entire floor. When Palacham began to speak, Jeju could barely stand the loud sound. After Palacham finished speaking, he asked if he could repeat it. After all, if he didn't understand, he could repeat them. Jeju said that he heard everything but was just curious about what it meant. Palacham said that he shouldn't think about it and just repeat what he had just said. But Jeju refused because he didn't want to repeat a phrase he didn't understand. Palacham called him stubborn. Then he said that since he was here for the first time, he probably didn't know anything about the greatness of Taruha, so he suggested that he follow him. The audience panicked a little, but Jeju understood that there was no need to make a fuss. The warriors following Palaham were not scary. Despite the fact that it didn't work out very well at first, he would have had to face him anyway. Palacham is one of Taruha's greatest warriors. He was going to learn how to break the form of a skill anyway, so this was a good start. If you break the form of a skill, the body will not move. Most likely, his body would be able to directly use and control the skill. Palacham led Jeju outside to the cannon and asked him if he knew what it was. Jeju replied that it looked like a mana cannon. Palaham replied that it was good that he knew. It was still being developed in the Empire. In the last battle, he threw them a decoy. And after that, he wiped them off the face of the earth with it. After that, they wanted to create their own version of the cannon and seemed to be actively working on it. Palacham said that the snow had stopped just in time and decided to use the cannon because he hadn't used it in a long time. He asked Jeju if he could see that black thing. It wasn't always that big and used to be no bigger than a mole. When he got closer, he saw monsters protecting it. It was the first time in his life he had seen such creatures. Jeju asked if he had returned immediately. Palacham said that it was only because the people who accompanied him were in poor condition, so he should not misunderstand. Then he asked if he knew where the monsters had come from. Jeju replied that he did not and could not know. Palacham said that they came out of that thing, even though it was hard to believe. After that, he struck a blow. Then he said that this thing had destroyed the large Taruha family. Because of this, the world is reliving the same events over and over again. After the destruction, only vague memories remain, just enough to understand that everything is repeating itself. Unlike the people on the 5th floor, the people on the 15th floor remember the fall of their kingdom, which repeats itself every time. After sprouting, the heart of this organism absorbs all the life force around it in order to bloom. Then the petals open completely. When this happens, demonic creatures will endlessly burst out of the flower. This catastrophe leads to the destruction of Taruha. Palacham realizes that he has said too much useless stuff and now Taruha's greatness is just a joke. Jeju is surprised that he saw the monsters that attacked the kingdom and destroyed it. Survived his own death many times, but still remains calm. This man is truly strong, not only in body but also in spirit. Palacham said that it was enough to engage in nonsense. If he needs to deal with something, he should do it quickly and then leave. Jeju asked if the initiation was over and he replied that it was. He noted that he had done a great job. Jeju said that his business was related to Palaham, the chief warrior of the sun. Palacham said that it seemed he knew about him even before he came here, so he would be happy to hear what business he had with him. Jeju said that he would like to study with him because he wanted to become a warrior, but Palacham laughed and said that someone had definitely lied to him. He had had such travelers before, but most of them couldn't last even an hour, let alone days. Jeju asked if that meant he was being rejected. He replied that Jeju was just saying that because he wasn't that cruel. Some of the audience then wrote asking why he told him to fight 20 Yetis. The audience asked how he survived, and he replied that Palakam watched from the sidelines and then helped him before he almost died. Palakam said he would give him a task, but first he had to get used to Taruha and then come back, and he shouldn't rush ahead of the train. That would only increase his chances of dying. Jeju said that if he had only memories after the destruction and no guarantees, would he remember him? He replied that there was no need to worry because unusual travelers are not easily forgotten. Jeju asked if he wanted to start learning right away. Palakam replied that if he wanted to, that was fine too. Jeju replied that he would first take on a task to adapt and then return. He replied that it was a good choice and that a suitable task for his current level would be to hunt for the red root tooth of a white boar. He asked if he didn't already have a task. Jeju said that couldn't be and that he would check right away. On the notification screen, he saw that his task was to extract the heart of the organism before it bloomed. If this was not done, Taruha would fall. He couldn't leave the floor until he completed the task. Jeju didn't understand what this was all about. That's what he was worried about. Jeju thinks that the administrator has gone mad, but it must have happened a long time ago. But if he can't pass, he will die the moment Taruha falls. Palacham asks if something is wrong, and Jeju says that it is. As the audience knows, given the complexity of the task, it is impossible to complete it. Even if all 50 players on the floor unite, they will not be able to harm the heart of the organism. Palakam said he didn't know what had happened, but asked if he could help in any way. Jeju replied that he couldn't and apologized, asking if he could come back later. He replied that it was up to him. Jeju asked where to find him when he returned. He said to come to the place where the sun shines brightest in the west. Jeju said that in that case he would leave. Palakam thinks that something urgent must have happened, but in his opinion he seemed even calmer. Jeju understood who had given him this task. He thought that the admin was going to test him again. There is 1 month left. Usually the body needs less than 30 days to fully blossom. If he does not complete the task by then, he will die. The audience asked what he was going to do, and he replied that he needed to find out if he was the only one. Other users could have been given the same task. If so, they could join forces. He could find the others at the Fountain of Trials. Jeju walked past the house and a man watched him from the window. Then he ran out into the street and called him their savior. He fell to his knees before him and begged him to prevent the destruction and save them all. The audience noticed that they always behaved this way. To preserve the minds of the Taruha people, the administrator created a legend that one day a traveler would appear and save them all. Using the name of a god with a diamond halo, Gerald gave the people this prophecy. If they waited, the users would help them prevent their fate. This is what they believe in. For the people, this hope is their only source of sanity. Jeej wondered if such a user would ever appear. For them, this floor is just another level of the tower that must be passed, and these people must also understand this. But they have no other choice because without hope, only oblivion awaits them. Jeju decided to focus on the test for now. He reached the gathering place for users and saw 2 of them talking. They were wondering why there were only 49 users when there should be 50. The boy said that it must be a mistake and that it wasn't as cold as he thought. The girl remarked that she was sure that such a mass of muscles would be warm, but she was cold. Jeju approached them and interrupted their conversation. At first, they were wary and asked what he wanted. He apologized and said that he was also a user and wanted to ask something. The guy said that he was their last lost user. They were very happy to meet him. The boy said his name was Kim Song-hyok and hers was Lee Ju-sung. Jeju also introduced himself to them. Song-hyok asked if that was really his real name. Ju-sung apologized for him and said that he was a little immature. Then she asked if he had just arrived. Jeju replied that he had and that he needed to ask the other users something. Ju-sung said she would be happy to listen to him. He asked her to look at the task she had received. She said she would look now because she hadn't had time to do so since they had just arrived. After looking, she saw that there was nothing yet. Then she asked if something was wrong. Jeju thanked her for her time and said not to worry about it. If he was the only one who received the assignment, the others would just skip it. Ju-sung told him not to be shy and to contact her if necessary. Sanchek said that they had added everyone else as friends and asked if he wanted to be friends with them. Jeju understands that it is unlikely that anyone will help him. Although it would be difficult to get help in destroying the heart, adding them would mean more viewers, so it was a plus. Jeju decided to add them and asked if their usernames were the same as their real names. They replied that they were. Then they said they would look for Kim Jeju's name, but he stopped them and said he would send the request himself a little later. The viewers noticed that he was embarrassed again because of the 2. Sanhok said that there was no need to put it off. Ju-sung remarked that he must be in a hurry. To be honest, Jeju is in a losing situation right now. That's why he needs to return to Palaham. All he can do now is become stronger. He returned and saw that there was no one in the castle tower. Palaham told him to go where the setting sun shines brightest, so he needs to find the place he was talking about. He looked around and saw that the brightest place was probably the house near the mountains, so he went there. At the entrance to the house, a dog began to bark at him. Jedu tried to calm it down and called it a good boy. Palakam said he wondered who had come and asked if he had solved his problem. Jedu replied that he thought it should work somehow. In fact, he had come to talk to him about something. Palakam asked him if he had eaten yet, and Jeju replied that he hadn't, so he invited him into his house. Because, as the elders say, food comes first. Jeju wondered if he should take off his shoes. He didn't think it was part of their culture, but his Korean conscience wouldn't allow him to enter with his shoes on. Palakam told him to come in and apologized for the intrusion. The woman greeted him and asked if he was one of the new travelers. He replied that he was pleased to meet her and said that he was, and then introduced himself. The woman said her name was Shayle. She was curious to know who her husband would invite to dinner, considering that it was their first time. Shayle called him a nice young man. Jez thanked her and was a little embarrassed. Palacham asked him what he was doing and told him to finally sit down at the table. Shayle said she had prepared a meal that travelers enjoy, so he should help himself. Jedu thanked her for dinner. After that, Shalet asked Palacham how long he was going to continue doing nonsense in the castle tower. He asked how it could be called nonsense. Jeju couldn't imagine that Palacham could be henpecked. Then Palacham asked Jeju if he was done. Then he asked why they didn't talk. Jeju said he hadn't eaten yet, so Palacham replied that they would meet outside. And he quickly jumped out of the house. Jeju told Shalet that it was probably time for him to go. He said that it was very tasty and thanked her for the dinner. Shalet replied that she was very glad that he liked it. Jeju left, and Palaham said that if it weren't for Shalet and this little boy, he would have gone mad long ago and would be wandering through the snow-covered fields without a shred of hope. To which Jeju replied that his wife was a very nice person. Palacham laughed and said that she was his ideal woman. He asked if he was really a traveler. Jeju replied that he was. Palaham said that they knew the world was coming to an end, but they continued to live their meaningless lives, and he asked if he didn't find that ridiculous. Jeju replied that he didn't, and mentioned the man. It didn't matter if they clung to the belief in the existence of a savior or lived their lives on repeat, but they had found their way to survive and hold on. Therefore, Jeju said that he did not think so at all. Palacham asked if that was all he had to say, and he replied that it was. Palaham laughed and said that he really didn't know how to support people with words and that he didn't understand what was going on in his head. But strangely enough, he's not bad. Jeju asked him if that was a compliment and said that he was in a difficult situation right now. That's why he wants to become a warrior. Palacham said that it was probably somehow related to his task, so they agreed to meet the next morning. He advised him to get a good night's sleep before then. Jeju asked if he wasn't curious about why he wanted to do this. He said he would ask him tomorrow. In the meantime, he could sleep there. Under normal circumstances, Jeju would have taken advantage of the accommodation near the Fountain of Trials. But he had very little time to train. He couldn't waste time on trivial matters because his life was at stake. He had to do everything possible to raise his level. The next day, Palaham asked Jeju what power he wanted, the great battle techniques of Taruha, or perhaps he wanted to learn the skills of the Empire. Jeju asked if he wasn't even going to give him any time. He would like to have breakfast and take a shower, and he thought that he could at least let him spend the night at his house. Palaham said that washing and eating were important after a good workout, and that there was no time to waste on conversation. Jeju said he would like to learn the axe skills used in this place. He was most familiar with this weapon, and it was also the weapon most mastered by the warriors of Taruha. In addition, the axe was Palaham's specialty. Palaham asked if he had already learned the skills of the Empire, and Jeju replied that he had not. He said that this was a strange desire for someone who had come from the Empire. But first, he didn't like his clothes, so he told him to take them off immediately. He asked how he could wear clothes designed to protect the wearer. It would only get in the way of training. Jeju thought that made sense. If he could control the cloak, he would automatically react in case of danger. Palaham said that with such physical form, he probably had no trouble with women. Jeju asked him not to say that. After that, Palaham suggested they begin, and admitted that he was disappointed that their first meeting had ended so quickly. Then he suddenly struck, and Jeju barely managed to dodge, and said that he could have warned him first. Palaham said that now they would move on to the legs. He was surprised that he hadn't even learned the skills yet, but could use the power of nature. This was indeed something special. Jeju said that if he continued to joke around, they would end there, or was this also part of the training? Palaham remarked that he was talking too much, and delivered another blow to the head. Jeju realized that he would not be able to dodge it. Jeju thought about his strength. He felt like he had been hit with a hammer. Palaham said that this was not all, and they continued. He continued to strike him in the head, stomach, and sides. Jeju thought he was a real monster. An hour had passed since the start of the training, and Jeju realized that he couldn't hold out much longer. He had no strength left. He had reached his limit and hadn't even had breakfast. Palakam said that he hadn't learned the skills of the Empire, so in that case it was possible. Jeju didn't understand what he meant. Then he saw a notification on the screen that he had learned a new martial arts skill, Taruha. Palaham asked if he liked it, and he replied that it was just what he needed. The audience noticed that they had never seen anything like this before. Jeju also did not expect this to happen. It couldn't be a bad skill. It's not specified in the system, but users divide skills into two main types: active and passive. Active skills need to be activated by users, while passive skills are maintained constantly. Passive skills are usually created through constant use of active skills. There is also a small chance of acquiring a passive skill in other ways. When using a high-level skill, in this case the passive skill does not require mana or aura. It increases the user's abilities. The more you learn it, the better. Palacham told Jeju not to say that he was wrong. Jeju asked if he was worried that he might have been wrong. Palaham replied that he wanted to test him and thought he was looking for a reason to stop. After that, Jeju stood up and asked if he wanted to continue. Palaham noticed that someone had unexpectedly caught fire. Jeju decided to try this new skill in action. Palaham watched his movements and was convinced that he was worthy of being called a Taru warrior. Everyone would agree with that. He couldn't understand how Jeju was able to imitate his movements after seeing them only a few times. Jeju struck, and Palakam stopped the attack and thought that his initial breakthrough was good, but his attacks were still clumsy. Therefore, he said that he still had a long way to go to achieve his goal. Jeju struck again and asked what he meant by that. Palaham realized that the blow was a diversionary tactic. It was an obvious move, and he was to blame for losing his vigilance, so he had nothing to say. Jeju realized that maybe he had made a mistake. At first, he wanted to test his skill in action, but as soon as he moved, he changed his mind. His body felt so light that it seemed as if he could fly into the sky. For the first time, he felt as if he was capable of anything he wanted. The difference was so great that the thought of returning to his former physical state made him feel bored. But his overwhelming confidence gave way to a desire to strike Palahama. But for him, this was surely a shameful oversight. This made Palaham very angry. Ji asked if he could let go of his hand. Palaham asked him if he wanted him to let go of his arm, but he didn't even think about doing that. Then he struck him and remarked that he felt like he had been reborn. Jeju admitted that he thought he had decided to finish him off. Palaham told him not to exaggerate and said that he had restrained himself. After that, Shalette called them to breakfast. She said that was enough and told them to go home, so Palakam invited Jeju into the house. As the audience says, it is not so easy to improve passive skills. Jeju thinks that Palaham is a wonderful teacher. His fists became more powerful after that blow. But he teaches well, and the results prove it. The audience began to discuss that this was a bad skill. Jeju decided to change the subject and said that the sky was very beautiful, and then asked if they wanted to eat. They replied that they were eating while watching. Then Jeju noticed Palaham feeding his dog and thought about food. He needed to find some stones for them and feed them as well. Palaham asked him how his breakfast was. Jeju replied that everything was wonderful and that his wife's cooking skills were beyond praise. Palaham said that he had been thinking about his task. Then he asked if it had anything to do with destroying the ice giant or the demonic beast. Jeju replied that it was something like that. Palachim said that he had thought so, and that was why he had asked to be taught, but something seemed strange to him. Jeju asked what exactly. He replied that considering his abilities and the actions of his strange clothes, he did not really need his lessons. Jeju replied that he had said earlier in the castle tower that he had intended to meet him from the beginning. Palakam replied that he no longer had any reason to force himself to come here. His plans had failed, and he had been given a task he did not want. Either that, or it was simply an impossible task. Jeju asked him what would happen next. Palacham asked if that was it. Pointing to the creature, he asked if he should destroy it. Jeju didn't know how to respond, but then decided there was no point in lying to him. So he said that it was. In his opinion, he was only asking to confirm his suspicions. Palakam said that sometimes God plays cruel jokes on them. Jeju asked if he believed in God, and he wondered if he looked like an unbeliever. Jeju replied that sometimes he did, and then asked if he thought there was no point in trying to destroy that thing. Palaham replied that there was nothing in this world that was not filled with meaning. What made no sense to one person could be the most important thing to another. Jeju thought about the most important thing and asked Palakam if he could help him in that case. He agreed and said that now they had to go. Jeju asked where, and he replied that they had to go to that thing. Because, as they say, to defeat an enemy, you must understand him. But Jeju pointed out that he had not yet learned combat skills. Palaham replied indignantly that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to. Jeju replied that he wanted to, but if it became too dangerous, they would have to return. Palaham replied that of course they would, and told him to give him a minute to get ready, and they would go. Jeju told the audience that he had no choice, and that he was sure Palaham would be upset if he didn't offer to take him with him. He decided to pet Palakam's dog and called him a good boy. At that moment, the puppies sensed danger. They jumped out of the backpack because they were jealous of their owner. Jeju apologized to him and picked up the puppies. Then he apologized to the puppies for not letting them out. Palakam saw these creatures and decided to approach him and ask about them. He asked where he got these things. Jeju didn't expect him to see them and replied that they just appeared. Jeju asked him what his dog's name was. Palakam replied that he must have forgotten to introduce him. His name is Kol Lachanta. Usually they just call him Chanta. Jeju replied that it was a very nice name. The audience thought that he also called Jeju Lachanta. The heart of the organism is the source of the destruction that caused Taruha's downfall. But can he destroy this organism? Since the administrator had intervened, he had to do it and had no other choice. A few hours earlier, the warrior Leto was talking to his subordinate. The subordinate said that he had heard that the warrior of the sun had invited a traveler to his home. They did not understand what he was thinking. An invitation from a great warrior was an honor reserved only for those who had proven their skills. Leto, a centurion warrior of Taru, was suffering from a hangover. He thought that no matter how much the gods were mocking them, an invitation to dinner was part of tradition. But his subordinate does not think so this time. The captain and the traveler were sparring together. This guy's name is Kirun. He is Leto's friend and assistant. Kirun said that Palaham couldn't be serious if he did that to the traveler. Leto laughed and said that this was just him and that now he even felt sorry for the guy. Karen thinks he hasn't looked happy in a long time. Leto replied that now he was curious too. They had nothing to do, and it was better to do something than try to forget themselves in a bar and suffer from a hangover. Karen asked if he was going, and he replied that of course he was because he wanted to meet the traveler. What he had heard had piqued his curiosity. Then Karen asked if they should call the other warriors. Leto replied that there was no need because they would run into them by accident. Karen asked what he meant, and Leto said that of course they would go together. But Karen said he wasn't going anywhere and that he should go alone. Leto asked what was wrong with him and if he went with him, he would let him die peacefully. Karen said he didn't want to, but he pulled him along. They went to Palacham's house, and Leto bet 500 coins that it would be fun. Karun couldn't believe he was betting real money. Then he noticed that he was adapting quickly. Leto replied that their money was worthless anyway and that they should cooperate with their saviors. Karen said that he was trying to make it sound noble, but he was spending his savings on drinks for travelers. Leto said they were in the right place, and then they saw Palaham training Jadu. They wondered if Palaham had previously controlled his power. Karen noted that he fought the same way when he punished him. For a moment, Leto thought that this was not a traveler, and said that he was serious now. His movements are very similar to those of the warrior Taruha. Despite the fact that Palacham controls his strength during the attack, the guy is able to maintain his stance. At the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to attack. That's not bad. With skills like that, he could be a centurion. Then Leto tried to push these thoughts away. Karen noted that the traveler was a good fighter. Leto said that this was because the commander was holding back. If he were fighting seriously, it would be different. With that, they finished training, and Palacham invited Jadu to breakfast. Leto and Karun continued to watch. Karen tried to wake Leto, who asked him to give him 5 more minutes, but then jumped up when Karen said there was a snake nearby. Leto was frightened and immediately got up and asked where it was. Karun noticed that he was talking to himself and told him to get up because the commander had come out again. They watched them and saw that the traveler was holding some poppy seeds in his hands. Leto asked if they were the spirits of the world tree. Karen replied that it was correct and that, as far as he could remember, no traveler had ever had them with them before. Leto said he trusted his memory and decided to go ask. Karen immediately agreed and admitted that he would like to touch these creatures. They approached, and Leto greeted the commander of the Sun Warriors. Palacham asked what he was doing there, as he thought he was lying around in a bar somewhere. Then he asked if he had come to check if he was in his right mind, because after all, it was the first time he had invited a traveler to his home. Leto replied that this was not the case, but Palacham remarked that he needed to learn how to lie, and then introduced the traveler to them. In Leth's opinion, he was a very strange guy. A minute ago, he was fighting like a warrior, but judging by his clothes, he was definitely a citizen of the Empire. Leto asked permission to introduce himself and said that he was a centurion of the great commander Taruha. Jaj also introduced himself. Palaham said that the strange guy behind him was Karen. He was not a warrior, but he was quite intelligent, and second only to the queen in intellect. Karen said that was an exaggeration, and then said he was glad to meet them. When he approached Jeju, the Popoys seemed even cuter to him. He really wanted to touch them. The audience immediately noticed that another fan of the Popes had appeared, but Palacham interrupted their acquaintance. He said that it was perfect because he had just been thinking about taking more people with him. It was great that they had decided to come on their own. Then he asked Leto what he thought and told him to say no if he didn't want to come. Leto asked where they were going. He replied that they were going there, pointing to the body. Leto asked if he was serious. Palacham said that they wouldn't be there long, so there was no need to worry. Leto agreed, but Karun noted that it wasn't the best idea and wanted to dissuade him. Leto said he would go on one condition. In his opinion, this traveler was a cocky guy. Therefore, he wanted to spar with him. He wanted to show him the greatness of Taruha. Because if he went, he would be risking his life. So he had the right to know what the traveler was capable of. Jadu didn't think the centurion would ask for a sparring match. If he didn't get Palaham's approval, his backup plan was to ask Leto to train him. So Jeju said that if that's what he wanted, he agreed. Leto's approval wouldn't hurt. The spectators warned him to be careful. Jeju decided to let the Popoys go and told them to stay away because they could get hurt. Palaham asked if he was going to compete in his clothes. Jeju replied that since it was a training battle, he didn't mind for now. Leto asked what they were talking about, and Palacham replied that the traveler's clothes were quite unusual. They moved as if they were alive. This surprised Leto, and he asked Palaham if he was worried about him because of his moving clothes. Then he told Jeez that he also needed a weapon. Leto asked Karun to lend him his axe, but Jeju said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about it. Then Leto heard the sound of a snake and thought he had imagined it because there were no snakes there. After that, he turned his attention to Jeez. He asked what it was. Was he trying to copy their warriors? Jeju replied that he often used this weapon. It was one of the functions of his clothing. Leto noticed that there was a large blade at one end, attached to a long handle. Everyone would agree that this axe resembled a warrior's weapon. He didn't like it and wondered how a traveler could dare to make fun of Taruha. Leto said that it was indeed interesting clothing, and since this duel would help determine his abilities, he would not hold back. He considered the traveler arrogant, so he decided to show him what he was capable of, and immediately attacked. Jedu was able to withstand the attack. Leto said that what happened during the battle with the commander was probably not an accident. He couldn't even imagine that he would be able to react to his attack. After that, Leto knocked the weapon out of his hands. Jedu believes that because of the use of the cloak's power, the Taruha warriors think he is incapable of anything. Leto asked if that was all he could do. Jeju thought about how he had hoped to save his trump cards for the future, but he had no other choice. So he would have to use the power of the cloak. Leth saw something strange grab his arm and asked what was happening. Then he realized that it was his strange clothing doing it. Jedu suggested they end it there. Leto realized that he hadn't imagined it. When he heard the snake, it meant that he was using his clothes. Just because he had stopped his attack didn't mean it was over. So he decided that he would definitely teach him a lesson. Leto wanted to attack him, but Jeju told him not to move. His cloak stopped Leto, so Jeju once again suggested that they call it quits. Palacham decided to intervene and said that enough was enough. Then he noted that in any case, victory belonged to the traveler. Leto accepted his defeat. Jeju said that if it weren't for his equipment, he wouldn't have won. Leto replied that no matter what, he would admit defeat and the traveler could rejoice in his victory. He told Jedu to rejoice, but that if it weren't for Letanto's strength, he would have lost immediately. Moreover, Leto was trying to look good in front of Palacham. Because of this, it was very easy to provoke him. He treated him as if he envied him because the teacher praised someone else. If they compete again, Leto will be careful, and then it will be difficult to defeat him. After that, Leto and Kirun returned to prepare. Karen asked what all the luggage was for since they were going to the center of the Ratun Mountains. There were no sleeping bags or even mats to put on the ground. Leto said that warriors don't need such things and that he caught a cold last time. So Karun asked Chalet to prepare everything necessary because he knew this would happen. Karen said that it looked like they had filled their luggage with alcohol again. But Palacham told him to be quiet because he was too loud. Jeju thinks that you need to know how to grumble at the commander. Then Palacham asked Jeju where his perfume was. And he asked what kind of perfume. Palacham asked what kind. He was talking about things that looked like cotton balls. Then Jedu realized that he was talking about popcorn. He replied that they were in his backpack because Jeju thought they attracted too much attention. Palacham thought they would feel uncomfortable under lock and key. But then he noticed that they seemed to like them, so he should treat them better. Jeju wondered why he called them spirits. Popos are not magical animals, and nothing is known about them. All that is known is that they appeared when the world tree was destroyed. There's also little information about their environment, but no one knows why or how they were created. Jeju thought that perhaps Palacham knew something about them. Palaham asked if everyone was ready to have fun, and then they went on a hike. Jedu asked if Karun needed any help. He replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. But Jeju didn't think he was quite right because he wasn't a warrior and was weaker than them. Nevertheless, Palacham simply gave him his luggage and did not seem concerned that anything would happen to him. They had been walking for some time and were tired. Jeju suggested taking a break before continuing, but then they saw the ice giants. There were many of them. Palacham immediately sprang into action. Jeju noticed that they were very noisy, but they couldn't go any further without encountering the giants. Karen called Jeju a traveler and asked him to wait there. Jeju said that it would be dangerous for the three of them to fight all of them, so he wanted to help. Karen asked him to stay behind and deal with those who remained. After all, it was a trifle for the warriors of Taruha, so Leto told him to just stand back and watch. Jeju noticed that they had decided to use something similar to blades, but they looked more massive and stronger. Karun said it was something like a safety device. He wanted to use it to set up camp, but it would work just fine as it was. Karen set up the devices and asked Jeju to take care of things. But then they saw Palacham returning, and Jeju asked if he was going to compete with Let. He replied that he didn't need to participate, so he would just watch them compete. Karen joined Leto, and Jeju asked if everything would be okay. Then he saw that they were doing just fine without him. Jeju thought it was amazing. Leto used his overwhelming power to quickly reduce the number of opponents. Meanwhile, Karun, who has less speed and strength, dealt with those he had missed. There was obvious harmony between them. And that's impossible to achieve without complete trust, especially since Jeju didn't think Karun was capable of competing like that. At that moment, the monsters tried to attack Jeju and screamed loudly, but his cloak reacted quickly and destroyed them. Jeju told Palaham that he would appreciate it if he warned him about the attack next time. He thought his eardrums were going to burst. Palaham said he was being dramatic because he had only snapped his fingers and didn't have time to warn him when the enemy was breathing down his neck. Leto dealt with his opponents, and the remaining ones decided not to attack them. Palaham said that was it. and Leto replied that it was. Karun remarked that they were show-offs. Lethos asked what he had said, and he replied that he had said he had fought well. Leto thinks that the ice giants have gone mad and wonders why they came down here. They usually live in the mountains and never come down to the foothills. Palaham said that they hadn't gone mad, but that it was unexpected. Karen told him not to tell him that he had tricked them again. He replied that it was true because they spent all day in the bar. Karen called him an ill-mannered old man. Jeju asked what had happened, and Karun asked him not to play such pranks anymore. The townspeople consider travelers to be saviors. If the end is near, they will only lose their trust. After all, he himself knows that nothing good will come of it. Palacham asked why he was so concerned, since the world would meet its end anyway. Jeju thought about the approaching end of the world. The heart of the organism needs a year to blossom. The organism he saw from the castle walls was not even half the size it needed to be. It would take about 5 to 7 months for it to fully blossom. In other words, he would only be able to destroy it then. But this city would meet its end sooner, all because of Palacham. The Palacham he knew would fire a magic cannon from the castle walls. Jeju knows this from the video. He will also attack personally and cause a commotion. Then the heart will want to regenerate. Therefore, it will aggressively absorb the life force from the earth. It will use all the power left after its restoration to grow. There is no way that Palacham does not know about this. Instead of considering it an outburst of anger for repeating the destruction of the world, he continues to do so. Jeju told Karun that he had a question. Karun replied that he could ask it. So Jeju decided to inquire about Palaham's behavior. He was curious if the city's residents and higher-ups knew about his actions when he did this. Karen said he was also curious about the question. Either they don't know or there is something else going on. But then he said that it didn't matter, and that he couldn't be sure either. Then he suggested that Jeju move on. Judging by his reaction, Jeju understood everything. In Taruki, there are not many people capable of keeping information from spreading. Some viewers wrote that they were a little disappointed after arriving in the northern region. After that, he temporarily lost the ability to write in the chat. Palacham asked Jeju if he had noticed that there wasn't much snow around Taru, and asked if he would be interested to know why. Karen wanted to stop him, but Leto told him to calm down, saying that the commander must have a reason for mentioning it. There is an incredibly beautiful and warm stone in the city. It is located deep beneath Taruha. It is used not only by great magical engineers. It is also used by the Empire's technicians, who come here in secret to create devices. Thanks to this, there is no snow in the city and they can live in warmth. In other words, it can be called a heater. Jeju didn't know about this and hadn't seen anything like it in the video either. He asked why Palacham was telling him this. He said he just wanted to tell him a secret about the city that other travelers don't know. That's why he's now Chanta. Jeju asked if that was his dog's name, or if the word had another meaning. Palaham laughed and said he would think about it. Then he patted Jeju on the back and said he would let him know when the time came. A minute later, they reached their destination. That organism was the only living plant among all the rot. Jeju heard a soothing sound coming from it, like in the womb. If this organism woke up, Taru would be no more. Jeju wondered how he could get rid of it. Palacham said that it seemed to have grown even larger. Karen remarked that it was all thanks to someone, of course. Then he added that it seemed like someone had already been there. Leto asked if he thought the ice giants would allow other monsters to walk on their territory. There were traces of battle here, but no one was around. Therefore, it was quite possible that this vile creature had devoured everyone after the battle. Karun asked what they should do now. The traveler was still with them, so he suggested they return. There were no more monsters here anyway. Palacham told the traveler and asked where. Then he said, "Chanta, come to me." Jeju didn't understand what that meant and thought it was probably a signal to run away. This was a wonderful opportunity. As someone who had fought the creature hundreds or even thousands of times, he must know something. Jeju needed to get as much information as possible from Palacham, so he asked if he had forgotten the promise he had made. If it became too dangerous, they would return. Palaham replied that of course he remembered. Jeju pointed out that he was now creating a dangerous situation himself. He replied that of course not, and that his task was to destroy this thing. Palaham suggested that he touch the roots. Jeju asked if it was necessary. Palacham said that it was important to study your enemy in order to defeat him. Jeju understood that he was right and decided to try. He touched it, thinking that if nothing happened to Palacham after that, everything would be fine. Jeju clearly felt its life force. It was like a plant, but not quite. Palacham asked if he could feel life in it. He replied that he did, and Palaham said that everything was correct. This thing is alive, and it absorbs all life around it. Then he said he couldn't stand it. Jeju asked what exactly he couldn't stand. He replied that he couldn't stand the fact that this plant had decided to take root near Taruha, and thus bring the city to ruin. Jeju noticed that he was starting to get angry and suggested that he calm down. Meanwhile, Leto and Karun hid. Jeju realized that the two had foreseen everything and hid in advance. Palaham told him to look closely, and he asked him what he was going to do. Palacham struck the plant. Jeju realized that he had just broken the heart of the organism. And before that, he had defeated the ice giants without suffering any damage. Even the plant would need some time to recover. But then he saw that the plant had already begun to recover. Palakam said that he was probably doomed. Jeju wondered if he could complete the task. One blow from Palakam was enough to destroy dozens of trees. But this flower stood as if nothing had happened. After that, he saw that the plant had released black drops. Then the drops formed into cleaners. There were so many of them that they had to deal with them urgently. Karen told Palakam that he would tell Shalette that he was risking his life again. Palaham replied that they would talk about it later, and then he immediately began to attack these monsters. It all ended unexpectedly easily, but then Jedu thought that it wasn't unexpected. Since the commander of the sun was there were no problems. Every move Palaham made simply wiped the enemy off the face of the earth. Karen asked if that was all and suggested they return. Palaham asked in response if they needed to return, and turning to Yakin, called him Chanta and asked if he was satisfied. JJ looked at this organism and understood that it was taking all the life force of the mountain just to survive. Palaham asked if he wanted to burn a hole in it. Then he suggested that he return and have a drink. JJ understood why it continued to behave this way. Even if they did nothing, Taruha would still be destroyed, no matter how much time they had. All that remained was to repeat the events over and over again. When Palakam asked if he could get rid of this thing, he simply suggested that he give up right away if he wasn't sure of his abilities. Jeju replied that he was not satisfied yet. If he returned like this, he would get nothing. Now, when he encountered the flower, he felt only helplessness. So he decided to climb onto the plant. He felt the thorns inside, and they were terrifyingly huge. Karen asked what he was up to, calling him Chanta. Jeju replied that he had to see everything with his own eyes. To destroy the thing, he needed overwhelming fiery power. He needed to destroy it before it could regenerate, right when the bud opened. And if he couldn't destroy it with his magical weapon, the heart of the catastrophe would begin to grow more and more actively. In that case, instead of a month, they would have a week. It is even possible that only one day will remain. If they retreat now, the heart of disaster will simply continue to grow stronger day by day. And then not only will the magical weapon do no harm, but monsters stronger than the purifiers will appear. Most likely, this is the administrator's way of punishing him for refusing his offer. Therefore, he must do everything he can. Jeju tried to direct all the energy of the gauntlet, even though it could harm him. His magic gauntlet gradually began to malfunction, and he was injured. But he had no intention of giving up. If this thing regenerated, he wouldn't have another chance. Moreover, he decided that he wouldn't survive anyway. The audience was worried about him and urged him to give up. Jedu noticed that the plant had released some kind of slime again, and it must be its protector. Perhaps the heart senses danger because it is not yet fully grown. But despite this, it can already create high-ranking monsters. If it creates many monsters as before, the best option would be to ask Palakam, Leto, and Karen for help. So he had to hurry and climbed inside the plant. He saw that the damage was healing and there was very little space. Then he thought that this was probably the end for him and said thank you to everyone for watching, just in case. The audience asked him to come back. If the audience had known, they would have told him how to destroy the heart long ago. Even if he escapes now, he will die without being able to save Taruha. Despite the fact that he was attacking with the help of a gauntlet, the heart of the disaster was regenerating faster. The gauntlet was probably too weak. The Popos came out of the backpack and Jeju saw that they were crying. He asked them why they came out and told them to go back. Jeju saw that they were beginning to change and did not even plan to hide. These creatures were born from a fragment of the world tree. The Popos hold energy opposite to that of the demon realm. Just one touch of the heart of the disaster causes them immense pain. But they do everything they can to help him. Jeju apologized for making them suffer. Together with them, he continued to destroy the heart. It began to work and there was only a little left, but his strength was almost gone and he realized that there was nothing more he could do. He wanted so much to show this to the administrator. After that, Jeju passed out, and when he woke up, he heard Palaham say that it didn't matter because his fate was to die anyway. Karen said that they still had to tell the traveler about it. Palacham agreed with him and said that he understood everything. Jeju was surprised that he was still alive. He heard Karun say that they didn't have much time and that the demonic flower was almost in bloom. This made Jedu feel ashamed, but right now he was more concerned about how his companions were feeling. Usually they reacted to him after he woke up. They must be infected. To cure them, he needed to get to the 20th floor. Holy water, which can purify demonic energy, is only sold on the 20th floor, but he didn't know if he could get there. Leto told the commander that he had one question about this traveler, or rather, about Shanta. He is curious why Palakam told him about the Sunstone. He replied that he was curious and wanted to know as much as he knew. Leto remarked that he spoke as if he knew some incredible secret. Palacham said he was mistaken. Shezu stood up and asked them to tell him what they were talking about, and what he didn't know yet. They were surprised that he woke up so quickly. Palacham said that they had no urgent business, so he should come and eat. Jeju remarked that it was urgent and asked if he would tell him. He replied that he would tell him, but first he needed to eat. Then he asked how he was feeling. Jeju replied that he felt better, but his hands were numb. Palakam said that was strange because his spirits felt terrible, but he looked quite well. Jeju thought that his arm shields had protected him, so he said that he thought it was all because of his clothes. Palakam remarked that he had useful clothes, but it was also difficult to pull him out because of them. Jeju realized that Palaham had pulled him out of the flower without looking at the protection of his cloak. So he thanked him and then asked why he saved him, since it was his fault that destruction was imminent. It was clear that the heart of the disaster was still alive. Now it had grown stronger and could summon even more terrifying monsters. Palacham asked Leto when the warriors of Taruha would leave Chanta. He replied that it would be when he died or fled like a coward. After that, Palakam asked if he had done anything about it, and he replied that he had not. Palakam said that he had heard everything himself and offered him something to eat. Now he needed energy before doing anything, so Jeju quickly ate everything. Palacham said that he looked better. He replied that it was delicious, so Palaham offered him more, but Jeju refused and said that was enough. Then he asked if they could return to the previous topic and inquired about the size of the sunstone. Palacham said it was about that size and showed him with his fingers. Jeju asked where the stone might be, and he replied that he didn't know. Jeju was upset that even the commander of the warriors did not know where to look for it, but if they found it, they could get rid of the heart of disaster. The person with the most power in Taruchi might know where the stone was, so Jeju said he would like to meet the queen. He decided to explain to everyone what he was trying to do and told them that he wanted to put the sunstone in his invention and attack the flower. And in order to get the sunstone, he wants to meet with the queen. Palaham asked if he even knows how powerful the sunstone is. Jeju replied that he did not, and Palaham told Karun to calculate how many such bloody stones would be needed to equal the power of the sunstone. He replied that if they were of the same size, they would need approximately 11,950 stone. Palacham asked if he had heard him correctly. If Jeju used it, there would be nothing left of him, and if he wanted to offer to share it, he should forget about it right away. Jeju said that everything was fine and that he was ready. It didn't matter if he died from the stone or from the end of the world, but he wanted to do everything he could. Palaham said that he would pass the message on to the palace, and Jeju thanked him for that. Palaham suggested that he rest and leave for the palace tomorrow. Jeju said that in that case he would get some sleep because he wasn't feeling very well. Palaham told him to rest well because he would need his strength tomorrow. Then Jeju suggested that they eat some mana stones, because they needed to eat something to regain their strength, but they did not react. They usually behave differently because they adore mana stones, but now they didn't even pay attention to them. Palacham asked him if he couldn't sleep, and he replied that he seemed a little sad. Palacham said that a beautiful song would work wonders. In Taruchi, people sighed with sorrow or happiness, and at such moments it was customary to sing. Jeju was surprised by these words. Palakam explained that since most warriors put their hopes in songs, getting a song in honor of their name is a great honor that a Taruhi warrior can receive. Leto said that to his knowledge more than 20 songs had been written in honor of the commander. Palakam asked Karen to sing them. At first he was shy, but he couldn't refuse his evil commander, so he sang. Jeju noticed that he had an incredible voice. The next day they returned, and Karun said that they were going back because they needed to prepare for the final battle. But Palacham asked him to stay there with Chanta for a while, and he agreed. Jeju decided to take advantage of the situation, so he asked what had happened to the things that had come out of the flower. Karen replied that Palaham had dealt with them. Jeju realized that he was very powerful. If Palacham couldn't do anything about the flower, they would face destruction every time. An hour later, Palacham returned and said it was time to meet the queen. Jeju was surprised that it was so soon. He asked if he was sure he had permission to do so. Palacham asked if he had even one reason to lie so he should not worry and go. He also noted that Karun would accompany him. Jeju agreed and said he would return, then asked if he could look after the poppies. He couldn't carry them with him any longer, even if he got the sunstone, because they would be in danger. Jeju quickly headed for the kingdom, and Karen said that he seemed to know his way around very well. Jeju replied that he was mistaken. He said to say whatever he wanted, but he was going ahead of him. Jeju replied that no, he was just walking fast. Still, he revealed a little bit about himself because he was in a hurry, but he didn't have time to worry about the consequences. Seeing the flower at the end of that morning, he realized that he had 3 days left before it fully bloomed. So there were less than 2 days left, and then all 7 petals would bloom. The audience asked if he would turn off the chat again like he did during his last meeting with the emperor. Jeju replied that this time he would need their help. He needed to think about what to do if he was refused. He didn't have enough time to explore all the places where the sunstone could be hidden, so he said he needed coins. After all, they didn't donate to him because they thought he would die. The viewers are players just like him. Despite their emotions, they draw logical conclusions. Coins are essential to climb the tower. If the user who has donated to dies, the money will go nowhere. But everything will be fine as long as he doesn't die. Jeju noticed that they stopped donating to him as soon as he reached the 15th floor. Everything changed when he was given the task of getting rid of the heart of the disaster. Jeju was let into the kingdom for a conversation, but Karuna was not allowed to pass because only the traveler had permission to enter. He was ordered to stay there until everything was over. Karuna was outraged, but Jeju said that everything was fine and that he would handle it himself. Karuna could rest for now. Jeju told the audience that as soon as he cleared the 15th floor, he would show them how he would get to the 20th in the shortest possible time. But they didn't believe he could do it. In a way, they were right, and even if he tried to convince them, it would have the opposite effect. Jeju said that if that's the case, they should do this. If they changed their minds, they should give him a signal, and he would definitely change their minds. Then he went to the queen and greeted her. She said that it was Palaham who had written the first letter of recommendation for a traveler. The ruler of the north, Queen Taruha, had always wondered what he looked like. She asked him what he needed. Surely he wasn't here for fun. Jeju replied that he needed the sunstone. The queen asked what he needed it for. He replied that he needed it to get rid of the demonic flower. She said that he didn't need it. The queen was not sure that even if he did that, his fate would change. Jeju said that she had to give him the stone anyway. She asked why, and he said that he already knew the secret of the sunstone. The queen said that they should listen to what the secret was. But if he dared to deceive her, she would have to deal with him. Queen Taruha Klein ruled the city with an iron fist. One mistake and he could lose his life. Jeju said that he had heard that the sunstone had been given by the god of victory, Enian. This was because he felt pity for the people of Taruha who were suffering from the cold. But in reality, this was not true. The queen asked if she had said she would destroy him if he dared to deceive her. Jeju replied that she had. She said that in that case he must want to die. Jeju replied that he knew who her son was. After that, the queen asked the guards to leave them alone. A subordinate remarked that it was dangerous and that they could not allow him to remain alone with a stranger. The queen asked if they had taken his belongings, and if so, it seemed they were not taking her seriously. The guards saw her angry look and said they would stand outside the door, then quickly ran out. Klein told Jeju that she would listen to his story and asked him to continue. He thanked her, and since they didn't have much time, got straight to the point. As is well known, there is a document in the empire about the sunstone. The queen said that was impossible. Jeju realized that he had a chance because she was hesitating. Jeju said that she was the mother of radioactive Toprox, but for political reasons, she was forced to go to the cold north. Since she had to deal with savages to maintain strategic relations, the sunstone, a gift from God, was given to her by the emperor out of pity. The queen tapped her staff again, and Jeju thought it must be a habit she had when thinking. He hoped she would make a decision quickly, because he didn't have time to wait. The queen said that it seemed he hadn't lied. Jeju was delighted and wanted to say something, but she interrupted him. Then she said that if she refused to help him, Jeju said he would spread rumors that the sunstone was actually a gift from the emperor. The queen asked who would dare to believe that, and even if they did, she could destroy him right now so that no one would ever know the truth. Some of the audience did not like what the queen had said about herself. Despite her smile, Jeju did not think it was a joke, but rather a threat. So he said that if he died, his friends would not sit idly by. Jeju hoped that this was a clear enough signal to the audience. The queen said that he was talking as if there was someone else there and that he must have completely lost his mind. Jeju asked if she knew that travelers were streaming. She said yes, but 9 out of 10 lose their viewers and can't even start their broadcast. Jeju replied that this was not the case for him. She asked if that was really why, because she thought he was one of those 9 out of 10. Then she screamed, asking if anyone was there and to get him out of there immediately. Some viewers left voice messages and the queen asked what it was. Other viewers joined in. Jeju thanked them and said he was sure she already understood what it was, and that his stream was now live. She asked what the man had said. He replied that they hoped the great ruler Taruha would be kind and show mercy. Jeju thought it was good that voice messages were not translated. The queen said that it was short for such a sentence. He replied that the language of his world could express a huge range of meanings with just a few words. Klein said that he had cornered her. A subscriber with the nickname Love donated coins again and insulted the queen. Klein said that someone had said something again. Jeju replied that they wished the great queen a future full of glory. In his opinion, everything was going according to plan. So now the queen can't do anything to him. She asked how many people were watching his stream, and he replied that there were about 2,000. The viewers noticed that he had simply multiplied the number by 10. Jeju said that these people would contact the travelers on the 5th floor, and they would spread the story as soon as they found out the truth. The queen said that was enough and that he had won, so he should stop talking about it. If the rumors spread, she would have to listen to endless complaints after her rebirth, so she decided to tell him where the sunstone was. And with her permission, no one would stop him. She would also heal the wound she had inflicted on him. Jeju thanked her and was glad that the bet had been won. Jeju couldn't find Karen anywhere, so he decided to ask the guards if they knew where he had gone. They replied that he had left because he had to share urgent news with other travelers. Jeju thanked his viewers because without their support, his plan would have failed. They said they had done nothing and that love had protected him. The girl with the nickname Love donated to him again and said in a voice message that she didn't like the queen, so he shouldn't get the wrong idea. Jeju said that thanks to her, he was still alive. If the plan had not worked, he might have had to flee and turn the whole city upside down. In that case, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't have been able to find anything. Jeju returned to Palaham and asked why he had deceived him. After all, he said he knew nothing and why he couldn't have said so earlier. He replied that he was powerless and that there were laws that had to be obeyed. Jeju said that he had received permission from the queen, so he should give him the stone. Palaham told him to follow him. The queen said that the stone was in Palaham's house. He understood that he could not give it to the first person he met. But why waste his time when they were all about to die? Jeju approached the priests to see how they were doing. It seemed that they were even worse. They did not even respond to their names or to his caresses. Palakam said that they had climbed over while he was away. At least that meant they could move. Jeju thought that maybe he should give them more mana stones. Palaham asked if he knew why the spirits liked mana stones. They didn't eat them because they liked them. It was their instinct. They store energy in case they have to save him. Jeju thought he must be talking about the world tree. Jeju asked if he was sure, and Palaham replied that Karun had said so, and that it was probably true, but that it was only his theory. Palaham said that before they went in, he should turn off the stream, but in the end it didn't matter, and they could try to come here. But he wouldn't let them go just like that. The viewers asked him not to turn it off, but Jeju knew there was a reason why the Sunstone was hidden in this house, so he turned off the broadcast. Jeju was surprised that there were so many books in this room. Palaham admitted that he hadn't read them all. Then he lifted a bookshelf, opened a secret passage, and told Jeju to follow him. Jeju doesn't think anyone else but him can open this passage. To do so, one would have to be at least as strong as he was. Next, there was a door that needed to be unlocked with a key. Palakam unlocked it, and when Jeju entered, he thought it was so bright that he could even see the stairs without a flashlight. When they reached the right place, the sunlight was so blinding that it was difficult to see. Palakam said that this was the Sunstone. Jeju asked how they would get it out of there. Palakam told him to just stand and watch. If anyone touched it, they would be in big trouble, and before taking the stone, he asked if he would regret it. Jeju replied that it would cause more damage if they did not destroy the demonic flower. Palakam asked if he thought they had not done so before. He was surprised that they had already destroyed the flower and asked if everything started over again after they got rid of it. Palakam replied that it was fate, and no matter how hard they tried, nothing would change. That was why the queen had given him the stone so easily. Jeju said that it didn't matter and that he would do everything he could to change the future. So he took the stone and left. After that, he decided to turn on the live broadcast, and viewers began to bombard him with questions. Palacham asked if he was just going to leave like that. Jeju replied that he was and asked what he was going to do. He replied that he hadn't competed in a long time and was thinking of joining the battle because he was sure Karun and Leto would be happy to cheer themselves up after all that drinking. Jeju asked if he was so sure he couldn't handle it. Palacham said he didn't understand. Nothing would end after the flower was destroyed. The Sunstone wouldn't help, and maybe this thing had a score to settle with Taru, but it would use the last bits of energy to create monsters. Jeju realized that if he dealt with the flower, then there would be only one thing left to do. He thanked Palaham for everything. Palaham said that if he was truly grateful, he should get rid of his imperial manners. It may have been short, but it was fun. Now he had to hurry. Jeju said that he had also had fun, and after saying goodbye, he rushed to the plant. Palacham believed that despite the fact that these were the last moments before his death, most would decide that he had already saved them by looking at the expressions on their faces. Now they too must do everything in their power. Palacham called Karun and asked where Leto was. He replied that he didn't know what had come over him, but he locked himself in the training ground. Palacham said that this was perfect and told him to gather all the commanders and warriors, because they were declaring war and he should tell everyone to prepare their weapons. Karun immediately went to carry out his orders. He wondered if everything was all right with those spirits. Karun entered the house and wanted to see how they were doing, but he did not find them there. The queen was informed that the commander of the sun had called a general assembly. She said that a lot of time had passed, and there was no reason to be surprised. She was sure that he would die anyway. The subordinate said that he was offering all the warriors of the Blue Knight of Bloody Teeth and White Lands to join them. The queen said that this was why he was asking for her permission. But what was his goal? The subordinate said that it was written to awaken the great mind of Taruha. He never believed in things like saviors and the word of God. I wonder what made him change his mind. The subordinate asked what they should do. The queen said to fulfill the request. Nothing would change anyway. The same fate would befall them in any case. The other participants on the floor carried out their tasks. Kim Sang-ha was surprised that he only received a few pills. Lee Joo-sun asked what was wrong. He said that he hadn't worked so hard for several days just to get a few zills. Joo-sung said that it was indeed strange. Until yesterday, all the warriors had given them incredible tasks. First, they had to defeat the ice giants. But then a warrior told him to bring him water. Each of the warriors was given only simple tasks, and for that they received small rewards. Sanhek looked at the notification screen and said that the task had been completed. Juso also didn't understand what it all meant. He only had a few dozen viewers, but he decided to turn on the broadcast to ask them. He turned off the chat because he wasn't getting any responses. Some of the viewers wrote to him to go in search of the heart of the end. He said he came here because he was advised to, but something was wrong. The viewers saw that the plant had already bloomed 6 petals. They told him to leave because Taruha would be destroyed. He told Juso about it. She asked if it was dangerous because she could only say that it looked terrible. The audience asked why there were so many warriors and asked him to follow them. He said that they didn't give him any coins and were just scolding him. So he just decided to turn off the stream. But then the viewers suddenly started throwing coins at him and he was very happy. Sanhek stayed to watch and noticed that the warriors were singing again. He thought they were going to fight each other. but he wasn't going to run away because he wanted to witness what was going to happen. He was glad he had ended up in the tower. He told the audience that he would watch the battle to the end, risking his life. Surely they understood what he wanted. The spectators began to argue with him, and he said that if that was the case, he would rather leave. The spectators began to donate again, and he thanked them. Then he told Juzo that she should return to the portal because it was dangerous here and she could die. She said she would not go anywhere. She said she would rather stay and die with him than go alone. Sanhok said it was dangerous here and that she should listen to him and leave. But Jusung said she would never leave him. Then they saw a burst of energy coming from the plant. A guy came up to a user named Love, whose nickname was Kang Soha, and called her bro, asking why she was lying down when she should be at the clan meeting. She said that she had told him not to call her bro and that there was no point in her being there. They had no intention of leaving the tower and were going to live there forever. The guy said he was sure she understood perfectly well what was going on around her. Unlike the situation on Earth, things were much better here. She said that the clan leader was angry because there had been changes on the 10th floor. He didn't like it when things got out of control. So Soha asked him to leave because she was angry. The guy told her to contact him when she changed her mind. She continued watching Kim Jeju's stream and thought that he was just crazy. Soha, along with other viewers, tried to talk him out of it and asked if he was really going to do it. Jeju replied that he was. He tried to move faster, but in some places it was impossible to shorten the route. As soon as the heart blooms, ice giants begin to appear. Jeju tries to avoid unnecessary battles and therefore moves more slowly. He has a sunstone and a glove with him, but he feels like something is missing. He reached the plant and saw 6 petals, so he decided to end it all once and for all. Karen tells him that he has finally arrived and that he is tired of waiting for him. Jeju asks him what he is doing there. He replied that he had come to give them to him. Jeju asked if he was in his right mind because he knew why he had come here. Karen said that he wasn't there because he wanted to be. The spirits were trying to make their way through the cold snow on their own. He was just helping them. It seemed that they realized he had left and decided to start searching. Jeju thought that this simply couldn't be. They shouldn't even be moving in this condition, so Jeju asked them to take them back because it was dangerous here. Karen said he didn't think they wanted to go. Jeju didn't understand why they were doing this. He hadn't done much for them and had only used them. They helped him survive and rise up. Jeju thanked Karun for this journey. He replied that no one forced him and that he would leave. Despite the fact that his end was near, he wanted to spend his last moments in peace. Karen told Shanti to protect his soul with the glory of Taruha. Jeju told the Popoyas not to overexert themselves and to rest in the backpack. He felt very sorry for them and would heal them as soon as he was done. He was very angry with the administrator and decided that even if he died, he would still make him pay for everything. Jeju must attack the heart of the disaster as soon as he reaches it, before more defenders get in his way. Then he saw that the Popos had climbed out, but he didn't understand why they had done so. But now he had no time to think, so he began to destroy the heart of the disaster. This time he has incredible power on his side. Then he saw that he was surrounded by monsters on all sides, and said that this time it was too late. Then he released incredible energy, and noticing this, Palakam said that it had finally begun. He said that this man was formerly known as a traveler, but now he was Chanta, and he himself had gone to fight the demonic flower. So when did they become so weak? They used to be the ones who destroyed their enemies at the cost of their own lives. But they had long since lost the spirit of the great warriors of Taruha. The female warrior said she disagreed with him. Palakam said she must have something to say and called her Lucana. She replied that they had already done everything they could and that even getting rid of the demonic flower would not change anything. Lucan is the commander of the warriors of the Strong Knight. Palacham asked if she really thought so. She said he could ask the others if he thought she was wrong. So Lucan asked the warriors of the Blue Knight if they thought their boring lives would come to an end. They all said in unison that there was no need to try to challenge fate and repeated this over and over again. Lucan said that the sun had risen and that enough nonsense was enough. Palakam first just watched them and then laughed. He said that he had taken trash that wasn't even worth a traveler for his comrades, and that he was very upset about it. Sanhek did not understand what was happening and why the flower had just been picked. The audience noticed that it was probably because of the sunstone. They discussed that the warriors had long since stopped doing this, so it must be one of Palakam's subordinates. Sanhek asked the audience to explain what was happening. Juso asked if he hadn't said he would protect her. He replied that he wasn't sure he could, so he wanted her to go to the portal first. Most likely, he wouldn't be able to protect her. Jusen asked why he wanted to leave her alone, and then they saw the plant release many monsters. Sang Heok asked the viewers what those things with tentacles on their heads were. Some of them wrote that they were just defenders. Then he asked what the cockroach-like things were. One of the viewers replied that it was exactly what he saw. Sanhok decided that they needed to run away. So he took Juso by the hand and told him to focus. At that moment, the warriors of Taruha prepared to fight the monsters. Sanhek stopped for a moment because he was curious. Juso noticed that they needed to go, but because of his nature, he couldn't help but stop. He wanted to wait a little longer because he had something to check. Then he saw someone who looked like a human and thought it was just his imagination. What he saw was not human. Jeju does not believe in life after death. He thought that this moment would be filled with memories. His parents who abandoned him to the nursery workers who treated him well. The people he met in the tower and everything he experienced there. It was as if his whole life was being replayed. But he couldn't think about anything and decided that he would die. Then he felt his eyes hurt badly, his whole body was burning, and he felt as if he were instantly melting and turning into steam. While the pain was fleeting, the sensation of his body gradually disappearing was incredibly vivid. Jedu felt as if he was somewhere else and saw the boy. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get close to him. In an instant, the boy turned back to him. Jeju realized that it was his past self. After that, he saw a bright light appear around him. It seemed to him that he saw a Popoy in front of him, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he realized that he had come back to life. He saw his parents in front of him and asked what had happened and if he was really alive. Then he picked up his popos and asked why they had become so small. The audience said that something was wrong with his body. They asked him to put something on because he was naked. After that, he turned on the mosaic filter. Then he looked at his belongings. Apparently, Lotanto's set was not damaged. The glove was completely destroyed. But he was most interested in where the sunstone had gone. Jeju asked the viewers if he had eaten it. A user with the nickname Love wrote not to make fun of him because they could see that he was confused. They noted that they couldn't actually see anything because he had used a mosaic filter. But then they decided to explain everything to him anyway. First, he released a ray with the help of the sunstone. When they thought he was finished, the cloak absorbed the small amount of damage, and the poppy covered him with their fur. One of them was conscious, and he took the sunstone and ate it. After that, his body began to emit light. They decided to see what would happen next because the stream was still running, and they were sure that Jeju was alive. The sheep that had eaten the stone began to lick the others, and they gained enough energy to move. Jeju asked what he was doing there. They said that they had started licking him, and the audience realized that the popos were essential. They were the ones who brought him back to life. Jeju asked how long he had been unconscious. He was interested in whether Taruha was now safe. He managed to survive and destroy the heart. But after its destruction, many monsters must have escaped. Even with Palahama's strength, it would be impossible to get rid of them all. Jeju said he needed to return to Taruha. Then he jumped so high that he didn't even understand how it happened. He didn't know what had changed, but Jeju seemed to have gained incredible strength. So he reached the battlefield against the monsters very quickly. At first, Palaham thought it was a meteorite. It's very difficult for Jeju to control this power. Mana is raging and wants to break free. The spectators asked if he could just go to the Fountain of Trials and wait. Jeju said he wasn't so unscrupulous as to run away. Karen asked the commander if something was wrong. Palaham asked if he remembered the story they grew up with. He asked if he was talking about the Great Warrior. Palaham remarked that he had a good memory, so he must remember it. Karen replied that he wasn't sure, but he wore a snow-white wool coat and shone brightly. He could also break the ground with his fists. But that couldn't be true because it was just a legend. Palachum said that he was the savior who would restore the honor of Taruha. Karen said that couldn't be true, it was just a story. Lucan asked if the commander of the Sun Warriors really believed in fairy tales, and maybe it was time to stop clinging to empty hopes. It would only turn Taruha into dust like those monsters. Palacham decided to ignore this and asked Karun what the warrior's name was, since he surely knew. Karun replied that it was the great warrior Lachanta. What they were seeing now fit the story of the great warrior. Jeju fought the monsters and his martial arts skills grew. He can raise his skill level even in this state. So he decided to use the spikes of those monsters and asked if they would mind if he borrowed them. After that, he destroyed them, but there were too many monsters. They chose one another to surround him. Karun asked if they needed help, and Palacham said they would wait. If he was the real Lachanta, they would only insult him by interfering. But Karen was still concerned. The number of monsters was growing, and after they surrounded him, there was no movement. Everything could end badly if they didn't do anything. Karen said he couldn't just stand there and wait. So he warned Palacham that he was going to use the mana cannon, but then he saw a bright light and fell to the ground. But the commander didn't move an inch, and Karen thought that he was really stubborn. The destruction of Taruha was repeated hundreds and even thousands of times. But he had never felt anything like this before. This overwhelming energy forced others to their knees. As the commander said, it was indeed a phenomenon of Lachanta. Palacham said that it seemed like it was over and that they needed to check if Lachanta was there. At first, Karun couldn't bring himself to do it, but then he agreed. They saw a deep pit with light coming out of it. Palacham immediately decided to go down there. Karen asked him to wait. Then he realized that if he continued to stand there and hesitate, he would simply be pushed off the edge, so he decided to follow him. Palacham couldn't see his face because of the bright light and asked if he was Lachanta. Karen thought that this woolen cloak was quite nice, but that didn't matter now. Jeju wanted to say who he was, but then he lost consciousness. Karun saw the pop-offs and asked Jeju what was wrong with him. When Jeju woke up, his first thought was whether the battle was over, and he asked about Taruha. Then he named his Popoy. To defeat the monsters approaching the city, his body moved instinctively. The longer he fought, the stronger he felt the mana. He felt it spreading throughout his body. He lost consciousness before he could understand what was happening. The last thing he remembered was fighting the monsters. If Taruha had been destroyed, he would not be lying here, but when he saw the priests, he realized that everything was fine. Palakam entered the room and asked if he was awake, saying that he looked better than he had expected. Jeju said he wanted to ask him something, and Palakam told him to eat first, then decided to feed him. After that, Jeju cried out that it was very hot. Then he ate everything himself and decided to talk to Palakam. He told him that Jeju had gotten rid of all the monsters and that it had all happened in an instant. One might think that this was a sign of the imminent end of the world. Jeju couldn't believe it. Palacham said that he was no longer Chanta. Jeju asked him what he meant. Palacham called him Lachanta and said that great glory would come to him. Jeju and the audience thought it was another dog name. After that, Palaham said that he had probably overloaded the patient and suggested that he leave as soon as he felt better. Jeju thanked him and left. Jeju decided to test his strength, and the people repeated all his movements. After a few movements, he realized that everything was fine with him. Moreover, his body felt very light, as if he could run across the mountains and return. Then he decided to conduct a real test. After waking up, the mana that had been overflowing inside him disappeared. Only the mana that had been in him from the beginning remained in his body, and he did not feel any problems with its circulation. But then his well-being deteriorated sharply and his companions became frightened for him. He told them that he was fine. Jeju saw tears welling up in their eyes, but then he said again that he was really fine. Then Palaham came in. He noticed that something was still wrong with his body. Jeju said that it wasn't his body, but rather something strange with the mana. Palachim asked if he was talking about the power that magicians use. Jeju said that this power was in his body, but he couldn't control it. After these words, Palakam understood that he meant that it was not circulating, but Jeju explained that it was circulating but stopped when it reached his heart. Then it evaporates, and he coughed up blood. Jeju realized that he had gone to get water to wash him. Palaham said that Karun knew more. As far as he remembers, natural forces circulate in the heart, not mana. Jeju thought that maybe it was because he ate the mana stone on the first floor. Mana is a force used in magic or magical engineering, but he uses it like a knight's aura. It wasn't intentional. He was just doing everything to survive. When he came to, his physical abilities became stronger than before. Palaham asked if he was using mana as natural forces, or as they were called in the Empire, as an aura. Jeju replied that this was the case. So now it remained to be seen whether this would have any consequences. Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered near Palakam's house. Leto stood in the street, letting no one pass. Some asked to be let through, but others didn't dare because the Centurion could destroy them if he caught them. Sanhuk did not understand why they were not allowed to pass. Then he saw Kim Jeju come out onto the street with 3 popoi. Jeju didn't understand why there were so many people around. Then Palaham called Karen, and he immediately jumped out to him. The spectators noticed that this sudden appearance reminded them of Fordrick. Sanhok watched everything that was happening. He saw that they had taken someone else and gone inside. Sanhok was almost certain that it was Kim Jeju. Then he asked Leto if he thought that being a Centurion meant he could do anything, and why he wasn't letting them pass. After that, they saw energy coming out of the roof of the building. Before that, Karun explained to Jeju what was happening. Judging by what was said, there are 2 possible options. The first is that despite the fact that mana should circulate through the body, the circulation pathways are blocked. Jeju thought he was talking about side effects. The final destination of his mana is in the heart, and that seems obvious. Since he used his mana as an aura, hearing Fordrick's warning on the 5th floor, he abandoned the idea of using mana. Because every time he used it as needed, a strange feeling arose in his body. It was as if he was about to lose his emotions and become a beast. Jeju asked about the second option. Karen said that since the spirits had given him the power of the Sunstone, a conflict arose between the 2 energies. But Jeju didn't think that was the case, because he no longer had the energy of the stone. Karen said hadn't he said that his mana was being rejected? As soon as it reaches the heart, it's too much power to control, and his heart suppresses the flow of mana to survive because it's filled with the energy of the Sunstone. Therefore, the weaker mana energy is rejected. Jeju thought that this was logical. If the heart is filled with the energy of the Sunstone, then its own energy will be rejected. Palecham said that if there really is hidden power in his heart, he can try to release it. Karen is not sure if his words are true, but they had nothing to lose. Jeju understood that they wanted him to use the energy inside him, so he decided to try. If he did nothing, the mana in his body would spiral out of control. He decided to ignore the mana in his body and focus on the power in his heart, but he felt no reaction. He remembered Karun saying that if nothing happened, it would help restore his strongest memories. He remembered how he first met the administrator in person. He had had many meetings, and memories tend to fade over time. So he tried to recall a recent memory, and it worked. He felt a strong mana that his own couldn't handle. With such energy in his heart, it was clear why his own mana was unable to circulate properly. Palacham asked if he was okay, and Jedu felt that he had suddenly gotten worse. He was unable to answer at that moment. The energy in his heart was consuming his body. It was a very burning and painful sensation, as if his body had turned into a ball of fire. Karen told him to listen carefully. There must still be energy left in his heart, and now it was raging, so he had to try to control it. Even without doing anything, Jeju felt a terrible heat. Karen said that he needed to release the energy. But there were people on the street and they didn't know what was going to happen. Jeju realized that if he didn't release this energy, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. So he tried to direct it to one place. He gathered all his energy in his fist and released it through the roof of the house. Everyone on the street saw this. Jeju passed out immediately after releasing the energy. When Jeju woke up, he saw the night sky and thought he was on the street. Karen approached him and said that he had been asleep for a day and a half. Then he asked if he wanted some water. Jeju replied that he was fine and then remembered what had happened. He jumped up and asked about the sunstone and if anyone was hurt. At that moment, he and Karen bumped heads. Jeju apologized and Karen replied that it was nothing serious, then said that the commander had been injured. These words frightened Jeju. He asked where he was and what had happened, and if it was because of what he had done. Karen pointed to the roof of the house and said that Palakam was there. He had been hit by Shaylee and was suffering emotional trauma as a result. Jeju was glad that he was injured in that sense and laughed when he saw him trying to cover the hole in the roof. Somewhere on the 20th floor, some users wanted to know where Kim Jeju was. He was one of Sanhok's viewers. If he finds him, he will be able to pass the 30th and even the 40th floor. But searching for him by name, he couldn't find him. He wants to say goodbye to this town. He threw coins at Kim Sanhok's stream and tried to get information. But it was useless. The only thing he knows is his name, and even that information is questionable. There is no user with that nickname. Most likely, he wasn't the only one interested in this monster, so he decided that he had to find him before he reached the 20th floor. On the 70th floor, Soha agreed to meet with the clan leader. Her friend, the director, asked if she always dressed like that for meetings. She told him to mind his own business, calling him director. She wasn't going to a special place where there was a dress code. He asked her why she was so angry and if she hadn't heard what the administrator had said. The world was changing and could soon disappear from the face of the earth. Soha believes that he cannot be trusted and that something is wrong. He replied that he did not understand, but that she should be careful when communicating with the clan leader. He doesn't think it's serious, but he's really upset and asks if she's noticed how he smiles when he's in a bad mood. Soha really didn't want to go there, but she had to, and the guild leader, Hypocrite, thanked them for coming. Pogchu said he was glad to see him and that it looked like they were the first ones there. He replied that the others were too busy to come today, so he suggested the three of them have lunch together. Turning to Seha, he said he heard she had been watching newbie streams lately. He asked if it was true. She replied that it was and asked what was wrong with that. He said he wasn't trying to accuse her of anything. So she shouldn't be so nervous. He just had a favor to ask her and she would be perfect for it. Soha thought he was being sly. You can tell by his smile that he wants to offer her something despicable. She said she was listening to him. The clan leader said that there had been some changes on the 5th floor. The emperor had changed, and this had also affected the behavior of the residents. So she has to find out if this is really the case. Soha asked why. She doesn't think that changes on the 5th floor will affect the 70th in any way. Maybe it was just a whim of the administrator or something else. He asked if it was really that difficult to do this job and why she was pretending to be stupid. Soha tried to calm herself down by telling herself that he didn't know anything yet and asked what exactly he wanted her to do. He said that despite hoping that this was really the administrator's wish, he had a feeling that the changes were caused by user actions. As they knew, the collapse of a dam begins with small cracks. They had almost completed the 70th floor and did not need any new changes. If the cause was really hidden in the user's actions, then he must be destroyed no matter what. Jeju thought that he was in a bad place right now, but if he opened his eyes, he would see the pop-offs. And then he said that he was talking about them, of course. A large crowd had gathered outside. As soon as the monsters appeared, he thought everyone would run to the portal, but he was wrong. The Fountain of Trials has a system called the Hall of Fame. Depending on the difficulty of the cleanup and the satisfaction of the residents, everyone receives a rank. The thing is, as soon as the last task is completed, the names of the first 3 users will be displayed in the Hall of Fame. At first, Jeju planned to use this to gain viewers and earn a reward for the number of subscribers. But because of his unknown power, there will be those in the tower who will follow him. This means that the Popos will also be targeted. In this case, the reward system will work against him. There are no such people among the viewers. It is impossible to know whether they are aware of his power or not. Whatever he had planned, he was sure he could handle it, but that is no longer the case. His powers are unstable, and his gauntlet is destroyed. Although Set Latanto is recovering on its own, he does not know when it will return to its previous state. Right now, he could use some outside help. The audience asked how long he planned to stay on the 15th floor, but it was clear that he was probably here for the food. Jeju thought they were really cute and then wondered why he shouldn't start training them for close combat. He doesn't know what might happen and can't bring himself to let them fight. To be more precise, he would worry too much about them. There were 4 days left before the 15th floor closed, so he needed to become stronger during that time. He noticed that after the last battle, his skill level rose to 4. Therefore, the creation of a new mechanical gauntlet will have to wait. If he can improve his close combat skills, he will be able to protect his body without using additional items. But raising the level of passive skills is very difficult, so he asked Palakam for sparring. A good teacher is the key to accelerated growth. Palaham said that it was probably not enough for him and he knew it, but he wondered if that was really what Jeju wanted. Jeju replied that he himself had said that he was a great warrior of Lachanta. There is no guarantee that he will be able to return, and if he does return, Palacham will not remember him. Therefore, Jeju said that he would understand if he was afraid. Friendship through battle would only lead to exhaustion and wasted time. It was better to develop his strength now, so he should continue studying with Palacham. Palaham said not to forget that he currently had no clothes to protect his body. Jeju noted that he had fought him without clothes last time. Had he already forgotten about that? Jeju was worried that he was being watched, but sooner or later someone would find him anyway. Palacham warned him not to regret it, and then they began to fight. After that, time flew by unnoticed. Jeju trained constantly with Palacham, and there was only one day left before the 15th floor closed. Karen gave the popes a stone of mana, and they probably liked it. The next day, Jeju would have to leave. So his last night in Taruhi had come. Looking back on his past experiences, the reward for the trials was high. Considering the trials that the administrator had interfered with, if he received the reward now, he would reveal even more information about himself. He thought that maybe he should turn off the broadcast, but that would create the impression that he was shutting them out, which would lead to problems. So he said he would reveal his reward now. He also needed to collect his reward for subscriptions. Jeju received 5,000 coins, a space backpack, and a leather tunic of the Master of Seven Snakes, Latanto, of heroic rank. It can predict the future 1 second ahead of time. Jeju thought there was a chance to get another item from the set, and he was right. He had heard that under the effect of this item, other people's bodies begin to split in two, but he didn't know what it looked like in practice. So he decided to try it out. Jeju thinks it will be difficult to use the prediction and whether he will be able to control this effect. He felt as if everything was starting to blur. Everything he looked at made him feel nauseous. Using it seemed to drain his energy and consume his life force. Jeju tried to concentrate. He looked at the poppies, and at first they split in his eyes. But then he saw them clearly, which meant that he had overcome this effect. Still, he felt nauseous. Now he could see small movements of the poppies at 1-second intervals. But if he tried hard, he could activate the effect whenever he wanted. It takes time to get used to things and regeneration. The next morning, he put on the tunic again. He thinks this item from the set is the most difficult to handle, but will he ever be able to use the entire set at once? When he woke up, he found neither Karun, nor Palacham, nor Leto. He wanted to say goodbye to them before leaving, and didn't know where they had gone. After all, they might see each other again someday, but it still hurt him somehow. Jeju noticed that there was no one on the streets. Usually it was noisy and crowded, but now there was no one around. He thought that the floor had already been reset. That explained why there were no users in Palachama around. He hoped that the Fountain of Trials was not yet closed. As he got closer, he saw a large crowd gathered around the fountain. They started calling him Lachanta and shouting for him to come forward. Jeju said he was wondering where they had gone and asked what was going on. Karen asked what it looked like. Palaham said that it was their farewell. Jeju wondered if it was too much for a simple traveler. He replied that he was worthy of such a farewell. Everyone shouted again, "Lachanta, let him come with honor." The same man he had seen earlier approached him and called him his savior, the great warrior Lachanta. All the inhabitants of Taruha gathered for this farewell. Palakam approached him and told him to stay there, and not forget that his path was blessed by them. Jej thought about how this farewell was filled with the highest respect imaginable. There was no precedent for it in the past, nor would there be any in the future. Palakam believed that he would surely become a great warrior. Jeju barely held back his tears and thanked them all, and so his journey through Taruhi came to an end. On the one hand, it was long, and on the other, it was short. Finally, it was over, and he could move on. But he was sad to say goodbye to the relationships he had formed in this place. However, he had to focus on the next floor. He didn't know what awaited him next, so he needed to pull himself together. After he reached the 15th floor, new users began to arrive. The required number of participants for the test was reached and the entrance closed. User Park Jinha asked if he just needed to get a task from a resident. It's very easy compared to previous trials, so he told the viewers that they would finish quickly and asked them to donate. Some offered him coins if he went to the center of the mountains, and he agreed. As he approached, he asked what they wanted to see there. Only snow-covered mountain peaks were visible on the horizon, and nothing else. The audience couldn't understand where the plan had gone. Jinha didn't understand what was going on and asked them to explain everything. Then he saw people and asked if they weren't having fun. They looked like middle-aged neighbors and were even singing songs. In the song, he heard words about white fur clothing and shining bodies, as well as the words traveler and great warrior Lachanta. They were looking for Jeju near the portal on the 10th floor and at the entrance to the city. Users were checking everyone. The guy said he was from the Hypocrite Guild and needed to confirm something. Their clan was looking for the person responsible for the changes on the floor. As far as they know, there is no stream recording function here, so it is difficult to find evidence of any actions, so he has to check their faces. As is known, Kim Jeju is a young man with short hair and a backpack, wearing a brown, loose-fitting coat. With this information, they need to find this person. Users asked if this was enough. After that, he thanked them and invited them to come in. Jeju was also standing in line to go inside and did not understand what was going on. but that was to be expected. He was being searched for, and people near the portal to the 10th floor were also being checked. Apparently, his name had become known on the floors above. He thought that maybe he should run away, but then they would chase him. He couldn't let them catch him here. The results of the Hall of Fame were not surprising either. Jeju took first place. Users wanted to send him a friend request. A girl asked how they would know who it was. He said that he was the last one to enter, so let them think about it. When the test results appeared, information about Jeju spread. Gigi ran to the 16th floor as soon as he could and waited until the situation calmed down. Usually, users return to the 10th floor after completing a difficult task, so he decided that his pursuers would go there too. He didn't need to play into their hands. The task on the 16th floor is a large-scale test that is a mixture of the tests on the 3rd and 4th floors. In it, 30 people must attack from 2 sides to win. In such a situation, he cannot act recklessly, even if he encounters someone. The spectators said that many participants were needed here and asked why he was acting alone. Jeju replied that if he waited, people would come. After that, the required number of people arrived on the floor. Some viewers thought that one person was missing and that he must already be inside. Another participant said that it was very brave. It is very difficult to conquer the 16th floor alone. Another user replied that it was better for them because he thought they would have to wait a long time. He said he would talk to that participant and asked another to tell everyone to get ready. The user wondered why he was hiding his face and if he was a criminal, so he asked if he was also a user. Jeju replied that he was. The guy asked if he had come here alone, and he replied that circumstances had led to that. The guy asked if he could find out who they were, and Jeju replied that he couldn't, then apologized. The user noted that it would be difficult to talk because of the refusal. Jeju replied that he understood, but that it was also difficult for him to lay all his cards on the table. He was worried that he might have to fight at the very beginning of the trial. The guy noted that he seemed nervous, so they should start over, and he said his name was Lee Seon. Jeju also introduced himself. After that, the test began, and behind Jeju, a statue came to life. Seon wanted to warn him, but Jeju dealt with it in an instant. He realized that he had no problems with his movements and felt even better. To carry out his plan, he had to act quickly. The 16th floor test had only just begun. He didn't want to rush because it would only get harder. Users said that he was truly insane and seemed very experienced, as he had managed to pass the test on his own. The test on this floor is structurally identical to the test on the 3rd floor. If the weakness of the stone statue is known, it can be overcome in this way. But after that, there will be many traps and seals along the way. Passing through the door, you can enter a long corridor. If you walk past it without knowing anything, hidden stone statues will activate. They hold bowls with a solution that can freeze everything. Even if you manage to dodge them, it will be very difficult to pass through the cold air. And even if you succeed, you will encounter more statues. They attack from both sides with huge arrows in front. The only way to survive in this place is to team up with others. Seun told the participants to scatter the sand they had bought without touching the ice. But the ice on the floor was clean and without traces. The only thing they found was a mark on the ceiling. It looked like a footprint. A participant asked why it was on the ceiling. Seun said that the user must have climbed up there. So he walked through the icy corridor, avoided the traps, and made his way with a minimum of movement while defeating the monsters. Seun didn't understand the logic of this if he ran the entire distance in one go and asked the other if the method of destroying the statue seemed logical to him. The user didn't know what to say. The logic and strength of this guy are unknown, but it's clear that he did it to show them his worth. Jeju moved on to the next stage of the test and saw that the other participants had joined him. Seun said that it was so easy to get here, as if they had been walking through a flower meadow. And then he thought that he turned out to be younger. Jeju asked if he could find out the name of their clan, and he replied that it was Hanshin. Jeju said that wasting time talking would not be the best decision. So he decided to get down to business and said he wanted to ask them something. So now he decided to move on with them. The Hypocrite Guild asked for their help at the entrance. Soon asked if they had gone mad, because they were detaining people here. And supposedly on behalf of the entire guild, there was no point in cooperating with them just because they wanted them to. So, Seon said that everyone here was a member of his clan. Jeju reassured himself that they couldn't force the clan to do what they wanted. A member of the guild Hypocrite said that they had an important reason and would give them 50,000 coins for the inconvenience. Seon asked how he dared to look down on him. Even if he gave them coins, they would still think about whether it was worth listening to him. He noted that they were not dogs and that being detained was infuriating. After that, one of the guild members apologized. They were let through, and a member of the Hypocrite clan asked how they were so different that they had to bow down to them. Another replied that their clan leader was responsible for the 10th floor, so nothing good would come of a conflict with them. After that, Soon said that as he promised Jeju, he would meet with the clan leader tomorrow. Jeju thanked him for his help. He said he would come to the agreed place. Seon replied that there was no need to thank him, as they would repay him for his help, especially since they received a reward for the floor trial without doing anything. Jeju said that he did it because he needed help. Therefore, there was no need to feel indebted. Judging by the chat's reaction, they were all users from the 30th floor and above. The goal of the Hanshin clan was the safety of its users, and to find a quick way out of the tower. They received serious resistance from users on the 30th floor. This was in response to their attempt to control them at the beginning of the game using harsh measures. On the other side of the scale is the Hypocrite Guild. They have declared a hunt for Jeju, and their goal is to modernize the tower. To achieve this, they will use any means necessary. They use people as if they were mere cogs in a machine. Jeju has no plans to join either side, but he doesn't like the hypocrites. Besides, it is obvious that his very existence annoys them. The enemy of his enemy is his friend, so there is a chance that the Hanshin clan will help him. Very soon, Jeju will meet the leader of the Hanshin clan. He asked Lahi if she had finished eating. Then he noticed that she was scared of him. He took her by the hand and the audience noticed that she was pleased. Then they started discussing the user with the nickname Love. The audience noticed that this user had disappeared from the chat. Some people were even sad to see him go. At that time, Soha was at the Hypocrite Guild's factory complex on the 60th floor and asked if she was distracting him from important matters. The man replied that it was a great honor for him that the senior herself had visited this place. She said her name was simply Kang Soha. He didn't understand what she wanted. He had heard that after going up to the 70th floor, there were no group activities left, so why did she come down? Soha asked how work was going and if they could show her the delivery schedule and daily disposal schedule. Then she asked if he would mind. The man thought that of course he didn't want to, because it might reveal that he had been secretly transferring materials to himself. But he said there was no need to say that and to wait a minute. But then a user appeared and said that the boss had better leave. Kang Soha told her subordinate to gather the guys and evacuate the employees. The guy said he tried to go downstairs, but the boss wasn't there. She asked who he was because she had never seen him before and he didn't look like he was lost. The guy asked if she was in charge. This was a user with the nickname Hot Pot. He was a loyal viewer of Kim Jeju's streams. He said he came here to cause chaos. They started fighting, and Soha asked if he understood that he was violating their mutual agreement. He said that it didn't matter if he was considered a member of the clan. Soha said that if he knew that, then he was part of the clan and asked why he was doing this. He replied that he heard they were picking on one person, and he cared about that person. He still considered them to be the same, but he didn't think they would get involved in the affairs of the 10th floor. Hotpot called her a hypocrite, and then she said the word poopy. After that, he realized that she was just as much of a Kim Jeju fan as he was. Jeju came to the 10th floor to Kray's workshop. Kray asked if he really wanted to do everything this way. He asked to use the workshop for a few days. So Kray wondered what he was up to. Jeju decided to make a new glove. In Kree's opinion, it was not just 2 or 3 spiral circles of mana, but rather a combination of many circles. Therefore, such an item was a real bomb. Kray said that the connection had a distinct structure, and that the glove could be mistaken for a martial arts weapon. Jeju replied that this was true. He had not been able to learn the martial arts of the Empire, but he had learned the martial art of Taruha quite well. Therefore, he needed to change his weapon. Then it would be fit for its purpose. Kray said that if he used it that way, his body would not be able to withstand the strain. He suggested changing the sequence he himself used. Jeju thanked him for his concern and said that everything was fine, and asked the audience to wait a little. The audience asked where he was going next, and he said he was thinking of going to the next floor, but first he had to pay his bills. He walked towards the head of the Hanshin clan, whose name was Han Sunmin. The clan head offered Jeju a cup of tea. Sunmin thought that most people would accept out of politeness, but he showed that he was on guard. So he said that he had heard about how he had been persecuted after false accusations by the original guild, and that he had heard that he wanted to join their clan. But he thinks it's all a lie because he's not even a member of the Hypocrite Guild. Jeju agreed that he was right. He thought he would meet him no earlier than on the 50th floor and did not think he would be here. Jeju considers him a pacifist. Sunmin noted that he is not trying to justify himself. He is called a pacifist because he does not have much fighting power, but no one ignores him. But some joked that he was a rookie who was leading the pack. Sunmin said that he seemed to know that he had information, so what was his motive? After those rumors, everyone praised him the next day. Sunmin said that the rumors hadn't spread yet, but he knew what he had done on the 15th floor. So most likely the changes on the 5th and 10th floors were also his doing. Jeju understands that he would have found out anyway, so there is no point in hiding it. And devalue himself in his eyes. So Jeju said it was him. Sunmin noted that such an easy confession took all the excitement out of it. Jeju offered him a deal. Sunmin asked what he wanted since he didn't need anything from him. Jeju now has many interesting and delicious ingredients, so he said that he could offer him something interesting and guaranteed it. He knows that Han Sunmin is a first-class chef who can cook something incredible with them. Sunmin laughed and then offered him the following. He should go to the 17th floor and prove his worth. Jeju asked what if he had already done so. Sunmin replied that it would be even better. After all, the shadow game is more difficult the second time around. He asked Sunmin how he would check since he could lie. Sunmin replied that there were many ways to find out, so there was no need to ask. Jeju needed to clear the 17th floor, reach the 20th, and it would be good if he gained Han Sunmin's recognition in the process. The user asked the audience what kind of place this was and why it was so dark and deserted. She didn't know if she could handle it. The viewers advised her to stay calm and that they would compete with each other, so she should relax. The girl thanked them. The required number of users for the test had been gathered, and the test was about to begin. The chat function was turned off. The store and skills were also disabled. The 17th floor test would begin in 10 minutes. A moment before, there were no participants here, but then the girl saw that there were 4 other people besides her. But 6 are needed for the test. In the test, the soul of one of the 6 is swapped with a shadow. The participants must find the shadow or bring 3 of them to the altar of the evil god. Otherwise, everyone except the shadow will die. But the shadow will survive if it is sacrificed. They have to ask questions to a stone statue. If the statue smiles, it is true, and if not, it is a lie. The participants have only one chance to vote. Park Chang-soon proposed a plan of action. Everyone must ask a question. Im Jin-sung noted that there are 6 distortions in how they will know who is lying. John Yumi said that 6 things in a person are changed. The other 2 participants are Lee Min-ha and Jeon Ha-sun. The test is difficult, but better than nothing. Ha-sun said not to think about lying. She is a psychology expert and will immediately expose everyone. Jeju noticed that their clothes had changed and all their personal belongings had disappeared. So, first of all, he wondered if his friends were okay. A moment later, the test began and the statue came to life. With just one glance, it was clear what would happen to the victims, and it was brutal. Lee Min-ha suggested choosing the most suspicious person, then ask if it was a shadow. Park Chan-seong said that was an impossible question to ask. She replied that she knew the reward would be modest, but they could draw lots or something similar and offer 3 people as victims. Im Jin-sung asked if she was joking. People's lives were at stake, and she wanted to leave everything to chance. She said to hit her if he wanted to. She would be grateful for his willingness to become a victim. If a fight broke out between the players, the attacker would automatically be chosen as the victim. This rule was established by the administrator so that the test could not be passed by brute force. If this continued, he might not be able to control himself. And then he will definitely hit someone and become the victim. Lee Min-ha noticed John Yumi and turned to her. Yumi was afraid that she would become the victim. She said that outside the tower she was a personal trainer and had recently switched to magical engineering. Yumi asked if something was wrong. Minha said that Jeju was also studying magical engineering and clearly named the skills he had learned and their levels. Then why did she give such an unclear answer? If she didn't speak clearly, she wouldn't be able to get rid of the suspicion surrounding her. Yumi replied that she had heard on the 10th floor that a player from the 6th floor had created an incredible mechanical glove using magical engineering. She is not very talented in magic and is not particularly brave, but she heard that magical engineering is not so bad, so she changed her course. Minha remarked that she should have said so from the beginning since everyone was already so excited. Yumi replied that it was rude and that she was just an introvert. Then she turned to a psychology expert and asked if she was lying. Yumi said that Lee Minha was actually even more suspicious than she was, because she said without reason and without conscience that others should be sacrificed. Mina replied that it was just a suggestion, and the fact that she said it in a calm tone is now a reason for suspicion. Yumi replied that that was exactly the case, and she has no proof. So there was no need to accuse her of anything, but she did it anyway. Could she prove that she was lying? Minha called her crazy. Hasten said that maybe that's what they should do. To be honest, she is currently the most suspicious person taking the initiative. She also wants to have her say in everything. People like Mina are a burden on the team, so it's better to get rid of her. Mina was surprised why she suddenly targeted her, since she had done everything to turn her against the other. Hasten told her to look around and think if she was the only one who thought so. No one is saying that it's wrong to do so, and no one thinks what she said is wrong. They watched silently and coldly, and some agreed with their eyes. Mina remarked that she thought they themselves had said that no one should be destroyed. Jeju asked for the opportunity to use one question. Hassan wondered if he was going to ask the standard question, whether the shadow is a man or a woman. After all, gender can also change. The statue's judgments are based on comparison with the original, and that is correct. If you ask if the shadow is a woman, the statue will say no if the shadow was originally a man. Questions about occupation and gender will not help find the shadow. Park Chan-seong asked if it would be better to sacrifice one suspicious person than to endanger the other 5. Jeju asked if he was sure he would not be chosen. Based on the development of events, Lee Min-ho and John Yumi will be chosen as victims. But who would be the third? They would surely choose one from among themselves while trying to decide. Now they had to use every opportunity to make a decision. Im Jin-sung agreed with Jeju. Park Chan-sung said that it was only one question and that it was better for one person to die than 3. The others also agreed and said that it was time to listen to him. Jeju thanked them and decided to ask the statue a question. Taeyeon was unlucky enough to be in the same room as him, despite his attempts to sort out the situation by mixing truth with lies. But his fear that he would soon be exposed did not go away, so Jeju finally decided to ask the question. He asked if the shadow's gender had changed from male to female. Mina pointed out that it wasn't enough to simply ask if the gender had changed. Moreover, he could be wrong. After that, the statue smiled. Jeju said he knew who the shadow was. Im Jin-sung asked how that was possible from just one question. Jeju replied that the shadow's gender had changed, but that didn't mean its habits had changed. If it was someone familiar, it would be even easier to understand. Jin-sung asked what he meant by familiar. Jeju turned to John Yumi and said that they had met before. Yumi asked what he meant because she had never seen him before. He replied that he should probably tell her about it. They had participated in the 6th floor test together. Now she is John Kang Hyok. All of his characteristics remained the same. Jeju asked if they remembered what Yumi said when they first met. That on the 5th floor she chose high difficulty, and because she used a spear, she was the 6th commander of the knights. Jeju remembered how John Kang Hyuk said that he chose high difficulty because he was the commander of the knights on the 5th floor. Yumi also remembered that she was a trainer. Jeju remembered how John Kang Hyuk said that he worked as a personal trainer in the outside world. She also knows that on the 6th floor they used a mechanical gauntlet created with the help of magical engineering. If all this is true, then he is sure that she is the John Kang Hyuk he knows. Jinsung couldn't believe that she was really a shadow. Yumi said that she had been slandered, but Haesan also noticed how she was frightened when Jeju approached her. She said it was because an unfamiliar young man approached her. Hasan noticed that she did not react that way when Jinsung approached her. So why did she react so strongly to Jeju? Jinsung said that she wasn't afraid of him at all and would run to him for help if anything happened. Judging by Hasan's knowledge, this was a sign that she knew something about this man. Yumi noted that the statue only confirmed that the gender of the shadow had changed. She wasn't the only girl there, and there were many people in the tower. Wasn't it too much to accuse her of something based only on what she said? Jeju said that he also disliked witch hunting, so it would be better to do something else, and asked permission to ask 5 questions. They could stop him if they didn't like anything. Everyone agreed to his proposal. With the change in atmosphere, there was no resistance. Jeju asked if he had met the shadow before coming here, and if the shadow had met him on the 6th floor. The statue smiled. So he asked Yumi if he should continue. She asked why he was doing this and said that something had really gone wrong, and that it didn't make sense. She told Jinsen that she felt like she was being brutally humiliated. Jinsen asked her to leave him alone. Hasten said that was enough and that they should vote because there wasn't much time left. Yumi asked if they were joking. She said that this man was lying. He led them around in circles and asked if they wanted to die. Yumi insisted that it wasn't her. Jeju told her to consider it bad luck. After that, everyone voted and the statue grabbed her. She begged them to save her because she didn't want to die. It was difficult for everyone to watch, but the trial was over. The chat function was reactivated along with the shop and skills. The path to the 10th and 18th floors also opened. Jinsen told Jeju that if they met again, he would treat him. Changsen said that was why everyone was so afraid of the 17th floor. But they did great. Mina also thanked Jeju because he saved her life. After that, they all left right away. Hasan said that he did well. He asked what she meant. She said that one of her viewers asked her to say that. A member of the Hanshin clan came to tell the clan leader that Kim Jeju had passed the test. He replied that he had already heard about it. The guy asked why he needed to be told the news every day if he already knew everything. Han Seong-min said that people have eyes. If he didn't come, they would think he had no work at all. He also heard rumors that there was chaos on the 20th floor. So he asked if he knew about it. The guy replied that he knew he had been busy. The newly formed guild was causing nothing but trouble. Sonmin asked if he meant the high school girl who uses her fists and seems to know how to prioritize. It was very strange of him and hard times must have come. The guy asked what he meant. Sonmin asked if he knew about the blackout. There had recently been an incident in which all users on the 10th floor were temporarily transported to a dark space. When they returned, a lot had changed. This phenomenon was called a blackout. The guy was surprised that such changes had also occurred on the 20th floor. Sonmin replied that maybe it did, maybe it didn't. He wasn't sure. But what was known for sure was that changes had occurred on the 15th floor. Perhaps that was why they were on the verge of rebellion. The root of all these changes was most likely that person. For the first time in a long time, Sonmin felt happy. After all, there is nothing more boring than a life that goes according to expectations. At this time, Jeju was looking for someone from the Hypocrite Guild. He had come all the way here through the portal and didn't see anyone looking for him on the 10th floor. So he thought it was thanks to the Hanshin clan. But that would be too obvious. A clan member invited him to follow him. After that, a subscriber with the nickname Love returned. Sohen sponsored him with 5,000 coins and said that his hen was here. Jedo thanked her for the donation. The clan member led Jeju to the clan leader, and Sonmin invited him to sit down and said that he was a little late. Then he asked if he was going to run away. Jeju asked if he hadn't said he was done. Sonmin said it was good that he understood. He thought long and hard about what he would do if he didn't make it into the observation zone he had set. So he went a little overboard. Jeju thinks that he probably identified the users who would reach the same level as him and assigned each of them a viewer from among his subordinates. This was so that they would follow him, demonstrating that he had enough power to force users to act on his orders, and that he has a significant number of subordinates. He says he can always keep an eye on him, so it's better not to mess around. Probably on his part, it was a warning. This is, of course, a childish but effective method. Sonmin asked Jeju who he really was. At first, he thought he was just lucky, but he had never met anyone who could walk through the 17th floor so calmly. It was as if he was someone who knew a lot about the tower. Juje asked if it was that important. Sonmin replied that it was and that he would like to know. He admitted that he had never had so much fun before. Jujin said that in that case, they needed to make a deal. With his abilities, he had proven that he was not just some ordinary useless player. So now it was time for Han Sonmin to prove himself, and to show whether he was the one he needed or not. Sonmin said that now they were on equal terms. Jeju asked if that was really true. Sonmin realized that it would be difficult because Jeju wasn't reacting. Right now, they were competing to see who had the better cards. In this information game, Han Sungmin knows that Kim Jeju's cards are good, but he doesn't know what they are. Han Sunmin never thought he would feel such a keen lack of information. He wonders if that is why he is having so much fun. So he said that in that case, he could tell him about the trials on the 18th and 19th floors. Jeju replied that that would be fine. Sunmin thought that maybe he had some information about these trials even though he hadn't been there yet. When he first met Jeju, he thought he was one of the many crazy people in the tower, but his relaxed attitude really bothered him. It was as if he already knew everything. Sunmin asked how much he knew about the tower. He replied that he knew enough to satisfy him. The predetermined answers began to annoy Sunmi, and he thought that he was doing it on purpose. An hour after their conversation, Sunmin said he was giving up. He wouldn't get any information if things continued like this. He would just lose his temper out of irritation and indignation. So he simply asked what Jeju wanted and said he would help him. Jeju asked him to get rid of him. Sunmin was surprised that he had spent so much time just to ask him to destroy him. He said he must be joking. Jeju apologized and explained that he probably didn't express himself correctly. He meant that he wanted to erase his existence. He wanted no one to know anything about him, including the people on the 20th floor. Sunmin realized that he wanted to get rid of the rumors that had spread. Jeju asked if there would be any problems with that, and he replied that, of course not, because words are not binding. But he could make sure that his existence was overshadowed by something else. Jeju asked how, and he replied that it was easy. All he had to do was combine the existing rumors among the people with those concerning him personally, thereby covering up one set of rumors with another. That way, he would gain enough time to reach the 20th floor. So Sunmin asked him what he thought of the proposal. Jeju replied that it would be enough. Sunmin successfully concluded the deal, but it was his failure. He is the head of the clan, and if he backs down now, he will lose face. So he asked if he could ask a few questions since he had given in, on the condition that he would not lie. Jeju agreed because it was better to make a clean deal. As a result, they would have to help each other in the future. Sonmin wants to clarify something he doesn't understand. He heard rumors that on the 15th floor there was someone wearing fluffy clothes that made noises. Jeju realizes that keeping secrets will wear them both down. Besides, this man is capable of finding any information he wants. So he grabs his backpack and calls Lakota and Baron. At first, Sonmin doesn't understand what he's doing, but then he sees the popcorn. In his opinion, they looked very cute. They were so small and almost defenseless. But then one of them showed him his teeth. Sonmin said that they were probably afraid of him. Jeju replied that it seemed like he had split up on the 8th floor at one point. The Popo are sensitive to the death of their companions. Sonmin asked who he thought he was, but it didn't matter, and asked what he had been doing before he ended up in the tower. Jeju realized that he had decided to change the subject and answered him. The audience was also interested, and he was going to tell them everything anyway. Therefore, the question was appropriate. He told him about his past, how he ended up in the tower, and the origin of the mysterious clothes the Popos wore. Sonmin realized that he wanted to live independently and earn money. He was surprised that the reason turned out to be so prosaic. Jeju said that this had been his initial goal. For him, the main thing was to make ends meet. But now something had changed. While others consider staying in the tower a game, he perceives this game as reality. This is probably the best way to describe his attitude. Sonmin asked if, in other words, he had completely immersed himself in the process. Jeju replied that you could say that. Then he asked if he had entered the tower because he was bored. Sunmin asked what kind of crazy person would come here out of boredom. Jeju replied that there are all kinds of people in the world. Sunmin kept wondering where this strange discomfort was coming from. He was threatening him as if he knew him very well, even better than he knew himself. Sunmin said that he was an interesting young man. Therefore, he would gladly offer him a helping hand. However, he should be prepared for the fact that not everything would go as he wanted. Jeju replied that he would take that into consideration. Then he told the popcorn to go back into the backpack, and someone asked what he was going to do now. He replied that he was going to the 18th floor. On the 70th floor, in the headquarters of the Hypocrite Guild, a subordinate informed the guild leader that he was targeting only magical material factories for attack. It didn't seem like he had any connections to any clans, and no one recognized him from his photo. He only attacked with magic, so he didn't leave any traces. The guild leader believes that he leaves no traces because he knows who they are, but he attacks anyway. He didn't even hide his face, which shows his confidence, but something doesn't add up. Then he asked about Kang So-hee. The subordinate replied that due to the reconstruction of the factories, they had few people available, so they had to recall everyone who was watching her. She was injured while fighting off the attacker and is currently recovering. The guild leader asked if this was really the case. He replied that although he had only seen it with his own eyes for a moment, he could be sure of what he was saying. A fierce clash took place in the second zone of the factory. Most of the factory was destroyed. The guild leader said that in that case he would meet with Kan Soho immediately. His subordinate replied that she was injured and it would be difficult to give her work. The guild leader asked what he was talking about. If one of his guild's valuable members was injured, he had to visit them. The guy believed that he was not the type to worry about others. He wouldn't bat an eyelid if someone died. The subordinate said he understood and would prepare everything immediately. The audience discussed how Kim Jeju had lived such a difficult life, and yet they had teased him without knowing anything. Some decided that from now on they would only watch his streams. Then they asked what he was going to do next and whether he would go to the 18th floor. As far as they knew, there only needed to be one good player there, so he would definitely be able to handle it. Jeju said he was going to prepare, so he decided to get the items from Latanto's set. He noticed that they were almost restored. But there was a problem with the tunic. It was already clear what effect it had on its own, but he didn't know what the effect of the set would be. After restoration, he needs time to adapt. He'll have to try it once the items are fully restored. The audience asked if he was going to open the reward. He replied that he was just about to do so. For completing the 16th floor, he received 1,500 coins, a hero's sword, and a book of fireball skills. This is better than the 15th floor, but he still doubts that he will get anything special for the 17th floor. He opened the reward for the 17th floor and immediately found a huge box. Jeju did well on this floor. That's why his rewards were always better than the others. But no one else on the floor had ever gotten a rare box. There are moments when everything works out for the best, but not because it was planned that way. At such moments, it seems as if he has been made to look stupid. Jeju received a restoration cube. It can restore damaged items. Jeju decided to follow someone else's will while in the tower. But he had a feeling that the administrator was just laughing at his refusal. Jeju thought that the administrator believed he was at his mercy, whether he wanted to or not. He took the damaged items to repair them. In an instant, the items were restored. When gathered together, the snakes activate certain properties. They enhance the magical power of textured and colored camouflage. They also reset spells, increase self-defense, and predict the future for 5 seconds. Jeju thought that if the admin had decided to compete like this, he would accept the challenge. He had never been one to refuse what was offered. But he would never allow himself to be mocked. If the administrator wanted to compete, he would not run away. So they would see who would emerge victorious. Jeju tried to concentrate on using all the items at once. Right now, he couldn't keep track of everything, so he decided to focus on one thing. So he first predicted the movement of the poppy for 1 second, then for 2, and then for 5 seconds. He had not yet adapted, but if he concentrated, he could use his prediction for a short time. Jeju told his popos that it was time to go. If the administrator didn't do anything strange, he would easily make it to the 18th floor on his own. With the help of this short period of time, having gathered himself, he went to the 18th floor in the cloud village of Ilu. The user who arrived on the floor couldn't believe he had gotten himself into this. Another said he knew it would happen, so he should calm down. He told him to be careful because he knew that the clans only sent their best. The others would most likely be divided into groups. Therefore, they would be doomed if a battle began. The guy told him to focus on himself. After that, more players joined them. The required number of 10 people was reached, so the portal closed. The guy remarked to the last user that he had a nice expression on his face. So he must not be here for the first time. The guy replied that this was true and that they could trust him, because level 18 would be a piece of cake. Then he asked G if he had also passed the floor, but he replied that it was his first time here. The guy didn't believe him. At first glance, it seemed to him that he definitely knew something. You could tell by his calm voice and behavior. In this test, you had to catch 5 blue demon birds within the allotted time. If the captured birds die, the test will not be counted. One of the users asked if they were all passing the floor for the first time. He had a good offer, so he asked if they wanted to hear it. He was user number 4,870. Therefore, he is the most experienced and would like to discuss something. The players did not understand what he wanted, but decided that nothing bad would happen. After all, they would just listen to him. The guy said they didn't have much time, so he would get straight to the point. In this tower, the user ID is like an age. It shows how much experience they have accumulated. Words from an experienced player can be vital. For those who cannot get information from the clan, the guy said that the demonic birds are very fast. Therefore, it is important to remain vigilant, or you could die. The girl asked how fast they were, and he hinted that they were faster than the speed of sight, pointing to his eye. She asked what that meant, and he replied that most knights couldn't even catch them with a feather. Without knowing their weakness, it would be difficult to defeat them. The girl asked what if they used magic. Moreover, the audience would like it, and they could agree with other users to collect coins. This would help kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but the boy replied that it wouldn't work. They were highly resistant to magic. Even if they used above-average magic, it wouldn't hold them back for long. The boy asked if they could catch them before they flew out of the cage, or surround them and attack when the trial begins. The guy replied that this was an even more unrealistic plan. They become aggressive when locked up. Even if they surround the cage, they will only be able to look at the feathers left inside. Besides, the birds were capable of destroying them in an instant. The users thought that they were doomed because how could they possibly be caught? Especially if they cannot be defeated by speed or magic. In that case, they would all simply die. The user hoped to get a hint from viewers, but as soon as someone tried to explain something, they were banned. A guy asked about the 500 coins per person. He was familiar with their flight patterns and movements, so he guaranteed a quick passage. Therefore, he suggested that they think carefully. He believes that if they didn't strain their brains, they would be easy pickings for him. He had passed this floor many times, and the reward for it had dropped to 1 coin. To complete the test, they would have to catch the birds. This way, he can make money off these players who have reached this level for the first time. He is proud of himself for coming up with such a profitable way to make money. A user asked who cares about the birds' weaknesses and how to catch them when they fly away into the sky. The guy said that they would be impressed by this sight. He showed them that he could fly and said that his physical abilities were sufficient. He can jump as high as these birds fly. Of course, because of their speed, one jump would not be enough. So why not get the opportunity to quickly pass the test for only 500 coins? The users agreed. They all shared their coins with him. The boy was very happy with his earnings. Jeju approached him last. The boy said he wouldn't mind receiving both physical coins and a transfer. Jeju replied that it wasn't necessary and that he could manage on his own. This answer surprised him, and he said that if he didn't have coins, items would also be acceptable. He couldn't even imagine that he would encounter resistance. With 3 minutes left, the boy said that he couldn't go against the plan alone and that he didn't want them all to die. The boy believed that Jeju had decided that if he caught them anyway, he could get away without paying. The others also asked why he was refusing, since everyone had agreed to pay. The user told his friend that he seemed like an experienced player. Perhaps he was acting this way because he was confident that he could pass the level on his own. Another user replied that it was difficult to draw conclusions from his conversation. The girl said she would pay for him herself, and then the challenge began. The guy agreed and said he would catch one first, but he didn't have time to understand anything and saw that Jeju had caught her. He thinks that this simply cannot be. Jeju caught the demonic birds with the help of his cloak, so the test ended immediately and the portals opened. He asked the others if they were going to leave since the portals had already opened. The guy asked who he was. He couldn't even see his movements. After passing the 5th floor of high difficulty, he gained the passive skill of an Imperial Knight's body. Thanks to the constant increase in his skill level, he had excellent vision. The players discussed that there was really something special about him. If you follow this guy's logic, they just rode at the expense of the man in the cloak. In that case, the money should be given to him. A girl approached Jeju and said he was incredible. Others asked if he had already passed the 19th floor. They also asked if he was alone and offered him a place in their party. The girl felt uncomfortable leaving everything as it was, so she offered him some coins. Jeju thanked her and said that he didn't need coins or a place in the party, and that he hadn't passed the 19th floor yet. He understood that he had to leave quickly. So, taking advantage of the situation, Jeju quickly went to the 19th floor. The audience discussed that the subscriber with the nickname Love was gone again. The head of the Hypocrite clan came to visit Kang Soho and asked how she was feeling. She got up and asked what he was doing there. He said that a sick person should not worry about manners and that it was late, but he wanted to see her. Soha thanked him and then coughed. The guild leader said that her wounds must be quite serious. She replied that they were and that she was suffering from an attack with a mana blade. Soha didn't understand why he was acting this way since it wasn't contagious. The guild leader said that the mana must have been very strong. That was why she would not be able to recover. She replied that she was already feeling much better but needed some time to recover. She thought to herself that she needed to control her body and sweat so that he wouldn't suspect anything. He said not to take it as rudeness, but could he examine her wound? Soha thought he would take it that way. But if she didn't agree, she wouldn't be able to get rid of his suspicion, so she decided to show him her wounds. The guild leader understood that she wasn't lying. The fact that the light was still appearing periodically meant that the mana was still affecting her body. He asked what had happened, and Kan Soha said that he was so strong that she didn't even have time to react. The guild leader asked why she didn't run away. She said that he probably put all his strength into the first blow. Then, after fighting for a while, he probably realized that he couldn't hold out much longer, so he destroyed the factory and fled. The guild leader said that it hurt him to see an irreplaceable member of the guild suffering from her injuries, so he wished her a speedy recovery, and then he left. It's difficult to talk to the guild leader and be around him, but it wasn't always like that. Kang Soha is sure that he still suspects her. At first, he seemed cautious and neat to her, but after the 50th floor, she realized she was wrong. He is the type of person who will think long and hard, even if you tell him the truth. Since she didn't give him any specifics, he will definitely be on guard. After that, there was a knock on the door and Soha was startled. Park Ju said it was time for lunch. He prepared rice porridge and then, seeing her reaction, asked why she was so scared. Soha replied that everything was fine and that she would eat everything. It didn't matter if she had aroused suspicion or not. She wasn't going to stop now. It was a bit of an unexpected encounter, but now she had a wonderful helper, and that wasn't all she could do. Jeju went to the 19th floor. Some viewers asked if he would accept his friend request, And he replied that of course he would, right after they met. Some people noticed that they had reached the mark for the audience award. This is a reward system that pays out according to the donations made by viewers. Therefore, the viewers began to actively throw coins at him, and Jeju thanked them for their donations. A viewer noted that this was beneficial for both sides. Then he entered the maze on the 19th floor. 4 participants must pass this test. In it, they had to escape from the tower within a set time. The maze would grow in complexity as the difficulty level increased. The players discussed the possibility of dying. The man told the girl that if she felt in danger, she could just return to this place. The girl said that there were 5 doors leading out of each room, so how would they get back? This girl's name was Lee Shin-hai. Kim Se-yeon asked if she was even smart enough to do that and told her to just leave marks on the walls. Jeju thought that they were probably arguing about a strategy for getting through. In the maze, identical rooms are connected by identical doors. There is 1 door on each wall, ceiling, and floor. The goal of the test is to get out of the maze. The difficulty level of the test increases with the number of rooms. There can be several thousand of them. Each time you enter a new room, traps and monsters will appear. If you are unlucky, the player may be hit by a magic attack. Jeju realized that the challenge on the 19th floor would be the same. The entrance and exit of the 3-dimensional maze are located in the same place. In other words, it is a room that has both an entrance and an exit. But first, you need to find it. If his assumption is correct, he already knows where to find the switch. He decided to look around and realized that the floor illuminated by blue light might be what he was looking for. When the hidden switch is found and activated, a hidden exit from the room will appear. The condition for passing is to get out of the maze through the exit. Paek Jin-ha said he knew this would happen, so he prepared himself. He got a guide on the 10th floor. It was a strategy guide for passing the 19th floor. It cost him a lot of money. The book described everything, from the location of the switch to things to watch out for, so they just have to trust him. Sion asked where he got it, and whether they could really trust these notes and if he was sure he hadn't been tricked. Jin-ha replied that his viewers said the notes were reliable. He got them from a well-known clan, so there was no need to worry. Sion couldn't believe that he was still streaming. Their lives were at stake, and if they blindly believed him, they could die, and who would take responsibility for that? His words sound reasonable. You only live once, so you shouldn't trust an unknown source of information from someone you've never met before. Some viewers donated coins to Jin-ha and sent him voice messages saying that he should stop doubting. Jin-ha thanked them for the coins. Sion became angry and asked Lee Shin-hai if she was laughing. She replied that she wasn't and that she just had a cold. After that, Seon said that he looked like a weakling for putting up with it. Jeju interrupted their conversation and apologized for interfering. He explained that he was going to destroy the floor in that spot and asked everyone to move to the edge of the room. Sion said that he was unlucky and wondered if everyone here had lost their minds. If everything could be solved by breaking the floor, then why suffer? Jeju replied that it was up to him to believe or not, but if he didn't want to get hurt, he should step aside. Sion asked if he was threatening him. Jin-ha asked him to calm down and just watch what he was going to do. It wouldn't hurt anyone if they gave him time to destroy the floor. Sion asked what would happen if they failed. Well, they might just waste time. Shin-ha said that it was no big deal because 1 minute out of 60 wouldn't change anything. The test began and Jeju asked everyone to move away from the walls, cover their ears, and turn away because it would be noisy and dust could get in their eyes. Everyone listened to him and moved away. Jeju felt that this place was reacting to mana. The blue glow coming from the floor looked familiar. The same thing came from the huge mana stone on the 1st floor. He passed the test on the 14th floor in an unusual way. This meant that the trick could work on this floor too, and he had to at least try it. So he called Lahu Koden and Baron. Then he asked if they could eat it. They explored the area, and judging by their satisfied expressions, he realized that they could. They gnawed through the floor, and Jeju praised them for their excellent work. Downstairs, there was another room filled with mana. The switch must be there, but it was strange that it was located so close to the entrance. Jeju asked the popos to wait there and if they thought someone might see them, to return to the backpack. They understood him. Jeju thought that there was no guarantee that the admin who was wary of him hadn't changed the test. But he had to press the button despite his anger. Nothing happened, and he thought it was a faulty switch. Then he felt as if the room was moving. After that, a monster appeared in front of him. It looked like a pigeon. But then it began to transform, and Jeju realized that it was the administrator. He asked how he was doing and if he had thought about his offer. Jeju replied that he had already said no. The administrator said that he didn't even know how much he cared about him. Jeju said that was enough, because he knew very well that he was quite popular and didn't have time to relax. The administrator said he was in a hurry preparing for today's meeting, so they would end their conversation there. But he was sure that Jeju would change his mind as soon as he saw the 20th floor. He was looking forward to his decision on the 20th floor. Jeju wanted to stop him, but he disappeared. After that, Jeju received a notification that he had passed the test, and the way to the 20th floor opened. Jeju doesn't understand where the administrator went. Then he heard other participants talking about how he had indeed passed. He remembered that there were popos there and that they could see them, but when he looked at his backpack, he saw that they were inside. The popos managed to hide in the backpack before they were noticed. The viewers asked if anyone noticed that the stream was lagging. Cyan asked how he did it and said he thought he heard some kind of monster. Jeju realized that he had only pretended to cover his ears and seemed to have heard everything. Jeju asked if he should answer. Shinhye said they should leave, and Sayoung agreed with her. Jinha said that he should be more careful. Jeju asked if he wasn't going to leave. But Jinha said that judging by how he passed the test, he must have used bugs. But he must know something. If you do that during the game, you can get stuck in the textures and not be able to move. You can get stuck passing through walls or passing through the floor. Something bad could happen, so he should be careful, and the viewers told him everything. He heard that he was lying about his real name and twisting the truth, but you shouldn't deceive those around you like that. Jeju thought that he should have thought better before changing his name. It turns out that his audience was looking for his name during the test, so he replied that he had no desire to talk to him and asked him to finish and leave. On the 10th floor, the players were discussing a certain person. The girl heard that someone on the floors above was even offering a reward. Jeju was still being searched for on the 10th floor. He wanted to go straight to the 20th floor, but he wanted to make sure that Han Seong-min had fulfilled his part of the agreement. It would also be safer to gather information about the 20th floor first, so Jeju decided to return to the 10th floor. At the entrance to the portal, a man stopped him and asked if he could see his face. Jeju asked him what was going on. The man said that he needed to confirm something, so he should listen to him. So Jeju decided to show his face. When they saw him, they said that he was a boy and not what they were looking for. The man apologized to him and said that they had jumped to conclusions. Jeju replied that it was no big deal. Then he left and heard them discussing that the person was a woman. Her name was Kim Ji-hee, but some of those present heard that it was a middle-aged man. Others said it was still a child. That's what the witness on the 15th floor said. People argued among themselves, each saying something different to prove that their information was correct. Some even bought information for coins. Judging by this, Sonmin had succeeded in spreading the rumor. Who would have thought that it would happen so quickly? It was even frightening. Jeju arrived at Sonmin's office, where he was met by a woman. He noticed that she looked tired. The woman replied that thanks to him, she had to work overtime every day. The woman called Sonmin, who was resting in his office, and told him that Kim Jeju had come to see him. Jeju entered the office and noted that they had been very busy lately because of him. Sonmin realized that he had already heard all the rumors and said that he had done little. At first, he simply changed his gender and age. Then he started spreading the rumors among people. He even asked some people for money in exchange for the information. That way, he was able to make some money. Next, he added a few more rumors that sounded true so that everyone else would believe him. He also made sure that no one found out about their acquaintance. Sonmin told him what he had done and then asked what Jeju could offer him in return. Jeju sent him a friend request. Then he said he would send everything via private message. Sonmin asked if he was joking, and Jeju replied that of course he wasn't. Jeju sent a message with information about the favorite and least favorite aspects of the residents of Taruha, their habits, and so on. It was a huge message with all the details that others might consider useless, but for someone that information could be a weapon. Jeju decided to take a break, and viewers noticed that it was time to wake up and go to the 20th floor. Soha, nicknamed Love, defended him and asked others not to disturb him and let him rest. When Jeju woke up, he saw that the others were also asleep. The viewers noted that they had been watching this for 7 hours. Jeju apologized to the viewers for falling asleep so quickly and not even realizing it. He must have been exhausted. Because he had been undergoing trials without rest, the audience suggested that he check his award, and Jeju saw that he had received a message. Sonmin told him about the changes that had taken place on the 20th floor. He asked him to contact him as soon as he woke up. On the 20th floor, users find themselves back in Taruha. Palaham greeted the new users. He said that they would take serious measures against the initial tyranny of the travelers and punish anyone who caused harm. The members of the Hypocrite Guild do not understand what is going on with this character and whether he has gone mad. All members of the guild were captured. Everything changed strangely on the 20th floor, and these changes are related to Kim Jeju. Jeju arrives in the free zone on the 20th floor. Now, all users below the 30th floor will not be able to watch his stream. When he received a message from Sonmin, he immediately came to the 20th floor as soon as he could, but he doesn't understand what's going on here. Even at a glance, it was clear that there was no sympathy. The warrior told him to bow and show his face. Jeju said he didn't want to show it for no reason. The warrior told him that he must want to die. Jeju replied that he should try to do something to him. The warrior said that those were very insolent words to a Decurion. They began to fight, and Jeju thought that the warriors had dealt with all the strong users. Jeju defeated the warrior and asked him what he should do, perhaps the same thing he wanted to do to him. The Decurion told him to charge the magic cannon. He also told him to report everything to the Centurion. But then Palakam jumped out and told everyone to retreat. Palaham told Jeju that he had an interesting item of clothing. Jeju remarked that his greeting was very aggressive. He said to consider it a rite of passage. Jeju replied that it seemed to him that he wanted to destroy him. Palacham remarked that his manner of speech was as slippery as the emperor's and that he was still the same. Jeju was surprised by these words. Jeju took off his hood and asked if he remembered him. The other warriors saw him and began shouting that they welcomed Lachanta. He realized that it was not only Palaham who remembered him. The tower's residents cannot recognize users even when they change channels. The same resident with whom the user had communicated on the 15th floor could not recognize him on the 20th floor. And this is normal. Palacham asked how he could forget such a unique traveler. Jeju said that was true. Palakam welcomed him back to Taruha. He and the other warriors remember him, and this is an incredible surprise for Jeju. One of the users watched them and was delighted to finally find Kim Jeju. He noticed that the warriors were friendly towards him. As he thought, he definitely knew something. The guy decided that he had to confirm this so as not to die in vain, so he continued to watch. At this time, the guild leader, Hypocrite, received a report from a subordinate that the guild members were depressed. The queen was expelling users from the fortress. All the known leaders had been destroyed, and the rest had split up. The guild leader realized that everything was changing and that he had to do something. To do this, he had to remove the cause of all these changes. Therefore, he had to find Kim Jeju and deal with him. Jeju saw the users and asked if there was anyone among them whom the warriors were friendly towards. Palaham replied that they had shown them respect and said that they were from the same place and got along well with the locals. Jeju realized that they must be from the Hanshin clan. Sonmin made good use of the information he received. Palaham invited Jeju to his house for lunch. He even prepared some mana stones. Jeju was surprised by this. He said that ordinary stones would suffice. Palaham noted that they were comrades who had fought side by side. Therefore, he was obliged to show him a suitable technique. Jeju asked how much he remembered. He replied that after meeting him, his memories had become clearer. Previously, they were vague memories, and he even suffered from headaches because of some of his other memories. Jeju thought about the other Palakam and thought that the separation between the channels must have disappeared. He was now on the 10th channel, so he decided to switch to channel 20 to check something. Palaham said that more travelers had appeared here. Jeju switched channels, and Palaham continued talking about how no matter how many he arrested, there was no end to them. Palaham noticed Jeju's reaction and asked if something was wrong. Jeju replied that everything was fine, and then asked what they had done with the users. Had they really been destroyed? Palakam replied that they were not savages, and of course those who had committed crimes were destroyed, while the others were sent to modern housing. It is located outside the fortress walls. Thanks to this, Leto is busy entertaining the travelers who have shown resistance. Karen helps him with this, but he suffers from migraines about how to solve the problem of the labor shortage. They would be happy to know that Jizu has returned, and Palacham is sorry that they are busy. They didn't understand much until the demonic flower disappeared. They constantly believed that they were bravely fighting through the same events over and over again. But in reality, they had simply numbed their emotions. The 15th floor was a horror that repeated itself endlessly. And the 20th floor showed the peak of this horror, but now it was no longer relevant. Palaham looked at Jeju. He said he couldn't help thinking that he was actually their savior. Jeju said he hadn't done anything special. In his opinion, Palaham was exaggerating. He was confused by these words. The audience noticed that Lachanti was not one to be shy. Shalette noted that he wanted to say he was grateful. Palakam said that they were able to get this far only because they had held out for so long. She replied that he should be honest in such moments. Jeju realized that Taruha had awakened from a nightmare that seemed never-ending. The boy who was looking for Jedu saw him enter the house and wondered when he was going to come out. But then Leto approached him and asked who he was. The boy was frightened and told him his name. Leto asked if he knew him. Then he said that he was probably a criminal too. The boy replied that he wasn't and explained that he was just lost. Leto grabbed him and said he knew where he was going. The boy asked how he knew that. After that, Leto said that they were going to prison, so he should let him take him there. The boy immediately apologized. Leto asked him what he was apologizing for, because today was a great day to compete. Or maybe he was wrong. Then Jedu came out and asked what they were doing. Leto said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Jedu said that Palakam had told him he was busy, so what had brought him here? Leto replied that he had heard that the famous Lakanta had arrived. That's why he came to say hello. Jeju said he thought he hated him. Leto replied that he didn't hate him, but travelers. The boy thought that this was the end and that he would surely die because he was powerless to do anything. Jeju said that he knew him and asked him to let him go. Leto asked if this was true and if he was sure. Jedu replied that it was, and that was why he had come here. After that, Leto let him go and said that they should have talked about it earlier. Then he wished them a pleasant conversation. He himself was about to go and greet the commander. Jeju greeted the young man and said that they had not met before. He asked if he had run all the way there. The guy was surprised that he had helped him. Jeju remembered that this was not their first meeting. The guy's name was Shin Se-jun. He had seen him in a video before. This user had reached the 15th floor and stopped trying to get out of the tower. He started working as a detective. Jeju said that if he wanted to live, he would help him. Shin Se-jun asked how. Jeju asked if he liked looking for people. He replied that he didn't quite understand him. Jeju offered to make a deal with him. He only needed to find one person named Chris Reynolds within a week. Chris Reynolds was a man who was called a genius of magical engineering. He was also capable of more than just ordinary gloves. If Jeju could get help from this man, it would be incredibly helpful. Jeju provided the information he had. He is a light-haired, blue-eyed man, approximately 180 centimeters tall and between 20 and 30 years old. He wears round glasses and will be on the 20th floor of the American Channel. It is necessary to search buildings related to magical engineering. Sejun asked what he would get in return. Jeju replied that he would receive a letter of recommendation signed by at least a centurion. His main goal is safety, so that should be enough. Sejun asked if that was even possible. Jeju replied that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to. He pretended to be offended. Sejun asked him to wait and said he would do everything and bring the man to him. Jeju received the letter of recommendation from Leto and thanked him for it. Leto said he wrote it because the commander asked him to. So don't get the wrong idea. Jeju thought that it must have been difficult for him to do that. Sejun thanked him and said he would find that person immediately. Jeju advised him not to overwork himself. Leto said he would go too. Sejun asked why, and he replied that he needed to make sure he didn't do anything strange with his letter. Jeju thought it was strange that in the video, Sejun was climbing the tower with the knight he met on the 10th floor. But why was he climbing alone now? Had something happened? These changes could have been caused by him or by the admin's intervention. In that case, he had to prepare himself. Jeju took out the gauntlet and the viewers asked if he was going to give it a name. Back on the 10th floor, Cray asked him to think of a name for this item. Jeju completely forgot about it. Cray said that no matter how wonderful the equipment was, it would be useless without a name. Jeju wondered if he should give it a name because it was just a tool, but if he didn't, the audience would constantly remind him of it. Jeju noticed the excited popes. Then he asked them what was wrong. When he turned around, he saw a pigeon and realized it was the administrator. Then his stream was interrupted. Jeju said that he was more modest than he thought. After that, the priests bared their teeth, but Jeju said that it was dangerous. So he decided to deal with him himself. He attacked him with his glove. Palahem and Shalette noticed that something was wrong. Jeju realized that he had used too much mana, so he decided to change the stone. The administrator told him to stop being angry. Then he attacked Jeju and asked how he liked Taruha. This place also meant a lot to him. So he thought that this was exactly how he wanted to see Taruha. Jeju said that he probably had nothing better to do. If he keeps running around and bothering those who have refused him, maybe he has some kind of hobby of enjoying other people's refusals. The administrator said he didn't know why he hated him, but what could he do about it? He changed his appearance, thinking that this would reduce his aggression. Jeju realized that the administrator was there when the heart was destroyed. Palaham approached and asked what was going on. Then he saw Jeju holding a little boy by the neck, which surprised him. He asked what he was doing there. He didn't know what was going on, but asked Jeju to calm down. Jeju asked him not to come closer. The administrator said the word fail, and then everyone froze. Jeju asked Palakam if he was okay, but he didn't respond. Laha, Corden, and Baron also froze in midair. Jeju thought that the administrator had frozen time. The administrator asked if he remembered what he had said before. A person's memories are like their soul. Taruha was the first place he decided to test this to see how long they could hold out. If they had to relive the same events over and over again, who would wait for a savior without knowing if he really existed? It was the inhabitants of Taruha who could not stop hoping desperately. Jeju asked if he meant that it was all a joke. The administrator replied that it was a test, and that the warriors of Taruha had passed it so well that he even waved his hands and gave up. Jeju said he wasn't interested in such an evil hobby, so he should get to the point. The administrator asked if Jeju admitted that he wasn't so bad after all. Looking at all these people in Taruha now, in the Shadow game he ended up on the same level as John Kang-hyuk in order to get here. The admin asked if he understood how hard he had tried for him, so he should thank him. Jeju told him to stop. And to stop doing such nonsense. No matter what happens, his answer will remain the same. Jeju attacked him and realized that with the amount of mana he had now, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to hit the administrator. He needed a more reliable method. Jeju told him to get up. The admin said that he had behaved well here, as if he didn't want to reveal his weaknesses and therefore treated everyone coldly. Jeju didn't understand when he managed to get behind him. The admin said that they say that the more you see a person, the more you get used to them, and that he had probably grown attached to some of them. Jeju said that was enough because he had used the popcorn to survive. The administrator said that it was a great relief, and that he had turned into a monster. He thanked him for taking the burden of guilt off him. After that, he decided to destroy his popoys. Jeju was frightened and asked him to stop, but then he saw the popoys coming out of the monster. The administrator couldn't believe that the spirits of the World Tree had escaped from his restraining device and were shining with the color of sunstone mana. Jeju told the spirits to get out of there. He had no doubt that the light they were emitting was the mana of the sunstone, even if only for a moment their attack had stopped the administrator's movements. Therefore, the sunstone's mana could work against him. If it was still in his body, that power would be the key to defeating the admin. The administrator said that he was quite stubborn and still thought that his power would work on him. but giving up and accepting the offer was the best decision for him. Jeju said that if he wanted his attention, he had his chance, and he admits it. Then he said he hated him and attacked. He noticed that the sun's mana was not resisting as strongly as before. Even when touching his heart, it felt as if it was passively supporting him. If he could stay in this state, he would definitely be able to handle it. The administrator said that he was really interesting. He would be very bored if he disappeared, but he was not going to be so lenient anymore. Jeju told him to do whatever he wanted. He understood that the administrator was as stubborn as a pigeon. By prolonging the battle, he would find himself at a disadvantage. The administrator noticed his strength and said that they would finish for today because he had other things to do, and they would meet again next time. That is, of course, if Jeju survives until their next meeting. After that, the administrator disappeared and the broadcast resumed. The viewers were scared for him and asked what happened and why he was lying in bed. Jeju thought it would be better to turn on the stream on the next floor. He said that the stream wasn't working well and turned off automatically, and that he was just resting while waiting for the malfunction to be fixed. Palaham noted that he had a talent for lying. He was worried about him but could see how energetic he was and breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned it off, even his spirits closed their eyes and didn't seem to be waking up. The audience noticed that they had become small again. Karen took the time to come in and said that his health was not in danger, but since it was unclear what had happened, it was better to monitor his condition. Judging by everything, the admin definitely had a hand in this. He stopped time around them, and they ended up in the state because they were trying to protect him. Jeju thanked Palacham and said he was leaving. Palacham asked where he was going, and he replied that travelers must travel. He has to climb the tower to the 25th floor in the Asteroid region where the world tree is broken. This will help find out what is wrong with the Puppos. Despite his fear that the admin could influence the difficulty of the trial, he would fight his way through. If the admin blocked his path, viewers asked if he was rushing too much because he hadn't checked the rewards yet and hadn't given the glove a name. Jeju wanted to ask Palaham something, but he understood and told him to stay as long as he wanted. He is also busy, so he will rarely be home. He thanked Palahama for that, and Palahama replied that it was not necessary and then left. First, he needed to come up with a name for the glove. Wanting to gain protection, he decided to name the glove after the god of victory, Enian. The audience noticed that he liked the names of gods. He had decided on a name for the glove, and now he needed to check the rewards. For the 18th floor, he received 2,000 coins and a book on the magic of heavy metals. The next reward was for the 19th floor. There he received the same number of coins and rare temple of the Holy Knight wrist protection. Jeju asked the audience if they were satisfied and if he could move on. They said he had forgotten the most important reward. Since he took first place in the Hall of Fame on the 15th floor, he received a special reward. He was going to see what it was. Jeju opened the award and a huge box appeared in front of him. Inside was the Shaknila pendant of the ruler of the shadows. This pendant is of the heroic class and can create a shadow of itself that lasts for 10 seconds. The audience said that he shouldn't wear it now. Jeju agreed with them. Shaknilo's pendant is a good thing, but it doesn't go well with Latanto's thing. Dealing with Latanto while controlling a shadow clone is like having 8 hands and doing completely different things with them. He needs time for that. Jeju told the viewers that he was leaving now. The viewers kept asking what happened during the stream interruption. Because if you look at Popov and him, you can see that something went wrong. They think the Hypocrite Guild is to blame. But Jeju assured them that everything was fine and moved on. He felt someone watching him and told them to leave. The guys asked if he was Kim Jeju and said they needed to talk. Jeju asked who they were talking to, and he replied that it was none of his business. So just let him go peacefully. Thanks to him, there are many Taruha residents walking around, forcing them to hide in corners. The boy asked if he knew how many people had been used to distract them. Jeju noticed the blood on his sword. Now he understood why the street was so quiet and deserted and what Palaham had been doing. Jeju said that if he didn't want to go, he didn't have to. Before that, the guild leader Hypocrite had said to capture user Kim Jeju on the 20th floor. He was stronger than most players. Therefore, it was necessary to remain vigilant. The young man believed that he was still too weak, as he had only reached the 20th floor. The guy called him arrogant and said it was time to introduce him to Pain so that he would become more compliant. Jeju hit him with his cloak and told him to get out of the way. The guy doesn't understand where the player's aura is coming from. Moreover, he only made it to the 20th floor. The guy told everyone to prepare for battle and told those with shields to stand in front. The guy told Jeju that this was his last chance to submit. All those guys had already climbed 29 floors. After that, he returned to them and saw that they were all lying unconscious. He didn't even have time to understand what had happened. Jeju said that he was also warning him for the last time not to stand in his way. The guy realized that he was quite talented, and even the boss warned him not to relax, but this sign showed that he could be destroyed. So he signaled to the others who were watching what was happening that they could attack. After that, they immediately pounced on him. The guy said that he should have calmly gone with him while he was offering. The guild leader, Hypocrite, ordered his men to grab him and bring him to him. He thought about how he was supposed to bring him back alive, but he angered him. So now he doesn't know what to do. Jeju knows them all and told him to go and tell his big boss that he would definitely repay him for his kindness. The boy thought he was just a monster and decided he had to run away quickly. Jeju decided to hurry to the 21st floor. Soha came to Han Jin-soo. He said he thought she liked convincing things and that she shouldn't be upset. She asked why she should be upset when she had heard that most of the guild members had died. Jin-soo replied that they now had a thread. He said he would definitely repay her kindness. He only made it to the 20th floor, but he had a feeling that he had an assistant. This is evident from his behavior, and he seems to know the guild on the 70th floor. He also possesses incredible strength. Therefore, Jinsei decided that he had an assistant on at least the 50th floor. Soha said she could say this with confidence. Now, no one can harm him. On the lower floors, movement is limited to intervals of 10 floors. Starting from the 50th floor, users can move freely anywhere, even to the 100th floor. The interval is necessary so that users from higher floors do not disrupt the balance on floors below the 50th. Jinsu thinks they need to watch him until he reaches the 50th floor. A girl approached them and told senior manager Han Jin-soo that they had a problem on the 50th floor. Soha asked her to calm down and tell her everything slowly. She said that there had been an attack on the floor. 2 drug cartels linked to the guild had been destroyed and 3 infrastructure construction sites had been completely demolished. Jinsu asked if it was the work of the same person as last time. She replied that it was not, and although her face was hidden under a mask, her voice was definitely female. Soha asked if the attacker had said anything else, and she replied that he had said that if they took action, he would destroy them. Jeju heard users discussing that, based on what he had seen, all members of large clans had been taken into custody. They couldn't stay there and had to hurry to the 30th floor. They were arresting everyone who appeared on the floor. Therefore, no one is returning here. The player asked if he had an ID. He did not have any coins, so he wanted to make one later. Judging by the conversation due to the confusion caused by the Hypocrite Guild, the atmosphere on the floor is simply terrible. Many people were injured in Taruchi while they were trying to catch him. Now it looks more like they want to get rid of the obstacle. Therefore, he will treat them the same way. He never liked Hypocrite. Jedu approached the portal and said he would use it. The users can't believe that he went there as if he doesn't see what's happening. They think that after this, he will simply be destroyed. Jeju asked if he needed to show his ID. After that, the guard looked at his face and all the residents present began to greet Lachanta. He thanked them and asked them to be a little quieter next time. After that, he entered the portal. In the test, he had to find out how well he knew himself. Jeju noted that the test had not changed and could not believe that there was no trick. But the audience also did not notice anything strange. A doppelganger approached him and greeted him. The audience was surprised that he spoke. He asked why Jeju was so surprised or upset because it was like looking in a mirror. Jeju said that he didn't think they needed to talk to each other when all they had to do was destroy their opponent. He replied that this was very rude and asked why he was behaving so falsely. Then he asked if he could ask something. He was interested in whether, even if the world was about to disappear, he would leave this place. Jeju replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. He said that a great being had said that the earth would soon disappear and only the tower would save them, and that it was incredible. Jeju asked what he was doing to his face and said that it was nonsense. After that, the doppelganger attacked him and asked how he dared to say such things. But Jeju deflected his attack and thought that the power of high complexity was surprisingly human. It's no wonder the audience is shocked. He decided he needed to end this quickly, so he took his weapon. His copy said that he had no weapon and that it was too cowardly of him. Therefore, he would die here today, and that was what his intuition was telling him. He was very sorry that he didn't have a single item and understood that he was only a reproduction and that he was just a fake. But the creature that created him said that if he destroys him, he can become real. And he really wants to become real. Therefore, Kim Jeju must die for him. After that, he attacked him and said that if he only defended himself, he would not be able to defeat him. Jeju couldn't even imagine that his doppelganger would use items. He had never heard of such a thing. This means that an admin was involved, but it didn't seem like he could use everything he had and was only capable of imitating what he had used in front of him. Jeju barely dodged his attack and realized that it was dangerous. Then he saw a piece of fabric. It seemed that this attack had been carried out using his cloak. He couldn't believe that his doppelganger had moved underwater to attack him from behind. But thanks to this, Jeju was convinced of something. The doppelganger asked why he was so surprised, and if it wasn't simple. Surely he couldn't do anything like that, so what about surrendering? Then Jeju took out his gauntlet. The doppelganger remarked that this was cheating. Jeju replied that there was no such thing as cheating in battle, or perhaps his great creator had not rewarded him with such a skill. Jeju understands that the doppelganger is really just copying what he himself uses. As he gets used to an object, he can figure out how to use it himself. In other words, the longer the battle, the harder it will be to compete. Therefore, he must deal with him quickly before he learns more. Jeju cannot hold his body because there is nothing to grab onto on the ground, and the notification that he has passed the test does not appear. Considering that the mana beam does not move forward but continues to collide with something, it means that he is still there. Jeju hopes that he will not regenerate endlessly like an administrator, as that would really be cheating. The doppelganger asked if he was relying too much on objects. Jeju predicted his future when his end would come. Then the doppelganger started to attack him, but Jeju felt his mana running out. The doppelganger said he was incredible. For a moment, he even thought that his end was near. He used only his cloak but could barely control this power. The doppelganger said that he seemed tired and had no mana left, so he would be a better version of Kim Jeju. Therefore, he should not worry and just give up. Jeju laughed and used his power. He realized that he was pretending. He said it was a cheap trick. Jeju replied that he didn't say he had no mana left, so it was his own fault for making that assumption, and he didn't rely on his items, but still did everything he could. After that, Jeju destroyed him and the trial was passed. The way to the 20th and 22nd floors was open. Jeju lay down in the water and the audience was scared for him. He replied that everything was fine and that he was just finally relaxing. Judging by the portals that opened, he successfully passed the floor. Thanks to his calmness, he managed to catch the right moment. If it weren't for the effect of his shoes, he could have died. He stopped him for a moment by distracting him. If he had done so, he would have been able to use the invisibility of his shoes to dodge the explosion of mana, and then he would have definitely lost. Jeju said he would check the rewards and go straight to the next floor. The audience asked if he should take a break. He replied that he didn't think it was a good idea and that they needed to hurry, so he opened the award thinking about the administrator. Jeju received the dagger of Shaknil, the shadow ruler of the heroic class. It strengthens his shadow self. Jeju wondered what the administrator was up to. The administrator was feeding pigeons in the free zone on the 70th floor of the Central Park, created by the Hypocrite Guild. The head of the Hypocrite Guild said that there was a strange user on the 20th floor. It seemed that he had a very powerful patron. Even he had given him a warning, so he was curious if the admin knew who it was. He replied that of course he knew. Perhaps someone is helping him in some way. The guild leader interrupted him and said that they had agreed otherwise. He promised that he would give them full control. The admin asked what he thought when he saw an ant crawling by. The guild leader asked what he meant. The admin said he asked the question so he should answer, and he said he didn't think anything. The admin replied that that was exactly how it was. The guild leader thought he was acting strangely. It was impossible to negotiate with him. This was his usual manner of communication, but this one-sided dialogue always threw him off balance. But he easily agreed to his requests. It had always been nothing more than an inconvenience. To the admin, the users were nothing more than ants crawling past him. The guild leader said he would ignore it and deal with everything himself. The admin replied that he could do as he wished, but the guild leader was interested in that user. After that, they saw a woman join them. Lee Charon said that it was perfect that the two people she hated were in the same place. The guild leader asked who he was dealing with. There were members of his guild around, but she pushed her way through them, which meant she was definitely not an ordinary user. She said that he was dealing with someone who was going to cause trouble here because she had been provoked. In fact, she was here to vent her anger. But here was the one who was always hiding like a rat. The guild leader noticed that she possessed magic and was capable of controlling a phoenix. It was heat that made it difficult to breathe even from a distance. He decided to use all his mana to protect himself from the blow. So he decided to use a shield. Lee Charon called him lucky and then destroyed his defense. She said that he must have gotten his current position as guild leader not only because of luck. Jeju moved to the next floor and the participants were delighted that he had finally arrived because they thought they would die of hunger. Since no one could leave the 20th floor, they couldn't start the trial on the 22nd floor. Judging by their reactions, they had been waiting too long. One of the participants approached Jeju, greeted him, and asked his name. Then he said his name was Ha Beek Hen. Jeju introduced himself and said that he was studying magical engineering and that the level of difficulty was high. He was surprised that he chose a high level of difficulty in magical engineering, so he asked if he could provide support from the rear with such skills. Jeju agreed, and Baekhyun told everyone to listen carefully. They were running out of food and were lucky to have made it this far. They didn't have much time, so he would be brief. Each group would be responsible for its own route, and if one of them was breached, everyone would die. Therefore, if they felt they couldn't handle it, they should call for help. Jeju, who had just arrived, would join the third team with Lee Xian. To get rid of the magical animals coming from all four directions, the 20 people divided into 4 groups of 5. This is the most reasonable option, but there are often a few dissatisfied people. However, everyone has now agreed, and it seems that Baekhyun is leading the group well. After calculating the difficulty level of the participants, the trial level will be 48. From this, it is clear that they will be attacked by a red-clawed thrush. Another magical animal they will have to face is the horned hermit crab. The groups were divided according to their skills. Therefore, they will easily repel the attack if they are careful. Jeju noticed that they were not worried at all. But will everything be as he says? Since the administrator warned of the danger, he cannot relax. Jeju is confident that he has prepared changes that cannot be calculated. Last time, he had already prepared an unusual double for him. Lee Xian asked if he was a magical engineer. If so, he must have prepared a device to enhance weapons and mana. Jeju replied that he had learned in battle but would make his own contribution. Xian asked how that was possible if he was a magical engineer. A user approached them and asked if they were playing games, so he should stop interrogating him because he said he could handle it himself. Jeju hoped that he was worrying for nothing. He would be very happy if he didn't have to use his glove. The test began and everyone had to take their positions according to the plan. Jeju and his team set off along the path and discussed what kind of monster they would encounter, a bird or a crab. The thrush had shiny feathers that lit up the path. If not, then they would have a crab. They moved slowly so they could defeat them quickly, but then the group saw that something was wrong. They were surprised that these monsters were making such sounds. Li Xiong told them to take their positions because they were getting closer. An unknown monster approached them, but they didn't know what it was. The monster immediately broke Li Xiong's staff. She couldn't understand how this was possible because her weapon was very strong. A member of the group approached her and said they needed to run away. The spectators warned them that with their level, they would not be able to defeat these monsters, so they needed to run away. The female knight tried to defend herself from their attacks but noticed that her shield had melted. She warned everyone that it was acid. She told everyone to be careful and try not to touch her. The others asked how they could fight now. Li Xiong wondered if the screen created by magic would hold, but decided it would be better to ask other groups for help. Jeju said that it was dangerous, so they should stand behind him. Then he attacked one of the monsters. The other members of the group discussed his movements. They were surprised that he had defeated so many monsters in just a moment. Jeju apologized and asked them to step back, then used his gauntlet to destroy the monsters. Li Qiren attacked the head of the Hypocrite Guild, and the administrator said that he had already refused, so they should stop. The guild leader said they would talk next time. This was obviously a signal for him to leave immediately. It didn't matter if he walked or flew compared to them. Any action he took was like a game of tag. Charon said he was lucky he wasn't alone. Otherwise, he would have been roasted long ago. The guild leader said he would leave. Charon asked the administrator what was wrong with him. He asked her what she meant. She asked him not to pretend he didn't understand because he knew Kim Jedu. The administrator replied that he didn't say he didn't know. She wanted to say that he was her Jeju, but then corrected herself. She said that in that case, that person must have been in the tower before. The administrator replied that he hadn't. She asked if he had given out any information, so maybe he knew what would happen next. The administrator replied no again, and she asked why he was treating him differently because it was suspicious. He said it was because he had found what he was looking for, a creature that could repair his broken toy. She said that he should stop talking nonsense because he had only reached the 20th floor. The administrator said that he had not only reached it but had already been there. Sharon couldn't deny it. His incredible speed was truly impressive, even to her. She had never seen the administrator watch someone with such passion that it gave her goosebumps. If that wasn't the case, it meant that the administrator wasn't going to destroy him. So she said that in that case, everything was fine and she would leave. The administrator said he had enough information. He knew what he was thinking and how he would behave. She asked what that meant, because if he acted alone, the world of Astrout would be destroyed. That's why the administrator wanted to find a replacement and told her about it. She went through all 100 floors and he offered her his place as administrator. The offer was tempting, but she refused because she considered it burdensome. Since he said he would destroy the Earth, she decided to stay in the tower. The administrator said he was halfway to creating another tower. A little more research is needed, and it can be said that whether Jeju dies or fulfills his role will not affect anything. Charon said that it was cruel, and he replied that he could withstand such criticism because he only had to finish destroying the world. Xion noticed that her hair had been damaged by the acid. A member of the group asked if she was okay. In fact, she was very scared. The user was also frightened when he saw that Jeju was about to strike with mana. If not for that, it would have ended not with a good cleanup, but with complete destruction. Jeju used up his mana, but he didn't have time to wait for it to recharge, so he decided to just replace the stone with a new one. He needs to hurry because the other teams are probably also struggling, and it's good that he can defeat them with just the mana from the Bloodstone. Another group was injured in the battle. Becken doesn't understand where such monsters came from on this floor. He told everyone to follow him. If this continues, their complete destruction is only a matter of time, and he doesn't know what to do. The thought flashed through his mind that he should leave the team and run away. At that moment, Jeju approached him. Becken asked him not to move because it was dangerous, but Jeju asked him to step aside. Seeing Jeju, he asked what he was doing there. Jeju replied that he had come to help them. Beckhan asked if he had come here because the third team had been destroyed. But Jeju immediately sprang into action and rescued one of their team members, then asked if they had any medicine. He asked them to take care of the wounds. If everyone else was okay, they should help the other teams. Becken didn't have time to follow his movements. He wondered if magical engineers had always been so strong, or was he just that strong on his own? Jeju defeated all the monsters and the way to the next floor opened up. Many of the participants were injured. They didn't understand why such strong monsters had appeared and how it had happened. All the teams found themselves in the same situation, but while each team was desperately fighting the monsters, Kim Jeju appeared. He easily defeated the monsters, saving everyone, but there were those who could not be saved. However, thanks to him, many survived. Behan thanked Jeju. After all, they only survived because of him. Jeju replied that he did it because he wanted to survive himself. Therefore, there was no need to thank him. Jeju thought that if it weren't for him, they would never have had to face such difficulties. Bacon said he understood that his name was a pseudonym, and that if he ever needed help in the future, he would repay him for saving his life. Then he said that since everyone had been helped, he would leave. Jeju said he would rest a little longer. Jeju was left alone on the floor and decided to check his rewards. He received 5,000 coins. There was nothing else inside except for a jewelry box. Jeju thought that there must be mana stones or bloodstones inside. He opened the box and saw that it contained Shakniel's ring. It had the ability to use the Night Shadow skill. Jeju did not expect to get this skill here. According to the chat, this item is not popular, and some even consider it useless. At first, he wanted to learn more about it and summoned a doppelganger to conduct several tests in a dark space. As a result, he came to the disappointing conclusion that this ring is completely useless. But he decided this because he couldn't bring out its true effect. Arsenia, a Russian assassin, is the only person who discovered the true value of the item. She used it. Jez still remembers how she used the Knight of Shadows to absorb her opponents. A large shadow can be used as a wave. This helps sweep away enemies. In any case, if you manage to use the ring, its effect will be very useful in passing. The audience asked if he wanted to try using the ring, and he replied that he would think about it. Jeju is concerned that his pets fell into hibernation and shrank after the battle with the admin, so he has to hurry. He needs to get to the 25th floor to check on them. Therefore, he decided to move on to the next trial. The trial on the 23rd floor is a decisive battle. The trial will not end until one of the two players dies. A player was already waiting for Jeju and said that he had finally arrived. Jeju asked if he knew him, and he replied that of course he did. The guild had told him that if they didn't know him, they would take his life. Jeju asked if he was from the Hypocrite Guild, and the guy said yes. He offered Jeju some food because there was too much for him alone, but Jeju refused. The guy said that enough people were waiting for him. He was lucky to meet him so early. Jeju said that one of them would have to die, but he didn't seem to care. The guy asked what was the point of worrying since he wasn't the one who would be sent to the other world. After that, the guy took out a knife and attacked him. Jeju realized that he was facing an assassin. His appearance and behavior made him think he was a fighter. Because of this, he lost his vigilance. The boy said that if the trial had started earlier, he would already be dead. This guy was different from other kids like him who only sought to improve their skills and relied solely on objects. Jeju asked him his name, and the boy asked why he wanted to know. Jeju replied that he just thought it was important. He thought it was wrong to die at the hands of someone who didn't even know his name. At first, the boy asked what that meant. Then he said his name was Lee Chang-sun. Jeju noticed his skill of concealment. He couldn't see him even when he spread his mana. Stealth is a low-level skill used by assassins. It deceives the opponent's senses, but everything changes if you ignore the skill's rank and start developing it. The guy sneaked up behind Jeju and told him not to forget to tell the Reaper who took his life. The trial began and the guy decided to destroy his opponent. Jeju said that he probably didn't hear what he was using. Jeju grabbed his hand with his cloak. The guy didn't understand how this was possible because he hadn't even reacted to him before, and it was simply impossible. He realized that his opponent was using Latanto's cloak, and then he saw that he also had Latanto's tunic. The guy said that he must also be using prediction. Jeju said that he probably knew the answer himself. His opponent was outraged and said how he could take an item that was considered trash due to its class and complexity. Jeju took out his weapon and told him not to forget to tell the Reaper what he had offered him. Then he delivered the decisive blow and destroyed the young man. At first, the test was counted, but then there seemed to be a system failure and it was not counted. Since Sejun was worried that the guards had detained him again. Because of his status as a traveler, he was treated like a criminal. They looked at him as if they were ready to kill him right then and there. But as soon as they saw the important piece of paper with the Centurion's name and signature, their attitude changed. However, he may run into problems because Leto has no memory of this channel, and therefore does not remember signing the document. Sejun arrives at the place Jeju told him about and overhears users talking about how the cause of the unrest on the 20th floor is a single player. All the spectators say so, and the information has been verified. Sejun thought that it was probably not Chris Reynolds he was looking for. The users talked among themselves and thought that maybe it was true. Then they told Chris to move. Because they were only there because of him. Sejun thought that this must be the person he was looking for. He has light hair and is about 180 centimeters tall. Surely this is the magical engineer. The guys told him they would wait for him here because just looking at the mechanisms gave them a headache. They didn't understand what he found so interesting. Chris told them he would be back soon. Sejun didn't understand why they treated him that way. After all, he had heard that this guy was a real genius, so he wondered if maybe this wasn't the person he was looking for. The user asked another what he had heard, and he replied that Halifages had appeared on the 22nd floor. The guy asked how this was possible since it had never happened before. He replied that that was why it was strange. After all, it only happened on that floor and only during that test. They wondered if it was because that user was there, and it was strange that it only happened on that floor and during that test. At least it wasn't the controller. Sejun realized that they were talking about Jeju. They said that only 5 people had survived the test on the 29th floor. This often happens among users with a high level of difficulty. Jeju dealt with Lee Chang-soon, but the test didn't count, and he heard something moving. Jeju knows what that means. The guy turned into a monster called the Controller. This is not a typical elite fighter from the demonic dimension summoned by human sacrifice. He becomes a real horror for users. Jeju realized that he had already transformed and that he needed to attack him as soon as possible. Despite blocking his attack, the monster is strong enough to knock him back. He thought he had blocked everything. But Jeju was still wounded. The controller's weakness was in his horns. Jeju began to retreat. He almost fell into the abyss. Then the monster approached him, and he thought about how it wasn't giving him even a second to catch his breath. Jeju realized that he had to hit it on the horns right now. Maybe then he could easily defeat it. But then he dropped the backpack with the food in it. The backpack fell straight into the abyss. He thought he could grab it with his cloak, but he was holding onto the wall with it and would fall if he let go. Jeju grabbed the monster's horn with his cloak and retrieved the backpack. Then he climbed back up to the surface. It was very fortunate that everything went according to plan. During the attack, he jumped after the backpack and used his cloak to grab the controller and pull himself up. Now he needs to be tied up so he can't move. The cloak is doing a good job of that, but it won't last long. He doesn't want me to drag him along any further. If we aim the cannons at him, his horns will simply deflect them. So he decided to use the Night Shadow skill. It worked for G, but the ring absorbs more mana than he expected. The ring absorbs water, taking an incredible amount of mana very quickly. This feeling of endless absorption causes pain in his head, but there is no time to relax. Jeju has only one chance, so he continued to attack the controller. Lucan met the travelers and told them to put down their weapons and surrender. Lee Sia replied that they had not come to fight. They want to stay here for a long time. Lucan said she couldn't let an armed group of travelers into the city, so she asked them to leave. Palachum approached them and said that she lacked flexibility. Each traveler had their own circumstances. Lucan asked if he wanted to make her look bad, and he said of course not. It was clear that neither side was going to back down, so the issue could easily be settled with a one-on-one duel. Palachum approached Lee Seha and asked her name, and she replied. Lucan said that was nonsense. Palachum asked if she was unsure of herself. She replied that she hadn't said that and decided to agree to a duel. Palaham asked Lee Seha what she thought about it. She said she didn't mind either. Palachum said that in that case, let the great duel begin. Lucan asked where her weapon was, and she replied that she didn't need one. After that, they began to fight. At first, Lucan was sure she would win, but after striking a blow, she noticed that her opponent had not moved. Then Lee Seha struck and, realizing that this was not enough, attacked her again, destroying Lucan's weapon. Lee Seha threw her back and won. Palaham said that it wasn't very spectacular. The warriors couldn't believe that Lucan had lost. The girl had indeed defeated her commander very quickly. Palacham said that she had won and that now they would listen to her. She took off her mask and said that she felt like she had to help someone. Jeju's body ached from losing so much mana, but he was only interested in the outcome of the battle. The trial was finally over. Jeju was delighted, then decided to check the rewards and saw a message from Han Sunmin. He wrote that the situation seemed worse than he had expected on the 20th floor. Therefore, he was sending an assistant. Lee Seha also sent a message asking if he was okay because she heard that he got into some strange situation. Jeju replied that he was fine and that she didn't need to do anything. He didn't understand why she was doing this because he hadn't done anything for her. If anything, he owes her for the pendant. But what did Han Seong-min tell her if she decided to help? He was grateful to others for their actions, even though he didn't get along very well with other people. Meanwhile, the popos were getting smaller and smaller. Jeju is worried that they will all disappear. He doesn't know where the last stop for lost popos is. But they need to get to the 25th floor. That is his last hope. That is where the Tree of Life grows. He wants to believe that it will create a new path for the popos. Jeju opened the reward and thought that viewers were used to such boxes. As a reward, he received 5,000 coins and leather pants from Latanto, the master of the 7 snakes. The audience began to discuss whether anyone had used them, but everyone said they were useless. Even Jeju knew little about them. There is no information about the pants because no one has collected so many of Latanto's items. He only heard that someone sold them. This was because after putting the pants on, he had a strange feeling. Jeju wanted to get something from Shaknil. Jeju wanted to try them on, and the audience noticed that he was undressing in front of them again. So he said he would turn off the screen for a moment. He turned on invisible mode and asked them to wait while he changed. Now he was wearing 5 Latanto items at once. Jeju felt as if hundreds of snakes were crawling over his body. Fortunately, he has better control over his body after eating the magic stone. But the feeling of snakes crawling over him was so disgusting that he was ready to take off his pants right then and there, not caring if anyone saw him. The spectators were concerned about him and asked if he was okay, and he replied that he was fine. Jeju sighed with relief that the snakes had finally calmed down. The disgusting feeling also disappeared, but he couldn't figure out if there was any effect. However, he didn't have time to investigate the properties of this thing. Jeju said that he seemed to have wasted a lot of time and was going to go to the next floor. The spectators suggested that he take a break, but he said that he felt he needed to hurry up, then took out his snacks and saw that they had become even smaller. He remembered the administrator's words that he was doing well and treating everyone coldly, as if he didn't want to show weakness. But the more you see a person, the more you get used to them, so he also became attached to some of them. Jeju put the food back in his backpack. Then he said he had to go and cross the portal to the next floor of the test, which had to be passed by 2 people. Jeju knew it would be hot and humid in the jungle, but he tried not to think about the heat and wondered where the other person was. After all, there were 2 users who had to get out of the jungle on the 24th floor. Finding the exit did not depend on the actions of the other person, but the difficulty of the terrain itself depended on the player's skill level, as did the strength of the monsters that appeared. If you are not confident in your combat skills, you can die. Then a girl approached Jeju and asked if it was really him. Jeju asked if she knew him, and she replied that of course she did, and how did they even meet in such a city? She heard that he had chosen to study magical animals, so she hoped that he would become her younger companion. Jeju realized that she liked to talk. Jeju introduced himself and said that she seemed to know something about him. The girl apologized for talking so much. She explained that she was so used to chatting that she kept talking to herself and didn't know if he remembered her because the chat was moving so fast. The girl said that she had been watching him from the first floor and that her nickname was Mom Pop. Her real name was Lee Min-hee, but he could call her Winnie. Jeju remembered her. Come to think of it, he had a user who paid special attention to Popoi. This is clear from her nickname. She probably knows a lot about magical animals. His previous viewer also looked at him with adoration. Then he was lucky to meet a viewer with whom he could cooperate. Lee Min-hee said that it was her friend Lax. Jeju asked if it was a dish. She said he was right and asked if they looked alike. Jeju wondered where exactly. Min-hee said that it was a big disappointment and that she wanted to find it first and give it to him. Jeju asked what she meant. She replied that it was for their Kudinalahi and Barina. She knew that they weren't in the best shape because she always passed the 24th floor. Jeju was surprised that it was here. He hadn't seen anything like it in the video and didn't know there was anything related to pop culture here. Min-hee said that there was an Easter egg on this floor, but the admin was very strict about spoilers, and she wanted to find it herself and give it to him. Jeju was surprised that there was an Easter egg he didn't know about. According to Vinny, there was an Easter egg on the 21st floor in a jungle filled with monsters. The item looks like a cradle that fits in the palm of your hand. Based on the name, the Cradle of Restoration can heal magical animals. Meanie said that its location constantly changes randomly and that it is well hidden, so it will take time to find it. Even her Laxi, who almost died here, got much better because of this item, and she is sure that Popoi will also get better. There is no guarantee that the admin has not set up some kind of trap on the next floor. He cannot believe that it is possible to avoid meeting him and save Popoi. He can't miss this opportunity and thanked Min-hee for her help. She said there was no need to thank her because she hadn't done anything. At first, she wanted to find everything herself and give it to him, but since they happened to meet, they could look for it together. Jeju said that first, just in case, they needed to find a way out. Whether they found the Easter egg or not, they had to pass the test. Then they heard that the jungle defenders were approaching them on the 20th floor. It didn't seem like there were many of them, so they would be able to deal with them quickly and it would be a good idea to clear a path for them. Min-hee said to leave it to her and called him the Emperor. Jeju asked if he could be called something else. She immediately rushed into the attack and Jeju decided to deal with the Emperor. They wanted to attack her, but Jeju's cloak protected her from the attack. Jeju said that if they just left, they would get lost and that they should first decide where to go. Min-hee was surprised that he had destroyed the commander with one blow and said that everything was fine because she had already passed this test several times. So he should just trust her and follow her. So they went on and tried to find the Cradle of Regeneration. Jeju said that it was quite difficult to find. Min-hee agreed with him and said that at night, with such poor visibility, everything was only getting worse. At this rate, they would have to flee the floor with nothing. The cradle was important, but passing the test was more important. Jeju asked how she found the cradle, and she said she was curious if there were any magical animals she hadn't seen before. So she decided to walk through the jungle and bumped into something solid. At that moment, she was sure there was nothing ahead. But when she looked up, it appeared in front of her. Jeju thought that there was nothing there, but it appeared unexpectedly. Easter eggs usually appear when certain conditions are met. That time, she somehow met those conditions. So he asked if it was a destructive item. She said she wasn't sure if the cradle looked like something that could be easily destroyed. Jeju asked if he could leave his backpack with her. It could be dangerous, so he asked her to step back and then used his gauntlet. Min-hee asked him to wait because at this rate even the item would be destroyed. Jeju realized that it was consuming more mana than expected. If he was wrong, he could use up all his mana and find nothing. But then he noticed something. He said that his attack had been reflected in that direction. Min-hee asked what that meant. Jeju immediately ran there and Min-hee couldn't catch up with him. But then they ran to the right place and saw the Cradle of Regeneration. Min-hee didn't understand how he found it. He replied that he just did. Jeju was delighted that his guess was correct. Winnie remembered that she had bumped into something but couldn't see anything, and when she opened her eyes, the regeneration cradle appeared in front of her. Considering the logic of the game's Easter eggs, touching them is what causes them to appear. His attack radius is large, and he was able to find the item without moving too much. Min-hee gave him the backpack and said she was sure the cradle would work on the poppy. Jeju thanked her. Then he took the Popoi out of the backpack, put it in the bowl and hoped it would work, but nothing happened. This item could not heal them due to its limited functionality. Jeju was upset and there were only 2 hours left before they had to escape. He couldn't believe he would have to return to his original plan. But would the Popoi be able to hold out? Jeju hoped there were other options. One of the spectators asked if he still had the strengthening rune. He realized that it was an item he had forgotten, but he should have put it in his inventory. With this rune, he could strengthen the cradle, so he used it, hoping that it would work. He successfully increased the rank of the regeneration cradle. After that, he confirmed that the abnormal status had been removed from the magical animals. Jeju was delighted that it worked, and the Popo were back to their original size. He thanked Min-hee for her help. The Popos were better thanks to her, and she was also happy that everything worked out, and that it was a great blessing. The Popos were still infected, but they were much better and would make it to the 25th floor. But then they realized that they only had 1 hour left to find a way out, and Jeju didn't know what to do. Minhee told him not to worry. She and Laska would take responsibility and lead them to the exit in 10 minutes. Laksa turned into a huge octopus and began searching for the exit. Jeju said that it was possible to use the ability to enlarge objects in this way, and she asked if it wasn't impressive. It was one of his magical abilities. If he continued to study magic, he could also use it, and she called him Emperor and said how unfortunate it was. Minhee saw the exit and called him Emperor again. Jeju asked if she could call him something else. Reaching the exit, Minhee apologized for not being able to help him further. He said that thanks to her, he felt much better. Now they would hold on until they reached the World Tree. Minhee said that it was an honor for her just to see them in person, so she would continue climbing so that she could see the Popos again in the future. Minhee wished him luck in the future. Jeju apologized for doing this right after the Popos opened their eyes, but they needed to hurry to the next floor. So he asked them to get into his backpack. He felt that the backpack had become heavier. He felt like he had gotten used to the feeling of passing through the portal. At first there was a pain in his head, then it started to feel like nausea, but he didn't understand why the feeling was stronger than usual. He felt a disgust boiling throughout his entire body. Jeju wondered if he had entered a demonic dimension. The trial of the 25th floor takes place in the Forest of Spirits. This place is filled with the energy of nature and usually looks something like this. But here it was as if the sun's rays had never fallen and the space itself was below the world of Astraud. This was definitely a demon dimension. But how did he get here? On the 15th floor, the admin interfered with the trial but never changed the location. Jeju decided to check the system but noticed that the community chat window and the reward notification window were inactive, and everything feels too clear to be a dream. Then Jeju heard a voice asking if he was there. Jeju asked who he was, and he replied that if he wanted to know, he should follow him. He stood at the edge of the abyss and wondered where he should follow him, but then he saw it get dark and felt as if he had been transported somewhere. Jeju doesn't think it was the admin's doing, because he would have revealed himself immediately after asking the question. The voice told him to hurry because they didn't have much time. They reached a house and the spirit invited him inside. His condition improved, but the infection did not completely disappear. The fact that they found themselves in a demonic dimension was already bad enough. The longer he stayed there, the more dangerous it was for them. Jeju reached the house and went inside not knowing what awaited him. Charon asked the admin if he was listening to her, and if he continued to ignore her, she would go down to the 50th floor to punch him. He said he had made a mistake, then felt something, and immediately said goodbye, telling her they would meet next time. The administrator disappeared, and Sharon wondered what mistake he meant, and wondered if it had something to do with Kim Jeju. She decided to check this user and saw that his stream was currently offline. She didn't understand why his stream was turned off. Jeju saw a demon in front of him. He said his name was Kanfil and that he could think of him as the Grand Duke of the demon realm. Kangfil asked if he could imagine how much effort it took to summon him here. Jeju didn't understand why he was here. He is the boss of the 99th floor and the worst monster the players climbing the tower have encountered. Even if he was seeing him for the first time, he might not know how well he was prepared. Jeju said that he should be on the 99th floor. Kangfil said that it was all fake and called him a toy. Jeju asked how he was supposed to believe that he should be taken seriously. Especially since he called him a toy, Kangfil replied that he was interested in the person who had such an obsession with him. But he turned out to be naive. Jeju asked if he was talking about the administrator. Kangfil replied that he was. And surely now they were looking for him everywhere, but for now they still had time. Jeju said he was talking as if they were safe here. But this was still part of the tower. Kangfil replied that this was his personal space. Even the administrator couldn't get in here. Then he asked if he wanted to know why. Jeju replied that he didn't, and asked to be sent back to the 25th floor. Kangfil said that he probably didn't understand what a rare opportunity he had. Jeju said he wasn't interested. The demon understood why he was in such a hurry and said it was all because of the World Tree. He had traveled with them despite their condition. Jeju didn't even notice when he took them out of his backpack, and as he thought, their condition worsened. He couldn't stay with them here in this dimension, so they had to get out of there quickly. Kangfil asks if the spirit will tell him how to cure them. Will he listen to him? Anxiety clouded his judgment, and he just needed to think because he knew how to fix everything himself. Kangfil said he would remind him, and he would do it. Then he touched his head and memories flashed before Jeju's eyes. He couldn't see it himself, but the stories of the spectators were the same. The Popwa absorbed the sun's mana and saved him. Perhaps he could do the same. Kangfil said that life is a cycle, and if he receives something, he must give it back. Therefore, he must believe in his abilities. After that, Jeju tried to concentrate on his power. He felt a response but couldn't stop halfway, so he asked the power inside him to keep going. Then he felt as if snakes were moving inside him. Now Jeju understood everything. He knew how to move the sun's mana. The pain of the rebound disappeared, and the sun's mana, which had remained motionless, began to circulate through his body. This power lives deep in his heart. The stronger his despair, the more it manifests itself. This is a type of magic that reacts to emotions. Jeju saw that the light was fading. After that, the Popoes came to their senses. Jeju said that the infection was gone and they were completely cured. There were no more spots on them, their behavior improved significantly, and they returned to their previous state. Canfil said that the admin would not be pleased, so he should hurry before they found him. Jeju thanked him. Canfil said that was enough for an introduction. But he'd better hide them. Jeju asked his kids if they wanted to go back into the backpack. Canfil said that he probably had a lot of questions he wanted to ask him, like who Canfil was and why he had been called here. And many more questions. Canfil asked if he had said that the administrator was only capable of imitation. That was all he could do. To put it simply, he has the ability to create fakes, but not anything real. Gigi asked what he had to do with it. Canfil replied that it was because he was the only one in the tower who could create and distinguish real things. Jeju said that this couldn't be true and that he was just like everyone else. Canfil said that it might seem that way at first glance, but he stood out on the 5th and 15th floors. The others perceived the script as something fake. He was the only one who treated it as something real. Jeju said that was how it turned out, and Canfil remarked that the spirits of the World Tree might cry upon hearing those words. And could he continue to deny everything when he had the real thing he had created with him? The Popois really did go against the admin to defend him, but in reality they should have obeyed him. There was nothing he could argue against that, but he didn't believe that he was the trigger for their change. Canfil said that it didn't matter right now, because he needed to think about what he had heard, and now they should move on to the next thing. This is his favorite place, and if he doesn't want the administrator to play with him, he has to accept it. It certainly won't get any worse. Jeju asked if he was actually playing with him. Canfil said it was great that he wasn't losing his vigilance, but he wouldn't distract himself from his work to deceive one person. Jeju sensed that something was going on. Canfil said that it seemed their time was coming to an end, and asked what he would do and whether he would continue to tolerate the administrator's manipulation, or would he accept his offer. In an instant, Jeju found himself in a completely different place, unconscious. He woke up and saw fairies around him. Then a creature approached him and asked how he got there. In fact, he wanted to understand that himself. The same thing had happened to him as with the Fountain of Trials on the 15th floor. Normally, players end up at a giant tree of travelers and begin their floor trials from there. On the other side of the field, the World Tree is considered the only way to the tree itself, and people are not allowed to enter. Jeju tried to remain calm and assumed that this was a prank by the admin, saying that he would like to see the Elder. He is a man trusted by the Queen of the Fairies. The centaur asked him what he had just said. After that, Jeju was tied up and taken to the Elder. As far as Jeju knows, the people and the forest guards are bound by an ancient pact. If this is true, they could have simply allowed him to see the Elder. The centaur said that he would get it from him, and next time he would know better than to talk nonsense. The fairies also agreed with him. They asked the centaur named Kadrin what the human was doing there. He replied that he would tell them later. No matter what Jeju said, they would not believe him. He said that if they looked closely, it was indeed a unique place. Then he wondered if he should have run away first and then followed them. Jeju said that it was light here even though they were deep in the forest, and the air was very clean. Then Jeju asked if they were friends with these fairies and if it was just a miracle. He wanted to get along with everyone. Jeju wanted to break free, but Corden stopped him and asked him to behave more obediently. He apologized and said that his wrists were just numb. Then he tried to fix the rope and said that his hands felt much better. The centaurs think that even being near him is very tiring. Jeju was glad that their attention was not focused on him now. He turned on the live broadcast and viewers began to bombard him with questions. They asked how he ended up in the clutches of the forest guards and where he had disappeared to. The centaurs brought him to the village and he saw the World Tree. He also noticed how a centaur girl was training. She told the boy to close the distance and swing the spear with force, then relax his shoulders and keep his balance. Then she noticed Corden and asked why the guards who had gone on patrol had returned so early. Then she saw that they had brought a man and screamed. Immediately, all the centaurs pointed their weapons at Jeju. Jeju realized that the atmosphere here was a little more dangerous than he had thought. Therefore, he had to be ready for an attack. The centaurs asked Corden why he had brought a human here. Had he decided to leave a stain on this sarcastic land? Corden wanted to say something to the centaur, calling him Raoul, but the centaur did not want to listen and said that he did not care about the reasons and that he should just destroy him. He replied that he couldn't do that because this man wanted to talk to the Elder. Raoul laughed. He said that one of the 3 guardian trees had been blown up because of human speech. Did he really want this tragedy to happen again? Corden said that this man had earned the trust of Queen Fei. Raoul replied that he was talking nonsense and probably didn't believe it himself. He didn't know why he thought he had the right to say such things, considering that he had been sent to the meadows for failing to protect his guardian tree. Corden said that the man wanted to talk and they had to respond to his request. Raoul asked if he was back to his old ways and said that there was no point in listening anymore. After that, the trial began, and Jeju saw that the tree was starting to decay and that he had to prevent this in the trial. Raoul asked what was happening and then said that it was all that man's fault. Corden asked him not to jump to conclusions, but he didn't want to listen to him and said that people cannot be trusted, and then attacked Jeju. As we know, a human being is incapable of dodging Raoul's spear, but Jeju dodged it, which surprised Corden. Jeju said that if he wanted to harm the guard tree, he would have chosen another way and dealt with the demons. Then he would have spilled their blood on this tree. He did not ask him to believe him, but only to give him a chance to prove himself. Raoul thought about it and said that he would agree. Jeju thanked him and said that he wanted to ask him something. He had to meet with the elder to tell him about Queen Fei's prophecy. Jeju was more than aware of the power of the forest guardians, especially the tree guardians, who were a match for any controller. Raoul told him to raise his head because the only thing they could give to those who bowed their heads was death. He knew that people had such manners, so he would forget about it the first time. Then he told Jeju to follow him. He ordered Corden to return to his usual place. The only reason for his existence was to reflect on his past deeds. At the same time, he told the new forest guards how the Tree of Loyalty had disappeared. All the players gathered on the giant Tree of Travelers. This is the first level of the shared zone. Users discussed what was happening on the 20th floor. If they completed the trial and descended to it, they would also be sucked in. Some were concerned that if they were caught by the warriors, how would they return to complete their daily tasks? Paek Jinha waited for everything to start and decided to turn off the broadcast and turn it back on when the trial began. It still hadn't started due to the small number of participants, and he was just wasting his time locked in the Tree of Travelers. Users heard that it was all because of one player, but it sounded implausible. Jinha thought that everyone was taking it too lightly. Then they saw someone coming. This user immediately destroyed the guy who approached him and said that he didn't like men. Then he announced that he was Lee Sung-ho, the 6th letter of the Hypocrite Guild, and asked everyone to cooperate and not to do otherwise. They were an elite group that had reached the 29th floor, and if anyone was dissatisfied with anything, they could speak up right now. No one said anything, so he thanked them for their cooperation and said that they would look around for now. Considering the 10 members of the Hypocrite Guild, there are 48 players on the floor. 50 participants are needed to start the trial. Therefore, 2 more were needed. The clan members seemed to have noticed this as well, as they carefully studied the faces of those present. The members of the Hypocrite Guild reported that they had searched all the levels, including the 4th, but he was not there. Lee Sang-ho said that as long as he doesn't show up among those 2, the trial will go smoothly. Then another participant entered, and they asked if he was alone. But the system announced that the required number of participants had been reached. Users noticed that one was missing and that it must be some kind of mistake. Or maybe he was hiding somewhere. Manhwa is sure that no one can hide from him because he used the assassin class skill of tracking. Only 49 participants gathered near the giant Tree of Travelers, but the trial began, and he doesn't understand what is happening. An order had recently arrived at the guild. If the trial was not going as it should, it was because of one player, so maybe that was the reason. San said not to worry about the progress of the decomposition. The 10 of them would be able to complete the trial on their own. So they won't say anything if everyone else decides to wait it out. The players asked if they could really stay out of it. Sanwoo said that in that case, they should find someone else to take their place while they complete the trial for everyone. They think that this person is the last participant who did not end up near the giant tree. He is about 20 years old and wears a long black cloak, but he is dangerous and is on the run after killing one of their guild members. He goes by the name Kim Jeju, so they have to find him, but they have to be careful. Corden is the only one of the 3 guards who lost his tree. He is a sad creature who cherished and nurtured hope for humans thanks to the blessing of favor. But in the end, he was betrayed. Raoul told Jeju to follow him because they were going to the Tree of the Guardian of Wisdom. He really should go there because the level of decay is 90%. The Guardian Tree must be in bad shape. Jeju noticed that he could not see the Tree of Wisdom anywhere. Raoul replied that the Tree of Favor had been destroyed by humans. Therefore, the Guardian of Wisdom took protective measures. Jeju said that it sounded reasonable and that Pharaon was capable of such a thing. Raoul asked if he had been here before, and Jeju replied that the venerable Queen Fei would certainly answer that question. He had not been here, but he had seen this place. Jeju noticed that Raoul was wary, but that was not the main problem right now. The decomposition would increase by 2% every day, so he had 5 days at most. Initially, the test on the 25th floor was related to further contamination, but the content had changed again. He had very little time, and it could all end with him getting caught. Only Jeju, who had heard the admin's story about the 100th floor, knew what would happen next. The monsters will never stop under any circumstances and will continue to emerge from the cursed forest. Waves of increasingly powerful monsters will appear until the world is completely destroyed. Considering that they completed the trial in the usual way, it is quite logical that the audience is unaware of this. The fairies told Pharaon that the guardian tree had fallen silent for some reason. He told them to investigate and report back with their findings. Then the fairies said that someone had come to see them. Pharaon asked Raoul why he had brought him there. Raoul said that it was a strange question since a person wants to meet with the elder, so Corden insisted that he be released. Phiron said that was true, referring to an ancient oath. He told the man that the current situation was far from ideal. The elder was busy observing the changes in the guardian trees. Jedu replied that everything was fine. He knew what had happened and just wanted to see if he could help. Phiron said that the man spoke as if he understood them, which was very interesting. The fairies reported that something incredible had happened. Cordana was attacked by people who said he was weak. The user said that no one is a guardian without their tree, but few people know this. Another participant said that this was because Raoul would beat the life out of anyone who found out. Corden tried to remain calm. If he lost his composure, the young forest guards would be in danger. Sanhu said that it was time to stop fooling around. Soon the other guards might notice something. Corden said that they promised not to touch the children of the forest. A member of the guild, Hypocrite, said he wondered why he was so calm and that he seemed to really believe him. Corden became angry and attacked him. The boy hit him and said that he had attacked him unexpectedly and ruined everything. The girl asked if he was okay, and he said that he must have completely lost his mind. Turning to Corden, he said that he would pay for this. Sanhu asked Corden if he had anything to say. He thinks that if the meaning of the test has changed, then the characters should also change. If he is lucky, he will get information about Kim Jeju. Corden said to let the children go as promised. Sanhu replied that he was sick of hearing that phrase. Then he gave a guild member a knife and told him to finish him off. Corden begged him to let the children go. The man told him not to worry about it. He would definitely let them go with him, and then he wanted to strike him. But Jado appeared just in time. With the help of his cloak, he injured his arm and took the knife. Sanhu asked if he was Kim Jeju and said he was pleased to meet him. He probably knew that their guild was looking for him, and if he was scared, he could tell them. Sanhu asked him to spare them. Jeju replied that he had something to tell them and simply sent them away, then used the night shadows. Sanhu saw that it was Shaknilo's ring. He didn't understand how this player got a heroic class item. The guild members didn't see anything and didn't understand what was going on. At first, they had to find Jeju, so they told him not to hide. Sanhu told everyone to calm down. He took a flashlight and thought about how Jeju had pulled such a trick against the one who had been promised a place on the 30th floor. Manhwa said that he was using Shaknil's ring. This was a useless item that consumed a large amount of mana to darken the space. All they had to do was wait until he showed up, having used up all his mana, so let them get their magic wands. Manhwa asked why everyone was shouting and panicking. Jeju said that if he wanted to save everyone, he could just ask for mercy. Corden asked the fairy to take care of the children. She asked if he thought she was the only one who could heal here. Corden thanked everyone. Then he asked who had saved them, and she told him to look at it. Corden asked if it was something demonic. She said no, that man saved him. Jeju approached him and said he was finally awake. Then he asked how he felt. Corden replied that he was fine and asked what had happened. Jeju said that someone had done something very bad, and then turned to Mr. Lee Sung-ho and told him to come to his senses. He asked where the other users were except for the guild members and told them to come here right away. It's not much fun when someone is out of the loop. Manhwa listened to him. Jeju thought it would take a lot of time, but it wasn't worth ignoring. He couldn't let others get in the way. It wasn't that the forest guards didn't trust people. If there were disagreements between them, the users would start acting however they wanted. Then the situation would become even more complicated. Jeju had to be prepared for any turn of events. Sanhu sent a message to gather at the World Tree. The users don't understand why they were called, but the message was sent by the leader of the Hypocrite Guild. They saw that the members of the Hypocrite Guild were sitting tied up. Jeju greeted them and said that he had gathered everyone to ask for a favor. They noticed that he was not on good terms with the guild, but that was the least of his concerns right now. He used his gauntlet and then said that he would pass the test if they all stayed out of it. He didn't have enough mana to deal with the guild and the infection at the same time. Therefore, he had to convince the other members. The users would not trust him and would start terrorizing him if he did not decide to leave the leader alive. Jeju said that he wasn't there to destroy anyone. If there were no objections, he would assume that everyone understood. The users had no desire to do so, but they agreed and returned to the Tree of the World of Travelers. Jeju came to the centaurs and they said they had been waiting for him. He apologized for being late. They noticed that even his tired gaze did not extinguish the flame in his eyes. Faerun said that everything was fine and that they had actually been talking about him. The elder had been looking for him to thank him for saving Corden. Although he was still troubled by doubts, Raoul and Corden, on the contrary, felt affection for him. Jeju thanked him and thought it was strange to hear that about Raoul. Now he had to meet with the elder to explain everything and try to convince him. He would also ask them to join forces to resolve the situation. Jeju began to feel unwell, and Faerun asked him what was wrong. He replied that everything was fine. His heart ached sharply, most likely as a result of using a large amount of mana. Jeju had used most of his mana to activate the Night of Shadows, and despite having only a small amount left, he had fired his mana cannon. Since he had gathered all the mana he could for that attack, his heart reacted in this way. Jeju said they could continue, and Faerun asked how he had protected them with his body in such a state. Jeju replied that he was indeed fine, so there was no need to worry. Faerun said that since he had also received the Blessing of Wisdom, he could intuitively sense who was lying and who was telling the truth. And the fact that he did not show affection did not mean that he did not trust him. But the question of the decomposition of the tree was a completely different matter. He did not think there was any solution to this problem. After that, they went to the elder. Fyron asked the elder why he had left, and he replied that the guards were dying, and he was afraid that he could not do anything about it. He wondered if there was any other way and asked the man if he had received a prophecy from Queen Fei. Jedu replied that yes, that was correct. If they were here to protect an ancient oath, they should know for sure. The elder asked if it wasn't too convenient that he had appeared at a time of crisis. Jeju thought that now was not the time to back down, and that they would not be able to stop the destruction without knowing the source of the problem. The destruction of the tree was caused by the deceitful lord of the demon world, Refia. She had secretly implanted the heart of her kind into the roots of the world tree. She also devised and implemented a plan to divide the heart into dozens of pieces so that its true location could not be found. The elder said that there was no point in resisting and that everyone who knew Queen Fei should not be left alive. But he would not press the matter in gratitude for his help. The elder told Pharaon to return and strengthen the perimeter around the guardian tree. He was to meet with Queen Fairy. Jedu began to tell how, in the forest, under the watchful eye of wise fairies and protected by the most valiant warriors, the people bathed in the rays of the familiar sun and received help. Bathing in the rays of the familiar sun, the blessed people received help. In gratitude, they made a vow. They must never forget this no matter how much time passes. This fairy tale was considered a myth that Jeju learned from Pharaon after becoming close to him in the video. An ordinary user who just happened to come across the story would not have known about this. So quoting the story adds weight to the prediction. The elder said that it was difficult for him to judge, but as mentioned earlier, Queen Fei could figure everything out herself, so let her go after him. Jeju thought that he would finally meet the queen. Then they went to their highnesses. She asked if he was the man she had entrusted herself to. Jedu said that it was a great honor for him to meet her. The queen asked if he had heard of an ancient oath that required trust in the person who would save the forest. Of course, Jeju had heard about it, and Queen Fei herself had said so in the video. She said that his attempt was very sweet, but due to the disappearance of the Guardian, there was no longer any place for this trust. Jedu did not understand why everything had gone wrong. He asked the queen to listen to him. The queen told him to stop talking nonsense. She didn't even want to listen to him. At that moment, the poppies came out of the backpack. Jeju doesn't think the administrator will be thrilled to see them looking perfectly healthy. He can't be allowed to see them. So Jeju told them to get back into the backpack immediately and caught one of them. The queen asked what kind of stupid prank he was playing. Jeju asked what she meant. Two popos jumped on her, and Jeju said it was an accident. He realized that their conversation wasn't going anywhere, so he called the pop-offs over to him. He wanted to take them away and quickly hide them in his backpack. The queen said she couldn't believe she could feel the energy of the world tree from these creatures. And as far as she remembers, they were born from the world tree. The popos appeared after the world tree was damaged. Given that this did not happen on this floor, it makes sense why she saw the popoys for the first time. The fairy asked the popoi what his name was. Another fairy said that they were so cute and soft. Then they noticed that the popoi was glowing. The queen said that this little one must have a story, and he wants to tell it. After listening to the popoys, she said that they were asking to trust him and that he could help them. The queen admitted that she never thought she would meet creatures so intelligent and capable of communication, and it was truly amazing. Jez felt sick again. The queen asked what was wrong, and he replied that everything was fine. The sun mana emitted by the popos was squeezing his heart. He realized that the pain he had felt before was not caused by a lack of mana. Whatever the reason, this was no time to break down. Jeju said that although he was not sure he was worthy of fulfilling the ancient oath, he could promise that he wanted to protect and save this forest. The queen said she would accept him and that he should tell the forest and the fairies a story. Within this forest, his will would be under her protection. After talking with the queen, Jeju decided that he had to stop this as soon as possible before something terrible happened. In addition to the loyalty of all the guardian trees, the world tree itself, located in the center between the guardian trees, forms a triangle. Jeju reached the tree and asked the deceitful Lord Refia what she was doing there. She asked if they knew each other. He thought he should act boldly and said that he had learned a lot from the Grand Duke Canfil. She was surprised that he knew him and asked if he had made a pact with demons. Jeju told her to stop. If she continued, he would have to use force. Refia asked if he really didn't understand that she was just having fun. So why was he angry? Jedu saw that she had let her guard down and realized that he must not let her escape. She grabbed it and asked him how he liked her charm. Refia was a lord of deception. Charm was a powerful skill that enchanted the target with her voice and piercing gaze. It also takes control of the mind until the target notices. For now, Jedu is resisting with magic. But one wrong move and he will be completely consumed. Refia told him to just sit down and watch as the forest was destroyed. Jedu noticed that it was spreading. The heart of a species develops faster where life is boiling. It cannot be allowed to continue growing at the same rate. Even if the decay reaches 100%, he doesn't want to do anything that would upset Refia. Jeju felt strange, and it seemed as if his head was spinning, telling him that he must do only what Refia said. He must stand still. Then he felt the magic reach his heart, but in a moment his mind and senses returned to normal. Refia's charm stirred the sun's mana, and it began to rage in his body, burning away all other energy. So now was the best time to use it. Jeju used his gauntlet to deal with Rafia. She said how dare a pathetic human hurt her. She decided to destroy him right there and then. But her attack didn't work. Jeju said he had warned her that he would use force if she continued. Now she could sit and watch as he removed the effects of the infection. She couldn't believe that the magic of an ordinary human had harmed her. Rafia couldn't recover, and the damage only increased. She didn't understand how he dared to do such a thing. Rafia became angry and said she would destroy him. Then she turned into a monster. Jeju was delighted that his provocation had worked. He wanted to bring out her true form. Rafia's true form, a creature from the demon dimension, has an aura opposite to that of this place. When these two auras collide, they alarm the inhabitants of the forest. Rafia threatened to destroy him and continued to attack. Without his magic, he could not stand up to her. Moreover, the forest guards were fast, so he had to hold out for only a short time. Rafia attacked Jeju, but he blocked the attack. Rafia asked who he was. She didn't understand how he had blocked her attack. Jeju heard a signal from the guards. Their reaction was even faster than he expected, and he asked if this could continue. Even for her, it would be difficult to fight all the creatures of the forest alone. After that, centaurs and fairies joined him. Rafia asked if these pathetic insects really thought they could challenge her, surpassing her only in numbers. The elder joined them and said that the air was filled with evil energy, so she had to choose whether they would destroy her right now, or she could stop and repent for her sins. But in the end, only one outcome awaited her: death. Jeju thought that they had stopped Rafia. The elder's magic is so powerful that Jeju gets goosebumps. Now the guards and the elder are working together to protect the forest. Therefore, Rafia will no longer be able to destroy everything. She took on human form, asked for forgiveness, and said that she did not do it of her own free will. Jeju understood that she would never cry for no reason and must have something in mind. Jeju became curious about what she was going to do. He looked at the screen to see the current state of decomposition, and it was 99% complete. The tree continued to decay. Jeju shouted her name, and she asked if he had called her. He asked how many pieces of the end of his heart she had planted. She asked if he had thought about it before coming here or if she hadn't done anything. That's why people need to know their place. Jeju used the sun's mana to strike, and she told him to try to attack her so as to destroy her. The problem was that the lords who had come from the demon dimension and taken human form could not die. Therefore, they pretend to be submissive and allow their bodies to be destroyed in order to return to their true form. Jeju asked Corden to keep an eye on her. He must make sure she does not escape. Corden asked if something was wrong. Jeju said that if they noticed anything suspicious, they should destroy her immediately. He added that he needed to stop the infection of the world tree. Jeju immediately ran to the tree, thinking that he should have foreseen Rafia's next move. He didn't know how many pieces of the heart of the end were hidden here, and if they all bloomed together, a horror worse than that of Teruchi would begin. Due to the infection, the world tree was gradually withering away. The Queen of the Fairies was doing everything possible to keep it alive. But if the source of the problem is not eliminated, all actions will be like trying to fill a cracked pot with water. He needs to remove the seeds before Queen Fei loses her strength and falls unconscious. But there is very little time to search. Jeju doesn't want the Popos to go through this, but he decides to use their help to find the seeds faster. He asked if they were cramped in the backpack and apologized for asking them for help as soon as he let them out, but asked if they could help him. The Popos quickly found the seeds, and Jeju thanked them and then tried to destroy them. After destroying it, he checked the notification screen and noticed that the infection level was gradually decreasing and was now at 98%. Popoi were not only good at sensing magic, but also sensitive to the energy of the demon dimension. Thanks to them, he was able to quickly find and deal with the heart of the end. If they continued in the same vein, they would quickly find all the seeds. The Popois signaled that they had noticed something. Jeju asked them what had happened. He approached the roots of the tree and saw that there were no dark spots or artificial scratches. But then he noticed that the roots were splitting. The Popoi were frightened, and Jeju couldn't understand what was happening. Then he saw something strange appear in front of them. Jeju asked the Popos if they were all right. The infection numbers were decreasing, so that meant it wasn't an infection. But then something cold and slimy started coming out of the roots. If the heart of the end had bloomed, it would have meant that it had absorbed all the life force of the world tree. Then the contamination level would have reached 100%. And the test would be over. If it was the heart of the end, then what was it, and had he overlooked something? Corden called out to him and asked what had happened, because they had noticed that the contamination had been stopped. But how could such a foul odor come from the Tree of Life? Jeju asked what had happened to Rafia if they had ended up here. The elder replied that she had returned to the world of demons until the very end, continuing to mock them. Queen Fei sent a signal. Now it was their turn to help. The elder turned to the guards and told them to act. They used the power of Raskodin, the god of courage, Tabrina, the goddess of wisdom, and Palaka, the goddess of love. Jeju thought it would be great if they could solve the problem this way. The guards said that evil creatures would never be able to harm the forest. The elder said he knew what was troubling him, but that everything would be fine, and that he should trust them to solve the problem there. Although he decided to entrust them with solving the problem, he could not shake his feeling of unease. Jeju decided to assess the situation from a higher vantage point. So he told the Popoyas to hold on tight to him and climbed up a tree. Just as Jeju had thought, Something was wrong here. The audience noticed that they didn't know the barrier was like that. A viewer with the nickname Cloud wrote that he was very familiar with barriers. It looks like a spatial isolation that separates the world tree from a clump of dirt. Jeju asked the viewer if he was considered an expert on barriers. The guards blocked the monster with a barrier, but why was the world tree hiding? The viewer noted that it was indeed strange, since the tree was blocked by a barrier. Jeju looked at the notification screen and noticed that the infection was growing again. Most of the seeds of the end heart had been removed. The guard sent Rifia back to the demon world. There was clear evidence that the infection process had slowed down. But from the cracks in the roots, a lump of dirt that Jeju had never seen before leaked out, and the infection began to spread again. Jeju wondered if there might be other sources of infection besides the heart of the end. The guards continued to destroy the slime. It was as if they could hear the cry of a dying monster, but then the barrier collapsed. The elder told everyone to step back and then used his power. Jeju realized that his concerns were not unfounded. Judging by the situation, it seemed that the heart of the end was a smokescreen that hid the call of a higher-level monster. But would the guards and the elder be able to defeat such a fierce opponent who was putting up such a fight? And he didn't have enough mana to eliminate him. He couldn't use Shockneil's ring, and he couldn't use the ring for too long, but he had enough strength to hold the monster back. Jeju noticed that something was moving inside the barrier, and it might be another monster. He asked the priest to wait for him there. He decided to check it out himself. Although they knew better than to put themselves in danger, they always followed him and helped him. Jeju asked if they wanted to go with him this time, and judging by the look on their faces, he understood that they did. So Jeju decided to take them with him. The audience asked him where he was going, and he replied that he couldn't just sit and wait. Moreover, by that time, everyone could already be dead. He had the power of the sun, and if he tried to do something, it might work. He couldn't just stand by and wait. The elder told Phiron to take everyone and retreat. Even if there was more than one enemy, he would still go into battle and try to protect the forest, but it seems he won't be able to do it. He cannot stop these monsters with his strength alone. In this situation, the order to maintain battle formation means nothing more than sending everyone to their death. The elder said that only one old man would die today. He would buy them time and they had to leave quickly. Phiron pointed out that they were also warriors, and he will fight with him to the very end. The elder asked why he was standing there. Was he not going to take everyone with him? Phiron told him not to be so stubborn, and he replied that he could not do otherwise. Phiron asked who would protect the forest if they disappeared. He must not forget his duty as a guardian. Meanwhile, a monster approached the elder, and he thought that his end had come. But then he opened his eyes and was surprised to find that he was still alive. The elder did not understand what was happening. He saw Jeju in front of him and asked if it was really him. Jeju used the Night of Shadows to destroy the monsters. He had enough mana left to hold back 2 of them. Jeju said he would destroy the monsters first. He flew up to the monster and, using his gauntlet, used the sun's mana. The elder was amazed at such enormous destructive power. He noticed that he possessed golden mana and that the white creatures were helping this man. Jeju told them to be careful, because not all the monsters had been destroyed yet, but he had enough mana to get rid of them too. Jeju asked the centaurs to try to dodge their attacks or hide somewhere. The elder said that escape was out of the question. Later, he would officially thank him for saving him, but now he had to help him, so the elder also used his power. Everything finally ended, and with the elder's help, he managed to destroy all the monsters. The trial was over. A passage opened in the giant tree of travelers, and the environment that could have polluted the world tree no longer existed. Jeju felt relieved even though it was difficult for him to move. Then he noticed the poplars. They were starting to feel worse again. Although it wasn't very noticeable, they had become smaller and their fur was contaminated. This was probably because they had shared their mana with him. Jeju asked them to be patient. Then he remembered Confil's words. The demon said that life is cyclical, and if he gets something, he has to give something back. But now everything is different, so there is nothing to worry about. Jeju tried to heal them with the sun's mana, and it worked. The Popoes began to feel better. A portal opened on the floor, and the members of the Hypocrite Guild were surprised that Jeju had really done it. So they decided to leave quickly before the monster appeared. Jinha stopped them and said that there were definitely people here whom the boss had saved, and they were just going to leave without even saying thank you. The guy told them to get out of his way because their boss had gotten them into trouble by sticking his nose where it didn't belong. What else could they do? He was the one who threatened them and even shot at him, ordering him to keep quiet. Then they almost died. The guy thinks that he himself won't be very happy to see them again, so they have to leave. The girl confirmed that it was he who threatened them. Another member of the guild asked who he was to say anything to them. Jinha said that it turns out there are such insolent people in the world. When someone helps you, you should show at least a little courtesy. Jeju was glad that everything was fine with the poppy and said that it was a great relief and now they felt great. The elder said he couldn't believe it. Jeju asked if he was hurt, and he replied that thanks to him, he was fine. Jeju said that was good and asked him to tell everyone that everything would be fine now. He also asked if he could tell Queen Fei that he would visit her soon. The elder asked if he would go with him. Jeju said that he had one unfinished business and that he would come back as soon as he took care of it. He returned to the giant tree of travelers and saw Jinha dealing with the members of the Hypocrite Guild. Jinha said that in the old days, All you had to do was give 1 coin and you would immediately hear words of gratitude. Jeju asked if anyone could explain what was going on. Jinha said to crouch down as low as possible and react. Looking at this guy, Jeju remembered him. It was Baek Jinha, whom he had met on the 19th floor. He had told him to be careful. But his image seemed to have changed a little. Jinha greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and that he had come at just the right time. There are people here who have no idea about things like gratitude. He wondered if he needed to conduct face-to-face training with them. The guild members began to thank Jeju for cleaning up the floor. They are truly grateful to him with all their hearts, and he is like a father to them. He follows their parents in their hearts. Jeju replied that there was no need to thank him and that everything was fine. Then he noticed the confident and relaxed expression on Jinha's face. The guild members bowed and continued talking. They said that he had to work hard for shameful people like them. Jeju said that was enough. Now everyone should go where they need to go. The fact that the magicians were scared meant that Jinha was at the level of free mana use. Jeju decided to deal with the guild leader Hypocrite after everyone left. Jinha asked if he was going to leave. He replied that he had one more thing to do and told him to go first. Jinha asked if this matter had anything to do with his friend sitting behind him. In that case, would he trust him with it? He has a very interesting plan. Jeju said he would not object. Jinha replied that he could count on him. Jeju thought it would be difficult, but he had to give them back exactly what he had received. Jeju decided that if he had sorted everything out here, he could now go and say goodbye to everyone before going to the next floor. Queen Fei told Jeju, calling him a benefactor, that she hoped he would enjoy the forest festival. Jeju said that they didn't need to do anything like that. He was just going to say goodbye to them before leaving. Raoul said that was nonsense. The elder added that they couldn't just let the benefactor and the one who had come to fulfill his oath go. You couldn't make anything more absurd. Farron also asked him to enjoy the forest festival to the fullest. Jez had a long journey ahead of him, so he thanked them for their kindness, but said he had to go. Then he saw one of the centaurs pull up a barrel. Inside it was mead aged in special oak barrels. This was a precious drink, even for the forest dwellers. This rare drink could only be consumed after it had been aged for several months. And it must be stored on the 25th floor. The audience noticed that even in a pawn shop it could not be bought. The Queen of the Fairies offered him a drink and said that they were greatly indebted to him. The fairies added that the Queen herself was offering the cup. This was a very rare opportunity. Therefore, Gigi could not refuse. The Queen said that they had not been very friendly to him, but for their sake, he had gone to great lengths, overcoming pain and difficulties. Now they realized that they had been too prejudiced against humans. After all, he was not a man who had invaded the forest, but their benefactor. The audience noticed that the atmosphere had suddenly become so pleasant. The Queen kissed him on the forehead, and Soha wrote in the chat that he was stuck there and needed to wrap things up and move on. After the kiss, the skill Protect the Queen of the Fairies was created. Jedu realized that this skill was granted in this way. He thanked her and then drank some mead. He needed to hurry, but he didn't want to disappoint everyone. Jeju said it was very tasty. After that, the Queen, along with the fairies and centaurs, sang. Jeju knew that this was a song of the forest. He had heard of this song, but he had never heard it before. The Queen said in the video that they and the fairies only sing it once in their lifetime. This is to express the joy, love, and gratitude that cannot be conveyed in words. They do this so that the meaning of the song will not fade. Indeed, once you hear such a song, you will remember it for the rest of your life. After the celebration, Jeju decided to rest. Everyone slept soundly, which was not surprising since they had been having fun until late the night before. But they had to keep going until the sun rose. Thanks to the celebration prepared by the forest dwellers, he felt peace and tranquility for the first time in a long time. He was also grateful to the fairies for making his bag look like new again. They repaired it with magic. He thought he had received more than he deserved. He felt a little awkward saying goodbye to everyone, so he decided to leave while they were all asleep. Jedu told Laki, Koden, and Baron that it was time to go. He asked them to get into the bag and said that he would open it more often on the next floor. But the Queen noticed that he had decided to leave. She asked if it wasn't too much to leave secretly without even saying goodbye. Jeju replied that he thought she was asleep. She replied that she would never fall asleep without seeing her benefactor off properly. The Queen prepared to say goodbye to him. The reason why the guards' horns glow is to show their emotions. When they are confused, a reddish glow appears. When angry, the horns glow dark green, and when happy, a blue tint can be seen. The horns can also glow white. This is the strongest and most vulnerable moment when one needs to reveal all their emotions. By showing the light at the moment of farewell, she says that she is opening up all her emotions and soul. Canfil said that he was capable of doing something real, and he can continue to deny everything, seeing before him the reality he has created, but he is the only one among the people who entered the tower who is capable of this. This place is also only part of the tower, and he knows that the reality that surrounds him is fake, but he is learning more and more about the creatures of the tower. Because of this, they seem real to him. Jeju told the Queen that he was truly grateful. She said that she should be the one to thank him. The Queen hopes that they will be able to meet again in the future. Jedu thought that this was probably their last meeting. The audience asked if they would remember him if he came back next time. He said goodbye and went to the giant tree of travelers. The audience asked him where he was going, since the portal was inside the tree. Jeju went to another place and asked them to wait a little. Then he took out the flower that Confil had given him and wondered if he could trust him. Confil said that when he cleans the surface, he should plant the flower in the ground, and then changes will come one after another with each new petal. Jeju decided to try because the kindness he had found was genuine. The audience asked what kind of flower he had decided to plant. They didn't understand what had come over him. Jeju felt that something was about to happen. Something was wrong with this flower. He had a strange feeling. After that, the live broadcast ended and the administrator appeared in front of him. The administrator said that he looked very surprised. He asked how he was doing, and judging by the look on his face, he wasn't very happy to see him. Jeju thought he was going to attack him, but noticed that he was aiming at the flower behind him that he had received from Confil. But the administrator's attack did not work. He said he wasn't sure at first, but he really had been given the stone of the world. The administrator said that he had indeed gone mad. Then he asked what Confil had said when he gave him the flower. Jeju replied that he had nothing to say and that he had always been watching everything, so if he knew everything so well, it would not be difficult for him to deal with it. The administrator said that he really couldn't hold back anymore and that he was unable to control his emotions when it came to him. Then he tried to use his power, but nothing happened. The administrator said that this meant that the changes had already begun, so he asked Jeju to give him the flower. Jeju asked if he really thought he would give it to him after seeing his reaction. The administrator said that if he said no, he would take that as permission to do as he saw fit. He warned that Jeju didn't even know how dangerous the flower was and that he'd better leave it and listen to him. The administrator turned into a monster and wanted to attack Jeju, but he saw that he was under a protective barrier. Jeju noticed that the flower was glowing even brighter than before. The administrator said it wasn't too late. This was not the cunning and unrestrained administrator he had known. If he pressed him, he might be able to get some information. So Jeju asked what it was too late to do and what the flower was, and whether he didn't have to explain anything to him. After that, Jeju felt as if something had passed through his body. Then he looked at the administrator and saw that he was disappearing. The administrator said that he should not regret his choice. Jeju asked what that meant, and then the administrator disappeared. Jeju doesn't understand what kind of flower it is, but judging by the administrator's reaction, there is definitely something special about it. For starters, the shape of the flower seemed to have changed, and he thought that now he would probably be able to take it. Jeju hid the flower in his backpack and then decided to turn the broadcast back on and apologized to the excited viewers. He explained that the broadcast had turned off by itself and that there must have been some kind of error. And first, they had to return to the giant tree of travelers. Jeju saw that there was no one inside and that everyone had probably left. He looked at his notification screen and saw that he had a lot of messages. Lee Se-ha had sent him many messages. He thought they were friend requests, so he ignored them. Jeju didn't understand what was going on. He looked at the messages and they were normal, for example, about her arrival in Taruha and who she had met there, what food she tried and that the pillow was too uncomfortable, and so on. She didn't have any friends to talk to, so Jeju decided that she was writing to him. Jeju replied that he was glad to hear that she had settled in and that he would be coming down soon. Viewers noticed that he was very polite. He said that it was just etiquette and common courtesy. Only older people think that you should address younger people informally. Then he opened a message from Mr. Han Seong-min. He reported that the entire Hypocrite Guild had disappeared from the 20th floor. The audience noted that this was strange because these guys were not the type to just run away. After exchanging messages with Seong-min, Jeju found out where he was. So he decided to visit him in person, going to the 20th floor to see the situation for himself. Jeju ended the conversation and said that he would check the award and go to the 20th floor immediately. The box with the award looked familiar, as did the envelope. It had a seal with the letter K and smelled of flowers. This letter was sent by Kangfil. Kangfil asked if he had taken care of the flower and wished him luck on his journey. It seemed that the words about interference on the 24th floor were true. He was curious about the true nature of Confil. Jeju answered the viewer's question that it wasn't the administrator who gave him the flower. Then he said he would check the reward. He opened the box and found a leather belt with 7 snakes from Latanto inside. Soha, nicknamed Love, asked if he would use it, and he replied that he would not. He had doubts because he did not know what the debuff would be. Other viewers advised him to try it, and if he didn't like the effect, he could stop using the belt. As the spectators said, the effect was almost zero, so he could just put the item away, and now was a good time to test it while no one was around. He decided to use it, and after that, the effect of the set was activated. Jeju again felt as if snakes were moving inside him. He felt as if his heart was about to burst. If he didn't gather his willpower, he would be overwhelmed by violent emotions. So he needed to regain his ability to think clearly by increasing the flow of magical power. After that, mana began to move frantically through his body. It felt as if blood was flowing through his veins in the opposite direction, and he was unable to cope with it. After that, the popoi jumped out of his backpack. When they touched him, his emotions and mana immediately calmed down, so he was able to regain control of his hands and survive. Jeju thanked them for caring about him. The audience noticed that there was something else at the bottom of the box. If it weren't for the chat, he wouldn't have noticed it. After all, a simple letter couldn't be the reward for reaching the 24th floor. He saw that Shockneil's turban was inside. He has the ability to fly. This item differs from others in its mobility. This means that his chances of clearing the tower increase. In addition, the ability to fly stimulates people's instincts, making it more valuable. Jeju was surprised to receive such a valuable item. Such items are popular and sell quickly at auctions, so they are not easy to find. The audience asked if he would use it, and he said he would try to use it together with other items. First of all, he had to return to the 20th floor and check out the interesting story that Han Seong-min had told him. When he returned, he met Lee Si-ho, with whom he had cleared the 6th floor. Jeju thought she would be angry because he didn't reply to her message right away. Jeju said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked how she had been doing. Seha asked if he was hurt, and he replied that he was fine. Seha replied that she was busy with clan matters and had stopped by for a moment. Jeju sensed that she wanted to say something. She probably had something important to talk about. Jeju said he didn't have time right now and that they could talk later when he was done with everything. Seha asked when later would be. Soha wrote in the chat to hurry up and how much time he should waste on empty talk. He was just helping her where he could, but she was being friendly. Jeju said he would call and reply, but he was a little busy right now. Viewers noticed that she had grown up. Seha agreed to talk later. Jeju said that when he had time, they could eat together. Seha asked if he was joking. After that, he told her not to overwork herself, to create a good clan, and to climb the tower carefully. After saying goodbye to her, he went to Palaham's house to meet Sejun, who said he had found Chris Reynolds. Sejun said that he had finally arrived. Jeju asked what had happened, and he replied that a complicated situation had recently arisen. Jeju thought it was related to the message sent by Han Seong-min. He said that he had been told that it was very noisy on the 20th floor. Sejun replied that there was something else. All the members of the Hypocrite Guild had disappeared. Jeju asked what had happened. He said that there was incredible commotion near the main gate of Taruha. He couldn't say exactly when the incident occurred, but the guild leader Lee Sang-ho was found hanging in front of the main gate. The bodies of 9 elite guild members were lying on the ground below him. If it was Hypocrite, then before leaving he had instructed Baek Jin-ho to deal with them. Jeju couldn't believe it was him. He asked him if the matter was related to those friends, and if so, to entrust it to him because he had an interesting idea. When he said these confusing words, he had an extremely dangerous expression on his face. Sejun said that the strangeness did not end there. Lee Song-hoo and the members of his guild stood in front of a temporary shelter outside Taruha, where the expelled users could stay, and shouted a little. They spoke and continued to make noise until every member of the guild found out, and then they all disappeared together. The frightened members of the Hypocrite Guild burned or tore off their insignia, and then hid throughout the area. Or they simply fled through the portal. They say that it was impossible to find the culprit because there was no trace of who could have done it, and not a single clue. Jeju said that it was a really complicated case. Apparently, Jinha first destroyed the leader and then controlled his body with his mana. Jinha's ability to control magic is so strong that even magicians feared him. Therefore, it was easy for him to take control of a body without leaving any traces. He turned out to be even more cruel than Jeju had thought. Jeju asked if he had found the man he was looking for. Sejun replied that if he meant Reynolds, then he had found him. He was currently on the 52nd American channel. He worked tirelessly on his invention. A user approached him and asked how long he was going to waste his time on these childish toys. Chris Reynolds replied that he had very little left to do. The guy said that he had said the same thing yesterday. If you add the cost of renting the workshop, the cost of materials, and the cost of living and food, there would be no money left. They had already crossed the line. Reynolds apologized. The guy said that if he felt sorry, he should stop promising that he would finish tomorrow. He had to show him the result. The guy wanted to hit Reynolds, and he knew what he was going to get. Jeju grabbed him by the arm, and the guy was surprised that a guy like him had such strength. Then Jeju said that even if he told him his name, it wouldn't do him any good. That's why Sejun stayed out of it, even though he said he had found him. He was curious to know if Jeju was really looking for such a strange person. Jeju was sure that with such abilities, Reynolds would live a comfortable life. But it turned out that he had a different past. He had to face oppression. After that, a man approached them and said that they shouldn't cause trouble in the city. Didn't he know that the city was already very noisy because of Lachanti's appearance? Jeju apologized and said that he lacked flexibility in communication. The man said that this often happens with young people, but that extra caution never hurts. Jeju said he would be careful. The boy didn't understand where this monster had come from. Until any more problems arose, he had to get Reynolds and leave. Reynolds thanked Jeju for his help, and he replied that there was no need to thank him. He just thought it was wrong, so he intervened. Then the boy grabbed Reynolds' hand and said that work couldn't wait, so they had to go. Jeju understood why Reynolds hadn't talked about his past in the video. Jeju told them to wait because he had one more thing to do. The guy asked if he thought the old man had said that unnecessary noise would not benefit either side. Jeju replied that it was none of his business. He had studied the basics of magical engineering, and Reynolds also worked in this field. Therefore, he would like to speak with him. Reynolds was surprised. Jeju said that he seemed to have extensive knowledge in this area. The young man asked if he had also studied magical engineering. Jeju replied that he had, and asked if there was a problem with that. In the boy's opinion, he had been showing off his power since he appeared. He was surprised that someone with such power was not a knight. The boy was sure that he had heard about Reynolds somewhere, and also about that item. Thanks to Reynolds, he got a good item and easily passed the 29th floor. Therefore, he is sure that everyone will want it for themselves. The guy thought that he had definitely come to get Reynolds, but it wouldn't work that way. The boy took Jeju's hand off his shoulder and said that in this tower he was this boy's guardian and couldn't let a suspicious person near him, so he had no reason to talk to his friend. Jeju was surprised that he was his guardian. The guy said he brought him here. Starting from the 10th floor, no one wanted to take him with them. He fed him drinks and gave him some money. Even in the video, Reynolds' past was not mentioned, but this guy helped him for a reason. Reynolds said he was going too far. He really was indebted to him all this time, but despite everything he had done for him, he had never once said thank you. He also treated him like a burden, and there were many times when he could have died if it weren't for his help. He refused all offers of recruitment from other teams or clans and did everything in his power. Now, when Jeju thinks about it, the Reynolds he saw in the video was very kind-hearted, and he couldn't ignore his request. He helped no matter what. Maybe it was because he didn't want others to experience the same treatment he had faced in the past. The guy said it was a misunderstanding, and of course he was grateful. Moreover, the problem is that this guy is definitely a fraud who has targeted him. He even talks nonsense about studying magical engineering. Jeju wanted to end things amicably, but it didn't work out. So he said they would do things differently. He would make a magical engineering device right in front of them. If he succeeds, he will prove that he studied magical engineering and he will back down. And if his words are a lie, he will pay him 10,000 coins. Jeju asked if he agreed, and if they made a bet right now, he would offer a deal for the specified amount. He would prove that he had 10,000 coins in his account. The young man was surprised that he had so many coins in his account. It was enough to buy equipment at auction that he couldn't afford before. Jeju said he would send him a request right away. Then he asked his name, and he replied that he was Maurice Collin. He thought that if he could deal with him, he must be a knight. Jeju created a transaction window. Maurice was surprised that he really had the coins and told Jeju to do whatever he wanted. But he shouldn't even think about backing out of the bet by creating something unconvincing. Morris pretended that he didn't know much. But during the time he spent with Reynolds, his eye had also sharpened, and those 10,000 coins would soon be his. Jeju asked the head of the workshop if he could use the time these people had left. He replied that the next person should come. So Jeju said he had a letter of recommendation. The head of the workshop said that, at best, the letter should have 10 seals. But then he saw in the letter that the warrior of the sun, Palaham, was granting this traveler many privileges. Jeju asked if he would allow him to do so. The head of the workshop said he would have to ask the next person in line for understanding, and Jeju thanked him. Then he thought it was time to teach some people a lesson. Jeju immediately set to work and after a while said he was done. Morris asked what he meant by that. It was a piece of magical engineering. Morris asked if he was trying to deceive them. How could this be called a piece of magical engineering? Reynolds remarked that he didn't even know what to say. Jeju said that he would personally demonstrate its functionality, but that it was too cramped here, so they needed to go outside, and asked them to follow him. The head of the workshop asked if he was finished, and Jeju said that he would like to test the item's capabilities, so he asked them to secure the street. The master looked at the object, and Jeju said that he understood everything at first glance. The head of the workshop realized that he was going to do something serious, because he came here with a letter of recommendation, so the master agreed. Jeju decided to test the item. He asked everyone not to come too close, to stay at a distance, and to watch carefully. Then he threw the object on the ground and everyone waited for something to happen. Morris didn't understand why he was so confident. He didn't want to believe that this guy had really made something worthwhile. Then they saw something happening. The object that Jeju had made exploded. Of all the things that can be made easily and quickly, compressed bombs are the most impressive. He learned how to make compressed bombs from Bran, and it was the first thing he was praised for. Hearing the noise, warriors ran up to them. Jeju thought that it was the warriors who had come, not the guards, and that their peace of mind had probably been disturbed by the unfortunate accidents and other events caused by the travelers. He wondered whether it was worth getting angry with the boy who had used Reynolds. Jeju showed the warriors a letter of recommendation. He said that he was a traveler pursuing criminals with the permission of the commander of the sun, and that he had just caught the person responsible for the explosion. Jeju pointed his finger at Maurice. He asked what nonsense he was talking about. The warriors examined the letter of recommendation from the commander of the sun. Judging by all appearances, it was indeed genuine, and the seal was unquestionable. It was an original document. Jeju said that the young man was confused. When he asked him about the item, he let it slip from his hands. If the workshop foreman hadn't told him to step back, he could have been seriously injured. Morris realized that he had counted on this from the beginning, and now he was in trouble. He tried to explain that they shouldn't believe the Asian man's word. He didn't provide any proof. Jeju thought he should forgive him because the warriors would believe him first. The warriors said they had to question him, so he had to go with them. Maurice said it wasn't his fault. Morris tried to explain that he was a fraud who had set the whole thing up to take away a member of his team. The warrior told him to stop and watch his language. A criminal like him had no right to speak about someone who had earned the commander's recognition. If the queen was a being to whom they devoted their faith and lives, Then who was someone like the warrior commander of the sun to the warriors? For them, a warrior commander is someone who embodies their aspirations and ideals. A person who has earned this recognition will not be ignored under any circumstances. The noble warriors of Taruha will listen only to him. For them, Kim Jeju is not even worthy of standing next to a traveler suspected of a crime. The warrior thanked the young traveler for his efforts. Perhaps there would be a time when his help would be needed, and then he could count on them. Jeju said that everything was fine and that he only hoped that peace and tranquility would reign in Taru. The warriors thought that it was not for nothing that he had earned the commander's recognition. Morris was taken away, and Jeju said that now they could finally talk. Reynold asked what he wanted to talk about. He was afraid that now it was his turn and remembered Maurice's words that he was a swindler who had his eye on him. He thought that his words might be true. Moreover, he was curious why he had such an ominous smile on his face at that moment. Reynold thought that this was how he would meet his end. Jeju asked if he liked magical engineering. He replied that he did, and Jeju said that was wonderful. He would allow him to create anything he wanted. So he offered to work together. He would provide all the necessary materials and tools. Reynold asked if he was serious. For him, as a genius who had devoted himself entirely to magical engineering, the opportunity to do what he wanted would be the most advantageous offer. Jeju asked if they could change the channel first, and Reynold agreed. The master asked if he would leave without visiting the warrior commander of the sun. He replied that he was going to visit him a little later. Since it was an American channel, the Palakam who wrote the letter could be someone else. They say that the channels have merged, but he does not yet know if this applies to characters on channels in other countries. Jeju thanked the master for his help. He told him to forget about it because he simply did not like people who were careless with devices. Then he suggested that Reynold move. After moving to the Seoul Channel on the 20th floor, they went to Palaham. Palaham asked Reynold what he would show him. To his knowledge, he liked something hot. Jeju asked the commander's warrior to use his skills, and he expressed a desire to see his skills. Jeju said not to worry and just do what he had been doing before, usually using buildings in Taruichi as fantasy. In Jeju's opinion, Palakam really was a bit like a bulldozer. Jeju said that he had seen something Reynold had made before. He thinks he greatly underestimates his talents. Reynold said that he talks as if he knows what he is talking about. Jedi replied that it was a sticky magic bomb. It was made with a large amount of Ionia and Kessel. He knew that Jeju was making something similar, but pretended that he didn't know anything about it. The thing is, he is lenient towards him. Therefore, he simply recognized his abilities and believed that he deserved to be treated much better than he had been in the past. Reynold decided to make something and asked him to wait a little. Then he made a bomb similar to the one Jeju made. He told Palaham that he had asked for something hotter, so he made something that would satisfy his needs. Jeju considers himself a turtle compared to him because he recreated such complex technology at such a high speed. Palaham asked what they had there and said he needed to check if he had done everything right. Reynold asked if he had behaved too arrogantly and presumptuously. Jeju replied that he had not, and Palaham was in a great mood, so he shouldn't worry. Reynold said that if he used it now, it would explode. It was dangerous to detonate a bomb at such a distance, so Palacham threw it high into the sky. After that, it exploded. Jeju noticed that the bomb had great firepower and he didn't feel any heat at all. It was hard to believe that it flew so high from just being thrown lightly. Reynold thought that the warrior commander of the sun was on another level. Palacham said that he had passed. Then Reynold asked what that meant, and Palacham remarked that the object he had made was incredible. These words surprised him. Morris constantly said that the junk he made cost a lot of money, and that without it he would have died long ago. He said that Reynold should be grateful to them. Remembering this, Reynold began to cry. Jeju and Palacham tried to calm him down. Jeju said that he was a much more remarkable person than he thought. After that incident, time flew by very quickly. In the workshop provided to Reynold, he finally gave free rein to his suppressed creative desires. Jeju spent his time fighting with Palham, improving his fighting skills and adapting to the use of Shaknil's items. The audience realized that it was time to give up, and they were tired of watching. But Jeju was confident that he would succeed and decided to practice a little more. So he told the audience that he would try a few more times. The dagger is the center of power that controls the army. He had to concentrate to learn how to use it properly. He also tried to activate the effects of the ring and necklace. Now he has 3 items from the Shaknilo set of 7. He activated their effect and strengthened the ability of the Shadow Army. He tried to concentrate to summon a doppelganger. Working with a doppelganger is like the feeling of getting wings he never had before. It was also like gaining the ability to flap them. If he didn't consciously control his every movement, the clone would stumble, lose his balance, and fall. You have to move slowly as if you were programming. After a while, he managed to stabilize his doubles movements. But the problem is that when Shaknil is activated, if he uses Lotanto, the clone cannot maintain its shape and falls. He failed again, and Jeju doesn't understand what the problem is. He managed to flap his non-existent wings, but he continues to be haunted by the feeling that he is falling because he cannot fly. Every time he falls, he feels as if his body is being torn apart. But he can't just give up, so he keeps trying to control his doppelganger and make him move. Then he tried using the cloak and his doppelganger didn't disappear. Jeju was delighted that he had finally succeeded. The audience was amazed that he had been able to do it. He felt the movements of the cloak and his doppelganger at the same time, and told the audience that he had said he could do it. It seemed that he finally understood everything. Jeju had expended too much energy and passed out. When he woke up, he saw Sunmin. He said that thanks to the information he had passed on, the senior manager's position had been confirmed. With any luck, the next promotion would not be long in coming. Jeju said that he must be very busy because the clan's office on the 20th floor was right under his nose. Sonmin said that he couldn't do that and that it seemed to him that he had more work than he did. Sonmin accidentally found Jeju when he was on his way to visit him. He was unconscious and Sonmin carried him to bed. Sonmin asked him where he was rushing to, training until he lost his pulse. Jeju remarked that he had a way of leaving people speechless. Then he asked if he could ask for a favor in exchange for the information. Sonmin said sure and told him to go ahead. If it was about Lachanta, who was ranked first in Taruichi, he was ready to fulfill any request. The audience asked how this was possible since he was third in the rankings. Some viewers wrote that Palacham was second, and the top spot was held by Papoy. Jeju said that he had two requests and that user access needed to be blocked for a while. He wanted to ask them to do everything possible. He also asked to stop spreading rumors about who Lachanta is. Then he decided to show Reynold the glove. He asked if it was a difficult task. Reynold replied that it was possible, but with such power, he thought that nothing would remain of the original item. Even if the gauntlet's effectiveness is maximized for an item made according to this design, it would be no more than 5%. In the end, Jeju had no choice but to make a new one. This was because the magical power of the sun supported physical abilities. So he thought that this design was at a level that a skilled craftsman could handle. Reynold had an idea. He suggested strengthening the equipment. If we are talking about the efficiency shown earlier, it would be possible to reach the 29th floor without any problems. Jeju thanked him for his concern and said that he needed it just in case. He couldn't tell him everything. It would be strange to tell a man he had met less than a week ago that the administrator was trying to destroy him. Jeju asks if he will help, and Reynolds says yes, adding that he just thought it was dangerous. Every tool has its value. Therefore, he believes that it is unacceptable to hunt people who do not use them. Jeju wanted to cover the cost of the materials himself. But Reynolds stopped him and said that the 10,000 coins he gave him last time were enough, so there was no need to worry. He should just visit him a little later. He would contact him when everything was finished. Reynolds looked over the drawings and thought about the best way to proceed. He considered various options. Jeju made all the necessary orders for him. So he decided it was time to go back upstairs. The spectators asked if he was going to rest because he had been losing consciousness lately. Jeju replied that he had rested enough. They asked if he was joking, and he said that he could do it here. On the 26th floor, users waited for someone to arrive. They weren't the only ones who had fled because of the expulsion, so someone would soon catch up. One player said that having a decent amount of coins was a relief, otherwise he would have starved to death from the start. Another player said that there were already 9 of them and only one left to wait for, so they needed to be patient a little longer. Due to the blackout phenomenon, they were expelled from Taruha and fled to the 26th floor, but for the 5th day in a row, they were unable to begin the trial. To begin the trial, there are not enough players. One of the players said that the 7 don't look like they're suffering. Another said that there was no particular difference between them. He heard that they were from a small clan, but if they came here in a hurry, the reason was obvious. In any case, everyone wants to start the test as soon as possible. The player looked at the statue and said that it had just moved its eyes. Another asked what he was talking about, as that was impossible. The system announced that a group of 10 people at a high level of difficulty had been assembled. The guy insisted that he wasn't lying, and another told him that the last player had finally arrived. The conditions were met, and the trial on the 26th floor began. After that, the statue came to life. A player approached Jeju and greeted him, saying that judging by the fact that he had come alone, he thought he had been here before. Jeju replied that he should not worry about it. The man said that as everyone knows, they can follow the rule of 30,000 coins. The audience noted that if we are talking about a high level of difficulty, it is enough to put 30,000 coins on the scales, and something simple will appear. The conditions for passing are as follows. Within the allotted time, you must place items on the scales and destroy the demonic animals that appear after the time is up. The level of difficulty varies depending on the value of the items on the scales, and if the test is passed, all items are returned. Nowadays, a corresponding formula has been established, but in the past, expensive items were always used for safety reasons. If you divide 30,000 by 10 people, each person gets 3,000 coins. But Jeju doesn't know if the administrator gave up. It is possible that he still wants to destroy him. The player asked why he was so nervous since he himself said that he had been here before. He told him not to worry because in any case, they would take care of eliminating all the monsters. Jeju wished it were that easy. The trial began and the goddess of justice, Mayet, decided to sacrifice someone. After that, the scales fell. The players did not understand what this meant and asked if the scales really had to fall. Jeju realized that the statue was leaning toward giving nothing. He had his suspicions, but he couldn't imagine that they would come true. Then a monster appeared and the players began to run away in all directions. The user shouted to Jeju to hurry up and thought that he was probably unable to even move out of fear. Everyone started calling him, but Jeju struck the monster, and they couldn't believe how such a thing was possible. He used a normal attack, not a magic cannon. As it turned out, this thing was even more useful than he thought. Reynolds strengthened the magic pattern of the existing armor, and this power would be enough for a quick attack. Jeju destroyed the monster but felt a strong recoil proportional to the settlement. The player asked if he was okay. Then he asked if the creature had been destroyed. The players couldn't believe that he had really taken care of the monster with just one blow. In addition, he also dealt with other small monsters. The player asked if they had definitely cleared the trial. Another guy replied that if nothing appeared from the scales, it meant that they had completed the trial. Then he asked why there was no notification that the floor had been cleared. Jedu wondered why the portal that opens after clearing did not appear, and the scales on which the items were placed remained as they were. Then everyone saw that the statue began to move. It raised its sword and wanted to destroy one of the players. Jeju told him to dodge. The stone statue of Miet, the goddess of justice, is considered a decorative item and a device for court proceedings on the 25th floor. Its role is to assess the value of an item and assign a monster to it, so this behavior is very strange. There has never been a case where a statue of a goddess directly attacked a user. It seems that the administrator even went so far as to issue such a warning. Of course, Jeju assumed that it would be impossible to pass the floor without incident. Jeju managed to react to the statue's attack in time. He saved the player with his cloak. Jeju asked if he was okay and if he could move. If so, he should quickly escape from there with all the other players. The man did not want to run away, but Jeju told him to hide somewhere nearby. He must be upset. This place resembles a small island, so it would be difficult to go far and escape through the portal. Jeju asked them all to hurry because he couldn't continue to protect them. After that, the statue attacked him. He dodged its attack and struck back. Jeju noticed that it didn't feel like hitting stone. Then he saw black blood flowing from the statue's wound. After that, another monster appeared, even stronger than the controller before it. Oberkammerger is a demonic beast that controls monsters lower than it in rank. If left unattended, the black liquid will summon lower monsters. The creature itself will also turn into a monster. Jeju didn't want to strain himself, but he had to deal with this quickly. Reynolds said that stable performance on this unit is possible at 6%, and its functions have not yet been fully revealed. Therefore, it was important not to overexert it. Reynolds advised limiting the output to about 3% until it adapted. But if he added sun mana, everything should work out. As he expected, destruction in one blow took a lot of strength. The main thing is that it helps, and all that remains is to hold out. Jedu continued to attack despite the damage it was causing him. The players noticed that he was being attacked by the monster's assistant. He looked like he was born from Oberkammerger's bodily fluids. The boy asked if they could help. No matter how strong a person was, it was difficult to fight two high-ranking servants. Moreover, if that guy died, they would be next. But their leader said that they would only get in the way. Therefore, there was no need to interfere. He couldn't catch the statue's movements or reproduce its attacks. This meant that they weren't the type who could do anything. Their skills were too modest for that, and that creature was far beyond the 20th floor. Jeju dodged the attack, realizing that it was dangerous. He didn't expect a monster to be created so quickly from bodily fluid. This meant that he had only a few seconds left before the bodily fluid covered the entire area. Therefore, he had to finish it all with one attack. Jeju strengthened his gauntlet and struck. Finally, he was able to defeat the monster, but the difficulty of using the item was beyond imagination. He felt intense pain in his hand. He also used up a lot of mana. The audience was worried about him, but he said he was fine and that exhaustion was nothing to worry about. Oberkammerger disappeared and the black bodily fluid evaporated. Then a notification appeared that the trial had been passed and the passage to the next floor was open. Then all the players' items reappeared. The difficulty level had become so high because of him, so he was ashamed to take the other items. He took only his magic stone and then decided to move on. The players wanted to stop him. To them, he looked like a savior. The abnormal difficulty of this test was caused by him. He doesn't want to get involved with them for no reason because it would put these people in danger. Jeju said he wanted to offer his sincere apologies to all of them, and then he went through the portal. He decided to return to Reynolds' workshop and explained that the situation was more dangerous than he thought, and he had no choice. Reynolds said that he had lost his mind and asked how it was possible to increase the firepower to 10%. He warned that such a load would be difficult to withstand. Jeju replied that he only felt a dull pain in his hand. Reynolds asked to take a look. Jedu wanted to give him his glove and said that it was fine. Reynolds pointed out that he wasn't talking about the glove, but wanted to examine his right hand. As it turned out, he was angry not because he had exceeded the permissible power, but because he was worried that someone could be injured by the tool. Jeju said that his hand was fine and there were no injuries. Reynolds replied that he felt a lack of physical abilities, not mana. He did not have enough mana to ensure the safety of the machines. It was not too late, so perhaps he could try to learn some magical skills. Jeju said he had been thinking about that. For this reason, magical engineering is considered only as an additional tool. It is difficult to master, not only because of its complexity and the high cost of materials. Controlling machines requires a lot of mana. If you want to create something yourself and use it yourself, you also need to master magical skills. The audience was worried about Jedu, so they asked him to be careful in the future because health is no joke. Jedu said he understood them. Next time, he would think everything through 100 times before using the gauntlet. Jeju wondered if that distance would be enough. He received a notification that there were 10 minutes left before the end of the broadcast. The audience was surprised that a week had already passed. Jeju wondered how many people wanted to join. The viewers discussed that they were against adding new people. They had all been watching him from the first floor. Jeju released some food to feed them and asked if they were hungry. The viewers watched them and said they would gladly watch this all day long. One of the Popo brought him a mana stone and he said that he was fine and that they should eat more. The viewers noticed that he had forgotten the basics. Jeju thought that it looked like he was taking food away from the Popo. After that, the restrictions on connecting to the broadcast were lifted. He began to receive a large number of notifications that new users had joined the broadcast. He decided to remove the connection notifications. The number of viewers continued to grow and exceeded 1,000. As far as is known, the streams of those who rose above the 40th floor exceeded the threshold of 1,000. He was annoyed by the fact that all these users were considered to be above him. New viewers began to send voice messages. They asked various questions about the popes and all the rumors they had heard. Jedu decided to increase the limit on voice messages to 1,000 coins. The viewers noticed that he couldn't stop them, so he raised the limit to 5,000 coins and finally it became quiet. Among the new viewers, there may be those who came because they were curious to find out who he was, but there are also those who want to build a good relationship with him, or to test his nerves. Jedu welcomed all the new viewers who joined the broadcast, both those who like him and those who are annoyed by him. Even those who were there out of curiosity. They probably joined because they wanted to find out what kind of person he was. But first, he asked them to subscribe. All questions and answers in the chat will only be available to subscribers. Gigi noticed that the number of subscribers was not increasing, so he decided to delete all users who did not subscribe to him, but then the viewers became more active. Jeju received a notification that 1,000 people had subscribed to him. Now he can choose one of the following blessings. This is what he had been waiting for. Now he can choose the blessing of agility, mana, or luck. He chose the blessing of mana. After that, he received a medium-level blessing of mana and felt his magical power increase. It felt like his magic reservoir was growing and the amount of mana was also increasing. He remembered that mana was definitely used in the video. After that, he decided to test his strength but overexerted himself a little. Then he asked where the Popoes had gone and saw that they had crawled into his bag. Jeju apologized to them for scaring them and asked if they were very frightened. After that, the warriors approached him. They asked Mr. Lachanta what had happened there, as they had heard some noise and came to investigate. It was probably another traveler causing trouble. Strange events happen very often in their days. They asked Jeju if he had seen the criminal and if he knew who had caused all this. Jeju explained the situation, apologized, and said that he was really sorry that this had happened. The warriors laughed. One of them said that it turned out that Mr. Lachanta couldn't control his strength, but it was all right, and the wall probably couldn't withstand his blow, because it was too weak for him. Another warrior said that was true and that the rooms were coated with tar, which made them stronger. After that, the warriors said they would continue patrolling the streets and repair the wall later, so he could leave everything as it was. The spectators were surprised that the warriors trusted Lachanti so much. After that, Jeju received a message from Han Sunmin. Sunmin wrote that something had happened on the 30th floor. He suggested meeting in the residential area on the 20th floor. There, they would be able to exchange more detailed information. Jeju said that he was just about to go to the 20th floor, so it would be a good idea to visit Han Sunmin on the way. After that, he returned to the 20th floor and went to see Sunmin. Sunmin greeted him and Jeju remarked that he looked very tired. Sunmin explained that he had been very busy lately. Jeju asked about the incident on the 30th floor that was mentioned in his message. He asked what his initial impression was, how he imagined the 30th floor and what he knew about it. Jeju replied that it was a place where people did not go. Therefore, visits are only possible for a short time, and you can only enter the residential area. He had not yet reached that floor. Jeju thought that Sunmin knew this. He said that everything was correct and that moreover the residential area was smaller than on other floors. It was a place where people did not stay long and just passed through quickly. Sunmin did not know who they were talking about, but there was a commotion. Because the Queen of the Fairies was looking for one person. If there was a person whom the Queen trusted, it could only be someone who held power on the 30th floor. And doesn't this story remind you of the fairy tale about Cinderella who ran away after enchanting the Queen of the Fairies? The audience noticed that Sunmin was only pretending not to know anything. He said he had no idea who it was. But he says there is a clue that only the Queen can recognize. So before someone gets caught in a lie, they need to get there quickly. Sunmin pushed Jeju out of the office and thought that this was one of the people he was thinking about. And what a relief it was that he was not considered his enemy. The test on the 27th floor of the Colosseum of Valor is a simple team battle. All you have to do is destroy all the enemy teams and win. That's what Jeju was supposed to do. The remaining players begged for mercy. When he reached the floor, Jeju introduced himself as usual and said that he had studied magical engineering. But as soon as he mentioned magical engineering, the team members' expressions changed dramatically. Justifying their predictions, they threw him in as bait. Immediately after the test began, they said that they had discussed among themselves that it would be enough if he died. But Jeju destroyed the opposing team. The players asked him where he got such extensive knowledge of magical engineering. Another player said that he was against it but had no choice because he was threatened. But another guy noticed that he was lying. He himself had said that magical engineering would be of no use. The guy asked when he had said that. Since the entire enemy team had been destroyed, the test was complete and the portal would soon open, so they had to go to the next floor immediately. Up to this point, everything was fine. The players thanked Jed for his easy victory and offered him coins. So they asked him how much he wanted for it. The audience noted that they had changed their minds very quickly, even though they had underestimated magical engineering. Another player said that from the very beginning, he thought they would only get in the way, so he simply trusted him to deal with the opponents on his own. Jeju wanted to go straight to the 28th floor, but realized that something was wrong. The test was to defeat all the opposing teams. But the message that the test had been passed did not appear. Jedu wondered why he had thought he would be able to pass the floor quietly and calmly. Then something started happening to the players. They didn't understand what was going on. Jedu was 100% sure that the admin had sacrificed all the users. One of the spectators wrote that the administrator really wanted to cover up his mistakes in this way. The monster that appeared swallowed the users. Jeju's rival said that the air was so fresh and incredibly sweet, and that this was her long-awaited freedom. Jeju realized that Baroness Faust was standing before him. The administrator had made such sacrifices to summon her. Higher-ranking monsters have names. They also have individual characteristics. This demon is dangerous, and even on the 54th floor, where he was supposed to appear, he instantly destroys everyone. So players would be very unlucky if they accidentally encountered him. Jeju decided to take one item first. The audience was outraged as to why she appeared here. After that, the creature attacked Jeju and he plunged into his memories. Jeju remembered how the boys laughed at him, saying that he really lived like that. They called him pathetic. Then they thought that he could probably hear them, so they agreed to speak more quietly. He then remembered how everyone took photos with their parents at graduation. Jeju stood all alone and no one congratulated him on graduating. Then he remembered his job. The store manager told him that he wasn't living his life to behave that way. Jeju apologized to him. Baroness Faust asked him if he was suffering because she could ease his suffering and he would no longer have to bow his head to others. She also told him not to worry about what they thought of him. She could make sure that he would never again hear a sound that oppressed his soul. Jeju said that she was talking too loudly and that her ears were hurting, and then he attacked her with his glove. Faust is called the horror of the 50th floor. The reason for this is her harsh ability to use other people's traumas. She digs up and reveals painful memories from the past. Jeju asked her what she was proposing to do. The only thing that helped him prepare was using his foresight immediately after Faust appeared. He also used his cloak at the same time. That's why he felt like his head was about to explode. Faust said she couldn't believe that a human being possessed the power of the sun. This is not a power that a worthless person can control, and how did he even get it? The audience noticed that her head was her weak spot, but why didn't it destroy her? Jeju thought that her weak spot was not her head. Faust said that she would not lose her vigilance anymore and her eye color changed. As her head regenerated, the color of her eyes changed. There were 6 places on her body that were the same color. So most likely these are her weak points, and that is where her remaining hearts are located. Jeju hopes that he will be able to hold out until the end. Jeju attacked her and managed to defeat her. After that, he received a notification that the trial was over. A passage to the 28th and 20th floors also opened. The spectators are concerned about Jeju's condition. They asked if he was okay. Then they started bombarding him with voice messages. Jeju said he would check the reward, especially since no one else was left alive. So there was no one to watch. Jeju received a healing baguette as a reward for the 26th floor. The spectators were surprised that this was all there was. The baguette might not please his taste buds, but if he ate it, it would help heal his body. Jeju thought that it seemed unlikely that he would receive a reward for this floor either, but he would be grateful if he could at least get the basic reward. But then a huge box fell on him, almost turning him into a pancake. This must be the reward for the 27th floor. Jeju wondered if another demonic beast would appear. But in that box was the cloak of Shaknil, the shadow ruler of the heroic class. The cloak of the desert ruler contains the powers that led his army. It increases the user's ability to create shadow clones by 10%. The audience doesn't know who could use this. Then they asked if he would take a break, and Gigi replied that he would go to the next floor right away. He took the cloak and the popos wanted to get out. Jeju said that they should not leave yet. Thanks to this test, he was now certain of one thing. The administrator can control the difficulty of the test, but the structure itself cannot be changed. The basic function of the tower is to give out the appropriate rewards. Therefore, after passing the trials, the basic function itself gives the player the rewards they deserve, and this says something. Even the so-called tower administrator is not considered an omnipotent being and cannot influence everything. The test on the 28th floor consists of passing through 3 correct doors among countless doors spinning in the air. If you choose the wrong door, you will fall down and the player will not be able to try again. But this is not the case with Jeju. He quickly passed the test. All he had to do was find the right doors using his foresight. Then he had to open them all in order. He used Chaknel's turban to move through the air. It's very useful to have the right item at hand. The audience noticed that this was the first time they had seen the trials pass so quickly. After that, he found himself on the 29th floor. This is the Hall of Heroes, and depending on the user's choice, they can either leave the floor immediately or take something with them. Everyone says that this is a bonus floor. It is a place where there is no risk, but there may be no reward. Jeju heard someone calling him. The man said that he recognized the smell. He can smell his belongings. It is the master of the seven snakes, Lotanto. He asked Jeju if he wanted anything from him. Jeju said he wasn't sure. He had only seen this man on video before, and now he was standing right in front of him, and it was a new feeling. But if this was the same Lotanto, he didn't think he would gain anything from this meeting. It would be useful just to talk, and then go up to the next floor. Lotanto asked if he really thought he was leading them properly. Lotanto touched him, and after that he felt as if snakes were crawling over him. Jeju didn't understand what was going on. At first, the characters on the 28th floor were like characters in a game and showed nothing but a narrow range of reactions. They spoke standard phrases. If the player wanted peace, they had to listen to a short story. If they wanted rewards, they had to compete. It was a very simple floor system. Lotanto said he was a very interesting traveler. Jeju thought that everything was supposed to be completely different. Lotanto asked if he wanted to have some fun with him. Jeju noticed that he looked like a real living person. So he asked if he was really Lotanto and thought that the administrator must have played some kind of trick again. Lotanto asked if he felt uncomfortable, as if his clothes didn't fit. Jeju replied that no, his clothes fit him properly. After that, Lotanto said that this simply couldn't be. One of the spectators asked if he wasn't supposed to say clearly defined phrases. Lotanto said that if the clothes he created didn't fit, he would get a terrible headache. Apparently, because of the equipment Lotanto had put on him, Jeju's head sometimes began to split with pain. This happened when he started acting on the edge or when he simply wore the clothes for a while. Lotanto said he could see on his face that he had realized what was happening. Then he suggested that Jeju have some fun with him. Jeju thought that this might be his chance. Jeju dodged the snake's attack, and Lotanto noticed that he moved well in clothes that didn't fit him. Then Jeju thought about how he had almost forgotten the reason why he was called the Master of Seven Snakes. Lotanto said that if he satisfied him in battle, he would share with him a way to get rid of his headaches. They continued to fight, and Jeju could no longer endure it. Lotanto asked if he was tired. Then he remarked that young people these days were not particularly resilient. Jeju pointed out that he was fighting alone and summoning snakes at the same time. This was a violation of the rules. Lotanto said that he was more likely to be circumventing the rules. It was the first time he had seen a traveler who had quickly adapted to his attacks. He thought the process would take several days, and he even felt a little sorry for him. Jeju asked if he planned to destroy him. The entire process, which began with the release of a single snake and ended with an attack by 7 snakes, took 10 hours. Despite the fact that each snake possessed the same abilities as Lotanto's items, the difference in skill levels was inevitable. Jeju had no choice but to desperately block the attacks. Lotanto said that nothing like that would happen. If he wanted to, he could give up at any moment, and he simply had clear standards. After that, the snake wrapped itself around Jeju's body. He had to surround himself with magical power and push the snake away. Lotanto said that if he wanted to reach the end, he couldn't just try to withstand the onslaught. Jeju didn't know what to do because it had become very dangerous, so he had to quickly gather his thoughts and act. The audience was scared for him. They thought he might really die, but they hoped that everything would work out for him.